为了能成为最牛逼的觉醒者，你不仅每天鱼缸里面去泡澡，煤气灶上做烧烤，而且还埋进土堆晒日历，大树底下刨树皮，甚至每天吃饭都要狂炫生铁几十斤，就连家里的铁块换了一双又一双，只因你穿越到了异能世界的废柴天赋者身上。作为最低级的 F 级水系觉醒者，被学校师生看不起，不仅好基友劝你去当消防员，说发挥余热，老师更是发话让你去当洒水工，工资800，海外带无限一金，可他们却不知道你觉醒了万物造化系统，触碰物品即可觉醒对应属性天赋，吸收对应属性灵物更能提升天赋等级。既然我在金手指穿越而来，必将让你奥利事件。此时穿越而来的叶天正一脸愁容地练习着洒水术，只见他感应着身体内部的水系能量，然后通过精神力勾连这些水系异能之力，形成洒水术的灵物。一滴滴水形成洒落在了四周的3米范围内。垃圾区区洒水术前身都只修炼到了入门，就这水平估计连环卫公部门都不要。叶天满脸愁容地吐槽道，随后他一次次施展洒水术，希望将其提升到小成境界。只是他才刚刚施展了10几次洒水术，就感觉身体内部的水系异能耗尽，而且就连身体也变得疲惫不堪。无奈他只好停止修炼，去泡个热水澡。随着时间的流逝，叶天躺在浴缸中迷迷糊糊地睡着，突然脑袋中出现了一个声音：水之力加1。叶天以为自己出现幻觉，紧接着他眼前又出现了一个数据面板，宿主叶天，境界初级艺术学徒，天赋异能水系 F 级16%，艺术 F 级洒水术入门，这是金手指。叶天瞪大了双眸，紧接着脸上露出了狂喜神色。紧接着他开始仔细端详这个面板。从数据来看，我的水系天赋异能虽然距离1级还很遥远，但确实在进步。可天赋异能每个人进步是固定的，除非是那种无比罕见的天才地宝，才有一定几率进化自己的天赋异能。莫非是和我这个金手指有关？刚想到，只有一道提示音响起，水之力加1。这时候他发现水系 F 级变成了17%，这代表他获得的水之力能够提升他的水系天赋异能，而这水之力应该是从泡澡水中吸收来的。这发现让叶天兴奋不已，紧接着叶天便在浴缸中一直泡着，直到一股热流席卷全身。只见他蓝光一闪，水系天赋异能升级到水系1级0%。不过稍后他就发现了一个问题，水系异能到了1级以后再泡澡就很难获取水之力，泡了差不多1个半小时才勉强获得了一点水之力，这和刚开始那会儿真是天差地别。看来天赋异能等级越高，从水中获取水之力就越快。叶天暗叹道，忽然他想到了一件事情，既然我能从水里面获得水之力，那么我是否可以从火里面获得火之力？心里刚想着的叶天就准备立刻行动。只见他来到厨房，将煤气灶的火焰打开，然后他将手掌缓缓地放在了火焰之上。当手掌被火焰灼烧的一片红透，正准备抽回来休息一下的时候，一道提示音响起，火之力加1。看到这个结果，叶天无比激动。随后他打开了数据面板，宿主叶天，境界初级艺术学徒，天赋异能水系1级1%，火系未觉醒1%，艺术 F 级洒水术入门，只要凑齐100点火之力就可以觉醒火系天赋异能。于是叶天一次次触碰火焰，几个小时之后，只见叶天的周身散发着红光，而此时体内一股红色的力量正在凝聚。轰的一声，叶天全身红光大胜火系天赋异能之力觉醒，折腾了一晚上，眼看天就亮了。叶天去床上眯了一回，便起床去学校。刚走进教室，就听见一些学生正在讨论一件事情，那就是再过半个月就要举办一场一中高3联赛，举办地点位于等级1星的 F13秘境，而且根据艺术协会以及学校的规定，每一位同学都必须参加，不允许放弃。前10名可得到丰富的奖励，而且在联赛期间，在秘境之中获得的资源都归属自己。听完课的叶天早早地来到了小河边的大树前，经过一晚上的思考，他决定将5行属性都先觉醒，然后再想办法将天赋异能提升。现在来到大树前，便是想觉醒木系天赋异能。只见他将双手贴在大树上，默默等待着。很快脑中便出现了提示：木之力加1。果然需要活的大树才可以吸收到木之力，因为他白天在上课的时候已经测试过，结果整整摸了一天的书桌，结果硬是没任何变化。叶天在大树前站了几个小时，直到傍晚时分，终于觉醒了木系天赋异能。 但他发现面前的大树居然枯萎，这显然是被汲取了太多的木之力才导致的结果。在接下去的几天，他一边用同样的方法觉醒了精细异能和土系异能，还修炼了这几个异能中最基础的法术，用来应对接下去的高3联赛。现在的他已经妥妥的是一个5系异能的觉醒者。不知不觉间，一中联赛悄然来临。叶天满脸兴奋地调出了数据面板，宿主叶天，境界终极艺术学徒，天赋异能水系一级55%，火系一级1%，木系一级12%，金系地级1%，土系一级1%，艺术 F 级洒水术小成，E 级水照术入门，E 级金针术小成。不过最让叶天开心和满意的是自己的身体素质，经过5系觉醒的改造，他的身体素质已经可媲美巅峰艺术学徒。
This is the physical prowess resulting from the awakening of 5 innate abilities and the cumulative effects of promotions. He could easily overpower many sorcery apprentices just with his physical prowess alone. However, he doesn't boast about it. Among the seniors at First High School, there are genuine practitioners with formidable strength. His combat strength is still far from that of a true mystic, so he must continue to improve. Tomorrow is the First High School League. I heard that the secret realm contains various resources. If I can find rare trees or metallic ores, I could quickly enhance my innate abilities. Yi Tian had tested it before. Once his metal-based innate abilities reached D rank, ordinary metals were useless. He tried using iron, but couldn't absorb any gold energy. Only metals of the blue iron grade could enhance his gold attribute innate abilities. Once his other innate abilities reach D rank, the same situation will arise, and ordinary water, soil, and trees will become useless. Before he knew it, another day had passed. The Senior League competition at Donghai No. 1 High School officially began today. Chapter 4, The Nourishing Life in the Wilderness. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tian and the other students from the water element class, led by teacher Li Xian, set off for the F-13 secret realm. Many were feeling quite nervous. They had never engaged in actual combat before, and this time they would have to enter the secret realm. Though they wouldn't encounter demon beasts, they might face fierce beasts and would have to fight them. For some timid individuals, this was undoubtedly a major trial. However, Yi Tian was eagerly anticipating it. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the F-13 secret realm. At that moment, students from other senior classes of Donghai No. 1 High School had also arrived, gathering in large numbers. Donghai No. 1 High School had various classes such as water-type and fire-type classes, with a total of around 700 students, plus several genius classes, each with around 200 to 300 students. These genius classes were the ones the school truly valued, while Yi Tian's class was just an ordinary one. To enter a genius class, one must possess a talent ability of C rank or higher. Clearly, Yi Tian was not yet qualified to enter a genius class. "Everyone, come and collect a wristwatch," shouted Ms. Li Xian. This wristwatch is equipped with an energy shield. Without it, one could easily lose their life. Additionally, the wristwatch has a recording function. "Everyone, once you enter the secret realm, you must stay for 3 days. After 3 days, you may exit. However, if you encounter a life-threatening situation, activating the energy shield will result in immediate elimination. The purpose of sending you into the secret realm is to hone your combat abilities. You will encounter many fierce beasts. After defeating them, you can use the wristwatch to take photos and record them, which will be converted into points. The rankings will be determined by points, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards." When Li Xian mentioned the top 10, she shook her head slightly. She didn't think any of her classmates could make it into the top 10. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, Donghai First High School now had more than 10 students who had reached the level of an. How could they compete with the geniuses from the special class? Once all the students had received their wristwatches, they entered the secret realm one by one. The entrance to the secret realm was a massive corridor, approximately 30 meters long, with walls entirely made of various precious metals. These metals must be extremely valuable. Should we touch them? The thought crossed his mind, but he dared not act on it. The Summer Kingdom strictly guards the entrance to the secret realm. If he were to touch these metals and cause any issues, he would likely be held accountable, thereby exposing his abilities. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After passing through the passageway, he entered the secret realm, with no sense of teleportation throughout the entire journey. Upon entering the secret realm, there was an open field ahead, and beyond that lay a dense forest. Swish! 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 One after another, students sprinted forward, gradually spreading out in all directions. Some students tried to form groups for safety, but this also made them more likely to attract the attention of fierce beasts. If there was a reckless person in the group, they'd be in trouble. Yi Tian didn't team up with any classmates and left alone. There were few beasts near the entrance to the secret realm, almost none to be seen. To hunt fierce beasts, one must venture deep into the secret realm. Yi Tian wasn't in a hurry to hunt beasts. He wasn't even interested in the top 10 rankings. His primary goal in the secret realm was to find metal ores, spirit trees, spirit soil, spirit fire, and other resources to quickly enhance his innate abilities. Beast. Yi Tian spotted a blood-red wild wolf moving swiftly. As the wolf approached within 10 meters of him, he immediately cast the golden needle technique. Puff! The golden needle technique pierced through the wolf's skull, severely injuring it with a single strike. However, it didn't die immediately, clearly because the golden needle technique hadn't penetrated its brain. However, Yi Tian sprinted forward and delivered a punch to the wolf's head. Crack! The wolf's head shattered, and it was killed instantly. He then took a photo and uploaded it, clearly seeing his points increase by 2. The golden needle technique is still not mastered. If I had directly pierced the wild wolf's heart, it would have been killed with a single strike. Yi Tian continued forward, but the spirit tree wasn't easy to find, and the metal ore was also hard to come by. Over an hour later, Yi Tian had already killed 3 fierce beasts but had no other gains. Suddenly, boom! The sound of battle echoed from the distance ahead. Yi Tian immediately ran over to investigate. It's the students from the genius class. Yi Tian saw over a dozen students surrounding a giant snake, attempting to the fruits on the tree behind it. This giant snake is incredibly powerful. Though it's not a true demon beast, its defensive capabilities are at least on par with those of ordinary demon beasts. Even novice would struggle to break through its defenses. No wonder it requires these gifted class students to surround it. Yi Tian didn't join in but watched silently. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared, casting a water-based water bullet technique. Boom! The water bullet technique instantly killed the giant snake. C-rank water-based supernatural technique water bullet technique. This beauty is Lin Xingya from the genius class. Yi Tian had heard of this genius beauty, who was a B-rank water-type innate ability user, and reportedly had already reached the intermediate level of martial arts, making her extremely powerful. After Lin Xingya killed the giant snake, she turned to the students. The crimson yang fruit on that crimson yang tree is mine. Do any of you have any objections? The group's expressions changed, and they felt annoyed but dared not object. There was nothing they could do. Among them, only 2 were junior-level practitioners, and the rest were merely peak-level apprentices. Even combined, they were no match for Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya, we're leaving right now. The group left in disgrace. Lin Xingya then picked the dozen or so crimson yang fruits from the tree and quickly departed. After they had left, Yi Tian Kai walked over. Red yang fruits, such valuable items. They can enhance the cultivation of fire attribute innate ability users and significantly refine physical prowess. A single red yang fruit can fetch 300,000. Yi Tian didn't pay much attention to the crimson yang fruits. His gaze was fixed on the crimson yang tree. To him, the value of the crimson yang tree far exceeded that of the crimson yang fruits. This crimson sun tree should allow me to instantly elevate my wood attribute innate abilities to D rank. Yi Tian placed both hands on the crimson sun tree. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. Wood power is increasing so quickly. After about an hour and a half, his wood type innate ability had finally reached D rank. The leaves of the crimson sun tree have withered, but its life force is still vibrant. We can continue extracting wood power. He would stay here today and do whatever it takes to elevate his wood type innate ability to C rank. Midday. Yi Tian was feeling hungry, so he cut off a piece of giant snake meat, then used his fire type innate ability to create flames and ignite a pile of dry grass, preparing to grill it for lunch. Next, he took out a piece of iron and infused it with his gold-based innate ability, slowly shaping it into an iron pot. This was a simple task that didn't require any special gold-based techniques. Then, he crafted iron chopsticks and a spoon. Once the iron pot was ready, he prepared to make snake soup. He had brought seasonings, and there was also giant snake meat and a pot. As for water, although there was none nearby, he was a water elemental talent user. Water sprinkle technique, go! After casting an F-rank water-based technique, the pot was already half full of water, pure, uncontaminated water. As a 5-element natural talent, I can live comfortably anywhere. Yi Tian thought to himself. Soon, the giant snake barbecue and giant snake soup were ready. Chapter 5, Level 1 Demon Beast, the Golden Monkey. After eating their fill, Yi Tian touched the crimson yang tree with one hand while practicing the water shield technique with the other. Night fell. Yi Tian finally elevated his wood attribute innate ability to C rank, marking his first C rank innate ability. My physical prowess has improved once again. If he continued like this, he might one day be able to match and solely based on his physical prowess. If he engaged in close combat with them, he might even be able to defeat them outright. Even after reaching C rank in his wood attribute innate ability, the crimson yang tree remained effective, allowing him to absorb approximately 1 point of wood energy every hour. At this rate, he could only absorb 24 points of wood energy per day. Even if he stays here until he leaves the secret realm, he won't be able to upgrade his wood type innate ability to B rank. Stay here for the night and leave at dawn. A night passed. Yi Tian ate a little more before leaving the area. Afterward, he encountered several fierce beasts, killed them, and obtained some points. However, he did not encounter any spirit trees similar to the Crimson Yang tree, and even if he had, he would not have had the time to slowly absorb the wood energy. He wanted to find a portable 5 elements material so he could constantly absorb the 5 elements energy and enhance his innate abilities. After searching for several hours, he didn't find any materials that could enhance his innate abilities, but he did find a spiritual herb. This is golden yang grass, a low-grade spiritual herb. It can be used to heal injuries, and many shops buy it. Each one is worth 5,000 coins. Yi Tian carefully dug up the golden yang grass, made a small wooden box, placed it inside, and then put it away. There were many spiritual herbs in the secret realm, but most were low-grade ones. If one searched carefully, it was still possible to find some, and making a little money wasn't a problem. Somewhere else in the secret realm, Xiao Dong was searching for the tracks of fierce beasts. He was a student in the Fire Element Genius class, a beginner-level practitioner who had mastered 6 techniques, making him quite powerful. His goal this time was also to rank in the top 10. To secure a spot in the top 10, it's best to target powerful beasts, such as those on par with peak-level apprentices. These are already quasi-demon beasts. Killing one would yield a significant number of points. Beasts that are only on par with junior-level apprentices, even if killed, would only yield 1 point. Killing too many such ordinary beasts wouldn't be enough to make it into the top 10. This place is extremely quiet, not even the sound of insects can be heard. It must be the territory of a quasi-demon beast, Xiao Dong speculated. Soon, he arrived at a bamboo mountain. At that moment, he spotted a golden ape shimmering with golden light. What is that? His entire body trembled, and without a word, he prepared to flee. It was a golden ape. Though it was merely a newly evolved golden ape, a level 1 demon beast, its bloodline was powerful, a true A-rank bloodline. Demon beasts value bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying their combat power at the same level, much like the ability levels of gifted individuals with innate abilities. For example, among novice psychic users, an A-rank psychic ability is definitely stronger than a B-rank psychic ability. A level 1 golden ape has a body as hard as steel. Even if you use your most powerful techniques to attack it, you'd struggle to break through its defenses. Even those at the intermediate level of are no match for this golden monkey, let alone him. At that moment, the golden ape also spotted Xiao Dong, let out a roar, and in a single stride covered over 10 meters, charging toward Xiao Dong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Dong was caught up. Fire snake technique. A fire snake lunged toward the golden ape. However, this E-rank fire-based technique was no match for the golden ape. The fire snake collided with its body and disintegrated instantly, burning only a few strands of fur. Just then, the golden ape swung its palm toward him. With the frail physique of an user, if hit by that slap, one would likely die instantly. Fire shield technique. A layer of fiery red shield enveloped Xiao Dong's body. However, his fire shield technique was only at the beginner's level, and its defensive capabilities were far from sufficient. Crack! The golden monkey's single palm strike shattered the fire shield technique, and another strike crushed it completely. Immediately afterward, the golden monkey clapped its hands together, seemingly intending to crush Xiao Dong to death. But just then, Xiao Dong's wristwatch activated a layer of energy shield, blocking the golden ape's attack. Seeing this, Xiao Dong breathed a sigh of relief. This energy shield was equivalent to a D-rank defensive technique, and it was activated at full power. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. The energy shield began to tremble violently, as if it couldn't hold out much longer. This is the power of a level 1 golden ape? That's terrifying. Xiao Dong didn't sit idly by. He charged forward while enduring the energy shield, but was repeatedly knocked back by the golden monkey. A minute passed, and the energy shield began to crack. Just as he thought he was about to die, a hand grabbed him, and the surrounding trees quickly retreated. He knew he was saved. It was clearly one of the school teachers. However, this also meant he had been eliminated, and his score was locked. Outside the F-13 secret realm, the teachers were also aware of the appearance of a level 1 golden ape in the secret realm. A level 1 golden ape? Its strength is likely on par with that of an intermediate or advanced. These students haven't experienced much combat and lack combat experience. Even Lin Xingya, an intermediate, wouldn't be a match for the golden ape. None of them stand a chance against it, and even the energy shields in their wristwatches won't last long. Should we intervene and kill the golden ape to prevent any accidents? A teacher suggested. However, the other teachers disagreed. It's just a golden ape. What danger could it pose? These students need to grow up quickly. We can't protect them forever. Plus, I heard there's been some trouble over there, and even many college students have gone to help. They'll need to take the college entrance exam in a few months. If they get into university, they'll face even more dangerous situations. That's right. Although Donghai City is relatively safe, the demon cult has been causing trouble recently, and there are plenty of problems. These students can't grow up in a sheltered environment forever. A little danger is nothing to panic about. Right, keep the golden ape. If any student manages to kill it, they'll get 500 points. Seeing that most of the teachers agreed to keep the golden ape, the others didn't dare to say anything. However, they must also be prepared to rescue the students at any moment to prevent them from being killed by the golden monkey. Soon, many students in the secret realm also learned of the golden ape's existence, and some students with special abilities prepared to team up and kill it. The golden ape was a valuable demon beast. Even if only one person could obtain the points, the others could still get its body materials. Moreover, who knows, maybe the one to kill the golden ape could be themselves. Soon, some students located the golden ape, but they all underestimated its power. One by one, they were knocked out of their energy shields and eliminated, then taken away by the teachers. Nevertheless, the students managed to inflict some damage on the golden ape. Before they knew it, it was the third day. A mountain valley. The golden ape was surrounded by 7. These 7 were the 7 geniuses of the genius class, each possessing B-rank innate abilities and having mastered 1 or even 2 C-rank supernatural techniques, with their cultivation levels all reaching the intermediate stage of supernatural practitioners. Lin Qingya, Zhang Xiao, Li Xiaohe, Gao Weiwei. The 7 of them briefly discussed the plan and decided to attack the golden ape together. Let's kill the golden ape first. We'll decide later who gets the points, and the one who gets the points will compensate the other 6 with something else. Lin Qingya suggested. Alright. The other 6 agreed. Boom! The 7 engaged in fierce combat with the golden ape, forcing it to retreat step by step. However, its physique was incredibly robust, and its defensive capabilities were extraordinary, effortlessly withstanding the C-rank attacks of the 7 intermediate practitioners. The golden ape's attacks were also extremely powerful, with each strike rivaling the power of a C-rank attack. As time passed, the golden ape's injuries grew deeper, and its strength gradually weakened. However, just as they thought the golden ape was about to collapse, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from its body. Boom! The golden ape erupted with golden energy, then charged forward with tremendous force, sending Lin Qingya and the other 7 flying backward, all sustaining severe injuries. Innate technique golden fist strike. Lin Qingya and the others were utterly shocked. Demonic beasts could also perform supernatural techniques, but their techniques weren't primarily cultivated through training, they originated from their bloodlines. However, many demon beasts are unable to awaken the extraordinary techniques within their bloodlines, and those that can are few and far between. The golden ape was merely a level 1 demon beast, and had only recently evolved and broken through its previous stage, yet it had already unleashed the golden strike, the most suitable extraordinary technique for its kind. The diamond strike isn't an exceptionally powerful innate technique, but when performed by a diamond ape, it was on par with a C-rank technique mastered to perfection. Just as Lin Qingya and the others thought they were in trouble, the golden monkey suddenly fled. It was only then that they realized. This golden ape forced the use of its innate technique, and it must be suffering from bloodline backlash. Its injuries must be severe. Pursue it. However, they were also injured, and their speed had slowed significantly. In comparison, the golden ape was a demon beast known for its speed, and the backlash from its bloodline hadn't yet manifested. In the blink of an eye, it had already left the others far behind, out of sight. Chapter 6, Slaying the Golden Ape. There's a bamboo mountain here. Yi Tian walked up and saw various thick bamboo stalks. Bamboo is also a type of wood material, but these ordinary bamboos would be of no use to him. He wanted to search for spiritual bamboo. If he could find some, cutting it down and bringing it back would be a good idea. The crimson yang tree was too large and its trunk was too sturdy for him to carry away. Soon, he arrived at the top of the bamboo mountain. That's... Yi Tian's gaze fixed on a purple gold bamboo, emitting a faint purple gold glow. The bamboo wasn't thick, with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters and about a dozen joints. If he hadn't guessed wrong, it should be the spiritual bamboo, the purple gold bamboo. Purple gold bamboo has the ability to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Such a spiritual bamboo must have a guardian beast. Instantly, his expression grew solemn, and he grew tense. However, after scanning the surroundings, he detected no sign of the purple gold bamboo's guardian beast, so he decided not to wait any longer. Crack! Yi Tian exerted all his strength, and after several minutes, he finally broke the purple gold bamboo. He then prepared to leave the area with the bamboo in hand. But just as he was about to leave, he discovered a spring. He touched the spring water with his hand and felt a surge of energy. This was no ordinary spring. And before long, water power +1. At that moment, he finally knew what the spring water was. Spiritual spring water. His water-based innate ability had already reached E rank, and yet he could absorb water power so quickly. Now it must be spirit spring water. Staying here for 1 or 2 hours would definitely allow me to elevate my water-type innate ability to D rank, or even C rank. He wanted to stay here. So, he immersed himself in the spirit spring, one hand still clutching the purple gold bamboo. This way, he could simultaneously absorb both water energy and wood energy. Wood energy +1. Water power +1. He watched his water-based innate abilities and wood-based innate abilities gradually improve, feeling very pleased. However, his wood attribute innate ability had already reached C rank, so it took a long time to gain even a little wood energy. On the other hand, water energy was gained much more quickly. After about an hour and a half, Yi-Tian's water type innate ability finally reached D rank. At this point, his physical attributes improved slightly once more. Keep soaking in the spiritual spring water. After soaking for another 10 or so minutes, a sudden noise erupted. Immediately, he emerged from the spiritual spring. Suddenly, a massive golden ape charged toward him from the distance, its body covered in bloodstains. It's a level 1 demon beast, the golden ape. Yi-Tian's expression also changed. His current cultivation level was merely that of an intermediate level apprentice, far inferior to a first-tier demon beast, let alone such a powerful one. Such a demon beast could crush him with a single swipe. Meanwhile, the golden ape, seeing that its spiritual bamboo had been cut down by Yi-Tian and its spiritual spring occupied, immediately revealed its murderous intent. This is bad. This seems to be the golden ape's lair, and I've been targeted. Yi-Tian wanted to flee, but upon seeing the golden ape's speed, he realized he had no speed-based demon arts and couldn't outrun it. This golden ape is injured, and it seems like it's pretty bad. Maybe I can take a chance. Yi-Tian clenched his teeth and decided to act. Though he hadn't yet reached the realm of an, his strength was by no means inferior to that of an, and his physical body was powerful, possessing 5 innate abilities he might not necessarily lose. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Golden Needle Technique. Yi-Tian waved his hand, and the Golden Needle Technique at the initial stage was unleashed. A golden needle shot toward the golden ape's eye at an incredible speed. The golden ape's physical defense was terrifying. The Golden Needle Technique at the minor achievement realm couldn't break through its defense. The only way was to attack its eyes. The golden monkey reacted swiftly, closing its eyes. The golden needle struck its eyelid but failed to injure its eyeball. In the next instant, the golden ape had closed in, swiping its palm toward Yi-Tian. Water Shield Technique. The basic water shield technique formed a water-based protective barrier around him. However, under the golden monkey's attack, the water shield technique was completely ineffective. Crack! The water shield technique was shattered with a single blow, and the ape's paw continued to descend. At that moment, Yi-Tian concentrated earth type, gold type, fire type, and wood type on his skin, attempting to enhance his defensive power to withstand the golden ape's strike. Without any other defensive abilities, he could only resort to this crude method to enhance his defense. Bang! Yi-Tian was knocked flying by the strike, and the 4 types of ability energies on his skin were scattered. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptionally strong, allowing him to endure the blow. Though his chi and blood surged violently, he suffered no serious injuries. As expected, this golden ape is severely injured. Otherwise, even with my physical prowess, I wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. As the golden ape continued its attack, Yi-Tian activated the water spray technique. Whoosh! A stream of water landed on the golden ape's head, and under the force of the water, it instinctively closed its eyes. Yi-Tian then performed the golden needle technique, waiting for the moment the golden ape opened its eyes. Sure enough, the golden ape felt the water disappear and opened its eyes. Now! Put! The golden needles formed by the golden needle technique pierced directly through the golden monkey's eyes. Instantly, the golden monkey let out an agonizing scream as a large amount of blood gushed out of its eyes. Without those worthless techniques, it all comes down to how well you use them. No one could have imagined that the simple water sprinkle technique combined with the golden needle technique could injure the golden ape. However, after its eyes were gouged out, the golden monkey became even more ferocious. Water shield technique. Yi-Tian once again used the water shield technique to protect himself, but the shield was shattered, and his body was knocked back several meters by the golden monkey. Water shield technique. Water shield technique. Water shield technique. Yi-Tian cast it repeatedly until finally, his water shield technique broke through the constraints, advancing him to the minor achievement realm. At the minor achievement realm, the water shield technique's defensive effect was doubled. This time, the golden monkey attacked Yi-Tian again, but could only barely break through the water shield technique, unable to harm Yi-Tian further. Of course, Yi-Tian's water-based supernatural power was nearly depleted. However, the golden monkey's condition was also deteriorating rapidly. He once again used the water sprinkle technique in conjunction with the golden needle technique, successfully blinding the golden monkey's other eye. With both eyes blinded, the golden monkey could no longer see anything and naturally could not hit Yi-Tian. Thus, Yi-Tian periodically attacked the golden monkey's vulnerable areas with the golden needle technique. 10 minutes later, the golden monkey could no longer withstand the attacks and collapsed, turning into a lifeless corpse. Phew, finally got rid of it. Yi-Tian collapsed onto the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. At this point, not only had his water type been depleted, but his gold type was also exhausted, and the other 3 types of had been depleted by more than half. A golden ape with an A-rank bloodline must be worth a lot of points. I'll take a photo and upload it first. Yi-Tian quickly took a photo and uploaded it. Soon, the points were credited to his account. There's an extra 500 points. This time, I might be able to enter the top 10. Yi Tian smiled. Moreover, the corpse of a golden ape is worth more than that of some second-tier demon beasts, and it could fetch a hefty sum. He then soaked in the spiritual spring water, restoring his physical strength and supernatural abilities while absorbing the water's energy. Soon, Lin Qingya and the other 6 arrived. This golden monkey came to its own lair, probably to use something here to heal its wounds. We should kill it quickly. However, when they arrived at the bamboo mountain, they saw the golden monkey's corpse and Yi Tian soaking in the spiritual spring water. Chapter 7, The Water Therapy Technique Inheritance Orb. The golden monkey is dead. They were taken aback. Even a severely injured golden monkey wasn't something an ordinary novice practitioner could kill. Who is this guy? Zhang Xiao asked. We don't know him. The other 6 shook their heads. The more powerful from the genius class, they all recognized, and none of them were Yi Tian. He doesn't seem to be a practitioner, he's an apprentice. Lin Qingya noticed. You're right. The other 6 were shocked. Of course, they didn't think Yi Tian was particularly strong, they just assumed that the injuries from the golden ape had been exacerbated by bloodline backlash, making them too severe for Yi Tian to have been caught off guard. Yi Tian also noticed Lin Qingya and the others. These were the geniuses from the senior class of first high school. Though he couldn't recognize them all, he could roughly guess who a few of them were. May I ask what brings you here, students? Yi Tian asked casually. Zhang Xiao coldly replied, Do you know that this golden ape was injured by us? You took advantage of the situation. What do you have to say? Whoever kills the prey gets it. What I killed is naturally mine. Is there a problem? Yi Tian didn't back down at all. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiao at all. Even though Zhang Xiao was a genius, Yi Tian knew he wouldn't take long to surpass him. Hand over the purple gold bamboo in your hands, and this matter will be settled. Zhang Xiao had set his sights on this purple gold bamboo. Such bamboo could gather the essence of heaven and earth. Though its effectiveness had greatly diminished after being broken, it still had numerous uses and could fetch several 100,000 yuan. Get out! Yi Tian coldly snapped. He needed this purple gold bamboo to enhance his would attribute innate ability to be rank. There was no way he would give it to Zhang Xiao. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to act, Lin Qingya interjected, Zhang Xiao, let it go. We're all classmates, there's no need to be so harsh. Since this classmate killed the golden ape, it belongs to him. After all, he has no obligation to share it with us. Since Lin Qingya had spoken, Zhang Xiao couldn't say anything else. If he were to the purple gold bamboo from Yi Tian's hands, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by Lin Qingya. So he immediately changed his tone. Lin Qingya is right. Let's just forget about this matter. After that, everyone left one by one. However, Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that Zhang Xiao was unlikely to let this go so easily. He had heard of Zhang Xiao, a genius from a humble background with limited family resources, but possessing extraordinary talent. He had quickly risen through the ranks thanks to investment from a company. This time, he had killed the golden ape, which undoubtedly cost Zhang Xiao a significant loss. Zhang Xiao must be heartbroken. People like Lin Qingya had powerful backgrounds and substantial wealth, they truly didn't care about such losses. He didn't want to offend anyone or cause trouble, but sometimes trouble seemed to find him. Forget it. In time, my strength will surpass Zhang Xiao's, and if he dares to cause trouble, he is asking for trouble. Yi Tian didn't think too much about it and continued soaking in the spiritual spring water. As time passed, the 3-day deadline drew nearer. Finally, Yi Tian had cultivated his water attribute innate ability to see rank through the spiritual spring water. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Intermediate Sorcery Apprentice. Special abilities, Water C rank 1 100, Fire E rank 3 100, Wood C rank 12 100, Metal D rank 1 100, Earth E rank 3 100. Supernatural abilities, F rank Water Sprinkling Technique Basic Mastery, E rank Water Shield Technique Basic Mastery, E rank Golden Needle Technique Basic Mastery. My water type innate ability has reached C rank. It's about time to go. He glanced at the spiritual spring water and wore a look of regret. This spiritual spring water should still be somewhat useful to him. Soaking in it for a day might allow him to gain a few points of water power, and soaking for a month might even allow him to upgrade his water type innate ability to be rank. However, he couldn't take the entire spring with him, and taking just a little wouldn't make a difference. Let us go. Yi Tian held the purple gold bamboo and dragged the corpse of the golden ape toward the exit of the secret realm. Along the way, the aura emanating from the golden ape's corpse kept many fierce beasts at bay, and he didn't encounter a single one. Soon, he arrived at the exit of the secret realm and stepped out. Golden ape. Many students were astonished to see Yi Tian emerge dragging the corpse of the golden monkey. What was even more shocking was that the one who had killed the golden ape was Yi Tian. Especially the students from the water elemental class, who were all speechless with shock. They knew exactly what kind of power Yi Tian possessed. He was just a novice apprentice who could only use water shooting techniques. How could he possibly kill a golden ape? Maybe he found it. They speculated in their hearts. For example, a mid-level practitioner like Lin Xingye killed the golden ape but didn't bother with the corpse, so she left it behind, only for Yi Tian to pick it up. But soon, they realized it wasn't something Yi Tian had picked up. Next, we will announce the top 10 rankings. As for the results outside the top 10, you may inquire with your own teachers. A teacher from the genius class said. First place, Lin Xingye, 682 points. Second place, Li Xiaohe, 628 points. Third place, Zhang Xiao, 577 points. Fourth place, Yi Tian, 576 points. Fifth place, Gao Weiwei, 566 points. Fourth place isn't bad either. Yi Tian was quite satisfied. He had hardly hunted any fierce beasts. If he had continued hunting them, with the 500 points from the golden ape, he would have definitely secured first place. However, if he had actually secured first place, it would have attracted too much attention, which wouldn't be a good thing. At that moment, Lin Xingye, who had secured first place, was also somewhat surprised. She had thought Yi Tian would win first place. After all, he had killed the golden ape and earned 500 points. This guy is really lucky. Zhang Xiao was deeply dissatisfied. He believed that if Yi Tian hadn't luckily obtained the 500 points from the golden ape, his real score would have been 76 points, clearly showing how weak Yi Tian's true strength was. Soon, the rewards for the top 10 began to be distributed. First place received a B rank and 500,000 yuan in prize money. Any B rank was worth 1 million yuan, showing how generous the school was. Second place was slightly less impressive, with a C rank and 500,000 yuan in prize money. Third place received a C rank and 400,000 yuan in prize money. Yi Tian came in fourth place, receiving a C rank and 300,000 yuan in prize money. Fifth place received a C rank and 200,000 yuan in prize money. The rewards for 6th to 10th place were the same, a C rank and 100,000 yuan in prize money. Yi Tian, which C rank do you want to choose? Teacher Li Xian walked up to Yi Tian and asked. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Teacher, I want the C rank water-type water therapy. Hydrotherapy is a medical-type supernatural ability that can heal others and oneself. Yi Tian believed that with his 5 innate abilities, he would undoubtedly acquire more in the future. He did not lack offensive-type abilities, but healing-type abilities were rare, with only a few wood-type and water-type healing abilities available. Therefore, he wanted to choose water therapy. Yi Tian, water therapy technique is a C rank technique. You need a C rank water-type innate ability to have any hope of mastering it. Li Xian reminded him. Ms. Li, I found a rare treasure in the secret realm. After consuming it, my water-type talent has reached C rank. Therefore, I can cultivate water therapy. Yi Tian was preparing to showcase his true strength later. If he continued to display F-rank water-type innate talent, it would be difficult to explain. Taking this opportunity to claim he had enhanced his water-type innate ability using a rare treasure, his cultivation would quickly rise to the level of a technique master, leaving no room for suspicion. Your water-type innate ability has reached C rank? Teacher Li Xian was shocked. She took out a water talent stone from her body and prepared to test Yi Tian's water-type innate ability potential level. Yi Tian held the water talent stone and channeled his water-type ability energy into it. One after another, rings of light appeared. 1 ring represented F rank, 2 rings represented E rank, and 3 rings represented D rank. At that moment, the water talent stone emitted 4 rings of light, indicating that Yi Tian's water-type innate ability had reached C rank. It's really C rank. Li Xian no longer doubted it, but couldn't help but think that Yi Tian's luck was simply too good. To elevate an F-rank water-type innate ability to C rank was of immense value. If used by a C rank innate ability user, it might even be able to reach B rank. Let's head back to school. By noon, your water therapy technique inheritance orb will be sent to you. Li Xian put away the water talent stone and said, abilities of C rank or higher are extremely complex and require an inheritance sphere to record them. Otherwise, even by studying the ability manuals, it would take years to memorize them, and mistakes are easy to make. The ability inheritance sphere is far more convenient. Half an hour later, Yi Tian had already returned to Donghai First High School. His 300,000 yuan prize money had already been transferred to his account, and he was just waiting for the water therapy technique inheritance sphere at noon. As for the golden ape corpse, he sold it directly to the school, which paid him 200,000 yuan. By around noon, the hydrotherapy technique inheritance sphere arrived. Yi Tian took the hydrotherapy technique inheritance sphere and returned home. Upon arriving, he placed the sphere on his forehead, entered his consciousness into it, and began receiving the hydrotherapy technique inheritance. Boom! A flood of information poured into his mind, and soon Yi Tian had memorized the cultivation techniques of the water therapy art. Next, I'll go to the second underground mall to purchase more C rank, and then spend the remaining time diligently improving my strength to break through to the practitioner realm. Chapter 8: Forbidden Technique: The Art of Enlightenment. The prices of C rank vary widely. Top tier C rank can cost hundreds of thousands, while even lower tier C rank can still exceed 10,000. Yi Tian planned to purchase a few ordinary C rank techniques. There was no need to go for the best. If his innate ability's maximum rank were to remain at C rank in the future, he would definitely purchase the top tier C rank techniques. However, his innate ability level might improve in the future, and at that point, he would need to cultivate B rank or even A rank techniques, rendering C rank techniques useless. Therefore, there was no need for him to buy the best C rank techniques. Second underground mall. Yi Tian arrived here and entered a magic technique shop. There were many magic technique inheritance spheres for sale, including even B rank ones, with a fairly complete selection. He carefully selected for a while and eventually chose 4 C rank supernatural abilities. C rank metal type technique, sword shadow technique. This technique can condense a series of sword shadows, possessing considerable destructive power. C rank wood type wood vine technique. This technique can form a vine to restrain an enemy's movements. C rank fire type mystical art explosion technique. This mystical art can inflict damage over a large area, similar to the effect of a bomb. Additionally, there is the C rank earth armor technique, a defensive technique that forms a layer of earth-based armor on the body, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Cultivating supernatural techniques can increase one's cultivation level. If I can master a C rank supernatural technique, my cultivation level will rise rapidly, and I'll soon become a peak level supernatural technique apprentice, capable of challenging the realm of supernatural practitioners. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, he also knew that C rank would be extremely difficult to cultivate, and since he was practicing multiple simultaneously, it would inevitably take a lot of time, and his progress might not match that of those with a single attribute innate ability. Should I focus on mastering a single first? Yi Tian pondered this question. However, at present, he could only cultivate the wood vine technique and water healing technique. The innate abilities corresponding to the other techniques had not yet reached C rank. Therefore, he purchased a large quantity of metal spirit ores in the underground mall, such as blue iron ore, as well as a fire-attributed crystal or flame crystal and some spirit soil. Spiritual soil is primarily used for cultivating spiritual plants, but Yi Tian plans to use it to enhance his earth-based innate abilities. With these purchases, he should be able to elevate all his innate abilities to C rank. However, this purchase cost him several million, significantly reducing his net worth. However, for the sake of strength, this expense was well worth it. Half a month later. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Sorcery Apprentice. Innate abilities, Water type C rank 100, Fire type C rank 100, Wood type C rank 67 100, Metal type C rank 100, Earth type C rank 100. Mystical arts, F rank Water sprinkling technique mastered, E rank Water shield technique basic, E rank Golden needle technique mastered, C rank Water therapy technique beginner, C rank Wood vine technique beginner. Finally, I'd become an advanced master of special techniques. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. However, due to the short time, he had only managed to cultivate water therapy technique and wood vine technique to the beginner level, while the other C rank special techniques remained untouched. Nevertheless, with his current physical strength and these techniques, he could already easily defeat ordinary practitioners who had just broken through. Water element genius class. Yi Tian was now a student in the genius class, which had happened on the 3rd day after he returned from the secret realm. The water element genius class had a total of 21 students, 7 of whom were practitioners, 13 were peak apprentices, and the rest were advanced apprentices. It can be said that Yi Tian's cultivation level is undoubtedly the lowest among them. And the strongest in the water element genius class is naturally Lin Xingya. Have you heard? A high-level master from the demon god sect caused quite a stir in our Donghai city, killing 3 masters. The entire city is now searching for this high-level master. I've heard too. Many people have been deceived by the demon god cult. I heard a rumor that one of our school's students was lured by the demon god sect to practice a forbidden technique, causing their cultivation to skyrocket, but their foundation was destroyed. The school found out and is planning to expel that student. Upon hearing the other student's words, Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly. The demon god cult. He was no stranger to this organization. Its predecessor had perished due to practicing forbidden arts, and that forbidden art had been disseminated by the demon god sect. His predecessor had purchased it from some street vendors for several $1,000s. That secret technique was called the Defying Heaven technique, claimed to enhance innate potential, capable of raising one's potential from F rank to E rank. The predecessor foolishly practiced it and ended up dying. Yi Tian suspected that the so-called Defying Heaven technique was likely a forbidden technique still in its experimental phase, deliberately spread to lure people into practicing it, thereby refining it step by step. The demon cult loves doing such things. One could even call them a bunch of madmen, willing to sacrifice countless lives for the sake of creating forbidden techniques. Of course, if that were all there was to it, it wouldn't be enough to make the Xia kingdom hate them so much. The key is that they worship the demon god and are enemies of humanity, and countless gifted individuals have died at their hands. Soon, the teacher arrived and began the first class of the day. The teacher for the genius class was also Ms. Li Xian, but she was not the homeroom teacher, she was just an ordinary teacher in the genius class. Before class began, Ms. Li Xian announced something. Students, I am here to announce a notice on behalf of the school. Li Yang from the fire element ordinary class has been deceived by the evil god cult and has practiced their forbidden technique, the way of enlightenment. I am unaware if any of you have come into contact with this forbidden technique, but I can assure you that once you practice the enlightenment technique, your future is ruined. The demon god cult does not inform you of the consequences when spreading their forbidden techniques. The enlightenment technique can indeed temporarily enhance your intuition, allowing you to easily cultivate a supernatural technique to the minor, major, or even perfect realm. However, the enlightenment technique consumes your innate talent potential. For example, Li Yang, who originally had an E-rank fire-type innate ability, saw his cultivation of an esoteric art breakthrough after practicing the Taoist art of enlightenment. His cultivation level rose from an intermediate esoteric art apprentice to an advanced esoteric art apprentice. However, his innate ability plummeted to F rank, rendering him unable to cultivate E-rank fire-type esoteric arts ever again, and he may even remain stuck at the advanced esoteric art apprentice level for the rest of his life. You must never pursue temporary increases in power by cultivating the way of enlightenment. At this point, several students' expressions changed, but they quickly returned to normal. It was clear that they had come into contact with the Taoist cultivation technique or were aware of this technique and had considered cultivating it. But now, they definitely wouldn't dare to cultivate it. The way of enlightenment temporarily boosts intuition but consumes innate potential. Yi Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, but forced himself to remain calm. He felt that this Taoist art was meant for him. Consuming innate potential didn't worry him. Even if his innate potential dropped from C rank to F rank, he could still continue to cultivate it back up. Originally, he had worried that in the future, with so many other techniques, he wouldn't have enough time to master them or cultivate them to a high level. But now, he saw hope. If he obtained this forbidden technique of enlightenment, he could cultivate those 5 C-rank techniques to perfection. A C-rank technique at the mastery level, he guarantees that no one in the entire middle school could achieve that. He didn't pay attention in class at all this morning. As soon as school let out, he began planning how to obtain the Taoist art. Go straight to the demon cult? That's out of the question. He dares not get involved with such an organization. Li Yang must have the Taoist art, but he's definitely under surveillance now. If I approach him recklessly, I'll be targeted too. Therefore, buying the enlightenment technique from Li Yang was out of the question. At that moment, he thought of a place. The second underground mall. He remembered that the second underground mall had a shop that sold anything and everything, could obtain anything, only accepted cash transactions, and didn't require any registration. Many contraband items were sourced from there. The key was that this shop had deep connections, which is why it had never caused any trouble. Thus, Yi Tian arrived at the second underground shopping mall and went to the shop named Old Black's General Store. What can I help you with today? The owner of Lao Hei's general store was a middle-aged man with a sharp face and a monkey-like appearance. Upon seeing Yi Tian enter, he immediately asked. Yi Tian wore a black hat, black sunglasses, a mask over his mouth, and dressed in plain, ordinary clothes, something he rarely wore. He was dressed this way to avoid revealing his identity. Sir, do you sell anything here? Yi Tian asked. Old Black narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing Yi Tian's words, seeming to suspect that what Yi Tian wanted to buy was likely not something legitimate. However, he didn't care. As long as you pay, he could get anything. As long as it's not too rare, I can get it. Lao Hei assured him. Seeing that there was no one else in the shop, Yi Tian raised his voice and asked in a rough tone, "Can you get me the art of enlightenment?" The art of enlightenment. Lao Hei was taken aback. This was a forbidden technique. How could a customer want to buy such a forbidden technique? Customer, do you know the flaws of the enlightenment technique? I don't want to deceive you. I do have a way to obtain it, but I must warn you of its flaws beforehand to avoid any trouble later. The enlightenment technique can temporarily enhance one's intuition, but it consumes one's innate potential. Even a genius would become an ordinary person after practicing it. Old Black explained. I know. Yi Tian nodded slightly. My elder's cultivation has reached a certain bottleneck, and they can't break through. I want to take a shot at it using the Taoist art of enlightenment. I see. Lao Hei feigned understanding, but he didn't fully believe Yi Tian's words. Anyway, the flaws had been mentioned, and as for the consequences, he didn't care. The way of enlightenment is a forbidden technique. The Xia Kingdom government strictly prohibits it, and I'll have to take some risks. So, if you want to buy the way of enlightenment, you'll have to pay a hefty sum. Lao Hei smiled like a shrewd merchant. How much? Yi Tian asked. 1 million. Lao Hei held up one finger, stating his price. That's way too expensive. Yi Tian frowned. The demon god sect sells this kind of Taoist cultivation technique at very low prices. Why does it cost 1 million here? Old Black shrugged his hands and said, there's nothing I can do. I have to take risks. Besides, would you dare to get involved with the demon god sect? They're a bunch of madmen. Moreover, if you buy it from me, you don't have to worry about being exposed. I'll pretend you never came here. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before deciding to buy it. When can you get the enlightenment technique? Yi Tian asked. Old Black smiled and said, you have to pay a deposit first. Otherwise, if I get the enlightenment technique and you don't buy it, who will I sell it to? I'll go get the money and come back in an hour. Yi Tian left. Then he went to a bank and withdrew 1 million in cash. In this world, withdrawing money wasn't that complicated. Even withdrawing 10 million was easy. He then returned to Old Black's general store and paid a 300,000 yuan deposit. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, Old Black called him over and took out a black-bound manual from the cabinet. Customer, you're in luck. Someone just sold this enlightenment technique, and we can make the transaction right now. Yi Tian looked at the manual and seriously suspected that Old Black's cabinet contained a pile of similar manuals. Taking a risk? What a joke. This guy was clearly trying to rip him off. However, he had no choice but to pay the remaining 700,000 in cash and take the Taoist cultivation manual. At least the Taoist art was in his hands. Chapter 9, The Diverse Arts Reach Perfection. At home. Yi Tian carefully studied this enlightenment technique, which was recorded in the form of a secret manual, though its content was sparse. Soon, he had finished reading the entire content of the cultivation technique. However, he did not fully understand it. This was quite normal. If one could understand it after just one reading, that would be unusual. His intuition hadn't reached that level yet. Over the next 2 days, he studied the cultivation technique diligently and finally gained a basic understanding, enough to begin practicing. At this point, Yi Tian felt a bit nervous. After all, this was a forbidden technique. The essence of the Taoist cultivation technique lay in the mysterious, indescribable tree depicted in the secret manual. By meditating on it and following the cultivation methods outlined in the technique, one could absorb the power of innate abilities and channel it into the soul, causing one's comprehension to surge dramatically in a short period of time. Boom! As Yi Tian contemplated the indescribable, eerie tree, his soul seemed to grow hungry, craving to devour something. At that moment, he sensed the power of 5 innate abilities, and he could devour them at any time. Let's start by devouring the Earth-attributed innate ability first. I haven't begun cultivating C-rank Earth-attributed techniques yet, so the reduced potential of the Earth-attributed innate ability won't affect my cultivation. Immediately, he began to devour the innate essence of the Earth-type innate ability. Boom! Threads of Earth-attributed innate ability essence were absorbed by Yi Tian. Through the transformation of the indescribably eerie tree, they formed a special energy that poured into his soul. In an instant, Yi Tian felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment. Hurry up and practice water therapy. Yi Tian's water therapy technique was at the beginner's level, but at this moment, his intuition had surged, making the practice feel effortless and easy. Countless flashes of insight and inspiration emerged, as if he were a university student solving elementary math problems. The water therapy technique progressed rapidly, and he gradually immersed himself in it. Only when the water-based was completely depleted did he switch to cultivating the C-rank wood vine technique. In no time, his wood type was also depleted. He then began cultivating the E-rank technique, golden needle technique, which was even easier. Before long, the golden needle technique reached a point where further improvement was impossible. At this point, he thought of the C-rank gold type, sword shadow technique. Throughout the entire process, he was in a state of extreme excitement, as the progress in his techniques was too rapid, and he had become completely obsessed. Suddenly, he realized that the source of his earth-based innate ability was about to dissipate, and only then did he realize that he had absorbed too much of the earth-based innate ability. He immediately stopped. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Sorcery Apprentice. Innate abilities, Water Type C rank 1-100, Fire Type C rank 1-100, Wood Type C rank 70-100, Metal Type C rank 1-100, Earth Type F rank 12-100. Supernatural Arts, F rank Water Sprinkling Technique Mastered, E rank Water Shield Technique Advanced, E rank Golden Needle Technique Perfected, C rank Water Therapy Technique Mastered, C rank Wood Vine Technique Mastered, Sword Shadow Technique Advanced. Water Therapy Technique and Wood Vine Technique. These two C-rank special techniques were mastered from beginner to mastery level, while the Sword Shadow Technique reached minor mastery, and the Golden Needle Technique achieved perfection. Yi Tian was utterly shocked. The progress was too rapid, and his strength had surged far beyond what he could have imagined. Moreover, had his water type and wood type innate abilities not been depleted, he could have cultivated water therapy technique and wood vine technique to the perfect mastery stage if he had focused solely on them. Of course, the price he paid was enormous. His earth type innate ability had dropped from C rank to F rank. For other innate ability users, this would be equivalent to going from a prodigy to A. This forbidden technique is truly deceptive. While it can greatly enhance the mastery of an ability, it depletes its potential entirely, making it highly inefficient. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, he could enhance his own innate ability potential, making this forbidden technique an unparalleled technique for him. He then took out a small amount of spiritual soil, which was left over from his previous use. Spiritual soil was of little use for C-rank Earth-type innate abilities, so he hadn't used it before. But now that he had reverted to F-rank Earth-type innate abilities, the spiritual soil became highly valuable. When Yi Tian touched the spiritual soil, Earth power +1. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. That's pretty good. Buying some better items should help restore the potential of his innate abilities quickly. Once it reaches E-rank or D-rank potential, he can continue cultivating the Taoist art. Yi Tian slowly restored the potential of his Earth-type innate abilities and decided not to touch it for now. He did not continue cultivating the Taoist art but instead slowly restored his water attribute, wood attribute, and metal attribute abilities. Once restored, he would resume cultivating the Taoist art. Next time, I'll sacrifice my fire-type innate ability. Yi Tian thought it over and made his decision. Night. Yi Tian began cultivating the Taoist art once more, this time devouring the source of his fire attribute innate ability. Boom! His insight surged once again, and he continuously cultivated one supernatural technique after another. This time, he directly cultivated all his water attribute techniques to perfection and also cultivated the gold attribute technique, sword shadow technique, to the advanced stage. Only then did he reduce the potential of his fire attribute innate ability to F rank. His cultivation level also broke through to the peak of the Apprentice of Mystical Arts realm during this cultivation session, qualifying him to challenge the Mystical Arts Practitioner realm. Yi Tian also discovered a glitch. Every time he enhanced his innate ability potential, he could improve his physical prowess, though the increase might not be significant. However, if done repeatedly, it would be like forging his body through countless trials, making him incredibly powerful. Of course, this wasn't really a bug, as others couldn't repeatedly consume their innate ability potential and then restore and upgrade it like he could. I need to go to the underground market to buy the 5 elements materials. Otherwise, once my innate ability potential is depleted, even touching water, soil, or trees will be too slow, hindering my cultivation progress. However, purchasing the 5 elements materials requires money, and he doesn't have much left. But to grow stronger quickly, he couldn't afford to hold on to the rest. Once he became powerful enough, he'd surely find ways to earn more. Thus, the next morning, he went to the second underground mall again and purchased several types of 5 elements materials. After returning, he continued his cultivation using the insight technique and used the 5 elements materials to restore his innate abilities potential. A day passed. Yi Tian's various supernatural techniques had all reached the perfected realm, except for the earth armor technique and the explosion technique, which had not yet been cultivated. This was mainly because his earth-attributed innate abilities and fire-attributed innate abilities had not yet been restored to C rank. Therefore, he was currently unable to cultivate these 2 C rank techniques. Once the earth-attributed innate abilities and fire-attributed innate abilities are restored to C rank, I'll cultivate the earth armor technique and explosion technique. Yi Tian decided. With all his techniques perfected, his cultivation progress accelerated significantly with each practice session. These techniques are akin to cultivation methods once they are perfected. How could cultivation speed not accelerate? He had already reached the peak limit of a peak-level apprentice and could enter the realm of a practitioner at any moment. He didn't wait any longer and immediately began to break through to the initial stage of the extraordinary technique practitioner realm. Chapter 10, Breaking Through to Junior Supernatural Ability User, the Storage Bag. To break through to the Junior Sorcerer realm, sorcery apprentices must utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth lies a special energy known as celestial energy. Those without innate magical abilities cannot absorb this energy, nor can they retain it within their bodies. Only those with innate abilities can absorb celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. During regular cultivation of mystical arts, one unconsciously absorbs a small amount of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy while restoring mystical abilities, thereby gradually enhancing one's mystical power. This is why the higher one's mystical arts cultivation level, the more celestial energy they can absorb. At the peak of the apprentice stage of supernatural arts, those with innate abilities can directly sense the existence of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. At this point, they can use their innate abilities to attract the celestial and terrestrial energies from the outside world, channel them into their bodies, and break through the invisible barriers, thereby advancing to the realm of an extraordinary technique practitioner. However, those with weaker innate abilities absorb very little celestial energy and find it difficult to break through this bottleneck. Yi Tian's innate talent is currently very high, allowing him to easily break through this bottleneck. Inside the room, Yi Tian sat cross-legged, using his innate ability to meditate and sense the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Gradually, he sensed the dense spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Begin absorption. Boom! Streams of pure celestial energy surged into his body. Though some of the energy dissipated and couldn't be retained, some was successfully captured. The retained spiritual energy began to break through the constraints under his control. Crack! The shackles in the void were shattered. Instantly, Yi Tian's supernatural abilities and physical prowess surged, and his strength grew increasingly powerful. "I've broken through. It was easy," Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Few students at Donghai First High School had broken through to become psychics, yet he had done so. He was no longer just a novice psychic, his strength far surpassed that of his peers. Having mastered multiple supernatural techniques to perfection, his combat power was truly astonishing. He had never fought against him before, but someone like Zhang Xiao, an intermediate, he could easily defeat in an instant. Over the next few days, Yi Tian focused on stabilizing his cultivation and cultivating the potential of his earth and fire elemental abilities. Before long, 3 days had passed. His earth and fire elemental abilities had recovered to C rank, so Yi Tian began cultivating C rank earth armor technique and C rank explosion technique, aiming to quickly master these two C rank. Not only that, but Yi Tian also planned to cultivate a C rank supernatural technique, the Golden Light technique. Golden Light technique is a top-tier C rank technique for escaping danger, allowing one to transform into golden light to flee. Its cultivation difficulty is no less than that of a B rank technique. Had he not already cultivated the Insight technique, he would never have wasted time on the Golden Light technique. However, now that cultivating extraordinary techniques only took him a day to master, he saw no reason to hesitate. Therefore, he doesn't mind cultivating an extra technique. The primary reason Yi Tian is cultivating the Golden Light technique is to prepare for hunting demon beasts to earn money. He currently has very little money, and in the future, he plans to purchase a large amount of 5 elements materials, which will require a significant amount of funds. However, hunting demon beasts inevitably involves risks. If he had mastered the Golden Light technique, he could escape if he encountered a powerful demon beast he couldn't defeat. In just 3 or 4 days, Yi Tian had mastered the Golden Light technique, explosion technique, and earth armor technique, all 3 C-rank mystical arts, to perfection. With so many mastered techniques, Yi Tian's daily increase in supernatural power was significant, and his cultivation progress was rapid. However, this was still insufficient. He aimed to elevate his cultivation to the realm of a high-level practitioner, or even the peak realm of a practitioner, before the college entrance exams. However, there were only 2 or 3 months left until the college entrance exam. On this day, Yi Tian arrived at school, intending to request a leave of absence. It wasn't just him taking a leave of absence recently, several classmates, including Lin Xingya, had also taken leaves of absence. These students came from influential families, and attending school was a waste of time for them. Under their family's guidance, they could grow faster. Therefore, they all took leave to focus on the college entrance exam. Only students without any connections would stay in school and study diligently. After all, during the intensive study period, the school would also offer some benefits to the gifted class students. But now, Yi Tian didn't care about those benefits. Soon, Yi Tian successfully took leave and prepared to go hunting demon beasts. There are many demon beasts in this world, such as in the ocean, the wilderness, and secret realms. However, secret realms are rare and are all controlled by the authorities, rarely opening to the public. For example, the F-13 secret realm from last time was only opened because Donghai No. 1 High School had connections. It is usually closed. Yi Tian had no chance of entering a secret realm to hunt demon beasts, so he could only go to the wilderness to hunt them. After analyzing the situation, Yi Tian decided that the best place for him was the Maple Leaf Mountains west of Donghai City, where there were many demon beasts, all of which were first-tier demon beasts. With his current strength, even if he encountered a second-tier demon beast, he could escape safely. Therefore, the Maple Leaf Mountains are the most suitable location for him. Let's go to the Maple Leaf Mountains to hunt demon beasts. Before heading to the Maple Leaf Mountains, some preparations were necessary. For example, the most important item is the storage bag. A storage bag is a spatial item. Despite its small size, it contains a vast internal space capable of storing numerous items. Each storage bag is a masterpiece created by individuals with spatial-type innate abilities. However, storage bags are not particularly valuable, as they cannot exist permanently. Even a brand new storage bag can only last for 1 month. After a month, the storage bag will collapse, and if the items inside are not retrieved, they will be shredded by the fragmented spatial energy. Permanent spatial items do exist, but they are extremely expensive. Any permanent spatial item costs tens of millions of dollars. The reason for their exorbitant cost lies in the materials required to create them. Permanent spatial items are crafted using spatial materials, which alone can fully contain spatial energy and form objects that endure indefinitely. Therefore, the high cost of permanent spatial items lies in the spatial materials. Spatial materials. Yi Tian also desperately wanted to obtain a spatial material, as this would allow him to harness spatial power and awaken his spatial-type innate abilities. Any spatial ability user is a true genius of the highest caliber, with combat power that makes them unmatched among peers. No rush. Once I become powerful enough, I will obtain spatial materials and awaken my spatial-type innate abilities. Yi Tian thought to himself. East Sea Base Market. This place was known as the No. 1 underground market, where talent users who had returned from the wilderness would come to trade and sell the items they had obtained. It is also close to the Maple Leaf Mountains. If Yi Tian wanted to hunt demon beasts in the mountains, he could return here daily to rest and sell his spoils. Otherwise, even a storage bag couldn't hold too many demon beast corpses. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian entered the shop. The Donghai Pavilion is also a powerful group with a strong influence, selling high-end items. For example, 90% of the storage bag business is handled by the Donghai Pavilion. As Yi Tian entered Donghai Pavilion, a beautiful female apprentice of the art approached him. "Customer, what would you like to purchase?" the beautiful employee asked. "I would like to purchase a storage bag," Yi Tian said. "Please follow me." The beautiful employee led Yi Tian to the counter where storage bags were sold and took out a brand new storage bag. The price of storage bags is uniform, with each one costing 200,000. It must be said that this price is indeed quite expensive, especially since it can only be used for 1 month. If you don't get much loot in the wild, you won't even recoup the cost of the storage bag. Yi Tian paid 200,000 directly and took the storage bag, then left Donghai Pavilion. Chapter 11, Mastery of the Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian examined the storage bag and discovered that it only required a drop of blood to be refined, after which items could be retrieved or stored with a single thought. Quite convenient indeed. If it weren't for the 1-month time limit, it would be virtually indistinguishable from a true permanent spatial item. 10 cubic units of space, that's pretty spacious. Overall, Yi Tian was quite satisfied with this storage pouch. Traveling westward from the Donghai base market for about 10 miles, they arrived at the Maple Leaf Mountains. Along the way, Yi Tian occasionally spotted the figures of other practitioners, most of whom were traveling in groups, with few acting alone. In the wilderness, one must be vigilant not only against demon beasts but also against other. Some often raid other, and one might even encounter organizations akin to the demon god cult. Therefore, it is best not to interact with other. If encountered, simply avoid them. If they insist on approaching, they are enemies. We've arrived at the Maple Leaf Mountains. Yi Tian took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here was denser than in the city. The Maple Leaf Mountains are home to many demon beasts, though not so numerous as to be seen everywhere. Some of them hide deeply, skilled at lurking in the shadows to ambush their prey. One must be cautious and vigilant, otherwise, instead of hunting the beasts, one might end up becoming their prey. A faint whiff of danger. Yi Tian sensed that he had been targeted by a demon beast. But he had no idea where it was. If I could master the Fire Eye technique, I could determine where this demon beast is hiding. The Fire Eye technique is also a C rank, granting the ability to see through illusions and detect hidden targets. It is difficult to master, and the cultivation process is highly risky, often causing injury to the eyes. Once I return next time, I'll purchase the Fire Eye technique inheritance orb. After this thought flashed through Yi Tian's mind, he prepared to deal with the unknown demon beast. Demonic beasts lack the patience of humans. It attacks swiftly. On a large tree, a blood-red mantis swung its arms, which resembled sturdy sides, and charged forward swiftly. A blood-red mantis demon at the mid-first level. Yi Tian recognized it. This demon beast possessed C-rank bloodline, and its combat power was still inferior to that of a golden ape of the same level. However, for ordinary intermediate level, this blood-red mantis demon was more than enough to pose a threat. Swish! The blood-colored mantis demon struck at Yi Tian's neck with a single blow. Yi Tian did not attack immediately but instead instantly activated a supernatural technique, Earth Armor Technique. Instantly, his body was covered in gray armor. This was the Earth Armor Technique, a C-rank supernatural ability at the perfected realm. After the blood-red mantis demon struck Yi Tian, not even a single mark was left behind. The defense of Earth Armor Technique is indeed quite impressive. Next, the blood-red mantis demon's figure transformed into a series of afterimages, continuously attacking Yi Tian, but none could break through the Earth Armor Technique's defense. Once activated, the Earth Armor Technique enveloped the entire body in armor, with the sole flaw being that it could only last for 1 minute. Through this blood-red mantis demon, Yi Tian understood the defensive capabilities of Earth Armor Technique and decided he didn't want to continue. Sword Shadow Technique. A sword shadow sliced through the air. Before the blood-red mantis demon could react, its body was pierced through, and it fell to the ground as a lifeless corpse. The blood-red mantis demon is only worth something for its pair of arm blades. Yi Tian cut off the pair of arm blades and directly stored them in his storage bag. As for the corpse of the blood-red mantis demon, he paid it no mind. Next, Yi Tian began searching for various demon beasts. With his strength, he easily killed one after another of the first-tier demon beasts, collecting the most valuable parts of their bodies. Just as Yi Tian had slain the 13th demon beast, he was targeted by a second-tier demon beast. Boom! A massive black snake covered in scales emerged. Second-tier demon beast, black-scaled giant snake demon. Yi Tian's expression changed. Second-tier demon beasts in the Maple Leaf Mountains were extremely rare and hard to come by. He never expected to encounter one. He did not attempt to fight the level 2 demon beast, the black-scaled giant snake demon, as he had only recently broken through to the initial stage of an If his cultivation had reached the peak of the peak level realm, or if he had mastered AB rank at the perfected realm, he would definitely have challenged this black-scaled giant snake demon in single combat. Let's go! Yi Tian immediately activated the golden light technique, transforming into a golden beam of light and escaping at a speed surpassing the speed of sound. Several miles away, Yi Tian landed from a ball of golden light, his face slightly pale. This was the aftereffect of casting the perfected golden light technique. Such a fast speed, even with his formidable physical strength, had some effect on him, and the energy consumption was significant. But he had to admit, the golden light technique's escape capabilities were truly formidable. Once I grow stronger, I will definitely slay that black-scaled giant snake demon. Yi Tian did not continue hunting and returned directly to the Donghai base market. East Sea base market. Yi Tian returned here and went to a shop to sell the demon beast materials he had obtained. The materials from over a dozen demon beasts only fetched a total of 680,000. However, this was merely the harvest of a single day. Some teams, with 5 or 6, might not even make that much in a day, and if they split it, it would be even less. After selling the materials, Yi Tian headed to the Donghai pavilion. I want the Fire Eye Technique Inheritance Orb, Yi Tian said. The beautiful employee quickly had someone bring the Fire Eye Technique Inheritance Sphere and asked, Sir, do you need the accompanying Qingming Elixir for the Fire Eye Technique? It can heal eye injuries faster. Practicing the Fire Eye Technique is easy on the eyes, and most people purchase the Qingming Elixir for healing. No need. Yi Tian refused. Are you kidding? He had the C-rank water therapy technique, and it was at the perfected realm its healing effects were far superior to the Qingming Elixir. Seeing that Yi Tian truly didn't need the Qingming Elixir, the female employee tried to recommend other healing items, but Yi Tian refused them all. The Fire Eye Technique Inheritance Sphere cost 60,000 yuan. After paying, Yi Tian left Donghai Pavilion immediately. The area near the Donghai base market was the outskirts of Donghai City, filled with abandoned buildings and unfinished structures. Yi Tian randomly chose a secluded spot and prepared to cultivate the Fire Eye Technique there. The contents of the Fire Eye Technique Inheritance flooded into his mind and were quickly absorbed. Then, he began cultivating the Taoist art of enlightenment. This time, he planned to devour the primordial essence of water attribute innate abilities to drastically increase his insight and cultivate the Fire Eye Technique. Boom! Under the influence of the Taoist insight technique, his insight surged wildly. Seizing this opportunity, he began cultivating the Fire Eye Technique. Even with the assistance of the Taoist cultivation technique, he nearly perfected the Fire Eye Technique, but his fragile eyeballs still sustained damage. Water healing technique. A clear, gentle light enveloped his entire body, focusing on his eyes. After a second, his eyes returned to normal. He then continued cultivating the Fire Eye Technique, using water therapy immediately to heal any injuries. In this manner, Yi Tian mastered the Fire Eye Technique in just a few minutes. At the beginner level, the Fire Eye Technique could perceive a range of 100 meters. If something was hidden underground, the perception effect would naturally be greatly reduced. However, even if hidden several meters underground, it could still be detected. Minor achievement. Mastery. Yi Tian continued to cultivate his Fire Eye Technique, and by the time midnight arrived, he had already mastered it to perfection. At the mastery level, the Fire Eye Technique is truly powerful, with a detection range of 500 meters and the ability to sense objects 30 meters underground. Rest for the night. If we go hunting demon beasts tomorrow, the harvest will definitely be abundant. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 12, the first B-ranked mystical technique. The next day. Maple Leaf Mountains. Yi Tian returned to this place once more, this time avoiding the area where the black-scaled giant snake demon resided. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian's eyes emitted a faint red glow, a sign that he was casting the Fire Eye Technique. Instantly, the area within a 500-meter radius became the domain of the Fire Eye Technique in his vision. It's somewhat similar to human-shaped infrared. However, the capabilities of the Fire Eye Technique far surpass those of infrared. There's a stone demon sleeping behind a rock over 130 meters away. 20 meters underground, there's a blood earthworm demon hiding. Unfortunately, the blood earthworm demon isn't worth much, and it's 20 meters underground, making it hard to kill. Yi Tian decided to take care of the stone armor demon first. The stone armor demon is entirely rock-like in appearance, making it difficult to distinguish from a distance. Moreover, the stone armor demon likes to blend in among a pile of stones and sleep, making it difficult to locate. However, the stone armor demon is very valuable. Its armor can be used to make combat armor and even armor materials. Its meat is delicious and is in high demand as a meat ingredient by many luxury hotels. The most precious part of the stone-armored demon is its pair of eyes, known as heavenly treasures, which can be used as medicine and enhance the cultivation of earth attribute supernatural beings. A complete level 1 stone-armored demon can fetch around 500,000, making it far more valuable than a golden ape. Whoosh! Yi Tian approached the stone-armored demon silently. It was still asleep. The stone-armored demon's body was impenetrable, with its only weakness being a narrow gap at its neck, or its defenses were extremely weak. Sword Shadow Technique. The C-rank perfected Sword Shadow Technique transformed into a sword beam, instantly following the slit on the neck and severing the stone-armored demon's head. After killing the stone-armored demon, Yi-Tian stored its body in his storage bag. Continue searching for demon beasts. With the aid of the Fire Eye technique, he could easily locate one demon beast after another. In just half a day, he had slain 15 demon beasts. At noon, after eating some grilled demon beast meat, he continued searching for demon beasts. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that he returned to the Donghai base market. Today's haul was impressive. I sold a whopping 2.1 million yuan. Yi-Tian was thrilled. At this rate, how much could he earn in a month? Of course, the more you earn, the more you spend, so you can't save any money. Sure enough, he quickly spent all the money, mostly on purchasing wood attribute materials. His purple gold bamboo was completely depleted, reduced to scrap, but his wood attribute innate ability still hadn't reached B rank. He planned to purchase high-quality wood attribute materials to unlock the full potential of his wood attribute innate ability and reach B rank. This way, he can cultivate B rank wood attribute techniques, significantly boosting his strength. Once again at the Donghai Pavilion, he purchased a 1,000-year-old wood marrow, thumbnail-sized, valued at 1.5 million. Yi-Tian purchased it without hesitation. He then touched the 1,000-year-old wood marrow. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. Gradually, his innate potential and wood-based abilities began to rise rapidly, reaching 99-100 in no time. Boom! His wood-type innate ability potential rose from C rank to B rank, and his physical prowess also improved significantly. Finally, a B rank innate ability. Yi-Tian was thrilled. With a B rank innate ability, he could now begin cultivating B rank techniques. B rank supernatural techniques are extremely difficult to master. For instance, Lin Xingya possesses B rank water type innate talent potential, yet she has not managed to master a single B rank supernatural technique. If she couldn't afford a B rank supernatural technique, that would be impossible, as Lin Xingya's parents were extremely powerful, and a B rank technique was well within their means. However, when one's cultivation is weak, mastering a B rank supernatural technique takes a long time, and B rank techniques consume too much supernatural energy, possibly only allowing for a single use. Given that, it would be better to cultivate several C rank techniques first. Once her cultivation reaches the level of a technique master or even a technique grandmaster, she can then pursue a B rank technique. Yi-Tian wanted to cultivate a B rank supernatural technique because he could use the enlightenment technique to drastically increase his intuition, allowing him to easily master a B rank technique. Yi-Tian browsed through the prices of B rank supernatural arts at the East Sea Pavilion, and each one was exorbitantly expensive. C rank techniques are in the hundreds of thousands, but even the most basic B rank techniques start at over 100,000, and slightly better ones require over 3 million. With the enlightenment technique, I don't need to cultivate ordinary B rank techniques. I need the best B rank technique. Yi-Tian quickly set his sights on a target: the B rank wood type technique, Hellwood Spikes. Hellwood Spikes creates sharp wooden spikes within a certain area, piercing enemies with precise force. It can be used for single target attacks or area of effect attacks. Once activated, it resembles a wooden hell. That's why it's called Hellwood Spikes. Hellwood Spikes can be combined with vine technique for a fatal finish. Yi-Tian thought to himself. Moreover, with such a B rank technique, he no longer feared being surrounded. Of course, the price of Hell's wooden spikes is extremely expensive, costing a whopping 3.5 million. He would need at least 2 days to afford it. In the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed, and Yi-Tian had successfully gathered enough money to purchase the Hellwood Thorns technique. He then went to the East Sea Pavilion and bought the Hellwood Thorns technique Inheritance Sphere. After obtaining the Hellwood Thorns technique, Yi-Tian began using the Enlightenment technique to cultivate it. This time, he began to consume his gold attribute innate ability potential, reducing his C rank gold attribute innate ability potential to F rank, but he only managed to cultivate the Hellwood Thorns technique to the initial stage. The Hellwood Thorns technique is indeed difficult to cultivate. I wasted a C rank innate ability potential just to reach the minor achievement realm. To cultivate it to the major achievement realm, I'll probably have to consume all 5 of my innate ability potentials. Yi-Tian did not continue his cultivation but instead continued to purchase metal ores to restore his gold tier innate talent potential. Over the next few days, he spent some of his innate ability potential each day to cultivate the Hellwood Thorns technique. Gradually, the Hellwood Thorns technique reached the advanced stage, but to advance to the mastery stage, it would likely take several more days. Meanwhile, his cultivation increased rapidly as he repeatedly practiced various perfected techniques. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak of a junior-level extraordinary technique practitioner, and breaking through to the intermediate-level extraordinary technique practitioner should be a matter of days. Zhang Xiao. Yi-Tian walked through the market in the East Sea base and spotted a familiar figure, none other than Zhang Xiao from East Sea First High School. Compared to before, Zhang Xiao now seemed to have an added edge to his demeanor, and his aura was even more powerful, though he had not yet reached the advanced stage of an extraordinary technique practitioner. Zhang Xiao also noticed Yi Tian and was taken aback, not expecting to see him here. Yi Tian did not greet Zhang Xiao, as they were not friends and had some minor conflicts in the past. After Yi Tian left, Zhang Xiao's expression turned grim. Zhang Xiao, do you know that guy just now? A burly man beside Zhang Xiao asked. Lu Gu, that guy was a student from our school's water element genius class. He was once A, but he found a rare treasure in the secret realm, which boosted his F-rank water element talent potential to C rank, allowing him to narrowly enter the genius class. Zhang Xiao explained. The man referred to as Lu Gu by Zhang Xiao was Lu Feng, a peak level contracted by Dongshu Group in Donghai City. Zhang Xiao had been singled out by Dongshu Group, so they had sent 2 peak level to accompany him to the Maple Leaf Mountains for training. Their objective was to help Zhang Xiao gain combat experience and break through his limitations to become a high-level supernatural talent. Only by becoming a high level could one guarantee admission to Donghai University. So they're using rare treasures to enhance their innate abilities. What a waste. Lu Feng sneered, looking down on Yi Tian. They say that even if such innate ability users obtain such rare treasures in the future, they won't be able to further enhance their innate potential. Their achievements will be limited for life. Compared to you, Zhang Xiao, with your B-rank innate ability potential, they're not worth mentioning. Lu Gu, this guy has a grudge against me. Zhang Xiao said. Lu Feng immediately understood what he meant. He was just an ordinary employee of Dongshu Group, but Zhang Xiao was a genius talent signed by Dongshu Group, destined to become a supernatural artist, with the potential to become a master, a status far beyond his reach. If he could build a good relationship with Zhang Xiao, it would be very beneficial for his future. Zhang Xiao, don't worry. I'll handle this properly, Lu Feng whispered. Lu Gu, make sure no one finds out. Do it cleanly, Zhang Xiao instructed. That's for sure. Lu Feng assured him. Chapter 13, Total Annihilation. Yi Tian emerged from the market at the East Sea base and immediately sensed someone tailing him. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian's eyes emitted a red glow, and everything within a 500-meter radius was within his field of vision. At that moment, he sensed a human figure hiding behind a large tree. Who is that? His Fire Eye Technique could only discern outlines and couldn't see clear images like a camera, so he couldn't recognize the person. However, the fact that they were tracking him meant they had ulterior motives. He continued forward, only to find that the other person had stopped hiding and was now sprinting toward him at an incredible speed. It's him! Yi Tian recognized him clearly. The one tracking him was none other than the peak level by Zhang Xiao's side. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had already arrived. Yi Tian pretended to flee, and upon seeing this, Lu Feng activated an E-rank the whirlwind technique, a speed base that allowed him to move swiftly along the wind. At that moment, Yi Tian had already determined that this Lu Feng was here to kill him, so there was no need to hold back. As the opponent approached, he immediately activated Sword Shadow Technique. A sword shadow charged toward Lu Feng. Lu Feng, with his abundant combat experience, reacted swiftly and immediately cast the D-rank wind-based wind armor on himself. However, he had underestimated Yi Tian's Sword Shadow Technique. Puff! The wind armor was pierced, but the Sword Shadow Technique did not dissipate. The force struck straight through his shoulder. Just then, vines shot out of the ground and wrapped around him. Wood Vine Technique. Lu Feng's face turned pale with fear. This was clearly not an ordinary Wood Vine Technique, it must be a mastered Wood Vine Technique. The Sword Shadow Technique from earlier was also undoubtedly mastered. To cultivate a C rank to the mastery level was an incredibly difficult feat. Only those who had dedicated decades to mastering a single could hope to achieve such a feat. Otherwise, only an unparalleled genius could achieve such a feat with ease. What's even more terrifying is that, according to the records, Yi Tian is a genius from the water element class, yet he has now demonstrated techniques from the metal and wood elements, showcasing 3 innate abilities. Dual innate abilities are already extremely rare, let alone 3 innate abilities. Moreover, even with 3 elemental innate abilities, achieving success in all 3 is extremely challenging. Most practitioners focus on mastering one element and use the others as supplementary skills. However, this does not seem to be the case with Yi Tian. Mastering C-rank Wood Elemental Technique, Wood Vine Technique and C-rank Metal Elemental Technique, Sword Shadow Technique is something he never dared to imagine. A genius of unparalleled talent. Lu Feng now deeply regretted agreeing to Zhang Xiao's request to kill Yi Tian. Lu Feng tried to flee, but one of his arms and both legs were already wrapped in Wood Vine Technique. Just as he was about to cut through the vines, Yi Tian had already activated his B-rank Wood Attribute Hellwood Spikes. Hellwood Spikes Technique, Kill! Sharp wooden spikes emerged from the ground, piercing toward Lu Feng. Puff! 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 Lu Feng's body was pierced through, and he died instantly. The combination of Vine Technique and Hellwood Spike Technique is terrifying. A peak-level technique user was instantly killed. Yi Tian muttered. However, the cost was enormous. His wood type power was completely depleted, but fortunately, his other 4 types of were still ample, so his combat power remained intact. Whoosh! Yi Tian approached Lu Feng, took his storage pouch, and then manipulated his earth base to bury his body underground. I didn't know this man. He must have been sent by Zhang Xiao to kill me. I don't have any major conflicts with Zhang Xiao, yet this man is so ruthless. He knew that Zhang Xiao was someone who absolutely couldn't be left alive. The crucial point was that if the news of Lu Feng's death reached Zhang Xiao and his backers at Dongshu Group, he would be in serious trouble. Dongshu Group was no small force, it was a massive corporate conglomerate with numerous gifted individuals and even masters of supernatural arts. I must find Zhang Xiao and eliminate him. Swish! Yi Tian quickly returned to the Donghai base market. Why hasn't Lu Gu sent any news yet? Zhang Xiao was growing impatient. Standing beside Zhang Xiao was another peak level in armor, Gao Yunchang, sent by Dongshu Group to protect Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, the signal is poor in the wilderness. It's normal to lose contact. Gao Yunchang explained. Then let us enter the Maple Leaf Mountains. Maybe we'll run into Lu Gu. Zhang Xiao suggested. Alright. Gao Yunchang had no objections. Soon, they exited the Donghai base market and headed toward the Maple Leaf Mountains for training. Just as they had left the Donghai base market, Gao Yunchang sensed an ominous presence. Quick, get out of the way! Gao Yunchang shouted. The next moment, a ball of fire flew toward them. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending Gao Yunchang flying through the air, severely injured. Zhang Xiao fared even worse, one of his arms was blown off, landing on the ground with his fate unknown. Gao Yunchang, in his panic, didn't even bother to check on Zhang Xiao. He stood up and tried to run away. This wasn't just any ordinary explosion technique, it was the explosion technique mastered at the peak of its art. Such an enemy was beyond his ability to handle. Suddenly, a golden light flew toward him. This was SC rank golden light technique. The speed is too fast, the attacker catches up to him in an instant. Wood vine technique. Vines began to wrap around him. Gao Yunchang's expression changed drastically as he tried to dodge, but he was still caught by a vine. Sword shadow technique. Sword light slashed toward him, and Gao Yunchang desperately activated his D rank gold attribute gold arm technique. Instantly, his arms turned golden, resembling true golden arms, possessing immense defensive and offensive power. However, under the fully mastered sword shadow technique, his D rank golden arm technique, which was only at the initial stage of mastery, was severed by a single sword strike. Spare my life! Gao Yunchang begged for mercy. But Yi Tian remained unmoved. Soon, he unleashed the sword shadow technique once more. This time, Gao Yunchang couldn't block it and was beheaded by the sword shadow technique. Not far away, Zhang Xiao was still alive and had regained consciousness. Seeing Gao Yunchang lying dead, he shivered uncontrollably. What terrified him even more was that the one who had killed Gao Yunchang was none other than Yi Tian. How could Yi Tian be so powerful? Zhang Xiao was speechless. If he had known Yi Tian was this powerful, he never would have dared to provoke him. After all, the two of them didn't have any major conflicts. But now it was too late to regret it. Moreover, he finally understood why Lu Gu couldn't be contacted. Clearly, Lu Gu was already dead. Yi Tian, spare my life. We're classmates from the same school. Zhang Xiao begged for mercy. However, what greeted him was another explosion technique. Boom! With a loud explosion, Zhang Xiao's body turned into a charred mass. This place is too close to the Donghai base market. We must leave immediately. Yi Tian cast the golden light technique and swiftly departed. Just as Yi Tian departed, a group of guards appeared. They were guards tasked with maintaining order at the Donghai base market, belonging to the Donghai Association, an official organization. They scanned the area and gathered information. There are 2 deceased individuals, 1 peak level and 1 intermediate level. The perpetrators were likely 3, 1 fire attribute, 1 wood attribute, and 1 gold attribute. Preliminary assessment indicates that all perpetrators are, with the lowest rank being advanced level or even peak level. After recording some information, they did nothing further. Unless the perpetrators are caught on the spot, such cases are classified as vendettas, and they do not get involved. After all, outside Donghai City, conflicts between are all too common. This time, however, it was too close to the Donghai base market, and they heard the explosion, so they rushed over. Subsequently, they took the bodies away and returned to the Donghai base market. They would identify the bodies later and notify their families or the organizations behind them. In the distance, Yi Tian dispelled the golden light technique, feeling quite pleased. Moreover, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Killing ordinary peak level was extremely easy. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could match the strength of an. Chapter 14, The Mysterious Water Clone Technique. In the days that followed, Yi Tian spent his days hunting demon beasts in the Maple Leaf Mountains. After a few days, Dongshu Group sent several over, but they stayed only half a day before leaving. Yi Tian knew he couldn't reveal himself. After all, no one would believe a high school senior could easily kill 2 peak level. On the 5th day after killing Zhang Xiao, Yi Tian's cultivation reached the intermediate level realm. Not only that, but he also perfected the Hellwood Thorns technique, a B-rank supernatural technique. A B-rank technique mastered to perfection was more than enough to rapidly boost Yi Tian's cultivation. Additionally, Yi Tian was preparing to save money to purchase better 5 elements materials to unlock his second B-rank innate ability. He estimated that approximately 3 million yuan would be sufficient to purchase the necessary materials to elevate his innate ability's potential from C rank to B rank. However, to achieve rapid advancement, he would need at least 10 million yuan to acquire top-tier materials. Yi Tian did not want to slowly enhance his innate ability potential, as that might take half a month. Therefore, he decided to save money to purchase top-tier materials, even better than the 1,000-year-old wood marrow. He could earn 2 or 3 million yuan a day, and could accumulate 10 million yuan in just a few days. On this day, Yi Tian arrived at Donghai Pavilion with 10 million yuan to purchase the top-tier earth-attributed material Shirong. Shirong was a rare and precious material, of immeasurable value. A single pound of Shirong was worth approximately 5 million yuan. Yi Tian purchased 2 pounds of Shirong in one go, spending 10 million yuan. Moreover, he used anonymous cards at the Donghai base market, always disguising his purchases as material acquisitions to avoid revealing his identity. Unless Donghai Pavilion specifically investigated him, but with Donghai Pavilion's massive influence, 10 million yuan was mere pocket change to them, not worth investigating. Shirong. Yi Tian touched it, and prompts kept appearing. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. No wonder it's top-tier Earth-type material. With this, I should be able to elevate my Earth-type innate ability potential to B rank in just one day. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. One day later, Yi Tian's Earth-type innate ability potential successfully reached B rank. He immediately went to the East Sea Pavilion to purchase a B rank technique. He had already made his choice for a B rank Earth-type technique, Earth Walking Technique. The Earth Walking Technique allows one to move freely underground. Though it has little combat power, its utility is immense. For example, if faced with a powerful enemy whose speed surpasses one's own, one can activate Earth Escape Technique to flee. Currently, the only ways to counter the Earth Diving Technique are either overwhelming power that can shatter the ground, the Earth Piercing Technique, which counters the Earth Diving Technique, or using the Earth Diving Technique oneself. Otherwise, it is extremely difficult to break free. Therefore, Yi Tian is extremely eager to obtain the Earth Diving Technique. The price of the Earth Splitting Technique is 5 million, far more expensive than most B-rank supernatural abilities. However, Yi Tian can still afford it with some effort. Soon, he emerged from the East Sea Pavilion, having successfully purchased the Earth Splitting Technique. My Hellwood Spikes technique has reached the pinnacle of mastery. This time, I'll use my would attribute innate ability potential to cultivate the way of enlightenment. Then, he began cultivating the Taoist Insight Technique, devouring B-rank would attribute innate ability potential. This was also the first time he had ever consumed B-rank innate ability potential. Boom! An unprecedented surge of insight erupted, making it easier for Yi Tian to cultivate the Earth Diving Technique. During this cultivation process, the B rank would attribute innate talent potential gradually decreased to C rank, D rank, and eventually E rank, ultimately plummeting to F rank innate talent potential. The Earth Splitting Technique is almost mastered. Yi Tian was thrilled. No wonder it was B rank potential. If he could consume 2 more B rank potential, the Earth Splitting Technique should reach perfection. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. At this point, Yi Tian's Earth Splitting Technique had already reached perfection. At the beginner level, the Earth Diving Technique could only allow one to burrow 5 meters underground, but at the mastery level, it could reach 100 meters underground, and the speed of movement underground was incredibly fast, rivaling that on land. After that, he began preparing to cultivate his third B rank innate talent potential. In just a few days, Yi Tian had gathered enough money to purchase a top-tier water attribute material blue crystal worth over 6 million. After acquiring this water attribute material, he spent only 1.5 days to successfully upgrade his water attribute potential from C rank to B rank. At this point, Yi Tian did not hesitate to purchase a B rank water-based supernatural technique he had long coveted, water clone. The water clone technique, once activated, creates a water clone. At the beginner level, the clone resembles a water-formed duplicate and is easily recognizable. However, at the mastery level, the clone is nearly indistinguishable from a real person unless engaged in combat. The key feature is that the water clone can merge into water, making it the most stealthy method, extremely difficult to detect. If Yi Tian couldn't swim, he could have the water clone envelop him, allowing him to move freely through water, which was extremely convenient. Even diving to the ocean floor would not affect it. Additionally, the water clone can perform water-based supernatural techniques and possesses a certain level of combat strength. A water clone at the perfected stage can move freely within a 1-kilometer radius. If one has matters to attend to and cannot leave, they can use the water clone technique to create a water clone to assist them in handling the task. Under normal circumstances, a water clone can maintain its form for 1 hour without dissipating. Such a water clone technique is something Yi Tian naturally must master. The water clone technique is not cheap, costing 4 million yuan. After gathering the funds, Yi Tian immediately purchased it. After that, he spent 3 days and successfully mastered the water clone technique to perfection. Water clone. A water clone appeared, nearly identical in appearance to Yi Tian, but he could alter the water clone's appearance. With a thought, the appearance of the water clone transformed into Zhang Xiao. However, the image of Lin Xingya appeared in his mind. At that moment, the water clone transformed into Lin Xingya. Wow, it can even turn into a woman. Yi Tian looked at the lifelike Lin Xingya version of the water clone, and his body involuntarily reacted. After all, his water clone was a perfectly mastered water clone, identical to a human in every way, except for its internal structure. Then, he checked it out. Omega? It's so smooth, like water. Wait, this is water. Yi Tian didn't dwell on it too much and quickly changed the water clone's appearance to match his own before dissolving it. If an LSP mastered the perfect state of the water clone technique, what would they do? He thought of the doll. After all, this thing had some resilience and wouldn't disintegrate at the slightest touch. Moreover, the water clone could freely alter its appearance. One could be many. Unfortunately, the water clone is AB rank, and it's incredibly difficult to cultivate. The cultivation threshold is too high. Otherwise, it would definitely sweep across the entire Xia kingdom, no, the entire world. I wonder who created such an. Yi Tian muttered. Time flew by, and another half-month had passed. Now, there was only 1.5 months left until the college entrance exam, and Yi Tian had been continuously cultivating various supernatural techniques. Today, he had successfully elevated his cultivation to the advanced supernatural practitioner realm. At this rate of cultivation, reaching the peak of the peak-level realm before the college entrance exam would be absolutely no problem. Chapter 15, The Altar, and the Report. Over the past 2 weeks, Yi Tian had once again elevated the potential of one of his innate abilities from C rank to B rank, and had also mastered a new B rank technique pointing at the ground to form steel. This was a B rank gold attribute technique, specifically designed to counter earth diving techniques. Having already mastered the earth diving technique, Yi Tian naturally aimed to perfect this finger to steel technique. To the southwest of the Donghai base market lies a major river, the Donglan River. The river's mouth flows directly into the sea, with its surging waters merging into the vast ocean. The Donglan River also harbors some demon beasts, but those with innate abilities rarely provoke the demon beasts in rivers and rivers. After all, aside from water attribute natural talent users, other attribute users find it difficult to defeat demon beasts of the same rank in water. Especially fire-type and earth-type natural talent users, who are completely countered by water-type demon beasts, and might not even be able to defeat demon beasts of a lower rank. Yi Tian, however, has been enjoying hunting demon beasts in the Donglan River lately, and water-type demon beasts are particularly valuable, allowing him to earn a significant amount of money. One day, Yi Tian once again arrived at the banks of the Donglan River and activated his water clone technique. The water clone entered the Donglan River silently, leaving no trace of its presence. Then, his water clone began searching for demon beasts within a 1-kilometer radius. Originally, Yi Tian had only intended to hunt demon beasts within the Donglan River, but he unexpectedly discovered an unexpected situation. A water attribute psychic was ruthlessly hunting demon beasts in the Donglan River, killing one water attribute demon beast after another and taking their bodies away. This should have been a simple matter, but strangely, the water attribute psychic even took the corpses of demon beasts at the initial stage of the first rank, leaving no water attribute demon beast corpse behind. This was highly unusual. This water attribute natural talent is incredibly powerful. He must be and not just an ordinary one. Such a powerful natural talent would never bother with the corpses of mere first-stage water attribute demon beasts, Yi Tian thought to himself. So, he began to tail the sorcerer. Soon, the target came ashore and sneaked into a dense forest nearby. However, Yi Tian's water clone couldn't continue the pursuit. I'll use the earth-splitting technique to go check what this guy is up to. Then, he used the earth-splitting technique to move underground and then used the fire eye technique to spy on the situation above ground. Soon, he located the sorcerer once more. At that moment, Yi Tian detected that there were over a dozen individuals with extraordinary abilities here, one of whom had an aura so terrifying that even the fire eye technique dared only to glance at him briefly, unable to maintain continuous surveillance. He used his earth diving technique to infiltrate to a point just 1 meter below the ground, keeping a safe distance from the others. With the power of his earth-based supernatural ability, even at a depth of 1 meter underground, he could hear their conversations, though not as clearly. Bloodclaw Lord, this is the water-type demon beast corpse your subordinate has obtained. Place it on the altar. You'll have to work hard over the next few days to hunt more demon beasts. The group from Donghai City is still searching for us. To avoid exposure, we must sacrifice these water-type demon beasts to the great demon god. As long as the demon lord grants me even a shred of power, I am confident I can break through to the realm of an. Then I will definitely take revenge on them. Yes, Blood Claw Lord. Yi Tian overheard their conversation and was utterly shocked. Evil god. He roughly guessed their identities. Members of the demon god cult, and this Blood Claw Lord was likely the peak master of the demon god cult who had been causing a stir in Donghai City recently. It is said that this peak-level master of supernatural arts has killed several other masters of supernatural arts and is being hunted down by the Donghai City Supernatural Abilities Association. Now he wants to use the ritual of sacrificing to the demon god to obtain the demon god's power and break through to the realm of a master of supernatural arts. Yi Tian didn't want a demon god society master of supernatural arts to emerge in Donghai City, as it would cause major trouble for the city and might even affect him personally. We must stop them. Yi Tian made up his mind. However, with his current strength, he was no match for a peak-level master of supernatural arts. A single technique from the opponent could easily kill him. After much deliberation, he concluded that there was only one way to stop these members of the demon god cult. Report them. He decided to report these members of the Demon God Society to the Donghai City Supernatural Abilities Association. Currently, the association was taking this matter very seriously, and even if they didn't fully believe his report, they would at least send a peak-level supernatural arts master to investigate. The altar here couldn't be moved, so it would inevitably be exposed. It's decided. Donghai City, Supernatural Abilities Association headquarters. A middle-aged man dressed in black casual attire, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses walked in. He was Yi Tian's doppelganger. Although he had come to report something, he wasn't going to be so foolish as to come in person that would only expose his identity. What if the news leaked one day and the demon god came looking for trouble? Therefore, he chose to conceal his identity, using his water clone and altering his appearance to make the report. After entering the building of the Psionic Association, he immediately rushed into an area restricted to non-members. Immediately, he was intercepted by several psychics. "You're not allowed in here." One of the psychics from the Psychic Association said. "I discovered the trail of the blood claws of the demon god cult," Yi Tian revealed. The psychic from the Psychic Association froze upon hearing this. Any information about the demon god cult was of the utmost importance. They weren't sure if Yi Tian was telling the truth, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that he was lying either. They immediately notified a master of supernatural abilities from the Supernatural Association. A few seconds later, a woman appeared before Yi Tian. The woman was wearing a form-fitting battlesuit and appeared to be in her 20s, but master practitioners of supernatural arts live much longer than ordinary people, so age couldn't be judged by appearance. Master Lu Xin. Several psychics addressed her respectfully. Lu Xin nodded slightly, then fixed her gaze on Yi Tian. "Water-type psychic, you claim to have tracked down the whereabouts of the blood claw of the demon cult?" "Yes." Yi Tian revealed directly. "The blood claw is currently setting up an altar in a remote area, using the corpses of water attribute demon beasts as sacrificial offerings. I am unsure if there are any other offerings. In any case, he plans to summon the demon god using a sacrificial array and harness a fragment of the demon god's power to break through to the master level of supernatural arts." Sacrifice array. Lu Xion's expression changed. She had heard of such a sacrificial array, but it always required a terrible price, and it was impossible to achieve it with just the corpses of water attribute demon beasts. Those corpses were merely the basic requirements for the sacrificial array. Even for the demon god sect, summoning a demon god required a huge sacrifice. At the very least, one must sacrifice the lifespan of some practitioners, and there must be extremely precious sacrificial items, such as certain heavenly treasures, otherwise the demon god would not descend. "Where is it?" Lu Xian began to believe Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian revealed the location of the altar and prepared to leave. But Lu Xian naturally wouldn't let Yi Tian leave. "Stop. You can't leave yet." Lu Xian tried to grab Yi Tian. However, with a loud splash, Yi Tian's body turned into a pool of water and dispersed, leaving only a few pieces of clothing behind. Water clone. Everyone froze in shock. Even Lu Xian didn't notice it was a water clone. A water clone at the perfect realm. Lu Xian had heard that a B-rank water clone, once cultivated to the perfect realm, could condense a water clone as lifelike as the real person, though it would be exposed once combat began. However, if not engaged in combat, even a master would find it difficult to discern. Moreover, a water clone at the perfect realm could transform into any appearance, male or female, making it impossible to determine its true form. Chapter 16, 6 Dark Stones. In the highest floor of the headquarters building of the Supernatural Abilities Association in Donghai City, Lu Xian arrived here to meet with Iron Stone, the vice president of the Supernatural Abilities Association. Tai Shi was one of the few master practitioners of supernatural arts in the association, a gifted individual with golden elemental abilities. Vice President, a psychic just reported that he discovered the trail of the blood claws of the demon god cult. He provided the exact location, but when I tried to detain him, I found out he was a water clone. Lu Xin reported. A water clone? Could it be someone at the perfect realm? Tai Shi was surprised. Yes. Lu Xin nodded. To have mastered the water clone technique, he must be a B-rank water type innate ability user. And to have cultivated the water clone technique to the perfect realm, this is definitely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. He must have concealed his cultivation aura and could be a hidden master of the arts. Tai Shi speculated. Vice President, is the intelligence provided by the other party reliable? Lu Xin was unsure about the authenticity of the information. Tai Shi replied calmly, it's likely true, but the other party doesn't want to reveal their identity. Alright, I'll lead the team personally. You should come with me as well. Yes, Vice President. Lu Xin replied. After reporting the incident, Yi Tian left Donghai City and headed toward the altar. He intended to come here to see what was happening. He believed that the powerful members of the Psionic Association would definitely come here, unless the Psionic Association was a bunch of pushovers. The Psionic Association acted swiftly, and Tai Shi and his group were also moving quickly. When Yi Tian arrived, Tai Shi and the others had also arrived. In a dense forest near Donglan River, an altar stood there. The peak-level supernatural arts master Bloodclaw and several members of the Demon God Society were busy preparing there. Suddenly, Bloodclaw's expression changed, and his gaze turned toward the distance. Whoosh! A figure materialized in mid-air, gazing down from above. Ironstone. Bloodclaw recognized Ironstone immediately. He was the master of supernatural arts in Donghai City, a true master-level powerhouse. Even the most powerful peak-level master of supernatural arts pales in comparison to a master of supernatural arts. The gap between them is unimaginably vast. I didn't expect you to be here, Bloodclaw. Ironstone smiled. Capturing so many members of the Demon God Society was a major achievement. Escape. Bloodclaw waved his hand, took the 6 black stones from the altar, and then cast the forbidden technique Blood Escape. This was a water-based forbidden technique, which consumed 3 years of one's lifespan in exchange for burning blood and life force. It also left severe aftereffects. But to escape, even 30 years of life would be worth it. Whoosh! Under the Blood Escape technique, Bloodclaw's speed increased many times over. Blood Escape technique, it's a pity you haven't mastered it. If it were at the peak of its mastery, you might have escaped easily. Unfortunately, your Blood Escape technique is only at the initial stage. Tai Shi activated the Golden Light technique to pursue the Bloodclaws. As for the members of the Evil God Society, they were left to Lu Xin and the others to deal with. A blood-red light and a golden light approached each other. Although Ironstone's golden light technique hadn't reached perfection, it was still at the mastery level. Moreover, he was a master of, so he quickly caught up with Bloodclaw. Iron Prison. A prison shrouded the Bloodclaw, constantly contracting, aiming to capture it alive. But the Bloodclaw naturally did not want to be captured alive. He retrieved a blood-red claw from his storage ring. He was given the nickname Bloodclaw for a reason. It was because he possessed this single blood-red claw. In an instant, the blood-red claw merged into Bloodclaw's hand, becoming one with it. With a single claw strike, the Bloodclaw tore open the iron prison and escaped. But at that moment, Ironstone unleashed a B-rank golden attribute, the slash technique. This B-rank technique was incredibly fast and sharp, capable of cutting through any resilient object. Puff! The slash technique transformed into a golden beam of light, severing the blood-red claw of the Bloodclawed hand. Ah! Bloodclaw screamed in agony. Facing a master of supernatural arts, he had no power to resist. However, by this time, he had already fled to the banks of the Donglan River. The Donglan River. Tisher's expression changed. If Bloodclaw managed to escape into the Donglan River, he would truly be powerless against him. After all, Bloodclaw was a master of water-based supernatural arts, while he was a master of gold-based supernatural arts. He was not suited for combat in water, let alone tracking a water-based supernatural arts master. Capture is impossible, we must kill. Tai Shi activated another B-rank 1000 Blades kill. Puff! A silver-white beam pierced straight through the Bloodclaw's heart, and the Bloodclaw was just a step away from the surface of the Donglan River. Splash! The Bloodclaw plunged into the Donglan River, swept away by the churning waters and submerged beneath the surface. Tai Shi landed on the river's surface, aimed carefully, and a golden hand, directly grabbing the Bloodclaw's corpse out of the water. But upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brows slightly. Something's wrong. Where's the Bloodclaw's storage ring? The Bloodclaw clearly had a storage ring on his left hand, but it was nowhere to be seen now. Could it be that the Bloodclaw threw his storage ring into the Donglan River before dying? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Tai Shi dived into the Donglan River, attempting to find the storage ring. However, after searching everywhere, he found no trace of it. Under these circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to succeed. What a pity! He wasn't regretting the storage ring itself after all, it was only worth a few million. As a master of supernatural arts, he wasn't short on a few million. What he truly regretted were the 6 dark stones. Dark stones are the pinnacle treasures of the dark element. The Blood Claws had likely planned to sacrifice the 6 dark stones to the dark god in exchange for a sliver of its power, thereby breaking through to the master of supernatural arts realm. Each dark stone is worth over 100 million, and 6 of them are 600 million. He didn't care about a few million, but he cared about 600 million. After that, Iron Stone departed with the corpse of Blood Claw. 800 meters away, in an underground location, Yi-Tian remained there. He quickly left the area using earth-splitting technique and only walked to the riverbank after traveling a considerable distance. Whoosh! The water clone emerged from the Donglan River, extending a hand with a storage ring in its palm. Ah, this time I really got lucky. He had been watching the situation unfold. When the Blood Claw fled toward the Donglan River, his water clone hid within the river. Just as the Blood Claw was killed and fell into the river, he timed it perfectly, instructing his water clone to swiftly retrieve the storage ring from the Blood Claw, undetected. A permanent spatial treasure storage ring. With this, I won't need a storage bag anymore. Just this single storage ring is worth at least 30 million, and it's priceless. Spatial treasures are extremely rare, and even with money, one might not be able to purchase them. Yi-Tian quickly left the area and returned to his home in Donghai City. He finally took out the storage ring and slowly refined it with his blood. Then, he retrieved the items from within the storage ring. There's quite a lot of stuff here. Yi-Tian sorted through them one by one. When he touched the 6 dark stones. Darkness power +1. Darkness power +1. Darkness power +1. That's a fast absorption rate. These must be dark attribute materials. In the blink of an eye, he awakened his F-rank dark type innate ability. Moreover, the F-rank dark type innate ability continued to rapidly absorb dark power. It wouldn't take long before it could be upgraded to E rank. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his dark attribute innate ability had already reached E rank. Half an hour later, the dark attribute innate ability reached D rank. After more than 3 hours, his dark type innate ability had reached C rank. At this rate, it would take no more than 10 hours for his dark type innate ability to reach B rank. Perhaps this stone could allow me to elevate my dark attribute innate ability to a rank. But this wasn't what shocked Yi-Tian the most. What truly astonished him was that the stone hadn't even been depleted much. In other words, the single stone would be enough for him to use for a very long time. Subsequently, he looked up information about dark attribute materials online and eventually discovered the origin of this stone. Darkness Stone. And according to the online descriptions, this single dark stone was worth approximately 100 million, and he had a full 6 of them. Chapter 17, The College Entrance Exam Approaches. Besides the dark stones, the Blood Claw's storage ring also contains several valuable items, but there were also some evil artifacts. These evil artifacts must not be kept or sold under any circumstances. He planned to find an opportunity to use the earth-splitting technique to send them to a location 100 meters underground, which would resolve the issue. What Yi-Tian was most satisfied with was finding the manual for a dark elemental technique. Dark attribute techniques are rare and valuable, commanding high prices. However, Blood Claw had obtained a dark attribute manual containing several dark attribute techniques, including one A-rank dark attribute technique and one B-rank dark attribute technique. The B-rank dark attribute technique was the Dark Spear, which was considered top tier among B-rank techniques, possessing terrifying offensive power. The A-rank dark type technique is the Dark Veil. Once activated, it forms a dark veil, trapping enemies in darkness and suppressing their strength. It can even be used to seal off space, limiting the use of lower-tier spatial techniques. Grade A techniques are worth tens of millions, and this is just a transmission sphere, which cannot be disseminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, this grade A dark type technique was obtained by chance, and I could even sell it. Its value far exceeds tens of millions. Yi-Tian was in high spirits. He planned to first enhance his dark type innate ability potential to a rank before cultivating the Dark Spear and Dark Veil, 2 dark type techniques. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Yi-Tian's dark type innate ability potential had already reached a rank. He then began using the Insight technique to cultivate the Dark Spear. In just over a day, he successfully cultivated the Dark Spear to perfection. However, the potential of his other innate abilities had decreased, so he would need to spend some money to purchase materials to restore their potential. Therefore, he decided not to rush the cultivation of the Dark Veil. In the days that followed, Yi-Tian focused on cultivating the Dark Veil, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. Finally, with only half a month left before the college entrance exam, his cultivation reached the peak of the peak-tier sorcerer realm as he had hoped. Additionally, he had cultivated the Dark Veil, an A-rank supernatural technique, to the advanced stage. The Dark Veil is indeed an A-rank supernatural technique. It consumes B-rank innate talent potential, so it's somewhat challenging to cultivate it to perfection quickly. However, cultivating it to perfection before the college entrance exam should be manageable. Yi-Tian murmured. Moreover, He had no plans to continue hunting demon beasts in the Maple Leaf Mountains. After his final hunt, he would return. This time, I'll take down that black-scaled giant snake demon. That black-scaled giant snake demon is worth a fortune. Then, he headed toward the Maple Leaf Mountains to search for the black-scaled giant snake demon's trail. It was said that recently, some sorcerers had gone to confront the black-scaled giant snake demon but had been outwitted by it, likely hiding somewhere to recover. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian used his mastered Fire Eye technique to scan the surroundings repeatedly, and after an hour, he finally located the black-scaled giant snake demon. The black-scaled giant snake demon was hiding in an underground cave, with an entrance that was extremely well hidden and difficult to locate. Without the mastery of the Fire Eye technique, he would have been unable to locate it. Swish! Yi Tian swiftly approached the black-scaled giant snake demon. However, the black-scaled giant snake demon's senses were also powerful, and it detected Yi Tian. Immediately, it was about to attack Yi Tian. Dark Spear! A black short spear appeared and charged toward the black-scaled giant snake demon at an incredible speed. Puff! The dark spear completely ignored the black-scaled giant snake demon's defenses, piercing its body and shattering its heart. With a loud bang, the black-scaled giant serpent demon collapsed, its life force slowly fading away. Finally, Yi Tian erased the dark energy from the black-scaled giant snake demon's wounds to prevent it from corrupting its flesh, then sealed it away in his storage ring. Next, he cleared away some more demon beasts before leaving the Maple Leaf Mountains. East Sea Base Market. Yi Tian sold all the demon beasts, with the black-scaled giant snake demon fetching a whopping 1.5 million coins. The main reason was that the black-scaled giant snake demon was massive in size and had a lot of usable body materials, which is why it commanded such a high price. Moreover, Yi Tian also gradually sold some of the ordinary items stored in his blood claw storage ring, and now he has sold most of them. Currently, he still has over 20 million yuan in his possession. Unfortunately, the materials needed to enhance my other innate abilities to an A rank are extremely rare. Even with money, they're impossible to obtain. Yi Tian sighed. Not only are the materials hard to come by, but even A rank techniques are unavailable for purchase. The Donghai Pavilion doesn't sell A rank supernatural techniques either. It seems that the highest rank supernatural techniques ordinary people can access are B rank, and the highest rank materials are also of this level. I'm back. Yi Tian returned to his home, with only half a month left before the college entrance exams. He must continue cultivating his supernatural techniques during this time. However, he discovered a problem. All his supernatural techniques were incredibly powerful, either grade A or grade B. Supernatural techniques required repeated use to enhance their power and cultivation. And the process of using them inevitably caused destruction and disruption. Previously, he had often practiced his techniques in the wilderness, so the issue wasn't too severe. But at home, the dark sky alone was enough to cover the entire building. If that happened, wouldn't someone report him? Therefore, he must find a safe place to practice his supernatural abilities. The underground. Yi Tian thought. He could easily establish a small base underground and practice there, which would be highly discreet. He could use earth traveling techniques to enter and exit the small base, so no one would notice. Then, he began digging a small space 100 meters underground near the nearby park. With his earth-based supernatural abilities, digging a small space was easy. Soon, he had dug out a relatively large space. However, this space was unstable and prone to collapse. Therefore, he took the opportunity to learn a D-rank earth-based ability clay stone technique. This ability allows one to form a special type of stone clay, and many earth-based ability users specializing in construction master this technique. A mere D-rank earth-type ability was too simple for Yi Tian, and he quickly mastered it to perfection. The advantage of mudstone technique was its ability to solidify quickly. Before long, he had solidified the walls of the small base and constructed some stone pillars to support them. After more than a day of renovations, the underground base was complete. It's done. Now I can train here without attracting attention from the outside world. Days passed one after another. Just 6 days before the college entrance exams, Yi Tian finally mastered the A rank dark type, Dark Veil, and his cultivation had reached the peak limit of a peak practitioner, ready to break through to the master realm at any moment. Donghai First High School. Yi Tian returned, and the students who had taken leave also came back. With only 3 days left until the college entrance exam, there was no need to continue pushing forward. At this point, nearly all the students in the water-type genius class had broken through to the realm, with only a few remaining at the peak of the apprentice realm. Apart from Yi Tian, the highest-ranked student in the class was Lin Xingya, whose cultivation had already reached the advanced user realm. With such cultivation, as long as nothing unexpected happened, she should have no problem getting into Donghai University, one of the top 10 universities in Xia Nation. However, the location and format of the college entrance exam vary each year. To prevent cheating, the specific exam format is typically only announced on the final day. Before long, the final day arrived. The teachers announced the assessment method for this year's college entrance exam. Practical application. The location is at F6 Secret Realm in Donghai City. Chapter 18, the second-tier peak demon beast, the Earth Armor Dragon. The F6 Secret Realm is somewhat unique, as it is a realm of illusions. This means that even if you are killed within the secret realm, you are not truly dead. At most, you will suffer some mental exhaustion and feel weakened for a while. Such a secret realm is ideal for practical combat assessments. It was used several years ago and is being used again this year. After official modifications, this secret realm is divided into 3 major areas: the outer ring, the inner ring, and the core. The outer region is inhabited by fierce beasts or quasi-demon beasts, serving as a training ground for students of illusory arts. The inner region is the domain of first-tier demon beasts, while the core region is entirely occupied by second-tier demon beasts. At the start, everyone begins in the outer region, and any student can freely enter the inner region and core region without restriction. The assessment lasts for 12 hours, and once the time is up, the assessment results are finalized. Of course, if you are killed in the F6 secret realm, you will be eliminated immediately. Therefore, even peak-level practitioners could fail to pass the exam. Most practitioners will first kill some powerful beasts or quasi-demon beasts in the outer region to secure a baseline score before entering the inner region. This way, even if they encounter a powerful level 1 demon beast and are eliminated, they can still enroll in the supernatural university. Having learned about the college entrance exam format, Yi Tian felt somewhat reassured. The next day. Early morning, 7 o'clock. All the students arrived at school on time and were led by their teachers to the F6 secret realm. When Yi Tian arrived, he saw a sea of students. Donghai City wasn't just home to Donghai No. 1 High School. There were also Donghai No. 3 High School, Donghai No. 6 High School, Donghai No. 9 High School, Donghai No. 13 High School, and Yaori High School, among others. Each school had hundreds, if not thousands, of students with special abilities. It was easy to imagine how many gifted students there were in the entire Donghai City. However, the F6 secret realm was vast enough to accommodate even 10 times as many students. At 8 o'clock sharp, the F6 secret realm opened, and a large number of students poured into the realm. Yi Tian also entered. Upon entering, Yi Tian noticed a small campsite near the exit of the realm, where each person could claim an illusionary bracelet. This bracelet could absorb information, automatically recording any demon beasts killed. If 2 people killed a demon beast together, the bracelets could also distribute points. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everything was ready, and the college entrance exam officially began. At that moment, everyone exited the secret realm camp. In the blink of an eye, so many students gradually disappeared. The outer perimeter of the secret realm isn't worth much. Killing those fierce beasts and quasi-demon beasts won't yield many points. Let's head straight to the inner perimeter to kill some demon beasts, secure the minimum points needed to enter Donghai University, and then enter the core area. Yi Tian ran a short distance, saw no one around, and immediately cast the golden light technique to head toward the inner region. Soon, he felt as though he had passed through a barrier. We arrived at the inner region. Shortly after entering, he encountered a level 1 early-stage demon beast, a blood wolf. This was a common type of level 1 demon beast, not particularly powerful. The blood wolf, upon seeing Yi Tian, charged directly at him. Yi Tian casually pointed his finger, and the golden needle technique was activated. Puff! The blood wolf's head was pierced through by the golden needle technique, killing it instantly. After the blood wolf died, it turned into mist and dissipated, returning to the secret realm. He looked at his illusory technique bracelet, which displayed a score of 10. This signified that he had earned 10 points. Next, he killed one first-tier demon beast after another. Even first-tier peak demon beasts were instantly killed by him. Moreover, his fire eye technique allowed him to locate even more demon beasts. In just 1 hour, his points reached 1,000. He knew exactly what that meant. 1 point equaled 1 point. Last year, the admission cutoff score for Donghai University was only 850 points. As long as he obtained 850 points, he could enter Donghai University. Even if I'm eliminated now, I can still get into Donghai University, Yi Tian said with a smile. If he were willing, he could even help other students easily get into Donghai University. However, doing so wasn't a good thing, it was a bad thing. Without sufficient ability, entering a special university like Donghai University would be a bad thing. It's like playing a game using cheats to join a high-level match. Once the cheats stop working, wouldn't that be suicide? It's time to head to the core area. Yi Tian activated his golden light technique and moved forward quickly, entering the core area in no time. The demon beasts in the core area were all second-tier demon beasts, with strength rivaling that of supernatural practitioners. Yi Tian wanted to see how far he could go with his current strength. Soon, he encountered a second-level mid-stage demon beast, a gray bear, whose strength was roughly on par with that of an intermediate level. Wood Vine technique. Vine shot out and wrapped around the clumsy gray bear, then he unleashed a B-rank wood attribute demon technique Hellwood Spikes. Puff! 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 The grizzly bear was pierced through and died quickly, while his points increased by 200. This meant that killing a mid-level demon beast of the second rank yielded 200 points. A mid-level level 2 demon beast is still weak to me, I can kill it with ease. Yi Tian continued searching for second-tier demon beasts. There weren't many second-tier demon beasts in the core area, after all. Geniuses who could cultivate their cultivation to the demon technique master realm by their senior year were extremely rare, so there was no need to station so many second-tier demon beasts in the core area. As time passed, one after another, second-tier demon beasts fell under Yi Tian's attacks, and his points continued to skyrocket. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points. Before he realized it, 6 hours had passed, and only 6 hours remained until the college entrance exam ended. At that moment, his points had already reached 8,000. Another level 2 demon beast. He had arrived at the very core of the core area and discovered a level 2 peak demon beast, the Earth Armor Dragon. The Earth Armor Dragon is a level 2 peak demon beast with B-rank bloodline potential, possessing extremely powerful defensive capabilities, terrifying strength, and several Earth attribute innate abilities. This Earth Armor Dragon must be the strongest demon beast in the core area. As the Earth Armor Dragon approached, Yi Tian could feel a faint sense of oppression. He wasn't sure if he could handle this Earth Armor Dragon, but he had to give it a try. Whoosh! The Earth Armor Dragon suddenly vanished. It's the Earth Diving Technique. He remembered that one of the Earth Armored Dragon's innate abilities was the Earth Diving Technique. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian activated this technique, pinpointing the Earth Armor Dragon's location, then pointed his finger at it. Point to the ground and turn it to steel. In an instant, the soil beneath the Earth Armor Dragon turned into steel, which continued to compress, attempting to crush the Earth Armor Dragon. However, the Earth Armor Dragon's power was too terrifying, it shattered the finger to steel technique and burst out from the ground. Immediately afterward, the Earth Armor Dragon's body was covered in layer upon layer of thick armor, transforming it into an armored Earth Dragon. This was not a transformation, but the activation of an innate supernatural ability, the Earth Armor Technique. Yi Tian also possessed the Earth Armor Technique and the Earth Diving Technique, and his mastery of these techniques even surpassed that of the Earth Armor Dragon's innate ability. However, the Earth Armor Dragon's cultivation was far superior, and it was one entire realm higher. Dark Spear. Yi Tian unleashed this dark attribute B-rank technique. The Dark Spear materialized and struck toward the Earth Armor Dragon. However, the Earth Armor Dragon's cultivation was too high, even a Dark Spear at its peak could only shatter a single scale on its body. Such an injury was nothing to the Earth Armor Dragon. Meanwhile, the Earth Armor Dragon's attack arrived. Dense stone spears appeared, charging toward Yi Tian. This was none other than the B-rank innate technique Great Stone Spear Technique, capable of condensing over 100 stone spears to attack enemies. The speed of the Great Stone Spear Technique was too fast, and its range was too wide. Even if Yi Tian activated his Golden Light Technique, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Therefore, he directly unleashed the A-rank Dark-type technique Darkness Veil. Chapter 19, Yi Tian is the provincial top scholar. The dark sky unfolds. In an instant, the Earth Armor Dragon was engulfed in utter darkness. Instantly, he lost track of Yi Tian. Moreover, the dark canopy seemed to transform into countless black threads, wrapping around the Earth Armor Dragon and constantly suppressing its power. The Touching Long panicked, desperately trying to break free from the restraints. However, no matter how it struggled to break free, it couldn't completely escape. After all, this was a graded dark type at the peak of perfection. Seeing that the Earth Armor Dragon's movements were restricted, Yi Tian immediately unleashed a B-rank wood-type Hellwood spikes. Wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing toward the armored dragon. The Earth Armored Dragon's defenses were strong, but its abdomen was one of its weak points. It had been moving close to the ground, and this Hellwood spikes technique, which attacked from the ground, was undoubtedly one of its weaknesses. Instantly, the Earth Armored Dragon's body was lifted off the ground by the Hellwood spikes, but the technique did not completely pierce its skin. However, Yi Tian pulled off a clever move. He manipulated one of the wooden spikes of the Hellwood spikes technique and stabbed it directly into the Touchinglong's anus. A pitiful scream echoed, revealing the terrifying damage of that strike. However, this also caused the Earth Armor Dragon to become enraged, with its attack power seemingly skyrocketing. However, under the suppression of the dark sky, it couldn't sense Yi Tian's location, causing its attacks to be useless, and it could only wildly destroy the ground around it. Next, Yi Tian used various supernatural techniques to drain its life force, targeting its weakest points. Realizing it was in danger, the Earth Armor Dragon prepared to use its Earth Escape technique to flee. But Yi Tian had already anticipated this move. Point to steel. Instantly, the soil beneath the Earth Armor Dragon turned into steel, rendering its Earth Diving technique useless. Gradually, the Earth Armor Dragon lost its last vestiges of life and dissipated into mist. I actually defeated a level 2 demon beast at its peak. Yi Tian gained a rough understanding of his own strength. Of course, this was because the Earth Armor Dragon was relatively unintelligent, making it easier to handle. If he were facing a peak tier with a wide array of techniques, he would find it much harder to kill them, and there was even a chance he could be killed in return. However, with his current strength, dealing with most high level was relatively easy. After killing the Earth Armor Dragon, Yi Tian's points increased by 1,000. 9,000 points now. I heard the maximum score is 10,000 points. Anything more than that is meaningless. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Every year, there are top scorers who achieve the full 10,000 points, and sometimes even more than one. Soon, he killed several more second-tier demon beasts, raising his score to 10,000 points. At this point, continuing to kill the demon beasts in this secret realm was no longer worthwhile. Therefore, Yi Tian stopped searching for demon beasts and instead began searching for resources. The illusionary secret realm, though seemingly illusory, was actually a real secret realm, and some of the items here could be taken out. Soon, Yi Tian spotted a white stone, one of the purest white stones he had ever seen. Upon touching it, he felt a cool, refreshing sensation, and it felt quite comfortable to the touch. Spiritual power +1. Spiritual power +1. Upon seeing this prompt, Yi Tian knew exactly what kind of stone it was. Phantom stone. This type of stone was a spiritual type material, essential for those with spiritual type innate abilities. Spiritual type innate ability users are extremely rare but also extremely powerful. They primarily cultivate illusory techniques, mental attack techniques, and mental defense techniques. Once their mental power reaches a certain level, they can even gain the ability to control objects with their mind. There's still some time left, perhaps I can collect quite a few illusion stones. The one I have in my hand should be a low-grade illusion stone. If I could find a mid-grade or high-grade illusion stone, that would be even better. Yi Tian thought to himself. Phantom stones are primarily used to construct illusory arrays or extract phantom liquid. Some mental potions require illusion liquid, as the strength of mental-type natural talent users primarily relies on powerful mental energy. Mental potions can enhance mental energy, making it much faster than slow, arduous cultivation. Therefore, the value of phantom stones is also very high. High school students were all focused on killing demon beasts to achieve good grades. None of them had time to slowly search for phantom stones. After Yi Tian's relentless search, he found one phantom stone after another. Generally, phantom stones can only be found in core regions, and some even originate from underground. Even though he could use the earth diving technique, finding phantom stones was still quite challenging. However, he had already developed an F-rank mental ability, and once he left, he could begin cultivating mental techniques. This is an intermediate grade phantom stone, and it's so big. While searching for phantom stones underground, Yi Tian was quite lucky and found a mid-grade phantom stone the size of a basketball, which he immediately put away. A little while later, it was time for the college entrance exam. All students' scores were locked, and continuing to kill demon beasts would no longer earn points. One by one, students began to emerge from the F6 secret realm. Yi Tian also returned immediately, quickly reaching the exit of the realm, handing in his illusion bracelet, and exiting from within. All the results were compiled and reported, and the results would be announced in a few days. After exiting, many students discussed among themselves and asked about each other's scores. A few asked about Yi Tian's score, but he merely smiled mysteriously and did not reveal it. He claimed he scored 10,000 points, but no one believed him. When the results are finally announced, everyone will know. Once all the students had come out, they all left the area. Yi Tian also went back. Before long, 2 days had passed. Donghai First High School. The school meeting room. Li Xian and several other teachers arrived here, including Principal Guahai, the master of supernatural arts, who had personally come. Once most of the teachers had arrived, Guahai spoke up. Teachers, our school's performance this year has been quite impressive. Hearing the words very good, the teachers sighed in relief. If the results had been poor, they would have faced reprimands. Guahai continued, this year, the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Donghai City is from our school, and the provincial top scorer is also from our school. Who is it? The teachers were curious. Based on their usual performance, even if First Middle School did exceptionally well this year, it was impossible for them to produce a provincial top scorer. The provincial top scorer must score 10,000 points. There has never been an exception. And to achieve 10,000 points, one would essentially need the abilities of a supernatural practitioner. But Donghai First High School doesn't have any students with supernatural abilities this year. It's Yi Tian from the Water Element Genius class. Guahai said. Yi Tian? Ms. Li Xian heard this and was completely speechless. She knew Yi Tian. He had been an F-rank water-type psychic with extraordinary talent, but after obtaining a rare treasure, he had boosted his water-type psychic potential to C rank, barely qualifying for the genius class. The only notable achievement was that he had ranked in the top 10 in the previous school league, but according to her investigation, he had only achieved that by taking advantage of a situation, killing a demon beast that had already been severely injured by others. Such an achievement wasn't worth mentioning. After that, Yi Tian took a leave of absence to focus on his cultivation. She has no idea how much Yi Tian's strength has improved, but how could a mere C-rank water-type psychic with such potential possibly become the provincial top scholar? Chapter 20, Mental Techniques. Principal, are you kidding me? Li Xian asked. I'm not joking. The results are already out, and I received the news from above immediately. Moreover, the admission scores for various universities are about to be announced. This year, there are approximately 23 students from our school who have reached the admission score for Donghai University. Hua Hai said. Last year, there were 21 students who met the admission requirements for Donghai University. Of course, not all of these students will apply to Donghai University, some will apply to other universities of the same caliber, and at most only half will apply to Donghai University. The reason for this is that each special ability university focuses on different departments. For example, Donghai University focuses on water-based abilities, with more teachers specializing in water-based abilities. Kyoto University, on the other hand, focuses on fire, wind, and lightning disciplines. If a student has rare abilities such as spatial, dark, or light abilities, some universities may not have faculty members specializing in these fields. In such cases, applying to such universities would not be appropriate. For instance, Donghai University does not have teachers specializing in the spatial element, so students with spatial abilities would not apply there. Students are free to choose which universities to apply to. The university will not interfere, though it may offer some advice. The final decision rests entirely with the students themselves. Subsequently, Hua Hai discussed the next promotional issues. First High School has produced a college entrance exam champion, which is a great honor for the school, so it must be widely publicized. After the meeting, First Middle School began its promotional campaign. Somewhere in Donghai City, Lin Qingya also received the news. What? Yi Tian became the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Lin Qingya couldn't believe it. Not long ago, Yi Tian wasn't even a practitioner of the supernatural arts. He was just an ordinary student who had accidentally obtained a rare treasure, which boosted his water elemental talent potential to C rank, allowing him to enter the water elemental genius class. The key point was that Yi Tian had no background. How could he suddenly become the top scorer in the college entrance exam? She was well aware of the prestige of being the top scorer in the college entrance exam and was the level of a prodigious genius. Even an A-rank supernatural talent would struggle to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. How did Yi Tian manage it? Yi Tian's secret must be quite significant. Lin Qingya sighed. That day, countless people were shocked by the news about Yi Tian. For a time, Yi Tian garnered a great deal of attention. Yi Tian, would you be willing to apply to our Magic City University? We are willing to waive all tuition fees and offer you a 1 million yuan admission bonus. What do you think? This was the sixth call Yi Tian received. Sorry, I've decided to apply to Donghai University. Yi Tian rejected the offer outright. The only reason he chose Donghai University was because it was close to home, and he didn't want to go too far away. The next day, Yi Tian arrived at Donghai No. 1 High School. Today was the day to apply for the University of Extraordinary Abilities. When Yi Tian entered the Water Element Genius class, everyone stared at him. Yi Tian, you became the top scorer in the college entrance exam. How did you do it? The top scorer must have scored 10,000 points. Oh my god, I only got over 300 points. Don't mention it. I only scored over 200 points. I was unlucky and encountered an extremely powerful demon beast, which killed me instantly. Facing his classmates' questions, Yi Tian replied casually, just good luck. Of course, the others didn't believe him. Soon, the teacher arrived and asked the students to fill out their college entrance exam applications. Although the admission scores for each supernatural university had been announced, that didn't mean that meeting the requirements guaranteed admission. Therefore, everyone needed to list several options to ensure they could secure a spot at the Special Abilities University. Yi Tian, the principal is calling you. Ms. Li Xian called out. Yi Tian followed Ms. Li Xian to the principal's office. Upon seeing Hua Hai, Yi Tian greeted him respectfully. Good morning, principal. Hua Hai looked at Yi Tian for a moment and nodded slightly. Not bad. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the peak-level psionic practitioner realm. You should be close to breaking through to the psionic practitioner realm, right? Yes. Yi Tian replied. Which university do you plan to apply to? Hua Hai asked. Without hesitation, Yi Tian replied, Principal, I plan to apply to Donghai University's water department. Has Donghai University contacted you? Hua Hai asked again. They have. Donghai University contacted me immediately and offered me quite a few benefits and perks, Yi Tian said. Hua Hai didn't ask how many benefits Donghai University had offered, but instead asked. Yi Tian, since you've become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, our Donghai First High School naturally has a reward for you. What would you like? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before replying, Principal, I would like some water-related materials. Water-based materials? Hua Hai pondered for a few seconds before directly retrieving a turquoise blue stone from his storage ring. This water god stone is something I obtained by chance. It's quite a decent water-based material. Wearing it on your body can help you recover your water-based abilities faster. I'll give it to you. Water Spirit Stone. Yi Tian had never heard of such a thing, but it seemed quite valuable. He took the Water Spirit Stone and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Principal. Hua Hai smiled. Go to Donghai University and train hard. A is just the beginning. Some of the prodigies at Donghai University have already reached the master level off before graduating. I hope you can achieve the same. Principal, I'll strive for it. Yi Tian immediately took his leave. After leaving the principal's office, he went to apply for Donghai University. After completing the application, he had nothing else to do. Upon returning home from school, Yi Tian began contemplating what to do over the next 2 months. My mental ability potential has been upgraded to B rank. I need to find a few mental techniques to cultivate. Additionally, once my cultivation reaches the peak limit of an advanced practitioner, the next step is to elevate my cultivation to the realm of a master practitioner. These were the tasks Yi Tian needed to tackle at present. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian's water clone came to purchase mental arts. This water clone ability was now extremely useful. He could buy arts using an anonymous card without revealing his identity. However, when Yi Tian came here to inquire, he discovered that Donghai Pavilion only sells defensive type mental techniques. Illusion type and offensive type mental techniques are not available for purchase. Why don't you sell illusion type or attack type mental techniques? Yi Tian asked the staff of Donghai Pavilion. The staff explained, Sir, it's not that we don't sell them, but we're not allowed to. In the past, unregistered illusion-type psychic talent users purchased illusion-type psychic techniques and harmed many young women. As for attack-type mental psychic techniques, they can kill people without a trace, making it difficult to identify the culprit. Therefore, only those who join an official organization or enroll in the mental department of a psychic university can learn such techniques. I see. Yi Tian understood. Defensive mental techniques are harmless to others, so they are not regulated. After selecting, Yi Tian chose the B-rank defensive mental technique Mental Tower and the B-rank mental defense technique Mental Field. Among these, the Mental Tower is the strongest mental defense technique for self-protection, while the Mental Field, though less effective in defense, can protect others' souls to some extent, making it a group defense mental technique. Of course, B-rank defensive psychic techniques are extremely expensive, costing significantly more than other B-rank psychic techniques. For example, the Spirit Tower costs 8.5 million yuan, while the Spirit Field costs 8 million yuan. Fortunately, Yi Tian is wealthy enough to afford these two B-rank defensive mental techniques. After purchasing these two mental techniques, Yi Tian left the area. Upon his return, he immediately accepted the inheritance of both mental techniques. Once he masters these two mental techniques, his mental strength will continue to improve, and his overall power will increase significantly. Most importantly, this would address his weakness in the spiritual realm, ensuring he would no longer fear others' spiritual attacks in the future. Chapter 21, The Invitation from the Association of Extraordinary Abilities. Upon returning, Yi Tian immediately began studying 2B rank mental defense supernatural techniques. Mental techniques are more difficult to cultivate than other techniques, but under the influence of the enlightenment technique, even B rank mental defense techniques posed no challenge to Yi Tian. With the help of the Taoist art of enlightenment, Yi Tian quickly mastered these 2B rank mental defense techniques, but to reach the pinnacle of mastery, it would likely take several more days. Water Spirit Stone. Yi Tian held the Water God Stone in his hand and could feel a thread of power being absorbed into his body. Water Power +1. Though it takes a long time to gain even a little water power, it is indeed useful. With more time, he could also enhance the potential of his water attribute innate ability to a rank. The Water God Stone is really impressive. It's barely an A rank material. The principal was truly generous this time. Of course, others might not be able to utilize the Water God Stone, seeing its only use is gathering the essence of heaven and earth. However, for him, he can absorb the water power within the Water God Stone to enhance his water-based innate abilities, truly unlocking the full potential of the Water God Stone. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on Yi Tian's door. Yi Tian used his fire eye technique to take a look and discovered a beautiful woman outside the door. Lu Xin, it's her. This was a peak-level master of supernatural arts. For such a powerful individual, a mere iron door held no significance. So he opened the door. Hello, Yi Tian. I'm Lu Xin from the Supernatural Abilities Association. Lu Xin introduced herself. Master Lu Xin, I've heard of you. What does the Supernatural Abilities Association want with me? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Lu Xin smiled and said, Yi Tian, I am here on behalf of the Supernatural Abilities Association to invite you to join. Join the Supernatural Abilities Association? Yi Tian shook his head hurriedly. I still have to go to university. Lu Xian hurriedly explained, Yitian, attending university does not conflict with joining the Supernatural Abilities Association. For example, many students at Donghai University have joined the association. As long as the organization is not listed as an illegal group by the authorities, anyone is allowed to join. Master Lu Xian, please come in first. Yitian invited Lu Xian inside to sit down and chat. After sitting down, Lu Xian began to explain the benefits of joining the Supernatural Abilities Association. Yitian, even though you scored the highest on the provincial college entrance exam, this is just the beginning. Even if you enter university, the competition will be fierce. By joining the Supernatural Abilities Association, you can utilize the association as a platform to obtain the resources and supernatural techniques you need. After entering university, many resources must be obtained through your own efforts. Joining the Supernatural Abilities Association is like having an additional channel to acquire resources. Why not take advantage of it? Furthermore, after graduation, you will inevitably need to join some faction. The Supernatural Abilities Association is an officially recognized organization. Joining it only brings benefits, no drawbacks. Yitian listened and found what Lu Xian said to make sense. Does the Psionic Association have mental type psionic abilities? Attack type or illusion type? Yitian asked. Yes. Lu Xian nodded, curious about why Yitian was asking that question. According to the records, Yitian is a water type psychic talent. Could he also have potential for mental type psychic abilities? Joining the Psionic Association must have some benefits, right? He wanted to get some benefits from the Psionic Association. What do you want? I'll request it from the higher-ups. Lu Xian said helplessly. Others couldn't even get into the Ability Association, yet she had invited Yitian, and he was asking for favors. However, Yitian was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and there were many factions eager to recruit him, so granting him some preferential treatment wasn't a problem. I want a B-rank offensive mental ability, or an illusion-type ability would also work, Yitian demanded boldly. That's impossible. Lu Xian refused outright. B-rank offensive mental abilities or B-rank illusions are extremely rare. The Psionic Association won't approve it. You should give up. If it's a C-rank offensive mental ability, I might be able to request it for you, but you must demonstrate your worth first. Prove your worth? Yitian paused, then said, I possess a B-rank psychic talent. Does that count as value? A B-rank mental type innate ability? Lu Xian couldn't believe it. This was even rarer than other B-rank innate abilities in terms of potential. The Psionic Association grants special privileges to individuals with special type psychic abilities like mental and spatial abilities. If that's the case, you'll definitely be able to obtain a C-rank attack type mental ability. Lu Xian assured him. Alright, I'll join the Ability Association. Yitian agreed. Shortly after, Lu Xian led Yitian to the headquarters building of the Supernatural Abilities Association in Donghai City. Upon arriving, Lu Xian took Yitian to test his psychic ability potential. Soon, Lu Xian had someone bring out a mental ability stone, which could detect the potential of innate abilities. Yitian, give it a try. Lu Xian urged him with a hint of anticipation. Yitian gripped the mental talent stone, and immediately, one after another, rings of light appeared on its surface. Soon, 5 rings appeared, indicating that Yitian's mental talent potential had reached B rank. Indeed, B rank spiritual talent potential. Lu Xian was thrilled. Such a genius was no less than an average A-rank talent. Moreover, Yitian had also secured the top spot, making him eligible for special rewards. Shortly after, she went to Deputy Chairman Taisher to request a C-rank mental technique for Yitian, and the request was naturally approved immediately. Yitian, you may apply for a C-rank mental technique. Lu Xian presented a list of C-rank techniques along with their descriptions before Yitian, allowing him to choose one. Soul Needle Technique. Yitian made his choice. The Soul Needle Technique allows one to condense mental energy into a needle and directly pierce another person's soul, causing damage to their soul. If used against ordinary people, the Soul Needle Technique would instantly shatter their souls, causing them to die. Even ordinary psychic arts apprentices couldn't withstand it. When combined with combat, the Soul Needle Technique can unleash tremendous power. Yitian thought to himself. With the Soul Needle Technique, his strength had significantly increased. Soon, the Soul Needle Technique Inheritance Orb was in his hands. Ability Association Task Zone. Lu Xian brought Yitian here. Yitian, this is the task zone of the Psionic Association. Here, various tasks will be posted. Completing tasks earns you points, which can be exchanged for resources, materials, weapons, and other psionic techniques at the association. After finishing her explanation, Lu Xian left Yitian to explore on his own while she attended to other matters. Extinguish a forest fire. Requirements: Water-type supernatural ability users, no limit on number of participants. Reward: 20 points. Search for missing persons in Donlan River. No requirements. Water-type psychic ability users preferred. Reward, 15 points. Collect century-old icy black iron, 1 pound worth 500 points. Clear demon rats in the eastern part of the city. Killing one level 1 demon rat grants 10 points, killing one level 2 demon rat grants 50 points, with no limit on the number of kills. Yi Tian glanced at the tasks. The rewards for non-dangerous tasks were decent, and the rewards for slightly dangerous tasks were quite good. The ability association can purchase mental attack techniques, even B-rank mental attack techniques, but they require points. I still need to complete some tasks to accumulate enough points to purchase a B-rank mental attack technique. Yi Tian selected a task and decided to accept the Demon Rat Extermination mission in the Eastern City. This task was a bit dangerous, but it offered a lot of points. Chapter 22, Condensing the Organ of Extraordinary Abilities, Breaking Through 7 times. East of the city. The demon rats mentioned by the Supernatural Association are said to be lurking underground in this area, appearing frequently and impossible to eliminate completely. Yi Tian muttered. These demon rats must be exterminated regularly, otherwise, if they escape into residential areas, ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance, and even apprentices would be killed. After all, these demon rats are true demon beasts, and their strength is no joke. The demon rats are not very large, but their claws are as hard as steel. They excel at digging tunnels underground, making them difficult to track down. Once spotted, they must be killed with a single strike to ensure their demise. This information was obtained from the task brief provided by the Supernatural Association. However, Yi Tian wasn't worried about failing to detect the demon rats. He possessed the Fire Eye technique and the Earth Splitting technique, making him the perfect nemesis for demon rats. This mission was too easy for him. He could use it to quickly accumulate a large number of points. Whoosh! Yi Tian activated his Earth Diving technique, entering the underground realm, while simultaneously activating his Fire Eye technique to scan the surroundings and track the demon rat's movements. Soon, he sensed the presence of a level 1 demon rat. He used his Earth-Splitting technique to approach it, then swiftly killed it with a simple golden needle technique. After killing the demon rat, Yi Tian collected its body and continued searching for the second one. As time passed, one demon rat after another was found and easily dispatched. Soon, he encountered a second-level demon rat. A second-level demon rat was as powerful as a sorcerer, and if a sorcerer encountered a second-level demon rat underground, they would almost certainly be killed. Unfortunately, this level 2 demon rat had crossed paths with Yi Tian. Yi Tian utilized his earth base to split the soil apart, then immediately cast the B-rank dark base, Dark Spear. Kill! The dark spear pierced the second-tier demon rat's body, instantly killing it. Next, Yi Tian erased the dark-type ability energy from the wound before collecting the corpse. In this manner, Yi Tian killed more and more demon rats until he could no longer find any. That's enough for today's mission. Yi Tian returned to the headquarters building of the Ability Association and submitted his report. When he submitted so many demon rats, the staff responsible for the task were stunned. 6 level 2 demon rats and 36 level 1 demon rats, totaling 660 points. However, this amount of points was nowhere near enough to exchange for a B-rank mental ability. Even a basic B-rank mental ability requires 10,000 points to exchange. Even if Yi Tian could earn several hundred points every day, it would still take over 10 days to accumulate enough points. No rush. There's nearly 2 months left before Donghai University starts, and during that time, I'm sure I can exchange for several B-rank attack mental techniques, Yi Tian thought to himself. In the days that followed, he focused on cultivating the C-rank attack type mental technique Soul Needle technique and the B-rank defense type mental techniques Mental Tower and Mental Field. The Soul Needle technique was relatively simple and he quickly reached the mastery level. A few days later, both the Spiritual Tower and Spiritual Domain were also cultivated to the mastery level. After this period of cultivation, Yi Tian's mental strength had grown exponentially compared to before, becoming increasingly refined and powerful. It's time to break through to the Spirit Technique Master Realm. Yi Tian had been stagnating at the peak of the Spirit Technique Master Realm for many days. During this time, he had been continuously gathering information on how to break through to the Spirit Technique Master Realm. After joining the Spirit Ability Association, he had also obtained more detailed information. Breaking through to the realm was no trivial matter, it required condensing energy into organs. These organs can be formed anywhere in the body, and they are very small, making them easy to hide. Most practitioners hide their ability organs within the 5 major organs and 6 viscera, which is the most effective method. I am different from other peak level. I need to condense multiple organs, but once I break through, my strength will increase significantly, far surpassing others. Yi Tian thought carefully and decided to start by condensing water-type ability organs. Water represents the kidneys, so forming a water-type ability organ within the kidneys is undoubtedly the best choice. Let's begin. Yi Tian manipulated the water-based supernatural energy to gather within his left kidney, then continuously compressed the energy, using a special method to condense the water-based supernatural organ. An hour later. Boom! The water-based ability organ was successfully formed, and an enormous amount of celestial and earthly chi surged into it, circulating throughout his body and making his water-based ability energy purer. Now, a single thread of his water-based ability power was equivalent to several times its previous strength. Moreover, under the influence of the water-based ability organ, his left kidney had also been enhanced. My kidney function must be incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, I have no opportunity to test it. Yi Tian sighed regretfully. Next, let's condense the wood-type ability organ. The wood-type ability corresponds to the liver, so he naturally had to condense the wood-type ability organ within his liver. Soon, the wood-attributed ability organ was successfully condensed. At this moment, his wood-attributed energy underwent a transformation, and his liver grew stronger, further enhancing his physical condition. Then it was time to condense the metal-type ability organ, as the lungs correspond to the metal element. Thus, he condensed the metal-type ability organ in his lungs. Afterward, he condensed the fire-type ability organ in his heart and the earth-type ability organ within his spleen. With this, the 5 elements' supernatural organs were all successfully condensed. However, Yi Tian still needed to condense the dark attribute and mental attribute ability organs. The optimal location for the mental energy organ is the mud ball palace, which is the seat of the mind. However, the dark elemental energy organ had multiple options, and any location could be chosen. Yi Tian ultimately chose to condense the dark energy organ in the arm. Afterward, he spent some time condensing the mental type ability organ. The mud pellet palace, the sea of the spirit. A spiritual ability organ resembling a crystal floated there, with his soul seated cross-legged upon it. All his spiritual ability energies were condensed within this spiritual ability organ. His spirit had become more refined and resilient compared to before. Soon, he then condensed the darkness type ability organ in his right arm, further enhancing his physical prowess. In this way, all 7 of his psychic abilities had formed psychic organs, fully reaching the realm of a psychic master. After 7 breakthroughs, his physical prowess had become utterly terrifying. Boom! A single punch sent the air exploding, as if it had been torn apart. This punch alone could kill a peak level. Yi Tian thought to himself. Now, he felt his strength was on par with that of a master of the arts, but he had yet to face a true master in battle. On this day, Yi Tian accepted another mission to extinguish a fire in a forest outside the city. Firefighting was the responsibility of the fire department, but this time the flames were caused by demon beasts fighting, spreading too quickly, and these weren't ordinary flames. The fire department didn't have enough manpower. Therefore, those of them who were water elemental practitioners or masters could take on such tasks to extinguish the fire. Such missions were quite common, occurring several times a month. Swish! Yi Tian accepted the mission and headed outside the city. Soon, he arrived at the forest. Not only him, but other water-based elementalists, and even a water-based elemental master had arrived. Boom! One after another, and even unleashed their water-based, summoning vast amounts of water to extinguish the flames. Especially the water-based techniques of the master practitioners, which seemed to summon a small river directly and flood it into the forest. Within a few hours, the fire was completely extinguished. The task completed, Yi Tian returned. On the way back, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression growing solemn. Fire Eye Technique. With a sweep of his gaze, he spotted 6 peak level hidden around him. Chapter 23, Manipulation Technique and Control Technique, the ace up his sleeve. 6 peak level. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly. The positioning of these 6 was clearly disadvantageous. At that moment, the 6 peak level also noticed Yi Tian's eyes and recognized the Fire Eye Technique. He possesses fire attribute innate abilities. We've been exposed, kill him. The 6 peak level no longer hid, charging out one after another. Their speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. You're asking for death. Darkness Veil. The area around them was completely engulfed in darkness, and one by one, the peak level were instantly suppressed by the Dark Veil, and a ranked dark attribute. Hellwood Spike Technique. Dark Spear. Puff. 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 5 peak level were pierced through, but one managed to activate a forbidden technique and dodged at the last moment. But the next second, Yi Tian used the Golden Light technique to close in on the opponent, delivering a sword shadow technique that severely wounded him. Then, crack! The opponent's neck was snapped by Yi Tian. In the span of just 3 breaths, all 6 peak level were killed. Immediately, Yi Tian took the items from their bodies and left the area. Next, Yi Tian used his earth traveling technique to depart. After Yi Tian departed, other gifted psychics arrived. Upon seeing the 6 dead peak level psychics, they panicked and immediately notified the Psychic Association, the headquarters of the Psionic Association. Yi Tian returned, first submitted his mission report, and then inspected the items on the 6's bodies. There's nothing of value here, and only one of them had a storage bag. Not even a permanent storage ring. This doesn't mean these were poor, it's just that permanent spatial items are too rare and precious. Storage bags only last a month and are only useful for frequent demon beast hunting, otherwise, buying one is a waste of money. 6 anonymous cards. Let's check how much they're worth later. Yi Tian put the useless items aside to bury them underground later. At this moment, he began to ponder the identities of these people. They must belong to an organization. But he hadn't offended any factions, had he? But soon, he figured out what faction those 6 belonged to. The Psionic Association quickly identified the 6 individuals, and as a member of the Psionic Association, Yi Tian naturally received this information. The Demon God Society. He was certain that the news of his betrayal of the Demon God Society's Bloodclaw had not been leaked. Therefore, the only reason the Demon God Society would send him to assassinate him was the college entrance exam champion. He had heard rumors before about a genius from Xia Kingdom falling victim to the Demon God Society's assassination, but he never imagined such a fate would befall him. However, the Demon God Society had underestimated his strength, sending only 6 peak-level psychic warriors, not even a single psychic master. If they had sent a peak-level master of supernatural arts, he would have had no choice but to flee. In the days that followed, Yi Tian rarely left Donghai City. There were plenty of tasks to handle in Donghai City, and he could earn a significant number of points each day by completing them. Soon after, Yi Tian had accumulated over 13,000 points and was preparing to purchase a B-rank mental type object manipulation. Object manipulation was a powerful mental type, allowing one to manipulate objects with mental energy and alter their form. For example, he could instantly transform a piece of iron into a sword using object manipulation. He could also control an enemy's body, making it highly effective in combat. Of course, Yi Tian was exchanging for object manipulation to combine it with another B-rank mental technique, object control. By combining object manipulation and object control, and then using top-tier metallic materials to forge a weapon, he could unleash terrifying destructive power. Imagine this: during combat, a nearby rock suddenly transforms into a stone sword and strikes from behind at a speed surpassing the speed of sound. What a terrifying ability! In other words, the combination of object manipulation and object control makes everything a potential weapon, rivaling the power of a ranked psychic abilities. He could even combine these two techniques into sword manipulation, allowing him to ride flying swords and soar through the skies. Therefore, Yi Tian aims to obtain both object manipulation and object control, these two B-rank mental techniques. Soon, Yi Tian had fully mastered the telekinesis technique, and the next step was to cultivate it to perfection. Before he knew it, another 2 or 3 days had passed. Object manipulation had been cultivated to perfection, and his mental strength had also increased slightly. After that, Yi Tian spent another half-month gathering the required points to exchange for the art of manipulating objects. Thus, the points for the art of controlling objects were also obtained. With this, Yi Tian could now combine the art of controlling objects with the art of controlling objects, which would greatly enhance his strength. I still need to purchase the hardest materials. However, the Psionic Association only sells B-grade metals and does not sell A-grade metal materials. Otherwise, he would have already exchanged for various A-grade metal materials to enhance his gold attribute psionic talent potential to A-grade. Materials or abilities of the A-rank tier are incredibly rare, and the Psionic Association wouldn't just hand them out lightly. His current status within the association isn't high enough, so he doesn't qualify to exchange for such items. Grade B metal? I'll go with blood copper gold. Yi Tian decided. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian's water clone arrived here to purchase blood copper gold, spending 3 million to acquire 1 pound of it. 1 pound of blood copper gold was more than enough for Yi Tian at the moment. He could use his object manipulation technique to transform it into a small flying sword, which still possessed terrifying destructive power. Underground base. Yi Tian was here testing the combined power of his object manipulation and object control techniques. The blood-red copper gold floated into the air, continuously elongating under the influence of the object manipulation technique, gradually transforming into a flying sword. Object manipulation also allows control over the flying sword's direction and force, enabling more precise manipulation, something object manipulation alone cannot achieve. When combined with object manipulation, it was virtually invincible. Kill. The two mental techniques combined, and the flying sword attacked the nearby stone wall at supersonic speed. Puff! The stone wall was pierced through, its speed far surpassing that of a bullet. After testing, Yi Tian found that with his current mental strength, combined with his mastery of object manipulation and object control at the perfect realm, he could freely activate both techniques within a 100-meter radius. The combination of object manipulation and control, paired with a mastery level A-rank psychic technique, means I currently possess only one A-rank psychic technique, the Dark Veil. However, the Dark Veil is not an offensive technique. Now, the combined use of object manipulation and control has become my strongest offensive ability and my trump card. Yi Tian murmured. With this technique, he could easily defeat even a novice master of supernatural abilities. Next, he took on numerous tasks from the Psionic Association, becoming a task-obsessed individual, and exchanged many psionic techniques and materials from the association. Thanks to the accumulation of supernatural techniques, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Just a few days before the start of the new semester at Donghai University, Yi Tian's cultivation had already reached the intermediate level realm. Chapter 24, Donghai University, Enrollment. East Sea University. Today was the first day of school, and unlike in his previous life, there were no scenes of upperclassmen welcoming freshmen. Each new student entered the school on their own and followed the instructions to check into their dormitory. As the top-scoring student in the college entrance exam, Yi Tian did not have to share a dormitory with others but instead had his own private apartment. Moreover, he received a reward of 1,000 points. University points are similar to points in the Supernatural Abilities Association, both of which can be used to exchange resources and supernatural abilities. After that, Yi Tian processed his university points card and other enrollment procedures. Only then was he officially admitted to Donghai University. Unlike high school, Donghai University has no fixed classrooms. Classes are self-paced, and students only need to pass the assessments. For those with special abilities, strength is the most important factor at this stage, with everything else being secondary. Every student was assigned a mentor. Yi Tian was assigned to water element mentor Li Haoyang, who was also a water element master and possessed formidable strength. At a top-tier university like Donghai University, the top mentors are all masters of supernatural arts, and only a few professors are grandmasters of supernatural arts. It can be said that Donghai University is incredibly powerful, and the Donghai City Supernatural Association pales in comparison. Of course, the Supernatural Abilities Association has numerous branches, with one in every city, while Donghai University has only one. If it comes down to a direct comparison, Donghai University would still be considered the junior counterpart to the Xia Nation's Supernatural Abilities Association. The next day, Yi Tian was dragged into a large water attribute group by Li Haoyang, who then sent out a notice. Everyone, Donghai University has a freshman king title for first-year students. Those with the ability can compete for it. The school library has various books on supernatural arts and cultivation experiences. If you're stuck in your cultivation, you can go there to look around, perhaps you'll find inspiration to break through. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to message me, and I'll answer them if I have time. On Saturdays and Sundays, don't bother me, I need to rest too. After Li Haoyang left the group, the others started chatting and introducing themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was thinking about the newcomer king. He was very interested in it, so he looked it up on the forum. That's when he realized the value of the newcomer king title. Once you earned it, the benefits were countless. Past newcomer kings had all risen quickly and far surpassed other first-year freshmen in strength. I'm going for the newcomer king, Yi Tian muttered to himself. To obtain the newcomer king title, one must accumulate a large number of points. For example, Yi Tian's 1,000 points were awarded for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam and do not count toward the newcomer king points. For freshmen, earning points is difficult. Completing course assessments grants points, and completing tasks also grants points, but these methods are time-consuming and yield few points. Battle Tower. This was the easiest way for first-year freshmen to earn points. The Battle Tower is a tower that tests one's strength. Technically speaking, it is an illusion tower. Falling in the battle tower does not result in actual death, it merely causes a loss of mental energy. The battle tower has many floors, and each floor cleared grants a significant amount of points. While Yi Tian was studying the battle tower, some freshmen had already compiled a list of the most promising candidates for the Rookie of the Year title in this year's batch, complete with rankings. Soon, Yi Tian also found out. I'm not ranked first. Yi Tian froze. The problem was, he was only ranked 19th, how disrespectful. However, when he looked at the information about the others, he understood why they didn't think highly of him. Qinyu, S-rank Lightning Elemental Talent, Intermediate Level Sorcerer. Zhang Yi, S-rank Water-type Innate Ability User, Intermediate Level. Xiao Ziyun, S-rank Fire-type Innate Ability User, Intermediate Level. Bai Xian, a rank Light-type Innate Ability User, Junior Level. All of these individuals are a rank or higher natural talent users, and each of them comes from an extraordinary background. Moreover, they are all top scorers in the college entrance exams. In a single province, there are already multiple perfect score top scorers, and Xia Nation has more than one province. Even if the top scorers were distributed among the top 10 supernatural universities, each university would still receive a significant number of them. Furthermore, aside from being a top scorer, he has little else to boast about. Therefore, many people don't hold much hope for him, and it's understandable. The abilities these individuals have demonstrated are merely what has been revealed. They might be hiding their true strength. Winning the title of the newcomer king won't be easy. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly. These individuals might have masters or even grandmasters of supernatural arts as their backers, and they certainly don't lack resources. If the powerful figures or families behind them were to fully invest in their cultivation, they might break through again within 3 months. It is said that last year's newcomer king was a high-level master of the supernatural arts. What is there to fear? I can keep cheating, but they can't. With that thought, Yi Tian calmed down. Let's head to the battle tower first. Yi Tian quickly made his way to the battle tower. At that moment, many people were already queuing up to enter the battle tower and tackle the challenges to earn points. Each level of the battle tower was extremely challenging. Beginner level found it difficult to pass the first level, intermediate level struggled to pass the second level, advanced level had a hard time passing the third level, and peak level found it nearly impossible to pass the fourth level. Beginner level found it difficult to pass the fifth floor, intermediate level found it difficult to pass the sixth floor, and advanced level found it difficult to pass the seventh floor. Passing the first level grants 10 points, the second level grants 20 points, the third level grants 50 points, the fourth level grants 100 points, and the fifth level grants 200 points. Clearing the sixth layer grants 500 points, and clearing the seventh layer grants 1000 points. The eighth layer grants 2000 points, the ninth layer grants 5000 points, and the 10th layer grants 10,000 points. These are the point rewards during the Newcomer King competition period. Once this period ends, the rewards will be significantly less. For example, a second-year student who clears the 10th level would only receive a few hundred points as a reward. After all, this is free, and the school isn't stupid. Why would they give away so much for free? During the 3-month Newcomer King competition, only a handful of people can clear the 7th layer or higher, so the school doesn't care much about these rewards. Soon, Yi Tian joined the queue and entered the battle tower. First floor. A level 1 demon beast materialized, and it was the level 1 demon beast golden ape that Yi Tian had seen before. The first obstacle is the golden ape. It's indeed tough for a novice to defeat it. Yi Tian thought to himself. Boom! The golden monkey charged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian casually used a golden needle technique, instantly killing it and passing the first layer. The second layer was also a one-hit kill. The third layer was also an instant kill. The fourth layer was also an instant kill. Upon reaching the fifth layer, Yi Tian faced 3 level 2 early stage demon beasts, and these were no ordinary demon beasts. Flying demon tigers, second-tier demon beasts with a ranked bloodline potential, and novice, how many could possibly defeat them? The requirements for the Donghai University battle tower are way too high. Yi Tian sighed. But he still used the Hell with Thrust technique to instantly kill the 3 flying demon tigers and advance to the 5th layer. Chapter 25, the 9th layer of the battle tower. The difficulty of the 5th layer of the battle tower was so great that even intermediate level found it hard to pass through. Only the geniuses among intermediate level could manage it. However, Yi Tian's power was too overwhelming. He effortlessly slaughtered the demons of the 5th floor and advanced to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is home to 10 demon beasts, each of which is a top-tier mid-stage second-tier demon beast. It could be said that even a peak level would be in serious trouble if faced with so many second-tier mid-stage demon beasts. However, Yi Tian waved his hand, using his object manipulation technique to a knife, then cast the golden light technique to transform into a beam of golden light, using his powerful physical strength to slash repeatedly. Puff! 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 The golden light sliced through. And the bodies of these demon beasts had already been severed into 2 pieces by Yi Tian. Close combat. My attack power is also terrifying. If my supernatural abilities are depleted, I can still unleash terrifying attack power solely with my physical strength. Yi Tian muttered. He planned to learn a technique that could enhance his physical body later, so that his physical strength could be unleashed more effectively. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his terrifying physical prowess. 7th layer. There were even more demon beasts here, all of them late-stage second-tier demon beasts, each containing powerful bloodlines, with a total of 20 of them. So many second-stage late-stage demon beasts with top-tier bloodlines could easily surround and kill a peak-level supernatural technique master, and even weaker supernatural technique masters might perish. Whoosh! 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 These late-stage second-tier demon beasts charged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian continued to use his golden light technique combined with his object control technique, along with his own physical prowess, to effortlessly dispose of this group of late-stage second-tier demon beasts. He then arrived at the 8th layer. The 8th layer was entirely composed of second-tier peak demon beasts, numbering 30 in total. Darkness Veil. The A-rank dark attribute technique, mastered to perfection, enveloped the area, suppressing these second-tier peak demon beasts. He then unleashed one supernatural technique after another, eliminating all the second-tier peak demon beasts and clearing the 8th floor of the battle tower. He did not immediately proceed to the 9th floor of the battle tower but instead recovered his supernatural abilities before arriving at the 9th floor. The 9th floor. Upon arriving here, Yi Tian discovered there were no third-tier demon beasts, but instead humanoid creatures standing 3 meters tall, covered in crimson scales, with an aura similar to demon beasts but definitely not demon beasts. Although these creatures were illusory beings by the battle tower, they likely possessed intelligence on par with humans. What are these creatures? Yi Tian wondered. However, now was not the time for confusion. He must fight these creatures and eliminate them to advance to the 9th layer. Each of these humanoid creatures possessed the cultivation level of a master of strange arts and was skilled in various bizarre techniques. They could also coordinate with one another, unleashing combat power that was truly terrifying. Yi Tian dared not take them lightly. He activated the dark heavenly veil and reinforced his defenses with techniques like earth armor, object control technique, object manipulation technique, sword control, kill. The blood copper sword transformed into a flying sword, achieving supersonic speeds under the influence of these two techniques, instantly piercing the skull of a humanoid creature and killing it instantly. However, there were many such humanoid creatures, and more were already closing in. Golden light technique. He attempted to transform into a golden light to evade the attack, but black threads formed a net-like barrier around him. The golden light technique was shattered. The next second, red beams pierced through the darkness. While the dark sky could restrict their movements and speed, it couldn't completely stop them. Moreover, their cultivation was too high, and the dark sky could only restrict them to a limited extent. Earth diving technique. Yi Tian attempted to dive underground. But at that moment, a humanoid creature opened its massive jaws. When it closed, it didn't seem that large, but when it opened, it was large enough to swallow an entire person. A loud roar echoed through the air. A piercing sound echoed, forming a sonic wave attack that shattered the ground. Point to steel technique. The surrounding soil turned into steel, attempting to withstand the sonic attack, but it was still shattered. If he were outside, he could have escaped far away, but the space inside the battle tower was too small for him to flee. So he emerged directly. Puff! The blood copper flying sword pierced through the body of another humanoid creature, killing it. However, each time he activated the object manipulation technique and the control technique to drive the blood copper flying sword, the energy consumption was enormous. Moreover, Yi Tian had to endure their attacks and was quickly injured. Water healing technique. With the aid of this water-based technique, his injuries began to heal, but instant recovery was impossible. Suddenly, a humanoid creature unleashed a powerful mental technique attack. However, Yi Tian possessed a B-ranked defensive mental technique, the mental tower. In an instant, a tower appeared in his mind. The mental technique attack landed on the spiritual tower, causing it to tremble slightly but not breaking it. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian used his object control and object manipulation techniques to control the blood copper flying sword, instantly eliminating it. Time passed slowly, and Yi Tian's various supernatural abilities were nearly depleted, while his injuries grew increasingly severe. Finally, all the humanoid creatures were killed by him. He had cleared the 9th layer. Then, Yi Tian emerged from the 9th layer and did not attempt to enter the 10th. The 9th layer was already so brutal, how much more so the 10th? He was certain he couldn't pass it. When he emerged from the battle tower, he saw many students complaining. The battle tower is way too hard. I'm a peak level, and I couldn't even make it past the 4th floor. Don't even mention it, I didn't even make it past the 3rd floor. I just heard that even a junior couldn't get past the 5th floor. They say the battle tower gets crazier the higher you go. Even some senior beginner masters haven't made it past the 8th floor. The 8th floor is supposed to be on par with peak masters, yet even those of a higher realm couldn't pass it. You can imagine how insane the 9th floor must be. How high do you think the highest ranking freshmen in our batch can reach? The highest ranked newcomers are probably the intermediate level, who should be able to clear the 6th layer. A few prodigies might even make it to the 7th layer. As for the 8th layer, that is impossible. Just then, Yi Tian spotted a familiar figure emerging from the battle tower. Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya also spotted Yi Tian. Since they were classmates, Lin Qingya still walked over. Yi Tian, have you broken through to the beginner level realm? Lin Qingya asked enviously. She had been training relentlessly over the past 2 months, with the support of her parents, and had only just managed to break through to the peak of the peak level realm. Compared to Yi Tian, she was still far behind. Yi Tian nodded slightly. In reality, he had already broken through to the intermediate level realm, but he didn't feel the need to mention it. Which floor of the battle tower did you clear? Lin Qingya asked curiously. Yi Tian didn't answer but asked back, which floor did you make it to? Lin Qingya shook her head helplessly, I only made it to the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still a bit out of my league, the demon beasts there are too powerful. Then, Yi Tian changed the subject and discussed other matters. Lin Qingya gradually forgot about how many floors Yi Tian had cleared. After Yi Tian left, she suddenly remembered that Yi Tian hadn't answered her question. The results of the battle tower are published on the official website every day. We'll know his level then. I estimate he can clear the 5th layer, or even the 6th. Lin Qingya speculated. After all, Yi Tian was the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Having achieved that status at the peak of his realm, he should be capable of fighting beyond his level. At that moment, 7th floor of the battle tower. A mid-level was engaged in a fierce battle with a demon beast on the 7th floor. He was Qinyu, the freshman who was considered by the first-year students to have the potential to become the newcomer king. Chapter 26, Spatial Stone. A ranked supernatural technique, Thunderous Might. Boom! Blades of thunder struck the surrounding demon beasts, but they were unable to kill them. Shinyu's Thunderous Might technique was merely at the beginner's level, but given his age, mastering an A-rank technique required immense time and effort, not to mention the consumption of rare treasures that enhance spiritual insight. Otherwise, he would never have been able to master an A-rank thunder-based supernatural technique. Suddenly, an attack struck his body, and a set of thunder armor appeared, blocking the blow, but he was still injured. The defensive power of a B-rank thunder-based technique at the initial stage is still insufficient, otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured, Shinyu frowned. As he continued to fight, he eventually fell in the 8th layer and failed to advance. Of course, if he had advanced further, he would have been able to pass the 8th layer. Besides Shinyu, other intermediate-level mystics among the first-year freshmen also came to challenge the battle tower. However, since the battle tower data hadn't refreshed yet, no one else could see their results. Before long, it was 8 o'clock the next morning, and the battle tower data was updated on the official website as scheduled, with all students' results now available for viewing. Some people selected the data of the first-year freshmen, compiled it, and published it. And Yi Tian's battle tower results were revealed. Yi Tian, freshman, battle tower 9th floor. This meant that Yi Tian had successfully cleared the 9th floor of the battle tower. Seeing this result, everyone was stunned, completely unable to believe it. Yi Tian actually cleared the 9th floor of the battle tower. Lin Xingya was utterly astonished. Shinyu, who was touted as having the potential to be the new champion, had only managed to clear the 7th floor, and his cultivation level had reached that of an intermediate level, plus he was an S-rank lightning type innate talent. But Yi Tian had only become an for a short time. How could he possibly have cleared the 9th floor of the battle tower? But the battle tower data couldn't be faked, so she had to believe it whether she wanted to or not. Now I finally understand why Yi Tian didn't answer my question yesterday. If he had said he had cleared the 9th floor, I would have thought he was joking and wouldn't have believed him, Lin Xingya murmured. Shinyu, Zhang He, Xiao Ziyun, and other intermediate level were also deeply shaken. They had only managed to clear the 7th floor of the battle tower, and compared to Yi Tian, who had cleared the 9th floor, the gap in their strength was unimaginable. Yi Tian could easily wipe them out in an instant. However, the war tower results don't mean much. There are still 3 months left, and they still have a chance to catch up to Yi Tian. Moreover, even if they earned more points in the battle tower, they could still surpass Yi Tian in other areas. 8,880 points. Plus the 1,000 points from Donghai University, I now have 9,880 points, almost 10,000 points. Yi Tian was thinking about what to exchange these points for. Keeping the points is useless, exchanging them for resources to enhance his strength is the most valuable use. I wonder if Donghai University can exchange for a grade 5 elements materials. Yi Tian logged into Donghai University's official website to check, only to find that the highest grade materials available for exchange were all B grade, with no A grade materials. The Donghai Pavilion doesn't sell them, the Psionic Association doesn't have them, and now even Donghai University doesn't have any A grade materials. The only A grade material I've obtained so far is the Dark Stone, which I got from the blood claw of the demon god. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a single A grade material. At that moment, he thought of his mentor, Li Haoyang. His mentor had said that he could ask him if he had any questions. So, he sent a message to Li Haoyang. Mentor, can we not exchange points for A grade materials at Donghai University? After sending the message, he waited for Li Haoyang's reply. About half an hour later, Li Haoyang finally replied. Grade A materials are extremely rare and precious. The Xia Kingdom government and major factions strictly control their distribution, prohibiting their sale or exchange to individuals with supernatural abilities below the rank of Master of the Unconventional Arts. Upon seeing this explanation, he finally understood. Mentor, is there any way to obtain grade A materials? Yi Tian asked again. Li Haoyang replied, there is a way. For example, if you win the Newcomer King title, you can choose one A grade material. Alternatively, you can go to the street east of the school. There are some seniors selling items there, and occasionally A grade materials are available for sale, but they are usually snapped up quickly. The street east of the school. Yi Tian understood. He then headed to the street his mentor had mentioned. Upon arriving, he indeed saw many people setting up stalls, all of them seniors from Donghai University. The stalls were filled with all sorts of strange materials, including some spiritual herbs and medicines. Some factions from Donghai Pavilion would buy these materials, but they offered low prices. These seniors, however, wanted to use these items to exchange for points, which couldn't be obtained outside the school. That's why they were setting up stalls here. Of course, most of the seniors were too lazy to set up stalls and preferred to sell the materials to the school at low prices. These are all D grade and C grade materials. There are very few B grade materials, let alone A grade ones. Yi Tian was a bit disappointed. But soon, he spotted something valuable. Though it was only an E grade material, it was exactly what he needed. It was a stall run by a fat man, and on the stall was a gray stone. He recognized it immediately. It was none other than a space stone. "Excuse me, is this a space stone?" Yi Tian asked. "Yes, it's a space stone, a spatial material that can be refined into a storage ring." The senior at the stall boasted, "Such spatial materials are impossible to find elsewhere. If you're interested, I'll sell it to you at a discount 3,000 points. Spatial type materials are extremely expensive, even E-grade materials might be more valuable than B-grade materials of other types. This is because rarity determines value. Moreover, spatial materials can be refined into permanent spatial items, which is why spatial type materials are so incredibly valuable." 3,000 points. Yi Tian thought it was reasonable. He already had nearly 10,000 points, and spending 3,000 points on a spatial stone would allow him to awaken his spatial-related innate ability. But just as he was about to buy it, a senior student beside him warned, "Junior, don't let Li the Fat fool you. This is indeed a spatial stone, but it was damaged in a battle and has countless cracks inside. Such a space stone isn't suitable for crafting a storage ring, otherwise, it'll easily be destroyed. Li the Fatso has merely used a special technique to repair the surface cracks. If you use your mental energy to inspect the interior, you'll discover countless cracks inside. Don't you think about it? Spatial stones are so rare. If there were no issues, someone would have bought it the moment it was available. Why would it still be here for you?" The vendor, Li Fatso, seeing his good deal ruined, flew into a rage. "Chen Feng, what do you mean? Are you looking for trouble? If fighting weren't prohibited here, he would have already started a fight with Chen Feng. Senior, I'll take the spatial stone, but 3,000 points isn't enough. If it's 1,000 points, I'll take it right away," Yi Tian hurriedly said. "Really?" Li Fatso laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits. He had thought it was unsellable, but unexpectedly, Yi Tian still wanted it. Meanwhile, Chen Feng shook his head. He had already warned Yi Tian, but since Yi Tian was willing to fall for it, it wasn't his problem anymore. "Are you serious? Will you sell it?" Yi Tian asked. "Sell." Li Fatso immediately carefully packed the spatial stone into a box and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian promptly transferred 1,000 points to Li Fatso. He then thanked Chen Feng. "Thank you for the reminder, senior. Otherwise, I would have wasted 2,000 points. No need to thank me, but this spatial stone is useless to you, and no one would buy such a spatial stone," Chen Feng said regretfully. "Senior, this spatial stone has its own use." Yi Tian smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. He then wandered around the street for a while before leaving. Upon returning home, he immediately touched the space stone and began absorbing the spatial energy. Chapter 27, The Art of Storing Objects and the Art of Disappearing. Spatial Power +1. Spatial Power +1. Spatial Power +1. Yi Tian watched as he gradually absorbed the spatial power, feeling quite pleased. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could awaken his F-rank spatial ability. Indeed, even the most shattered space stone can absorb space power. It's useless to others, but it's priceless to me. Yi Tian felt that the 1,000 points he had spent were well worth it. Night. Yi Tian had already absorbed 100 points of spatial energy, and his spatial type innate ability was beginning to awaken. Yi Tian's body was refined by a thread, marking the awakening of his spatial type innate ability. Now, in addition to his 5 elements innate ability, dark type innate ability, and mental type innate ability, he had gained a spatial type innate ability, bringing his total potential innate abilities to 8. The spatial stone is still here, though it's consumed a little. It seems this spatial stone should be enough to elevate my spatial type innate ability potential to E rank. With the potential of the spatial type innate ability, Yi Tian prepared to purchase spatial type techniques. Second Underground Mall. Yi Tian arrived here, using his water clone to enter the Donghai Pavilion and purchase an E-rank spatial technique. E-rank spatial type supernatural techniques are extremely rare, with most costing over 1 million. Yi Tian ultimately chose 2 E-rank spatial type techniques. One was the E-rank spatial ability object storage, and the other was the E-rank spatial ability teleportation. The body shifting technique is a simplified version of the B-rank spatial technique called teleportation. At the beginner level, it only allows one to move 1 meter, and even at the master level, it can only move 5 meters, with a cooldown time of several minutes. However, if used effectively, the body shift technique remains extremely formidable. It can be said that any spatial type is powerful. Of course, spatial type are extremely difficult to cultivate. Even E-rank spatial type are as challenging to master as C rank, and in some cases even more so. But for Yi Tian, difficulty in cultivation is nothing. In the dormitory, Yi Tian had already completed the inheritance of 2 E-rank spatial techniques, obtaining these 2 spatial techniques. He only needed to wait for his spatial talent potential to reach E rank before he could begin cultivation directly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. At this point, Yi Tian's spatial talent potential had reached E rank, and the spatial stone had turned to ash. With my spatial talent potential reaching E rank, it's time to cultivate the teleportation technique and the storage technique, Yi Tian murmured. Immediately, he began cultivating the insight technique, devouring the essence of darkness attribute innate abilities. He had a dark stone, which could easily restore his dark attribute innate talent, so absorbing the essence of dark attribute innate talent was the most cost-effective option. Boom! As the essence of the dark attribute innate ability was devoured by the Tao understanding technique, his insight underwent a terrifying boost. This was the essence of an A-rank innate ability. How terrifying was that level of insight? Soon, he mastered the E-rank spatial technique, the teleportation technique, and continued to study the storage technique. Before long, the storage technique also reached perfection. Let's test the effects of the mastered teleportation technique. He had his water clone attack himself, and just as it was about to strike, the teleportation technique activated. Whoosh! His body shifted 5 meters away, dodging the attack. Not bad, instant movement. This is still just an E-rank spatial technique. If I were to master the B-rank instant movement technique, how powerful that would be. Yi Tian thought to himself. Unfortunately, spatial materials were extremely rare, and obtaining a single spatial stone was already a stroke of luck. I wonder where that senior obtained the spatial stone. I should ask around when I have the chance. Yi Tian then prepared to try the storage technique. The object manipulation technique is a highly useful ability. For example, by combining it with spatial materials, one can create spatial items. For example, a permanent storage ring is one such finished product. Of course, one could also craft a storage bag using thick demon beast hide, though it would only last for a month. Once he mastered the storage technique, he would no longer need to purchase storage bags, and even storage rings would become unnecessary. Because he can create a small storage space within his own body, which is the ability of every spatial talent. Once a storage space is created within the body, storing items becomes much more convenient and less likely to be detected. There is a saying, you never know how many items a spatial talent possesses. At the beginner level, the storage technique can create 5 cubic spaces. At the intermediate level, it can create 10 cubic spaces. At the advanced level, it can create 20 cubic spaces. Yi Tian, however, had mastered storage techniques to perfection, enabling him to create 50 cubic storage spaces within his body. Such a vast space was more than sufficient to store a vast amount of items. Where should I create the storage spaces? Yi Tian pondered. Such a small space can only be created once, as it requires innate abilities to maintain. Creating multiple spaces would be too much for his body to handle. Therefore, the location must be chosen carefully. I'll create it within the finger bones of my left hand. Yi Tian decided. He channeled his air attribute innate ability energy into the finger bone, effectively transforming it into space attribute material, though not true space attribute material. Once a large amount of spatial ability power had been infused, he immediately cast the storage technique. Inside the finger bone, a small space gradually took shape, and the finger bone felt some pain, but it soon subsided. After about 10 minutes, the small space stabilized completely. Yi Tian sensed it. What a huge space! It's definitely 50 cubic meters. Immediately, he transferred all the items on his body into this small space, as it was much safer there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the items were stored within the small space in his finger bones, making them extremely convenient to use, even more so than a storage ring. Now that I've mastered the storage technique, if I specialize in crafting storage bags in the future, I could make a fortune. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, the animal hides required for storage bags were not cheap. They needed hides from 4th-tier demon beasts, otherwise, they couldn't withstand the spatial force of the storage technique or maintain their functionality for even a month. This was why storage bags were so valuable. Forget it. Few people buy storage bags anyway. The truly wealthy purchase storage rings, and even talented individuals with limited funds rarely buy storage bags, unless they're part of a hunting team that needs one. If I were to sell storage bags privately, I'd be competing with those major corporations, and that would definitely cause trouble. Thus, Yi Tian abandoned the idea. East Sea University, on the Eastern Street. Yi Tian came here again. He almost came here every day to look for opportunities, hoping to find great materials. As for earning points, he wasn't in a hurry. His current points far exceeded those of the second-place competitor. He would only rush to earn more points if the second-place competitor's points were about to catch up to him. On this day, Yi Tian actually came across an A-grade material, and it was a gold-tier A-grade material, vibranium. Chapter 28, Newton Techniques. Darkness Fire. Vibranium is an incredibly rare and valuable metal. When vibranium appeared here, a group of students gathered around. Chin Susu, you actually found such a large piece of vibranium, someone exclaimed enviously. Another asked, Chin Susu, how many points are you asking for it? Yi Tian also looked at the cold-looking beauty, hoping she would name a price so he could see if he could afford it. However, Chin Susu replied, I don't want points. I only want to trade for something else. Either an A-rank revival technique or an A-rank heavenly treasure, the sacred heart fruit. I'll take either one. Chin Susu, the sacred heart fruit is a treasure for healing injuries, capable of rejuvenating the body. A piece of vibranium like this is still worth less, someone said. If it's not enough, I can compensate with points, but can you even get the sacred heart fruit? Shin Susu said firmly. At that moment, no one spoke. Indeed, none of them could produce a sacred heart fruit. Even if someone had the sacred heart fruit, they wouldn't trade it, as vibranium was useless to them, but the sacred heart fruit was invaluable. What is the revival technique? Yi Tian asked curiously from the side. An upperclassman explained, resurrection technique is a mutated technique combining wood and water elements, classified as an A-rank technique. Its characteristic is to revive flesh and blood. For example, if someone has a severed arm or leg, using the resurrection technique can revive the flesh and blood, allowing it to regrow. However, this technique is extremely rare, even our Donghai city might not have it. Shin Susu has been collecting resurrection techniques for a long time but hasn't been able to obtain it yet. Can't Donghai University collect resurrection technique? Yi Tian asked. The man laughed and said, if the school administration is willing to collect it, they definitely can. But why should the school help a student? If students ask for things, the teachers would have to go find them. If you ask for this today and someone else asks for that tomorrow, how would the school operate? No matter which university it is, everyone is expected to make their own efforts. If you lack something, you find it yourself. The school isn't a babysitter. Yi Tian didn't ask any further, and from overhearing others' conversations, he learned that Shin Susu's younger brother had both legs severed, which is why she wanted to restore his legs through a barter. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely she would succeed. Yi Tian also desperately wanted to obtain this vibranium. Once he acquired it, the potential of his gold-based innate ability could be upgraded to a rank. Unfortunately, he couldn't meet Shin Susu's conditions. Shin Susu continued to set up her stall, but after waiting for a while with no one making an offer, she left. East Sea University Library. Yi Tian came here to research information about mutated supernatural abilities. Soon, he found the relevant materials and began to browse through them. Before long, he gained some understanding of mutated supernatural abilities. Mutant techniques were created by individuals with dual or triple innate abilities to enhance their power. These techniques incorporate two or more types of innate ability energies. For example, the resurrection technique involves both wood-type and water-type supernatural abilities. Mutant techniques are not necessarily stronger than single-element techniques. Some mutant techniques are created to be quite weak, and their strength depends on the level of their creator. For instance, resurrection technique is incredibly powerful, capable of regenerating severed limbs that's truly astonishing. Of course, he doesn't know if resurrection technique has any side effects, as he's never witnessed it firsthand. However, there is no doubt that top-tier mutated abilities are indeed terrifying, possessing power that other abilities lack. However, dual-element and triple-element natural talent users are already rare, so the number of mutated abilities created is limited. Major factions would never risk using mutated abilities. But at this moment, Yi Tian was deeply intrigued by mutated abilities. He possessed numerous innate abilities, and if he could create a mutated ability, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. Over the next few days, he spent his time in the library researching detailed information about mutated abilities, some of which included insights into the experience of creating such abilities. Gradually, he gained some insights into creating mutated abilities, but he was still light years away from actually creating one. Creating techniques requires insight, and creating mutated techniques requires even more insight. Perhaps I can use the insight technique to enhance my insight before attempting to create mutated techniques. Yi Tian had already decided to begin creating mutated supernatural techniques. His strongest technique was the dark element, and he decided to combine it with another type of supernatural power. But what kind of supernatural power could be combined with the dark element? Fire type? Yi Tian made his decision. He began to activate the insight technique to drastically increase his insight, then started researching the fusion of the dark element and the fire element to create mutated techniques. To create the mutated supernatural ability, he purchased a large amount of 5 elements materials to restore his innate supernatural potential. Day after day passed. While other first-year freshmen were busy earning points, Yi Tian was here creating mutated techniques. Meanwhile, Xinyu and others, with the backing of their families or factions, took on one task after another to continuously earn points and vie for the title of the newcomer king, but they were still unable to surpass Yi Tian's point count in the short term. 10 days had passed. Yi Tian had already spent 10 full days. Finally, he went from nothing to something, creating his first mutated technique. A ball of black flame appeared on Yi Tian's hand, its terrifying heat causing the surrounding air to warp. Darkness Flame. Yi Tian directly named this mutated technique. Darkness Flame, this mutated technique, reached the B rank level, but its power far surpassed even the top-tier B rank techniques. Moreover, Darkness Flame was not merely about its high temperature, it also possessed corrosive effects on the flesh and was extremely difficult to extinguish. If used in conjunction with the Dark Heavenly Veil, it could amplify the power of the Dark Flame to its absolute limit. Soon, Yi Tian discovered that continuously cultivating the dark fire allowed his cultivation progress to accelerate rapidly, rivaling the effects of cultivating the dark heavenly veil. This is merely a dual-element mutated technique. If I could combine the 5 elements metal, wood, water, earth, and fire to create a 5 elements mutated technique, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Yi Tian thought. However, upon reflecting on the 10 days he had wasted creating the dark fire, he realized that creating the 5 elements mutant technique might take several months or even longer. His current cultivation level was still relatively low, so he decided not to pursue it for now. Let's see how many points the other first-year freshmen have. Yi Tian opened the Donghai University forum, where someone had been tracking everyone's points. He was still in first place. Xinyu, 3,960 points. Wow, Xinyu must be cheating. How did he get so many points? He only had over 1,000 points before. Yi Tian was quite surprised. When he checked, he figured out what was going on. Xinyu had completed a task worth 1,000 points, killing a master of supernatural arts, and not just any master, a high-level one. If Xinyu could kill a high-level master, he wouldn't have stopped at the 7th layer. It's obvious that one of Qinyu's elders found that criminal, severely injured him, and then had Xinyu finish him off. Yi Tian speculated. However, this was a reasonable method, and Donghai University couldn't find any flaws in it. The other participants' point growth rates were also rapid, clearly indicating they had employed various methods to boost their points. At this rate, they might actually catch up to him. No rush. Within the 3-month probation period for freshmen, I'm certain I can clear the 10th floor of the battle tower. Once I do, I'll obtain 10,000 points. How will they catch up? Yi Tian said with a smile. Moreover, he planned to attempt the 10th floor of the battle tower on the final day. That way, no matter how much they cheat, they won't be able to surpass him. Moreover, he planned to attempt the 10th floor of the battle tower on the final day. Chapter 29, Rebirth from Amputation. Yi Tian looked down on those tasks. Many of them only yielded a few points or a dozen points, and tasks that reached over 100 points were extremely rare and highly difficult. Even if he worked non-stop on tasks, Yi Tian could only hope to earn 100 points at best. Working day and night for a month would barely net him 3,000 points. Such a small number of points wasn't something Yi Tian lacked. Therefore, he focused on cultivating various supernatural techniques, aiming to quickly advance his cultivation to the realm of a high-level supernatural technician. Additionally, he planned to create a mutated technique similar to the resurrection technique. Resurrection technique is an A-rank mutated technique, which I definitely can't create yet. But if I can create a B-rank mutated technique and cultivate it to perfection, it might rival the entry-level or early mastery stage of resurrection technique. If he truly achieved this effect, he could then go to Qin Susu to make a deal. He was still very eager for that vibranium, as it held the key to whether he could elevate his gold elemental innate ability potential to a rank. As for my water type innate ability potential, it's currently at 66,100. I'm very close to reaching a rank water type innate ability potential, but unfortunately, the power within the water godstone is almost depleted, so it's uncertain whether I can reach a rank. In any case, he was desperately in need of a rank materials. Over the next few days, he purchased various B-rank healing type techniques from shops across Donghai City. Healing type supernatural abilities primarily belong to the wood and water elements. After some searching, he managed to purchase 5 B-rank supernatural abilities. B-rank water type supernatural technique, water healing technique. B-rank water type supernatural technique, great healing technique. Grade B wood type mystical technique, endless vitality technique. B-rank wood attributed technique, green wood healing technique. B-rank wood attributed technique, purity light. Yi Tian purchased so many healing type naturally to create a mutated similar to the resurrection technique. Once he mastered these techniques to perfection, he would gain an unparalleled understanding of healing techniques, far surpassing other medical talented individuals. At that point, by using the enlightenment technique to enhance his intuition, the likelihood of him creating mutated techniques would naturally increase. In the days that followed, Yi Tian focused on cultivating these 5 mutated techniques, directly consuming the essence of his great dark attribute innate ability. After all, he had obtained 6 dark stones, each of which was quite large and would last him a long time. A few days passed. All 5 B-rank healing type supernatural techniques were perfected by Yi Tian. Moreover, Yi Tian's cultivation had finally broken through to the advanced realm, greatly increasing his strength. Now it's time to focus on creating mutated techniques. However, creating such mutated techniques naturally required the cooperation of demon beasts. Thus, he used the earth-splitting technique to leave Donghai City and arrived at the Maple Leaf Mountains. Maple Leaf Mountains. Yi Tian captured a level 2 demon beast, the greedy moon wolf, in a cave, severed one of its legs, and severely wounded it. Second-tier demon beasts were extremely rare in the Maple Leaf Mountains, and this one was nearly the dominant beast in the area. Yet, in Yi Tian's hands, it had become nothing more than an experimental subject. Taoist Insight Technique. Yi Tian's began to surge exponentially. He then utilized his terrifying insight to attempt creating a new technique step by step, aiming to heal and regrow the greedy moon wolf's severed leg. If successful, it would mean he had truly created a technique similar to the resurrection technique. Failure. 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 Yi Tian remained unfazed. He refused to believe that with his terrifying comprehension after casting the enlightenment technique, he couldn't create a healing-type mutated technique. Days passed one after another. On the 6th day, Yi Tian made a startling discovery. The severed leg of the greedy moonwolf had begun to regrow, though extremely slowly. Bone restructuring and flesh regeneration. This was clearly limb regeneration. This mutated technique is indeed effective, though it's merely at the beginner's level and the effects aren't very strong. I'll try cultivating this technique to its peak level. Then, he used the insight technique to enhance his comprehension and cultivated this mutated technique to perfection, then proceeded to heal the greedy moon wolf's severed leg. A red light fell upon the greedy moon wolf's severed leg, and the leg began to regrow at a visible speed. However, he soon realized something was wrong. The greedy moon wolf's cultivation level was decreasing, as if this mutated technique was stripping it of its cultivation. The greedy moon wolf tried to resist, but Yi Tian held it down, preventing it from moving. In the end, the greedy moon wolf's severed leg regrew, but its cultivation had plummeted, dropping from an early stage level 2 demon beast to a late stage level 1 demon beast. The aftereffects are so severe. Yi Tian was stunned. However, his goal had indeed been achieved, though the aftereffects were severe. Moreover, he also noticed that the greedy moon wolf's lifespan seemed to have decreased slightly, and it appeared to have aged a bit. It seems that reincarnation through limb amputation requires extracting the target's life energy and cultivation base. We'll need to conduct repeated experiments to determine how much of the target's lifespan and cultivation base this mutated technique consumes. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they'll come after me. After that, Yi Tian continuously sought out various demon beasts for experimentation, even using ordinary animals as test subjects. After numerous experiments, he roughly determined the effects of this mutated technique. The speed of limb regeneration was not fast. The higher the cultivation level of the demon beast, the longer it took for the limb to regenerate, and the more cultivation it required. Additionally, it consumed approximately 3 years of lifespan. 3 years of lifespan may not seem like much, but for an old man on the brink of death, attempting limb regeneration would be a suicide mission. Shin Susu wants to heal her brother, and her brother should still have a lot of lifespan left, so he might not mind losing 3 years. However, if his cultivation level decreases, he should be willing to accept that, right? Yi Tian speculated. However, it would be necessary to interact with Shin Susu first to determine her willingness. East Sea University. Donghai Street. Shin Susu came here again to try her luck, but no one met her conditions. Just as she was about to leave, a very handsome young man stopped her. "Hello, senior. I have a way to cure your brother. Would you like to talk?" The one speaking was none other than Yi Tian. "You can cure my brother? Could you possibly have the art of resurrection?" Shin Susu asked. Yi Tian shook his head. "No, I don't have the resurrection technique, but I possess a mutated ability that can regenerate severed limbs." "Really?" Shin Susu was excited. "Of course it's true," Yi Tian assured her. "However, after using this mutated technique, the person who is healed will have to pay a price." "A price, huh?" Shin Susu didn't care. She naturally knew there would be a price to pay, just like the resurrection technique, which required the healed person to sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan. "What exactly is the cost?" Shin Susu asked. 3 years of life, plus a significant drop in cultivation. Yi Tian replied honestly. "That's nothing," Shin Susu said. If it could truly cure her brother's legs, what were 3 years of life and a significant decline in cultivation compared to a lifetime of disability? Chapter 30, Reward, the Golden Body Technique. Of course, Shin Susu didn't fully believe Yi Tian's words either. Whether she could cure her brother's legs or not, she would have to try first to find out. "What do you want in exchange for healing my brother's legs?" Shin Susu asked. "Jinjin," Yi Tian replied. "Just vibranium?" Shin Susu asked again. "Can I ask for more?" "I also want an A-rank gold-based," Yi Tian hurriedly said. Shin Susu froze, wishing she hadn't asked that extra question. Cough, cough. "An A-rank metal-based, I don't have one at the moment, but I can try to collect it. It'll just take some time," Shin Susu said. "Alright, as long as I get the vibranium and the grade A gold-based, I'll heal your brother," Yi Tian said. "Can you heal my brother first?" Shin Susu pleaded. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Alright, but you must give me the vibranium first." "Alright." Shin Susu wasn't afraid that Yi Tian would deceive her. Yi Tian was merely a high level, while she was a high level, far surpassing him in strength. Whoosh! Shin Susu took out the vibranium and handed it to Yi Tian. "Can we go heal my brother now?" "Senior, please lead the way." Yi Tian put away the vibranium and smiled. Donghai City. Binhai Mansion. This was a villa community in the city center, where each villa was worth over 100 million. Only the strongest or the truly wealthy could afford to live here. Yi Tian arrived at Binhai Mansion and noticed that the security guards at the entrance were all, and even the janitor sweeping the grounds was a peak level. Qin Susu led Yi Tian into one of the villas in Binhai Mansion. As soon as they entered the villa, he saw numerous servants. Upon seeing Qin Susu, they all shouted, "Miss, good day." Qin Susu nodded slightly before leading Yi Tian to the first floor lobby of the villa. A young man was sitting in a wheelchair watching TV. Upon seeing Qin Susu return, he softly called out, "Sis." Yi Tian looked at the young man and guessed his identity. He must be Qin Susu's younger brother. "Yi Tian, this is my younger brother, Qin Yang." After introducing him, Qin Susu turned to Qin Yang and said, "Brother, this is Yi Tian. He can cure your legs." "Really?" Qin Yang was overjoyed. Then, Qin Susu explained the cost of the healing. Qin Yang didn't care about the price at all. If he couldn't walk, he couldn't even fight. What use was his cultivation then? If he could be cured, he was willing to start his cultivation anew. Moreover, 3 years of life was nothing. If he became a master of supernatural arts or even a grandmaster, his lifespan would skyrocket, and 3 years would be insignificant. There were also various heavenly treasures and methods to extend one's lifespan in the world. Whoosh! Qin Yang rolled up his pant legs, revealing his legs severed into 2 pieces. "Yi Tian, begin," Qin Susu said. "All right." Yi Tian immediately unleashed his mutated technique, which he had named the limb regeneration technique. Boom! A red light merged into Qin Yang's legs. Immediately afterward, his leg bones and flesh began to wriggle and grow back bit by bit. A B-rank mutated technique combining water and wood elements. Qin Susu recognized it at a glance. Moreover, she could roughly tell that Yi Tian had cultivated this mutated technique to perfection, otherwise, it wouldn't have such an effect. To cultivate a B-rank mutated technique to perfection, this guy is truly a prodigy. Qin Susu was astonished. Such a genius, and she had never heard of him before. Who could he be? She didn't know much about the freshman, but if she did, she would have known who Yi Tian was. However, it was understandable. As a high-level mutated technique master, who would pay attention to a mere first-year freshman? If it were the newcomer king, she might have heard of the name, but otherwise, she wouldn't bother paying attention. Those worthy of her attention were either fellow advanced masters or peak masters, or certain fourth-year students who had cultivated there to the level of a master. It really grew out. Qin Yang was thrilled. He could see his legs growing inch by inch with his own eyes. Though it was painful, he could endure it. He could also feel his lifespan being drained away and his cultivation rapidly declining. Originally, his cultivation had reached the peak of an advanced master, but now it was rapidly dropping to that of an advanced master, and it was still falling. 10 minutes. Half an hour later. Qin Yang's legs had fully regrown, and since they were brand new, they appeared incredibly pale and tender. It worked! Yi Tian sighed in relief. Qin Yang was a peak level, and to make his legs grow back, he had almost depleted all his wood and water attribute. Qin Yang, your legs have just grown back, so their strength isn't sufficient yet. You need to gradually temper them to ensure they can coordinate with your body. Yi Tian reminded him. I understand. Qin Yang nodded. Immediately, he slowly stood up, his face glowing with excitement. He was finally no longer disabled. As for the cost, it was merely a drop in cultivation to the initial stage of an. Having once reached the peak of the realm, with ample resources, he could still elevate his cultivation back to that level in a short time. Seeing that her younger brother had truly recovered, Qin Susu finally smiled again. Yi Tian, I will gather the A-rank gold attribute you requested as soon as possible. Qin Susu said. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Yi Tian wanted to find a way to touch vibranium and absorb its golden energy. East Sea University, dormitory. Yi Tian returned and took out the vibranium. He touched the vibranium and slowly absorbed the power of gold. Power of gold +1. It really works. Yi Tian absorbed a little bit of the golden energy at a time, and it took about half an hour to absorb 1 point of golden energy. At this rate, he could absorb over 40 points of gold energy in a day, meaning he could elevate his gold-based innate ability potential to a rank in just 2 days. Just 2 days, not that long. Over the next 2 days, Yi Tian continued to cultivate his supernatural techniques while enhancing the potential of his gold attribute innate ability. Before he knew it, the 2 days had passed. A rank gold attribute innate ability 0100. This was Yi Tian's second A-rank innate ability. Only a third of the vibranium has been consumed, the remainder can be used to restore the potential of my gold attribute innate abilities in the future. Now, he only needed to wait for the A-rank gold attribute technique to arrive before he could master another A-rank technique. 3 days later. Qin Susu contacted Yi Tian, saying she had already collected an A-rank gold attributed technique. Yi Tian immediately went to find Qin Susu. A small forest on the campus of Donghai University. Yi Tian and Qin Susu met here. Senior Qin, where's the item? Yi Tian seemed somewhat impatient. Qin Susu took out an inheritance sphere and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian directly accepted the A-grade golden elemental technique contained within the inheritance sphere. Boom! A massive amount of knowledge flooded into his mind, and he quickly fully mastered this A-rank gold attribute. Golden Body Technique. This gold tier technique grants the body extremely terrifying defensive capabilities and enhances physical prowess. The stronger the physical body, the more terrifying this gold tier technique becomes. This technique is perfect for me. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 31, The Underground Cavern and the Alien Race. Yi Tian possessed numerous innate abilities, and these abilities frequently upgraded, each time enhancing his physical prowess. His physical strength far surpasses that of others, but without corresponding supernatural techniques, he cannot unleash the full power of his physical form. The Golden Body Technique, however, allows his physical strength to erupt, transforming it into even more terrifying destructive power through supernatural abilities. Therefore, the Golden Body Technique is of immeasurable value to Yi Tian, even rivaling a typical S-rank supernatural ability. Qin's senior sister, I'm very satisfied with this A-rank supernatural ability. Yi Tian smiled and said. As long as you're satisfied. Qin Susu sighed in relief. She had only managed to obtain a copy of an A-rank golden attribute supernatural ability. She couldn't be picky, as A-rank supernatural abilities were truly difficult to obtain. Suddenly, Yi Tian asked, Senior Qin, where did you obtain the vibranium? Qin Susu replied, it's from the underworld, but we call it the underground cavern because most of the entrances are underground. Underground cavern? Yi Tian heard the term for the first time. Qin Susu added, Yi Tian, you're a first-year freshman, so it's normal that you don't know about the underground caverns. Under normal circumstances, first-year students are not allowed to enter the underground caverns unless they are the newcomer king or have a master's guarantee. Are the underground caverns dangerous? Yi Tian was filled with curiosity about the underground caverns. Yes. Qin Susu explained, the underground caverns are dangerous and vast, with no known boundaries. Even our country, Xia, knows very little about them. There are many entrances to the underground caverns, and there is one near Donghai City, which is being sealed off by our university. Many mentors and even the principal are stationed there to prevent the alien races from invading us. It is precisely because we must guard against the alien races that the university has no instructors teaching classes. Self-study is the primary method of learning. I see. Yi Tian understood. No wonder mentor Hao Yang is often unreachable. He must have gone to the underground cavern. Moreover, despite having so many masters, even grandmasters, Donghai City allowed a mere master like Bloodclaw to cause trouble. It must be because they don't take this minor master seriously. The true focus of Donghai City is on the underground caverns. Qin's senior sister, what do the alien races look like? Yi Tian was quite curious about the alien races. At the mention of the alien race, Qin Susu's expression grew incredibly solemn. The alien race is terrifying. My younger brother's legs were severed by an alien, and if help hadn't arrived in time, he would have certainly died. The alien race has many different species. For example, the alien race we face in Donghai City is the Scaled Clan, whose bodies are covered in hard scales, possess terrifying physical strength, and wield dreadful supernatural abilities. By the way, don't mention the underground caverns. Donghai University doesn't allow first-year students to know about them, as they're worried that first-year students might be scared and drop out. Qin Susu reminded him. Got it. Yi Tian nodded. If they truly knew how terrifying the alien races were, many timid first-year students would indeed drop out. Only through repeated trials and hardships would their courage grow. And freshman year is the process of honing one's combat abilities. After the 3-month orientation period, mentors will lead the students into the wilderness to fight against demon beasts, thereby enhancing their practical combat skills. The Xia Kingdom keeps wild demon beasts in the wilderness specifically to provide opportunities for those with special abilities to hone their skills. If all the demon beasts were killed, not only would we lose valuable demon beast materials, but the weaker students would also lose their chance to train. Would we just go find other races to train against? That would cost countless lives. Yi Tian and Qin Susu discussed many things about the underground realm. It was vast and boundless, though it did have many foreign tribes. The resources were truly abundant, with all kinds of rare treasures and even heavenly treasures that could enhance one's innate abilities or awaken latent talents. Of course, such treasures are extremely rare, and even masters of foreign arts find them hard to obtain. Senior Qin, I'll head back first. Yi Tian departed. Qin Susu watched Yi Tian leave and murmured, wood element, water element, and the gold element technique he sought. Could it be that Yi Tian possesses 3 elemental innate abilities? She had also inquired about Yi Tian and learned that he currently ranked first among the freshmen in terms of points, making him a strong candidate for the newcomer king title. Such a genius was undoubtedly extraordinary. With boundless potential in the future, he must be befriended at all costs. A few days later, In the dormitory, Yi Tian was bathed in a golden glow, his skin, bones, and even his blood had turned golden. This was the perfected realm of the golden body technique. The relentless bursts of power and the unbreakable defense. The golden body technique at the perfection realm is truly terrifying. Yi Tian could feel his strength had increased significantly. However, the rank golden body technique consumed a great deal of energy and couldn't be sustained for long. Given his current cultivation level, prolonged combat was out of the question. He had to act quickly. Once his cultivation reached the Master of Divine Arts realm, he could freely expend Divine Arts energy when casting a ranked Divine Arts. With my current strength, clearing the 10th floor of the battle tower would be a breeze, but I can't rush it. I'll wait until the last day to attempt it. Yi Tian decided. In the days that followed, Yi Tian occasionally took on 1 or 2 tasks. Though the rewards were meager, he treated them as practice. Before he knew it, the end of the newcomer period was fast approaching. On this day, East Sea University, Battle Tower. Xin Yu came to challenge again. By now, his cultivation had reached the advanced realm, and his aura was much stronger than before. This time, he aimed to break through the 8th layer of the battle tower. If he succeeded, he would receive a reward of 2,000 points. Currently, his point total stands at 7,200. If he were to gain another 2,000 points, he would reach 9,200 points, while Yi Tian currently only has 9,300 points. Upon entering the battle tower, he immediately headed to the 8th floor. Whoosh! One after another, second-tier peak demon beasts appeared, surrounding Xin Yu. Soon, he had killed all of them. Soon, all the demon beasts were killed, but he sustained some injuries. Continue to the 9th floor. A few seconds later, Xin Yu emerged from the 9th layer looking disheveled. Fortunately, being killed in the illusion didn't mean he was truly dead. It was just an illusion. Otherwise, he would have died just now. The 9th layer is way too insane. How did Yi Tian manage to get through the 9th layer? He was utterly baffled. Just as he was leaving and heading back to the dormitory, his father's message arrived. He opened his communication watch and connected with his father. "Father, why did you call me?" Xin Yu asked. "There's only half a month left, and your points haven't reached first place yet. Go accept the task of collecting spiritual soil from your school." Xin Donghe, Xin Yu's father, ordered. "Collecting spiritual soil?" Xin Yu frowned. "Father, this task isn't worth it. 1 pound of spiritual soil only earns 10 points. Spiritual soil is born deep within the soil of spiritual lands and is extremely difficult to find. Even if I know the art of earth diving, I won't be able to find much of it. Just take the task. The family will send people to find the spiritual soil and hand it over to you. As long as it's not purchased, Donghai University won't be able to trace the transaction, and as long as the spiritual soil is fresh enough, they'll recognize it as your collection," Xin Donghe said. "Well, all right." Xin Yu agreed. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd accepted the family's help. He'd completed numerous tasks before, received information from the family, and even injured a wanted criminal severely, allowing him to encounter and kill him by chance. However, he had been somewhat restrained before and hadn't cheated too much. But now, the family was blatantly cheating. However, for him, the title of newcomer king was an extremely high honor, and the family needed that honor. Especially in the final days, all the major clans were vying for the newcomer king title. "Yi Tian, you're truly a prodigy, but unfortunately, you have no backing. You won't be able to obtain the newcomer king title." Xin Yu muttered to himself, feeling a hint of regret for Yi Tian. Chapter 32, instantly killed by a fireball spell. My cultivation has finally reached the peak of the peak tier sorcerer realm. Yi Tian was quite excited. He hadn't taken any rare herbs or treasures to enhance his cultivation. He had simply cultivated his extraordinary arts normally and used them to enhance his cultivation. Others would struggle to advance even a single minor realm in years if they trained like him, but he could do so effortlessly. After all, his were all at the perfected realm, so advancing his cultivation was naturally faster. Unfortunately, the potential of my water attribute innate ability is still a bit lacking to reach a rank. However, if he could find any great water attribute materials, he could immediately elevate his water attribute innate ability potential to a grade. In the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. Outside Donghai City, Xin Yu met with an elderly servant of the Qin family. The old servant handed him a storage pouch. "Second young master, this contains the fresh spiritual soil collected by the family. There's approximately 300 pounds of it, worth 3,000 points. Take it back to submit your task." 3,000 points. Xin Yu was overjoyed. With this, he would undoubtedly secure the title of newcomer king. Moreover, there were only 7 or 8 days left before the end of the newborn period, making it difficult for Yi Tian and the others to surpass him. After that, Xin Yu returned to Donghai University with the spiritual soil to submit his task. Upon seeing such a large amount of spiritual soil, Donghai University was also greatly surprised and conducted an investigation. However, they found no issues, and since it was fresh spiritual soil, they could only conclude that Xin Yu had completed the task. Thus, Xinyu secured 3,000 points, directly surpassing Yi Tian. Soon, Yi Tian received the news. Xinyu has surpassed my points, gaining 3,000 points in an instant. This is too outrageous. What kind of task could possibly grant 3,000 points at once? The Qin family is blatantly cheating, Yi Tian said helplessly. However, background is also part of one's strength, so he couldn't say much. Let's just wait until the last day. If you want to surpass me and become the new champion, Yi Tian wasn't in a hurry at all. Soon, his points dropped from second place to third, and even fourth. Clearly, there were more than just Xinyu among the first-year freshmen who were cheating with the help of their families or behind-the-scenes connections. Soon, 6 or 7 days had passed. The final day of the freshman period arrived. At this point, Xinyu was temporarily in first place, Xiao Ziyun in second, Zheng Yi in third, and Yi Tian in fourth. Among them, Xiao Ziyun was only 500 points behind Xinyu, not a significant gap. It could be said that until the very last second, no one could be certain who would emerge as the rookie king. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tian arrived at the battle tower. He wouldn't risk challenging the tower in the final hour, there was no need for that. Once he cleared the 10th floor of the battle tower and obtained 10,000 points, he would far surpass everyone else. No matter how they cheated on the final day, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Xinyu had been keeping a close eye on Yi Tian. Upon learning that Yi Tian had gone to challenge the battle tower, he grew anxious. Could Yi Tian really make it past the 10th floor? It's impossible. The 9th floor was already so brutal. He probably barely made it through the 9th floor, and might have even used some special methods. There is no way he can clear the 10th floor. Let's go check it out. Xinyu hurried to the battle tower. The 10th floor of the battle tower. As Yi Tian entered, one after another of these alien beings materialized. Before, he didn't know what these humanoid creatures were, but now he knew they were alien beings from the underground caverns, summoned by an illusory array. Soon, dozens of alien beings materialized, each with cultivation levels reaching the intermediate realm of alien arts masters, all possessing top-tier combat prowess. Not even intermediate level could pass this floor, let alone powerful advanced level. These alien creatures excel in every aspect. When they unite, the threat is too great. Donghai University must have designed the battle tower to be this difficult, not to let anyone pass, but to allow those who attempt it to realize their own flaws and gradually overcome them. Yi Tian thought to himself. After all, students at Donghai University, once they reach their second year, almost all enter the underground caverns to fight and kill against the Qilin tribe. If their weaknesses are obvious, that would be dangerous. Boom! The foreign tribesmen charged toward Yi Tian, unleashing a barrage of mystical arts. Let's test the effectiveness of the golden body technique. Yi Tian's body turned golden, resembling a small golden statue. He did not use any other techniques, simply testing the power of his rank technique. Boom! One after another, the techniques struck his body but were immediately repelled. At that moment, Yi Tian seemed to shatter all techniques with a single force. Break! With a single punch, an alien was instantly killed. Next, Yi Tian demonstrated the terrifying power of his perfected rank foreign technique, the golden body technique, quickly eliminating all the foreign beings and successfully breaking through the 10th layer. In reality, if a peak-level foreign technique master had used the golden body technique at its peak, it wouldn't have such power. However, his physical body was too powerful, which is why it had such a terrifying effect. I cleared the 10th layer with ease. Let's keep going and see how difficult the 11th layer is. Yi Tian took a step forward and arrived at the 11th layer of the battle tower. The 11th layer. One after another, alien beings materialized, each of them at the advanced level of the master. At this moment, Yi Tian could feel the oppressive pressure. This stage would be no easy feat. Therefore, he prepared to give it his all, otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance. Dark Heavenly Curtain. An A-rank dark attribute dark sky curtain enveloped the area, suppressing the foreign beings. However, these high-level foreign sorcerers joined forces, seemingly on the verge of tearing apart the dark sky curtain. Hellwood Spikes. Dark Spear. Object Control Technique, Mind Control Technique. Yi Tian unleashed one technique after another, swiftly eliminating several alien beings. However, the reactions of these foreign beings were indeed terrifying, and they were all formed from illusory arrays, making them almost flawless. Boom! Attacks struck Yi Tian's body, but his golden body technique withstood them all. Just then, the dark sky was torn apart. This A-rank foreign technique had been broken, and it could not be reformed in the short term. Suddenly, a deadly technique appeared, a drill-like technique, charging toward him at supersonic speed. Yi Tian tried to dodge, but the gravitational force on his body suddenly intensified. Gravity technique. Yi Tian knew that even if he activated the golden light technique, it would be too late to dodge. Body shift technique. His body instantly shifted 5 meters, evading the attack. As the battle raged on, Yi Tian's strength was greatly depleted, but he also killed an increasing number of the alien beings. Whenever he was injured, he used the endless vitality technique to heal himself. This was the most suitable B-rank technique for self-healing during combat. The dark sky curtain can be used again. Yi Tian activated the dark veil once more, quickly eliminating the remaining alien beings and breaking through the 11th layer. However, by this point, his various alien abilities were severely depleted, and he could only barely make it through the 11th layer. Clearing the 11th layer granted 20,000 points. After recovering his strength in the battle tower, Yi Tian entered the 12th layer. He wanted to test the difficulty of the 12th layer. Soon, he discovered that the 12th layer contained only a single alien. This alien was covered in hard black scales, and from its appearance, it should belong to the Black Scale Clan within the Scale Clan. The Scaled Clan was divided into 3 branches based on the color of their scales: the White Scaled Clan, the Black Scaled Clan, and the Golden Scaled Clan. The White Scaled Clan were commoners, the Black Scaled Clan were nobles, and the Golden Scaled Clan were royalty. This alien was none other than a noble of the Scaled Clan. A Black Scale Clan member at the peak of mastery, and I wonder how strong they are? Yi Tian charged forward to test the opponent's strength. The Black Scale Clan member extended a finger and did a ball of fire. Fireball technique? This is just a common E rank. Even if he's a peak-level master of supernatural arts with immense power, could an E-rank supernatural technique break his golden body technique? Yi Tian didn't care at all. But the next second, he was completely stunned. Put! The fireball technique directly pierced through his body, breaking through the golden body technique. Immediately afterward, he emerged from the battle tower, seemingly unharmed, but the scene that had just unfolded left him feeling uneasy. The fireball spell had instantly killed him. This was utterly embarrassing. No, that wasn't fireball spell. There seemed to be a terrifying power contained within it. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 33, The Fire Element's Essence. Exiting the battle tower. Qin Yu and the others were also there. Yi Tian, you made it through the 10th floor of the battle tower? Qin Yu asked nervously. I did. Yi Tian replied casually. This statement caused Qin Yu's expression to change, and his mood grew sour. If Yi Tian wasn't bragging, then his chance at becoming the Rookie of the Year was gone. Back in the dormitory, Yi Tian was still thinking about the issue with the fireball spell. I should ask mentor Li Haoyang. He should know what's going on with that Black Scale tribe member on the 12th floor of the battle tower. Yi Tian sent a message to Li Haoyang, explaining his dilemma. Fortunately, Li Haoyang hadn't gone to the underground dungeon and received the message. Yi Tian, you entered the 12th floor of the battle tower? Li Haoyang was greatly surprised. Among the newcomers, someone had actually made it to the 12th layer, though they hadn't managed to pass it still. That was quite extraordinary. Yes. Yi Tian answered honestly. I made it through the 11th floor and entered the 12th floor, but that Black Scale tribe member killed me instantly with a fireball spell. According to logic, the fireball spell shouldn't have been able to hurt me. Li Haoyang explained, this isn't something you know yet, but since you've made it to the 12th floor of the battle tower, I'll tell you. The opponent did indeed use fireball, but they had infused fire elemental intent into the spell. Fire elemental intent? Yi Tian heard this for the first time. Li Haoyang continued, intent is the power mastered by every master of. Only by comprehending intent can one break through to the master of realm. Many peak practitioners cannot break through because they have not comprehended intent. Once one comprehends the corresponding intent, they can use the power of intent to promote the evolution of their organs, thereby entering the master of realm. The peak master of the Black Scaled Clan on the 12th floor of the battle tower is a powerful being who controls the fire elemental intent. Master, how can one comprehend the essence of the art? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang replied, to comprehend the essence of the realm, one must grasp the true essence of the and sense the mysteries of the universe. For example, in the water element, the simplest way to comprehend the water element's essence is to study an S-rank water element artifact. Such artifacts contain the mysteries of the universe and have a chance to reveal the essence of the water element. However, S-rank water attribute treasures are extremely rare and of immense value, making them hard to come by. There is another method, cultivate various water attribute techniques. By mastering each technique to perfection and accumulating them, one may grasp the true essence of water attribute techniques and potentially comprehend the essence of the water element. However, this method is extremely difficult and time-consuming. You have cleared the 11th floor of the battle tower, so you will inevitably obtain the title of the newcomer king. With this title, you can enter a place where you can earn battle merits. By using these battle merits, you have a chance to obtain the opportunity to comprehend an S-rank water attributed treasure. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. Yi Tian hurriedly replied. S-rank treasures are out of reach for now, but accumulating techniques is truly suited to me. Yi Tian muttered to himself. He planned to purchase more and cultivate them all to perfection, perhaps then he would have a chance to comprehend the power of intent. Once he mastered the power of a single realm, his strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation. East Sea University, Water Department Office Building. Li Haoyang sat in his office, made a phone call, and hung up shortly afterward. That little brat Yi Tian actually managed to pass the 11th floor of the battle tower. This kid must have terrifying talent in cultivating supernatural techniques. He must have mastered at least one A-rank supernatural technique to perfection, or perhaps cultivated an S-rank supernatural technique to perfection, giving him a sliver of hope to pass the 11th floor of the battle tower with the cultivation level of a peak supernatural technique master. Li Haoyang thought to himself. However, even if Yi Tian is exceptionally talented, as long as he hasn't grasped the power of intent, he isn't worth the attention of Donghai University. In the past, there were no shortage of students with terrifying combat power, but once they reached the master level of, they became ordinary and were unable to comprehend the realm of intent. Even after gaining battle merits in the underground dungeon and exchanging them for multiple opportunities to contemplate S-rank treasures, they still couldn't comprehend the realm of intent. In the end, they were crushed and fell into despair. Therefore, a genius who hasn't grasped the essence isn't a true genius, and their future remains uncertain. The next day, the War Tower rankings were updated, and the news that Yi Tian had cleared the 11th layer could no longer be concealed. For a time, all the first-year freshmen were stunned. What? Yi Tian has cleared the 11th floor of the battle tower. Xin Yu and the others were speechless. Passing the 10th floor grants 10,000 points, while passing the 11th floor of the battle tower grants 20,000 points. He had assumed Yi Tian had only cleared the 10th floor, but it turned out he had cleared the 11th. In terms of strength, the gap between him and Yi Tian was simply too vast. He couldn't help but feel a bit inspired. But he quickly regained his confidence. It's just clearing the 11th floor. As long as I don't grasp the essence, it doesn't mean anything. Grasping the essence is the true beginning. I have my family's support, so obtaining an S-rank treasure for cultivation will be easy in the future, but Yi Tian will find it much harder. With this thought, he calmed down a bit. At 10 a.m., Donghai University announced the name of the freshman king for the first-year students. Yi Tian's name and photo were posted on the official website. The newcomer King's reward was also awarded to Yi Tian. 1,000 points. 1A grade material. 1A class supernatural technique. 1 spot in the underground layer. Of course, these rewards were not made public. East Sea University Resource Department. Yi Tian came here to claim the rewards, primarily to comprehend the grade A material and grade A supernatural technique, which requires Yi Tian to make his own choice. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to choose grade A spatial type materials. Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. If he were given spatial type materials, he would even be willing to downgrade to B-rank materials, but Donghai University is too stingy. In the end, Yi Tian chose an A-rank fire attribute treasure liquid fire. Liquid fire is a type of mystical fire, which can assist in cultivating fire-type mystical techniques and is also usable for weapon forging and alchemy. However, Donghai University didn't have a weapon forging or alchemy department, as the cultivation system there didn't prioritize those fields. Yet, these two professions were highly sought after among the alien races in the underground realm. Yi Tian chose the glass fire not for alchemy or weapon forging, but to absorb fire energy and elevate his fire attribute innate talent potential to grade A. Subsequently, he also selected an A-rank fire attribute, the Fire Dragon Shield, a fire attribute that combines defense and attack. The Underground Realm's admission token was a token, which Yi Tian also obtained, along with the Underground Realm Handbook, which provided an overview of the Underground Realm and included a clause at the end, do not disclose any knowledge about the Underground Realm. After collecting all the rewards, Yi Tian left the resource department and returned to his dormitory. Upon returning, Yi Tian opened the glass bottle containing the glass fire and touched it with his hand. Although the temperature was extremely high, Yi Tian could still endure it with some effort. Fire power +1. Fire power +1. Seeing that he was absorbing a little bit of fire power at a time, his potential for his fire-based innate ability slowly improved, and his mood naturally brightened. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before his fire-type innate ability potential could reach a rank. Chapter 34, Mastering the Essence of Metal, Power Surges. 2 days later. I've acquired all 30 golden elemental arts. Yi Tian looked at the pile of technique inheritance orbs before him, almost all of which were C-rank and B-rank techniques. He planned to cultivate all of these techniques to perfection and gain insight into the essence of the gold element from among the various gold element techniques. He also wanted to grasp the dark elemental essence, but dark elemental techniques were difficult to obtain and relatively rare. Therefore, he decided to focus on mastering the golden elemental realm first. He planned to wait until he had mastered the golden elemental intent before venturing into the underground caverns. He felt his current strength was still too weak. If he encountered an alien race that had already grasped the essence of an art, he probably wouldn't even be able to cast the earth-splitting technique and would be instantly killed by the opponent. Yi Tian immediately activated his enlightenment technique, absorbing the primordial essence of the dark attribute innate ability, causing his insight to surge dramatically. He then began cultivating a golden elemental technique. Soon, he mastered this golden school technique to perfection and moved on to the second one. Day after day passed, and Yi Tian cultivated one golden attributed technique after another to perfection. As time went on, cultivating golden attributed techniques became increasingly easier and more effortless. Through repeated contemplation, he gradually gained a profound understanding of the true essence of the gold attributed techniques. 10 days later, all the golden attributed techniques had been cultivated to perfection. At this point, Yi Tian used the enlightenment technique to enhance his intuition, and in a moment of enlightenment, he grasped the true essence and profound mysteries of the gold attributed techniques. Time passed slowly, second by second. Yi Tian sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. He did not know how much time had passed when a sharp, piercing force began to emanate from his body. Even as he remained motionless, the air around him seemed to tear apart, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. However, this force quickly vanished. Yi Tian opened his eyes. I've mastered the golden realm. Yi Tian extended a finger and gently drew a line, slicing a glass cup several meters away into two halves. Then, he arrived at the training room of Donghai University. The walls here were constructed using special materials and adorned with arrays, making them extremely resilient. Unless one was a master of supernatural arts, they were impossible to break. Yi Tian used this place to test the power of his newly mastered golden elemental arts. He performed the golden needle technique, targeting an iron pillar, but this time he infused the technique with the golden elemental intent he had just mastered. Puff! The golden needle technique pierced through the iron pillar at an incredible speed, as if it had penetrated tofu. Indeed, after comprehending the essence, the power of the corresponding supernatural technique has increased terrifyingly. Yi Tian murmured to himself. Understanding the essence and not understanding it are two entirely different worlds. No wonder, back then, when Blood Claw encountered the Master Iron Stone, he didn't even dare to think about fighting and chose to flee immediately, even using the blood escape technique, yet still couldn't escape. The gap in strength between in Master and in Grandmaster is so vast, clearly demonstrating the terrifying power of the realm. With my current strength, I should be able to pass the 12th floor of the battle tower. However, Yi Tian had no plans to attempt it. Now that the rookie phase is over, even if he were to clear the 12th floor of the battle tower, there wouldn't be much in terms of reward points. Data panel. Yi Tian summoned his data. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Peak Tier Dark Arts Master. Innate abilities, Dark Type A rank 1-100, Mental Type B rank 1-100, Water Type B rank 93-100, Fire Type A rank 1-100, Wood Type B rank 1-100, Metal Type A rank 1-100, Earth Type B rank 1-100, Space Type B rank 1-100. Abilities, A rank Dark Veil mastered, A rank Fire Dragon Shield mastered, A rank Golden Body Technique mastered, B rank Dark Spear mastered. Mutated special abilities, B rank Dark Fire Mastery, B rank Limb Regeneration Technique Mastery. Mental Realm, 9th Sequence Gold Type Mental Realm 1-point Realm. He had cultivated too many, so he had hidden many of them to avoid cluttering the data panel. However, the newly displayed realm data showed the 9th Sequence Golden Realm, which puzzled him greatly. What does 9th Sequence mean? He didn't ask Li Haoyang, as the 9th Sequence might involve some secret knowledge, and asking directly would only raise more questions. I'll ask Qin Susu. She's a third-year student, perhaps she might know what the 9th sequence intentions mean. Thus, Yi Tian immediately contacted Qin Susu. The call connected, and Yi Tian asked, Senior Qin, do you know what the 9th sequence refers to? Qin Susu replied, I don't know much about the 9th sequence S realm. I only know that to break through to the master level of, one must comprehend the realm, and many masters have comprehended the 9th sequence S realm. It is said that after mastering the 9th sequence intent to perfection, one can further refine the intent to attain the 8th sequence intent. Based on this progression, there might be a 7th sequence intent, 6th sequence intent, and so on, but those are far beyond our reach. I see. Yi Tian began to understand. The 9th tier realm of intent is akin to the first major realm within the realms of intent, with even higher realms beyond it. Originally, Yi Tian had felt excited about comprehending the Golden Series intentional realm, but now he realized that his current Golden Series intentional realm was merely the 9th sequence intentional realm, and even that was only at the first level, hardly worth mentioning. He quickly calmed down. Of course, compared to those stuck at the peak of the realm, he had already crossed the threshold. Senior Qin, when are you going to the underground realm? Yi Tian asked again. In the coming days. Are you going in too? Qin Susu knew that since Yi Tian had won the newcomer king title, he had inevitably secured an entry quota for the underground cavern and could also enter. Sure, let's go together. I'll ask you about the underground realm while we're there, Yi Tian said. Sure. Qin Susu agreed immediately. 3 days later. Yi Tian and Qin Susu had agreed to enter the underground lair together. The entrance to the underground cavern was located beneath the easternmost peak of Donghai University. Upon arriving, Yi Tian and Qin Susu presented their tokens. After a thorough inspection, they were finally permitted to enter a passageway that extended downward. The walls of the passage were blocked by arrays, making it impossible to pass through even with Earth teleportation techniques. Soon, they reached a depth of over 100 meters underground, where the space suddenly expanded, and an ancient gate stood tall before them. This gate is the entrance to the underground cavern and also a solidified spatial passage. Once you pass through the gate and walk about 300 meters, you will officially enter the underground cavern. Shin Susu explained. Yi Tian nodded slightly and followed Shin Susu into the underground passageway. 300 meters was a mere breath for them. Upon exiting the underground passage, Yi Tian found himself in a completely different world. Here stood a massive ancient city, with 3 suns hanging in the sky above. Clearly, this was not Earth. Yi Tian, this is the fortress our Xia kingdom built in the underground world, the Donghai fortress. I'll take you to apply for a place to stay first. Shin Susu led Yi Tian to a grand hall within the Donghai fortress to apply for a place to stay. Soon, the accommodation was arranged a very ordinary house. After all, this is the underground world, so conditions aren't great. As long as it's livable, that's good enough. Chapter 35, The Underground World, Luoha. After settling down at the East Sea Fortress, Yi Tian often chatted with Shin Susu to learn more about this underground world. The underground manual also contained relevant records, but they were all brief, and much of the information was not documented. For example, the terrain and appearance of the underground world, which areas were dangerous, and the distribution of the scaled tribes, none of this was documented. Furthermore, Yi Tian learned that the Donghai fortress adopted a passive defensive strategy and had never dared to launch a proactive invasion against the scaled tribe. While the scaled tribe's overall strength naturally pales in comparison to that of the Xia kingdom, the Donghai fortress is merely one of the Xia kingdom's outposts. It is only garrisoned by gifted individuals from Donghai City and the surrounding areas, making its defensive forces inherently insufficient. There are no major wars between the Xia kingdom and the scaled tribe, but there are frequent local conflicts and battles. In the underground world, there is one thing of utmost importance: battle merits. Countless gifted individuals are willing to enter the underground world, primarily for the sake of battle merits, which can be exchanged for mission rewards. For example, upgrade materials and upgrade techniques restricted by the Xia kingdom can all be exchanged using battle merits. However, battle merits are extremely difficult to obtain, as they can only be earned by killing members of the scaled tribe. This is the war ring. Yi Tian examined the ring-shaped item he had just obtained and began to study it. The war ring is a communication device. There is no external network here, and external phones do not work. However, the war ring is connected to the East Sea Fortress and can be used within a certain range, including for emergency calls. Additionally, the war ring is similar to a smartphone, containing extensive records of rare treasures and precious materials. If one encounters an unfamiliar item, they can consult the war ring's database to identify it. Furthermore, in the underground world, war rings are used to exchange battle merits for rewards, similar to mobile payments in the outside world. Therefore, the war ring is extremely important for surviving in the underground world. The battle ring is free, but if it is lost or damaged, reissuing it is quite troublesome, requiring multiple approvals and significant costs. He registered and checked his battle merit count. Battle merits, 0. He hadn't killed a single scaled tribe member, so naturally he had no battle merits. Over the next few days, Yi Tian did not leave the East Sea Fortress, staying there to train. The spiritual energy in this area was quite dense, making cultivation more effective here. Additionally, he had been using the enlightenment technique to comprehend the realm, which had some effect, but it wasn't very significant. In other words, using this method to comprehend and enhance the golden realm was not cost-effective. I need to accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for an S-rank treasure and a spot to study the Dao, then use the Dao insight technique to comprehend the Dao realm again. That's the only way to progress quickly. Yi Tian thought to himself. Moreover, he was also wondering if he could find an S-rank treasure in the underground world. He must obtain S-rank treasure materials to elevate his innate abilities to S-rank. A few days later, Yi Tian's golden elemental realm had only advanced from the first level to the third level. While others considered this progress to be swift, Yi Tian found it slow. Yi Tian, I'm here. Shin Susu arrived. Yi Tian opened the door and let Shin Susu in. Yi Tian, you've gained some understanding of the Earth's cavern. Are you ready to venture into the Earth's cavern world? Shin Susu asked. I have that idea, Yi Tian nodded. At this point, Shin Susu suggested, I recommend you go to Luoha. This area is almost entirely rivers, and you're a master of the water element. Although you also possess other innate abilities, your water element techniques are undoubtedly exceptional. Most importantly, the scaled clan is less prevalent in Luoha, making it slightly safer. Additionally, there's a C-rank water-type material called Luoha purple sand in Luoha. 1 pound of it can be exchanged for 10 points of battle merit. Luoha purple sand can be exchanged for battle merits? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Senior Qin, isn't the only way to obtain battle merit by killing the alien races in the underground world? He remembered that's what the dungeon manual said. Shin Susu smiled faintly. Indeed, only killing alien races grants battle merits, but battle merits can be traded though a 10% tax must be paid. Although the tax is high, many factions use battle merits to acquire rare resources. For example, Luwala purple sand, though only a C-grade material, contains a special substance that some groups can extract. Some awakening potions contain that special substance. Therefore, Luwala purple sand is a material that many groups acquire in large quantities. I see. Yi Tian understood. Yi Tian, many factions have bases in the East Sea Fortress. You can go check what materials they're acquiring, record it using your battle ring, and if you come across any, collect them to exchange for battle merits when you return. Shin Susu suggested. Alright. Yi Tian took note of it. Afterward, Shin Susu arranged to leave Donghai Fortress with Yi Tian the next day. Shin Susu's destination wasn't Luwaha, but part of the route was the same, so they could travel together. The next day, Yi Tian met with Shin Susu and left Donghai Fortress together. As they emerged from Donghai Fortress, Yi Tian turned back to catch a glimpse of the fortress's grandeur. Above, streaks of light flickered the glow of an array partially activated. Within several miles of Donghai Fortress, not a single blade of grass grew. The ground was pitch black, covered in cracks, the result of battle. Although the Scaled tribe rarely engaged in large-scale wars with the Donghai Fortress, such conflicts occurred once every few years. They often attacked directly to the fortress, forcing it to activate its array formations to repel the invaders. That is why this outer region has been reduced to such a state. Yi Tian, when entering the underground world, be extremely cautious. Conceal your aura. The Scaled clan is highly sensitive to auras and can easily detect you. Shin Susu repeatedly warned along the way. Many basic precautions cannot be fully explained, they are lessons learned through experience. After walking about 10 miles, Shin Susu and Yi Tian parted ways. Once Shin Susu had left, Yi Tian no longer needed to hide. He used his earth traveling technique to continue on his way. An hour later, he arrived at the Luo River. There must be Scaled clan members here. I'll use my water clone to search for their traces first. Whoosh! The water clone, perfected to the pinnacle of its art, materialized. The water clone blended into the water, almost imperceptible to the senses. Then, the water clone moved slowly, trying not to disturb the flow of water. Boom! In the distance, there were ripples from a water-based magical battle. Could it be a battle between a natural talent and the Scaled clan? Yi Tian ordered the water clone to go and investigate immediately. Soon, he arrived at the battle site. There, on the surface of the river, a mid-level water elemental master was surrounded by 2 Scaled tribe members. The 2 Scaled clan members were 1 intermediate-level master and 1 beginner-level master, currently being suppressed. There shouldn't be any hidden Scaled clan members nearby, right? Yi Tian carefully scanned the area and confirmed there were no other Scaled clan members. He then approached them personally, intending to eliminate the 2 Scaled clan members. This way, he could claim his first battle merit since arriving in the underworld. Chapter 36, Earning Battle Merit. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the battlefield. At that moment, the 2 Scaled clan members spotted Yi Tian. The junior master of the Scaled clan immediately approached, intending to kill Yi Tian with a casual strike. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was merely that of a peak tier, and the opponent assumed he was weak. Against such a weak opponent, Yi Tian didn't even bother to use the power of his golden elemental realm. He waved his hand, and one after another, water snakes flew out from the Luo River. Water snake slaughter. The Scaled clan member's body was wrapped by the water snakes and was instantly torn apart into a blood mist. Water snake slaughter was AB rank water attribute, and Yi Tian had cultivated it to perfection. When used in a river, its power was naturally immense. After the Scaled clan member was killed, Yi Tian seized the identity token that fell from his body. This identity token was the proof needed to exchange battle merits. The intermediate-level master of the Scaled clan, seeing his comrade killed by Yi Tian in an instant, sensed danger and immediately activated in, transforming into a green beam of light, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Yi Tian sneered. He immediately activated the Golden Light technique to give chase. The Golden Light technique was only a C rank, but when infused with the power of the Golden Elemental Realm, its speed surged to an incredibly terrifying level. Whoosh! In just a few breaths, Yi Tian caught up to the Scaled clan member. Then, Yi Tian cast the Golden Needle technique, but infused it with the power of the Golden Elemental Intent. The Scaled creature was enveloped in a faint glow, likely a defensive type technique, but it couldn't withstand Yi Tian's Golden Needle technique, which pierced through its head, killing it instantly. After killing the opponent, Yi Tian retrieved the opponent's identity token and a storage pouch. All poor souls, not even a permanent storage ring. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Friend, thank you. The water attribute martial arts master approached and thanked him. No need to thank me, I'm leaving. Yi Tian left directly. After Yi Tian had left, the man muttered to himself, a peak level can easily kill a junior or intermediate level of the Scaled clan, and he's so young he must be a genius from Donghai University. But even so, that's too talented. According to the regulations of Donghai Fortress, taking an ordinary white-scaled clan member as an example, the identity token of a junior-level scaled clan member can be exchanged for 10 battle points. The identity token of an intermediate-level scaled clan member can be exchanged for 20 battle points. The 2 scaled clan members I killed were both white-scaled clan members, so I can exchange them for 30 battle points. Yi Tian thought to himself. 30 battle merits aren't much. To exchange them for an S-rank treasure comprehension slot, you need at least 3,000 battle merits. Even many peak-level masters take years to accumulate that much. This is without using any battle merits, but in reality, many masters cannot afford to hoard battle merits without using them. How else would they improve their strength? Many masters spend their battle merit as soon as they earn it, unable to save any. We must kill the black-scaled clan or the golden-scaled clan to earn a large amount of battle points. Yi Tian thought to himself. The white-scaled clan is considered cannon fodder among the scaled clans, with a fast reproduction rate and little value, so killing them yields very few battle points. But the black-scaled clan is different. Even a black-scaled clan member at the beginner level of mastery grants 50 battle merits upon death. A mid-level black-scaled clan member grants 100 points of battle merit. If one could kill a peak-level black-scaled clan member, they would directly earn 500 points of military merit. If you kill several such black scales, you could probably accumulate 3,000 points of military merit. Yi Tian then opened the storage bags of these 2 black-scaled tribe members. There wasn't much inside, probably not enough to exchange for battle merits, but they could be sold for some money. At the bottom of the Luo River, Yi Tian's water clone arrived here, searching for Luoha purple sand. Luoha purple sand only exists at the bottom of the Luoha River, emitting a faint purple glow. However, the glow becomes invisible beyond 5 meters. Additionally, the poor visibility at the riverbed made it quite challenging to spot the Luoha purple sand. However, Yi Tian is a psychic with a spiritual ability, possessing immense mental strength, a wide sensory range, and the ability to create water clones. Therefore, he is the most suitable psychic with special abilities to search for Luoha purple sand at the riverbed. Yi Tian plans to search for the scaled tribe while simultaneously searching for the Luoha purple sand at the riverbed, as this will allow him to accumulate battle merits more quickly. Found it! Yi Tian spotted a flash of purple light. He rushed over, dug through a pile of ordinary river sand, and found over 30 grains of Luoha purple sand. The quantity was too small, but at least he had some results. Half an hour later, Yi Tian had already collected roughly a pound of Luoha purple sand, equivalent to earning 10 points of battle merit. This method of collecting battle merits wasn't too slow. If he could maintain this rate, he could easily earn over 100 battle merits a day and over 3,000 in a month. However, in reality, Luoha purple sand becomes increasingly difficult to find, and it might take 2 months to accumulate that many battle points. Hunting the scaled tribe is faster for earning battle points. As long as you find a group of them and wipe them out, you'll make a big profit in one go. Of course, this requires strength, and he happens to have the strength. Hey, a demon beast! Yi Tian spotted a water-type demon beast at the river bottom. He hadn't seen any demon beasts before and had assumed there were none in the underground world. It seems that the underground world does have demon beasts, but this area is one of the battlefields between the Xia Kingdom and the Scaled Tribe, making the demon beasts here rare creatures. The water-type demon beast he discovered was a Titan water buffalo, a mid-tier 3rd-level demon beast with decent strength. But encountering Yi Tian was its downfall. Puff! A sword shadow slashed through, instantly killing the Titan water buffalo. The meat of this water buffalo was quite good and edible. He immediately took the Titan water buffalo's corpse and stored it as food. In the Earth's abyss, as the sun was about to set, Yi Tian spotted a solitary island in the Luo River. At that moment, he saw a Scaled Tribe member roasting meat on the island's beach. It's the Black Scaled Tribe. Yi Tian was surprised. This Black Scaled Tribe member was incredibly bold, and there didn't seem to be any other Scaled Tribe guards accompanying him. The Black Scaled Tribe are nobles, but this one is only at the intermediate level of. He can be killed. Yi Tian had his water clone wrap around him and slowly submerged himself. As he approached the enemy, he directly unleashed his B-rank hell with spikes. Wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing toward the Black Scaled clan member. But what surprised Yi Tian was that the Black Scaled clan member dodged his hell with spikes technique at an incredible speed, revealing his true cultivation level. Peak level master. It was clear that the opponent had cultivated a technique that concealed their cultivation level, only revealing the realm of an intermediate level technique master. This guy must have been luring gifted ability users and probably killed quite a few of them using this method. Yi Tian speculated. However, even a peak level master of didn't faze him. Whoosh! Yi Tian stepped out of the water. The Black Scaled Tribe member held a knife, casting a technique to enhance it, causing the blade to emit a black glow. Immediately after, the Black Scaled Tribe member enhanced his speed with an art, transforming into a streak of light and charging forward. The Scaled Tribe not only possessed supernatural techniques but also had terrifying physical strength, excelling in close combat and the use of weapons. This black-scaled tribe member was no exception, possessing strength surpassing that of a peak-level master of strange techniques. Dark Sky Curtain. Yi Tian immediately activated this rank technique, restricting the opponent's speed and preventing them from escaping. Then, he activated the Golden Body technique. The Golden Body technique was activated, unleashing the power of the Golden Realm, which surged forward in a golden light toward the opponent. However, the opponent had extensive combat experience and used another technique to change their direction, appearing to the left of Yi Tian and slashing at his arm. Clang! The opponent's blade didn't even scratch Yi Tian, instead, it was deflected. At that moment, Yi Tian grabbed the neck of this black-scaled tribe member with one hand, and the power of the golden elemental intent erupted. Crack! The black-scaled tribe member was crushed to death in his grip. Chapter 37, Exchanging Battle Merits, Power Skyrockets. The scaled tribe who haven't grasped the essence are still too weak. Yi Tian muttered to himself. His combat experience was inferior to his opponent's. For instance, he hadn't anticipated that the opponent could make a sudden turn, allowing the opponent to strike him. However, having grasped the essence of the golden element, his strength far surpassed his opponent's, allowing him to kill them with ease. Storage ring, take it. Yi Tian retrieved the opponent's identity token and inspected the interior of their storage ring. So many good things. Yi Tian was astonished. This scaled clan member was not an ordinary noble, he must have been quite wealthy. Just as Yi Tian was excitedly organizing the items inside the storage ring, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distance. Trouble! Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the Luo River, allowing his water-based clone to envelop him as he sank to the riverbed. Dare to kill our young master? You're asking for death. The speaker was a scaled clan master, speaking in the universal language of the underground realm. Although Yi Tian hadn't fully mastered the common language of the Earth Cave, he could still sense the murderous intent and anger in his tone. Boom! The Luo River trembled as waves of attacks struck its depths. Immediately afterward, the scaled clan master plunged into the Luo River to pursue Yi Tian. Yi Tian continuously fled at the bottom of the Luo River, burrowing into the soil at the riverbed and activating his earth diving technique. As long as there was soil, he could use the earth diving technique, though using it at the bottom of the Luoha River consumed a significant amount of earth-based supernatural energy. But to save his life, he had no choice but to ignore the cost. After a long time, Yi Tian had finally escaped from the Luo River. When he emerged from the ground, he had successfully evaded the scaled clan master. The Earth Cavern world is indeed dangerous. One wrong move and you'll encounter a scaled clan master. Yi Tian sighed. By then, it was already dark. He activated his battle ring to determine his location and then used the earth-splitting technique to head back toward the East Sea Fortress. Night, around 10 o'clock. Yi Tian returned to the East Sea Fortress, conducted a thorough check, and successfully made his way back into the fortress. Back at his residence, he slept soundly and planned to exchange his battle merits the next day. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, Yi Tian went to the place in Donghai Fortress where battle merits were exchanged. The scales of the scaled clan were not merely identity tokens, they were also special communication devices. Different ranks, statuses, and cultivation levels required different identity tokens, and the residual soul energy contained within them could be detected. Therefore, there was no possibility of exchange errors. When Yi Tian presented his scaled clan identity token, the staff responsible for exchanging battle merits glanced at him in surprise. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was merely that of a peak tier, so how could he possibly have killed a peak tier of the Black Scaled clan? Immediately, the staff looked down on Yi Tian with disdain, leaving him speechless. Clearly, the other party believed that Yi Tian had obtained the scaled clan identity token by relying on his elders to kill the scaled clan member, and if he were to transfer the points, he would have to pay a 10% tax, which was far less advantageous than directly exchanging the identity token for battle merits. The crucial point was that this method couldn't be prohibited. Yi Tian didn't bother explaining. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. Soon, the battle merits were exchanged. Then, he went to a shop in Donghai Fortress, Donghai Pavilion. That's right, it was the Donghai Pavilion in Donghai City. The shop also had a branch in Donghai Fortress, where Yi Tian exchanged the Luoha purple sand he had collected for battle merits. After the exchange was completed, Yi Tian checked his battle ring. Battle merits, 612. Not bad, over 600 points of battle merits. He was quite satisfied with this. Returning to his residence, Yi Tian took out all the valuable items from the Black Scaled tribe's storage ring. 3 A-grade materials, fire attribute material, wood attribute material, and water attribute material. Over 30 pieces of B-grade materials. There were also various miscellaneous items, such as pills, weapons, and so on. There are also 6 books on exotic techniques, but unfortunately, humans cannot practice them. These techniques practiced by other races are bloodline-based arts, and without the corresponding bloodline, they cannot be cultivated. Shin Susu had already explained this to him. However, the Xia Kingdom government also collects such bloodline-based techniques, primarily for reference. However, only those bloodline-based techniques not already possessed by the Xia Kingdom government will be rewarded with military merits. After so many years of warfare between humans and the alien races of the underground world, the likelihood of finding bloodline techniques that have never been recorded is extremely low. Therefore, these bloodline-based techniques have little value. This haul is enormous. With a grade wood attribute materials and water attribute materials, I can now enhance the potential of both my innate abilities to a grade. As for the other useless materials, I'll exchange them for military merits. Yi Tian organized the materials and went to the East Sea Pavilion again, exchanging some items for battle merits and obtaining over 300 more. With this, his battle merits were nearly 1,000 points. With the battle merits, he didn't plan to keep them either. He headed straight to the battle merit hall to exchange them for items. In the Donghai Fortress, even large organizations like the Donghai Pavilion were not allowed to sell items of a rank or higher. Such items could only be exchanged at the War Merit Hall. There are too many good items. Yi Tian looked at the items on the screen, wishing he could exchange them all, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford them. A rank spatial item, Sky God Stone, price, 30,000 battle points. And a rank spatial item requiring 30,000 battle merits was simply outrageous. Ordinary grade A materials from the 5 elements system only require a few hundred battle merits, and ordinary grade A techniques only need 200 battle merits. A spot to study an S-rank treasure only requires 3,000 battle merits or a bit more. With 30,000 battle merits, you could redeem 10 such spots. I really want to exchange for this a great empty god stone, but it's too expensive. He looked at many other items, but their prices were all exorbitant. He selected for a long time and finally made his choice. A rank earth-type material, Earth Soul Crystal, price, 230 battle points. A rank water-type technique, Great Water Escape Technique, price, 320 battle points. A rank wood-attributed special technique, 10,000 Trees Prison Technique, price, 330 battle merits. He had originally considered exchanging for a D-grade spatial material, but upon further thought, he decided it was too low tier. He would wait until he had enough battle points to exchange for a higher grade spatial material in one go. Therefore, he purchased these 3 items. The Earth Soul Crystal could enhance his Earth-type innate ability potential to a rank, allowing all his 5 elements innate ability potential to reach a rank. As for the Great Water Escape Technique, it allows him to escape quickly in the Luo River, so he wants to master this water-type ability. As for the 10,000 Trees Prison Technique, it can trap enemies, and when combined with the Dark Veil, the effect is even better. He also wanted to exchange for an A-rank Earth-type supernatural ability, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough battle merits. Battle merits really don't last long. Yi Tian muttered to himself. He didn't continue to seek battle merits but instead decided to train for a few more days, refining all the techniques he had obtained to perfection and enhancing his innate potential. He also needed to spend more effort on the gold attribute realm, aiming to at least reach the first level of mastery. Day after day passed in this manner. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. At this point, Yi Tian's innate potential for the 5 elements had reached a rank, and all the mystical techniques he had cultivated had reached perfection. Moreover, his golden elemental realm had also reached the 10% realm. My cultivation is about to break through. He could feel his various supernatural organs undergoing a subtle transformation. Once the transformation was complete, his cultivation would inevitably reach the mastery of supernatural techniques. Once he broke through to the master of supernatural techniques realm, his strength would skyrocket. Chapter 38, Contemplating an S-ranked treasure. The transformation of the supernatural organ does not happen overnight, it is a gradual process. 5 days later, Yi Tian's supernatural organs finally completed their transformation, and his cultivation officially broke through to the realm of a junior supernatural arts master. His physical prowess surged significantly, and his supernatural abilities became more refined and powerful. My cultivation breakthrough was too fast, this might be too flashy. At that moment, he recalled the hidden cultivation technique of the Black Scaled Clan. Though he couldn't cultivate the Scaled Clan's techniques. However, humans must also have techniques to conceal their cultivation levels. So he went to inquire about it and indeed discovered a technique. A rank water attribute technique, turtle breathing technique, and B rank water attribute technique, breath suppression technique. Turtle breathing technique could be cultivated to the entry level to hide 1 minor cultivation realm, to the intermediate level to hide 2 minor realms, to the advanced level to hide 3 minor realms, and if cultivated to perfection, it could hide 1 major realm. For example, he is currently at the Junior Master of Mystical Arts realm. If he cultivates the turtle breathing technique to perfection, he can directly hide his cultivation to the Junior Mystical Arts Practitioner realm, and even a Mystical Arts Grandmaster would find it difficult to discern his true cultivation. Breath holding technique, however, is far inferior. Even at the perfect stage, it can only conceal 2 minor realms and is easily detected. The turtle breathing technique requires 300 battle merits to obtain. He currently has very few battle merits, so he went to the East Sea Pavilion again and exchanged some rare materials for battle merits. Although these materials are useful to him, he can obtain battle merits in the future and redeem them back. The turtle breathing technique has been obtained. Yi Tian received the inheritance of the turtle breathing technique and began cultivating it. With the aid of the Taoist insight technique, his cultivation of the turtle breathing technique progressed smoothly. In just over a day, Yi Tian had cultivated the turtle breathing technique to perfection. He then activated the turtle breathing technique. Instantly, the vast aura emanating from his body began to gradually recede, growing weak and feeble. His cultivation seemed to plummet instantly from the initial master level of an supernatural technique practitioner to the initial practitioner level. It feels as though the power within my body has been completely concealed, but as long as I move my mind, I can still unleash it. It does not affect combat, but it prevents others from discerning my cultivation level. Yi Tian then concealed his cultivation to the intermediate, advanced, and peak levels of an, switching between these realms to gain greater mastery over the perfected turtle breathing technique. Let's maintain it at the peak level of an advanced. After all, he had been displaying this cultivation level all along. If he were to hide his cultivation to the beginner level realm, the little cutie would know he was hiding his cultivation. I need to go earn some battle merits. Without them, I can't exchange for many good items. Yi Tian left the Donghai fortress and headed back to Luoha. That scaled clan master isn't still waiting there, and with my current strength, even if I do encounter him, I can still escape. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at Luoha once more. Over the next few days, he searched Luoha for Luoha purple sand and hunted the scaled clan. Day after day passed, and he found a large quantity of Luoha purple sand, killed many scaled clan members, and confiscated their identity tokens. During this time, he did not encounter any scaled clan masters of the level. Luoha truly had nothing of value. Scaled clan masters rarely came here to waste their time. Even if they killed some human masters, it would not benefit the scaled clan masters, as it would only provoke a battle between masters. However, he did not encounter any black scaled clan members again. All those he killed were white scaled clan members. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned. War Merit Exchange. Yi Tian took out the scale tribe identity tokens in his hand and piled them into a small heap, attracting the attention of many people. The staff members sorted them for Yi Tian, conducted a scan, and calculated the battle merits. Mr. Yi Tian, you have earned a total of 2,100 battle merits this time. On the battle ring, Yi Tian's battle merit count quickly increased by 2,100. Then, Yi Tian went to the East Sea Pavilion, exchanging the Luoha purple sand for battle merits, and also exchanged all the items he had confiscated from the scaled clan members that could be converted into battle merits. In this way, he managed to accumulate a total of 3,500 battle merits. 3,500 battle merits are enough to exchange for one opportunity to comprehend an S-rank treasure. He had long desired to study an S-rank treasure, so he immediately applied to the Donghai Fortress for permission to study an S-rank treasure. However, applications required queuing, and first-time applicants received preferential treatment, meaning they could skip the line. Therefore, in just 2 days, he would be able to meditate on an S-rank treasure. The S-rank treasure he chose was an S-rank gold attributed treasure, the Eternal Holy Gold. The 5th underground level of the East Sea Fortress. All S-rank treasures are stored here, protected by layer upon layer of guards. Yi Tian had also checked each layer one by one before finally reaching this place. Soon, he arrived at a secret room. This room was quite large, with walls made of special materials, incredibly sturdy. In the center of the chamber stood a small platform, upon which lay a silver-white metal object emitting an odd glow. This is the Immortal Holy Gold. Yi Tian tried to touch it, but an array formed around the Immortal Holy Gold, blocking his movement. What a pity! Yi Tian thought to himself. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to touch it and absorb a bit of its divine power. There was a time limit for comprehending the Immortal Holy Gold. He had spent 3,100 battle merits and could only comprehend it for 1 day. 3,100 battle merits for just 1 day of study? That price is truly exorbitant. Yi Tian sighed. One could only imagine how exorbitant the price of the true Immortal Holy Gold must be. But soon, he understood why studying an S-rank treasure was so expensive. He pressed a button on the small table, and the array activated. The energy within the Immortal Holy Gold seemed to be drawn out. In the next moment, the entire chamber seemed to transform into a golden world, with the true essence and mysteries of the golden elements seemingly revealed. So this is how one comprehends the essence of the golden element. If one comprehends it this way, it will inevitably deplete the energy of an S-rank treasure. An S-rank treasure probably couldn't withstand this for too long, so the high cost makes sense now. He wasted no time, immediately activating his enlightenment technique to surge his insight and plunged into a state of enlightenment. Contemplate. As time passed, Yi Tian's understanding of the essence of the golden element grew deeper and deeper. 1/10 mastery. 1/10 of the second realm. 1/3 mastery. Yi Tian's progress in the golden realm was far too rapid to be compared to his usual contemplation. Before he realized it, a day had passed. At that moment, the array ceased, the secret room's doors opened, and his meditation time had come to an end. He glanced at his data panel and saw his current level of golden elemental ability. Intent, 9th sequence golden intent 50% realm. This progress is too fast. Just one day of meditation has elevated my golden elemental realm to the 50% realm. If I meditate for a few more days, who knows how far I'll go? Of course. He also knew that the higher the realm of intent, the more difficult it was to advance. To elevate the 9th sequence gold attribute intent realm to the 10-fold perfection realm would certainly be no easy feat. After his golden elemental realm surged, Yi Tian tested his strength and found it had increased significantly. However, compared to a master of, his strength was still slightly inferior. Chapter 39, Slaying the Scaled Clan's Genius. Over the next few days, Yi Tian continued to enter the Luo River, searching for Luo River purple sand and hunting down the Scaled Clan, accumulating more and more battle merits. However, as he continued to slay one Scaled Clan member after another, he eventually provoked the Scaled Clan. On this day, a genius from the Black Scaled Clan arrived at Luoha. Xian Feng, there is a shameless human genius in Luoha who has been relentlessly hunting us. He is likely the one who killed Xian Chang. The clan's masters pursued him, but he managed to escape. A white-scaled clan master of supernatural arts followed behind the black-scaled clan's Xianfeng and reported. Xian Chang was just a worthless. He couldn't even comprehend the realm of intent. It's no surprise he was killed. Xianfeng mocked. As for how he managed to escape from the hands of a master, it was merely a matter of his escape tactics being superior. He fled upon seeing the master, which is why he was hard to kill. But once he gets close to the other, he can definitely take him out. Keep moving. That human will definitely act again. If he encounters us, he won't be able to resist intervening, Xianfeng ordered. Yes, Xianfeng. The white-scaled clan's master of strange arts responded. Not long after, Yi Tian actually spotted them. 2 scaled clan members, one of them is from the black-scaled clan. They're the ones. Yi Tian immediately cast the A-rank water-type mystical art, Great Water Escape Technique, swiftly closing in on the opponents. But suddenly, he was spotted. Human water escape technique is useless against me. Xianfeng activated another water escape technique, closing in on Yi Tian even faster. At that moment, Yi Tian sensed the power of water elemental intent emanating from him. This black-scaled tribe member was a genius who had mastered water elemental intent, though his cultivation was only at the advanced technique master realm, which is why he hadn't attempted to break through to the technique master realm. Just as the opponent was only dozens of meters away from Yi Tian, a faint glow appeared in his eyes. Illusion technique purple eyes. After casting the illusion technique, a drop of watered in his hand. However, this was no ordinary drop of water. It was the A-rank bloodline technique, Great Condensation Drop Technique, which countless drops of water into one, unleashing terrifying power. Additionally, he had infused it with the power of water elemental intent. A single drop of water was enough to instantly kill even the most elite peak-level master of extraordinary techniques. The illusion technique trapped Yi Tian, while the Great Condensing Water Drop Technique struck the enemy. It could be said that even someone with top-tier escape abilities would be unable to dodge such a fatal move. However, Yi Tian directly used the Spirit Tower to block Xianfeng's illusions, then performed the Flash Step technique to evade Xianfeng's Great Condensing Water Drop Technique. He wasn't without the confidence to confront it head-on. It was simply unnecessary. Golden Body Technique. The Golden Body Technique, mastered to perfection, surged through his body, making his physical form incredibly powerful. To prevent Xianfeng from escaping, he directly unleashed the A-rank would attribute at the perfected realm the 10,000 trees prison technique. In an instant, a wooden prison appeared on the water's surface, aiming to seal off Xianfeng. However, at that moment, Xianfeng wielded a long sword, infused with the power of water attribute intent, and with a single strike, he shattered the 10,000 woods prison technique. Without the enhancement of wood attribute intent, the 10,000 trees prison technique was no match for Xianfeng's full force strike. However, it had already slightly delayed the opponent's actions. That was enough. Yi Tian had already closed in on the enemy, casting a dark veil of darkness to suppress them, then delivering a powerful punch. A water shield appeared before Xianfeng, but it was shattered by Yi Tian's punch, which continued unabated, striking Xianfeng's body. With a loud bang, Xianfeng was sent flying, crashing into the water's surface, causing it to put. Xianfeng spat blood, utterly unwilling to accept defeat. He was a high-ranking master of and had even mastered the water elemental intent, yet he couldn't defeat Yi Tian, a mere beginner in? What kind of physical strength is this? It's even more terrifying than the golden scales of our scaled clan, and his mastery of the gold element is far too advanced. Xianfeng dared not continue fighting Yi Tian. Such a genius prodigy was simply no match for him. He tried to use water escape technique to flee, but suddenly, Yi Tian's water clone appeared before him. The water clone could also use water-based techniques, though it had little combat power and would exhaust its energy after a few moves. However, it could still block him. Water prison technique. The water clone transformed into a water prison, briefly blocking Xianfeng. At that moment, Yi Tian charged forward again, delivering a punch that struck Xianfeng's body. The power of the Golden Realm surged within him, relentlessly tearing at his flesh and bones. This time, Xianfeng was completely shattered. Then, Yi Tian struck again with a punch, shattering Xianfeng's heart completely. A genius who had mastered the water attribute intent was killed by Yi Tian. Not far away, the white-scaled clan's master of strange arts was completely stunned, forgetting to flee. Xianfeng has been killed? He couldn't believe it. Just as he was about to flee, a golden needle pierced his skull, killing him instantly. We must leave immediately. This black-scaled clan member must be of higher rank than the last one. If we don't leave, a group of scaled clan masters might come after us. Yi Tian retrieved Xuanfeng's storage ring and immediately cast the Great Water Escape technique to flee. Sure enough, not long after, scaled clan masters arrived at Luohan, not just one, but several. However, masters from the Donghai fortress had also arrived there. Whether a conflict erupted between them, Yi Tian was unaware. After this encounter with the black-scaled clan genius, he discovered his weakness: he only possessed the Golden Realm of Intent. When facing a genius who had attained the Realm of Intent, his other techniques were ineffective. Without the enhancement of the Realm of Intent, his other techniques lacked the power to harm a genius who had attained the Realm of Intent. I must cultivate other realms of intent. If I master several realms, I can easily defeat that black-scaled clan genius. Upon returning to the East Sea Fortress, he purchased a large quantity of 5 elements techniques from the East Sea Pavilion. He planned to spend more time cultivating these 5 elements techniques to perfection, than delve into the true essence of the fire, wood, earth, and water elements to comprehend the fire, wood, water, and earth realms. If he could condense the 5 elements realms, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a revolutionary transformation. Day after day passed. While cultivating these techniques and comprehending the realms, Yi Tian occasionally went hunting the scaled clan. However, he did not return to Luoha but instead went to several less dangerous locations, where he killed some scaled tribe members, accumulating more and more battle merits. But he did not apply to study the S-rank treasure again. It wasn't because he lacked battle merits, it was because he had to wait in line, and it might take 1 or 2 months before his turn came. There was nothing he could do about it. The number of S-rank treasures in the Donghai fortress was limited, and many masters were waiting in line, so he had to wait his turn as well. A month passed. Yi Tian gradually mastered the water, fire, wood, and earth elemental realms, though each was only at the first level. At least he had all 5 elemental realms now. However, due to cultivating too many, his innate abilities had undergone multiple cycles of upgrading and downgrading, subjecting his body to repeated trials. Now, his physical condition seemed to have reached a certain limit, on the verge of a transformation. On this day, when Yi Tian's dark attribute innate ability potential once again rose to a rank, his body began to undergo a transformation. Could it be that my body is about to undergo a transformation and achieve the extraordinary? Yi Tian exclaimed in shock. Chapter 40, Blood-Forged Weapons and Fireflame Grass. After breaking through to become a master of the divine arts, the body undergoes a metamorphosis into an extraordinary form, and lifespan is significantly extended. For instance, a peak-level master of supernatural arts typically lives around 150 years, but a master of supernatural arts can extend their lifespan directly to 300 years. Every individual with extraordinary abilities aspires to become a master of extraordinary arts. After all, the extended lifespan is highly desirable. It must be because I continuously stack my physical strength, forcing my physical condition to surpass the extraordinary realm. Yi Tian once again performed the golden body technique, feeling that his physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. If he were to face that black-scaled clan genius again now, a single punch would be enough to kill him. Yi Tian, there's an auction coming up. Are you going? Shin Susu approached Yi Tian and asked. What auction? Yi Tian asked. Shin Susu explained, it's an auction hosted by the major factions of Donghai Fortress. They're bidding with battle merits. Even if you don't bid, it's worth checking out. I have an extra spot at the auction. If you want to go, we can go together and take a look. Thank you so much, Senior Chin. Yi Tian was also curious about such an auction. Perhaps he might find something he needed. Items not available in Donghai Fortress might be found at the auction. Many items in Donghai Fortress were obtained from the underground world, and many are unavailable there. For instance, some factions, like Donghai Pavilion, wouldn't give good items to the authorities. Instead, they'd secretly put them up for auction. Therefore, the auction was truly where one could obtain incredibly rare items. The next day, the auction began. Yi Tian and Shin Susu arrived at the auction house and spotted a few familiar faces. Shin Yu also spotted Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you're here for the auction too? Shin Yu greeted him, as they were both first-year students at Donghai University and had even competed for the title of Rookie of the Year, so they were acquainted. Yeah, just here to check it out. Yi Tian smiled. Shin Yu didn't linger with Yi Tian, exchanging a few words before walking away. Yi Tian watched Qin Yu's departing figure and pondered silently. Only second-year students are allowed to enter the underground world, and among first-year students, only the newcomer king has a spot. Qin Yu must have obtained his spot through his family connections. Someone with such a background, even if their current strength isn't great, could gain a lot of battle merits by training in the underground world under the guidance of the Qin family elders. They could even directly obtain battle merits from their family elders, so they wouldn't lack resources. However, even for the Qin family, cultivating a master of was an incredibly difficult task. Yi Tian, was that person just now from the Qin family? Qin Susu asked. Senior Qin, you also have the surname Qin. Are you from the same Qin family as Qin Yu? Yi Tian asked curiously. Qin Susu shook her head. There are many people surnamed Qin in Donghai City. The Qin family I belong to is just a small branch, with only one master of supernatural arts. The Qin family that Qin Yu belongs to is the true Qin family of Donghai City. The Qin family has over a dozen masters of supernatural arts, 3 grandmasters of supernatural arts, and even a powerhouse who has surpassed the grandmaster level. If I were a member of that Qin family, I wouldn't need to trade with you, I'd just have my family help me find the revival technique. The Qin family is so powerful. Yi Tian was astonished. Qin Susu continued, there are many powerful individuals in Donghai City, but most of them are either in the underground world or have gone to support other regions, leaving few master practitioners of supernatural arts visible in Donghai City. In reality, master practitioners of supernatural arts are not particularly remarkable in Donghai City. Yi Tian nodded silently. If one truly became an Orivanin, they would naturally not stay in Donghai City all day. Even the mentors at Donghai University often spent their time in the underground world. If one wanted to advance further, staying in Donghai City would offer no prospects. Only by venturing into the underground world could one gain more resources and continue to break through. After entering the auction hall, Yi Tian and Qin Susu sat in adjacent seats in the main hall. The auction hall had private rooms, but those were reserved for masters or even grandmasters, a privilege they couldn't afford. The hall could accommodate 500 people, and soon all 500 seats were filled. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the auction began promptly. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful auctioneer with a flawless figure and no excess fat walked onto the stage. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the master of divine arts realm. The auctioneer was named Jiang Xian, the official auctioneer of Donghai Pavilion. After a brief opening speech, the auctioneer announced the start of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for auction is a 2-star blood-forged weapon from the underworld realm, the Star Robe. When worn, it provides powerful defense and can perfectly adhere to the body while remaining incredibly lightweight, almost imperceptible in weight. The starting bid is 100 battle merits. Blood-forged weapon? Yi Tian looked at Qin Susu. Senior Qin, what is a blood-forged weapon? Qin Susu explained, blood-forged weapons are crafted using a special forging technique. Humans aren't skilled in weapon forging, so most of our weapons are looted from the underground world's alien races. For example, blood-forged weapons can be bound to their master through a drop of blood. It's said that 7th grade or higher blood-forged weapons can directly fuse into the body. Blood-forged weapons from the underground world are mostly useless to us, as we don't cultivate the way of weapons and our close combat skills are lacking. However, defensive-type blood-forged weapons are very popular. Yi Tian nodded. Humans cultivate supernatural arts, with supernatural arts as their primary focus. Moreover, others' physical prowess doesn't compare to his, so physical strength accounts for only a small portion of combat power. Therefore, even with a weapon, one cannot fully utilize their combat power. Only martial arts masters of the highest caliber, after attaining an extraordinary physique, can combine specific martial arts techniques to unleash their true combat potential. Thus, low-grade offensive blood-forged weapons are practically worthless in the human world. For example, the weapons Yi Tian confiscated from the Scaled clan are also blood-forged weapons, but they are worthless. Defensive-type blood-forged weapons are extremely rare in their complete form, and most of what is obtained are damaged weapons that are difficult to repair. Defensive blood-forged weapons are so valuable. In the future, when encountering the Scaled clan, do your best not to damage their defensive blood-forged weapons. Yi Tian thought to himself. Of course, even among the Scaled clan, only a few possess defensive blood-forged weapons. After the beautiful auctioneer announced the starting bid, a crowd began bidding. 120 battle merits. I'll offer 150 battle merits. I'll offer 220 battle merits. The final bid reached only 230 battle merits. While blood-forged defensive weapons are indeed quite good, they are also relatively common in the East Sea Fortress. Moreover, some of the battle armor crafted by humans also possess defensive properties, and when combined with defensive spells, they already offer formidable defensive capabilities. Spending a lot of battle merits on a single weapon is indeed not worth it. Therefore, 230 battle points is the absolute limit. Subsequently, one auction item after another was brought forward for bidding. Among them were various blood-forged weapons and ordinary celestial treasures. After about half an hour, something truly valuable finally appeared. The next item up for auction is the Fireflame Grass, a rare natural treasure that grants a chance for a gifted individual to awaken fire attribute innate abilities, becoming a dual attribute gifted individual. The higher one's cultivation level, the lower the awakening chance. This effect is against masters of Fireflame Grass, starting bid 500 battle merits. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, the crowd grew excited. Chapter 41, The Remnants of the Five Elements Wheel, Yi Tian's heart stirred. A prodigy with the second awakened innate ability. Yi Tian was astonished even such a treasure was available at the auction. Shin Susu looked at the Fireflame Grass and felt tempted as well, but quickly sighed with regret. Unfortunately, I am a dual talent prodigy. The Fireflame Grass cannot grant a third innate ability. Otherwise, I would have borrowed battle merits from the clan elders to compete for it. Though cultivating 3 elements would be time-consuming, having an extra innate ability and an additional elemental technique would at least reduce one's weaknesses. Of course, some geniuses don't care about such things and focus solely on one type of supernatural technique, which can also lead to faster growth. Senior Qin, among the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students, are there many with dual element innate abilities? Yi Tian asked. Not many, but there are some. Most of them awaken their abilities through the use of rare treasures, but there are very few with 3 innate abilities. However, if we look at the entire Xia Kingdom, even those with 5 innate abilities can be found. Shin Susu said. Yi Tian nodded slightly. It seemed that even if he revealed more of his innate abilities in the future, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Soon, the auction for the Fireflame Grass began, with many master practitioners of supernatural arts bidding on it. Of course, the Fireflame Grass does not guarantee the awakening of fire-type innate abilities, so the highest bid would be around 1,000 battle merits, not too high. After all, if the awakening failed, it would be a waste of a Fireflame Grass. Sure enough, the final auction price for the Fireflame Grass was only 980 battle merits. Subsequently, the auction prices for all items were around 1,000 battle merits, with some even exceeding that figure, clearly indicating that the quality of the auction items was increasing. The next item up for auction is the A-grade divine treasure, the Sacred Heartfruit, which can reconstruct damaged body parts. Whether it's limbs or other body parts, they can be restored to their original state. The starting bid is 600 battle points. Holy Heart Fruit. Yi Tian looked at Shin Susu. He remembered that she had also wanted to acquire the Holy Heart Fruit earlier but had been unable to do so. The Holy Heart Fruit was far superior to his limb regeneration technique or any other revival spells. Using the Holy Heart Fruit for limb regeneration would have no side effects. Of course, this item was extremely rare, and few would ever sell it. Even if one had it, they would keep it as a backup. Soon, the Sacred Heart Fruit sparked intense competition. This was a life-saving item if one were severely injured while adventuring in the underground world. It could be used to save one's life. After a fierce bidding war, the final price was 1,600 battle merits. The Sacred Heart Fruit is too expensive. I had even considered trading it for vibranium, but that was just a pipe dream. Even if someone had it, they wouldn't trade it for vibranium, Shin Susu sighed. One treasure after another was auctioned off, and Yi Tian couldn't help but want to bid on them all. However, he would only participate in the bidding if the item truly captivated him. Soon, another auction item was presented. The beautiful auctioneer unveiled it, and everyone saw it was an ancient text. The beautiful auctioneer introduced it. This is the 5 Elements Wheel fragment, created by the great master Li Fengxing. Many of you have probably heard of this great master. He was a 5-element natural talent, unmatched even at the great master realm, but he perished in the depths of the underground world. The 5 Elements Wheel was the 5 Elements mutation technique he had always sought to create, but unfortunately, he never succeeded. The 5 Elements Wheel fragment contains all the experience and theories Li Fengxing had accumulated in his attempts to create it, making it extremely valuable. Now, the descendants of Grandmaster Li Fengxing have decided to auction off the 5 Elements Wheel fragment, with a starting bid of 1,500 battle merits. The 5 Elements Wheel fragments? Many shook their heads. If it were the genuine 5 Elements Wheel, they might have bid any price. But it's just the fragments of the 5 Elements Wheel. It has value, but not much. Even the great master Li Fengxing couldn't create a complete 5 Elements Wheel, so how difficult it must be to create this 5 Elements mutation technique. The 5 Elements Wheel fragment was auctioned once in the Demon City before, but it failed to sell. I never expected the Eastern Sea Pavilion to bring it out for auction. A master of mystical arts spoke up from a private room. The beautiful auctioneer gave an awkward smile but said nothing more. This item holds only collectible value for most people. Unless one possesses 5 elements innate abilities, it would only be studied for research purposes. However, while there are individuals with 5 elements innate abilities in the entire Xia Kingdom, they are not necessarily all 5 elements specialists. Therefore, the 5 Elements Wheel fragment is truly useless. 1,500 battle merits aren't cheap, no one wants to waste that many. The 5 Elements Wheel fragment. Yi Tian was utterly astonished. This was a valuable item. He had also considered creating a 5 elements mutation technique, but creating a dual element mutation technique had already taken him a significant amount of time. If he were to create a 5 elements mutation technique, it would require an even longer period of time, which would be too wasteful. If he obtained the 5 elements wheel fragment, he could study and create it based on the fragment, and perhaps he could create a truly complete 5 elements wheel mutation technique. I'll offer 1,510 battle merits. Yi Tian shouted. Yi Tian, you have 1,510 battle merits? Qin Susu looked at Yi Tian in astonishment. I was lucky to find a lot of Luoha purple sand. Yi Tian said with a smile. I'm jealous. Qin Susu was genuinely envious. In the underground world, she risked her life every day and might not even earn 200 battle points in a month. Sometimes, if she encountered a powerful scaled clan member, she had no choice but to flee for her life. If she suffered severe injuries, she would have to rest for 1 or 2 months to recover. Moreover, if she wanted to quickly improve her strength, she had to use battle points to purchase resources, many of which couldn't be bought with money. Therefore, she couldn't save much battle merit at all. Yet, Yi Tian had only been in the underground world for a short time and had already accumulated at least 1,510 battle merits. 1,510 battle merits, first time. 1,510 battle merits, second time. 1,510 battle merits, third time. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for successfully auctioning the 5 elements wheel fragment. Obtaining such a fragment of a mutated technique with just 1,510 battle merits was an incredible deal for Yi Tian. He still had some battle merits left, and if there were any good items later on, he would participate in the bidding as well. However, most of the items up for auction afterward were useless to him and incredibly expensive. Soon, another auction item caught the attention of many people. The elixir of immortality, originating from the depths of the underworld realm, can extend one's lifespan by 50 years and is effective for practitioners below the Grandmaster realm. Starting bid, 3,000 battle merits. At this moment, several with limited lifespans were tempted. 50 more years of life. This is a precious item. If they could extend their lifespan by 50 years, they might just have a chance to break through the constraints and ascend to the Grandmaster realm during their remaining years, thereby gaining even more lifespan. Immediately, a group of masters began to fiercely compete. Masters of the also wanted to bid on the fruit of immortality, but their wealth couldn't compare to that of the Grandmasters of the. Soon, the bidding price skyrocketed to 6,000 battle merits. It was estimated that this single elixir of immortality could fetch over 10,000 battle merits. In the end, the elixir of immortality was successfully bid on by a master of the supernatural arts for a staggering 10,200 battle points. Chapter 42, Perfecting the 5 Elements Wheel, Success. After the elixir of immortality was auctioned off, there were still many other valuable items left. Before anyone realized it, the final item, the highlight of the auction, was brought out. The beautiful auctioneer lifted the red cloth covering the item, revealing its true form, a single branch. The next item up for auction is an S-rank wood attributed material, a branch from the immortal tree. Though it is merely a single branch, its value rivals that of other S-rank treasures. The starting bid is 20,000 battle merits, the beautiful auctioneer announced. In Donghai Fortress, shops are not allowed to sell materials of grade A or higher, nor are they permitted to sell supernatural arts. However, auctions are permitted. This is because the items auctioned are mostly not owned by the auction house but are consigned by others, thus circumventing the fortress's orders. Therefore, even if an S-rank treasure appears at this auction, the East Sea Fortress will not intervene. All major factions coveted the S-rank treasure, as a single such item could potentially cultivate several masters who wouldn't want that. Thus, a group of masters began to compete fiercely. 21,000 battle merits. 25,000 battle merits. 26,000 battle merits. These individuals shouted out one extravagant price after another. Yi Tian was deeply envious. He couldn't possibly gather that many battle merits, and only major factions could afford to offer such sums so easily. After a fierce bidding war, it was finally snapped up for over 53,000 battle merits. In reality, an S-rank treasure could only be used for meditation a dozen or so times before losing its effect, so the price was actually reasonable. After the auction ended, Yi Tian went to the backstage to pay the battle merits and obtained his own 5 elements wheel fragment. As he exited the auction house, Qin Susu said, Yi Tian, spending so many battle points to auction off the 5 elements wheel fragment wasn't worth it. You should have saved the battle points and waited until you had over 3,000 to apply for the opportunity to study an S-rank treasure. Senior Qin, the 5 elements wheel fragment is useful to me. Yi Tian didn't explain further, and Qin Susu didn't ask any more questions. After parting ways, Yi Tian returned to his residence and began studying the 5 elements wheel fragment. The 5 elements wheel fragment contained a wealth of knowledge, including the insights and understandings of the great master Li Fengxing on the 5 elements. The 5 elements interact through mutual generation and mutual restraint, and can also transform into one another. However, transforming this theory into practice and truly applying it to mystical arts to seamlessly integrate the powers of the 5 elements is the real challenge. Grandmaster Li Fengxing had been studying this for years and had even attempted to create a mutated 5 elements wheel technique, but all he managed to create was an incomplete and mutated version. According to the description above, the 5 elements wheel fragment can be cultivated to form the 5 elements wheel, but it is unstable and cannot be maintained for even a second, hence the name fragment. After studying it for a while, he couldn't figure anything out. We still need to rely on the way of enlightenment. Immediately, Tian activated the Dao Insight technique, absorbing the primordial essence of the dark attribute innate ability, causing his insight to surge dramatically. After his insight skyrocketed, the previously incomprehensible 5 elements wheel fragment gradually became clear. As he continued to study the 5 elements wheel, he even began to identify some flaws and defects in the fragment. If these flaws and defects were not addressed, further creation would be futile. Subsequently, he studied and revised the fragments of the 5 elements wheel, analyzing and creating bit by bit. Gradually, he became obsessed with creation. Days passed one after another. Tian's research into the 5 elements wheel grew increasingly profound, and his understanding of the 5 elements mystical arts also deepened. In this process of understanding and insight, his 5 elements realm also slowly improved. Though the progress was minimal, it was at least some improvement. Half a month later, Tian had fully perfected the 5 elements wheel and created a complete set of 5 elements mutation techniques. Though it was based on the foundation laid by Grandmaster Li Fengxing, it was still the result of his own efforts. Immediately, he unleashed the 5 elements wheel mutation technique. The 5 elements mutated abilities gathered within his body, forming a 5-colored treasure wheel that surrounded him, creating an indestructible defense. With a flick of his mind, he used his object manipulation and control techniques to guide the blood copper flying sword toward himself. Swish! The blood copper flying swords struck the 5 elements wheel and were immediately repelled. What a terrifying defense! Tian was extremely satisfied with the 5 elements wheel's defensive capabilities. Moreover, the 5 elements wheel's mutated technique was not merely defensive. It could also cause the 5 elements wheel to continuously grow in size, radiating its power outward to form a simple 5 elements wheel domain, capable of suppressing others' strength and restricting their speed. Especially after the 5 elements wheel was infused with the 5 elements intent, its power became even more terrifying. However, he had only recently created the 5 elements wheel's mutated technique and was still at the beginner's level, so its power was not yet very strong. Therefore, over the next half-month, he diligently cultivated the 5 elements wheel, gradually refining it to the minor achievement realm, and then to the major achievement realm. At this point, an awkward situation arose. His resources were depleted. To research and create the 5 elements wheel, he had continuously consumed the primordial essence of dark attribute innate abilities. The 6 dark stones he had obtained earlier were already depleted, and he was forced to sell other materials on his body to purchase dark attribute materials. As a result, he was now completely out of materials and utterly penniless. As a result, he was unable to quickly advance the 5 elements wheel to the perfect realm. He had to find resources or earn battle merits to purchase dark attribute materials, restore his dark attribute innate abilities, and then activate the enlightenment technique to enhance his wisdom. This is the poorest I've ever been. Tian thought to himself. The Earth Cave World, Gengjin Mountain. Gengjin Mountain is more dangerous than Luoha. Even junior-level masters rarely come here because it is extremely perilous. Those with bad luck might encounter peak-level masters or even grandmasters. Humans frequently clash with the Scale tribe on Gengjin Mountain, with master-level warriors engaging in fierce battles every month. Gengjin Mountain is not just a single peak but an entire mountain range, rich in mineral veins with mines scattered everywhere. Due to the frequent clashes between humans and the Scale tribe, normal mining operations have been disrupted. As a result, many gifted individuals with special abilities sneak in to mine the veins, including grade A Gengjin metal. If one could mine a piece of Gengjin ore, it would be a huge fortune. Tian is currently in need of battle merits and money, so he has come to Gengjin Mountain to find more Gengjin and kill some Scale tribe members to earn battle merits. Gengjin Mountain. A mine shaft. Tian entered and used the power of his gold elemental intent combined with his mental strength to sense the presence of ore. It can be said that when it comes to finding ore, he is definitely better at finding good ore than others. This mine is really in a terrible state. Tian muttered to himself. He walked deeper into the mine, using the power of the Golden Realm to break through the rock walls in search of useful minerals. He also wanted to use the earth-splitting technique to teleport, but the minerals here contained metal, and the earth-splitting technique couldn't penetrate metal. This was one of its limitations. Bang bang bang! The rock walls continued to shatter, and in no time, he found a piece of ore. It's blue iron ore, IC-grade ore. Not very valuable. Tian still put it away. However, at this rate and efficiency, earning a large amount of money was unlikely. He'd better kill the Scale tribe faster. Thus, he left the mine and ventured deeper into the Gengjin Mountains. Soon, he sensed the presence of a peak-level master from the Scale tribe. This scaled clan member was busy mining. Found him. Yi Tian rushed over quickly. As the peak-level master of the scaled clan spotted Yi Tian, a golden needle pierced through his head, instantly killing him. He then took the other's identity token and belongings before quickly leaving the area. Over the next few days, Yi Tian continued hunting scaled clan members, succeeding every time. Occasionally, he encountered scaled clan masters, but he always retreated without engaging them. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the scaled clan masters. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Once his strength grew even stronger, facing the scaled clan masters would be even better. Gradually, his gains grew, and the battle merits he accumulated increased, making his wealth ever more abundant. On the other side of Gangjin Mountain, 5 masters of were mining in an extremely deep mine shaft. All 5 were students at Donghai University, all third-year students, and all women. One of them was Qin Susu. The 5 of them formed a small team, often working together to explore the underground world, their unique abilities complementing one another, and they had successfully avoided danger on multiple occasions. They had been mining in the Gangjin Mountains for several days. This was a new vein they had accidentally discovered, and it held great potential for valuable finds. Even if they didn't find anything valuable, the location was remote, so the risk of encountering danger was low. If they continued mining, each of them could earn at least 500 battle points per month, which was the minimum guaranteed reward. Therefore, they are happy to continue mining here. Among the 5, the strongest is Xiaoya, a high-level master of supernatural arts who has mastered the earth element's intent. The other 3 have not mastered the intent, but their cultivation has reached the peak of mastery in supernatural arts. The weakest is Qin Susu, but she possesses innate talents in wood and water elements, excelling in various restorative, making her the team's support. If others exhaust their supernatural abilities, she can use her own supernatural energy to cast healing techniques and restore her teammates' strength. If injured, she can heal her teammates. Keep digging. I feel like we're definitely going to uncover an A grade ore this time. Xiaoya revealed a greedy expression. Crack. Some stones cracked and fell down with a clatter. At that moment, a beam of light spread out. Instantly, the 5 of them were drawn to the corner of the ore that had just been revealed. What is this? They all recognized it immediately. It was a top-grade ore. This quality of ore met the S-grade ore standard and could be refined into S-grade metal top grade. We've struck it rich. Xiaoya and the others were thrilled beyond words. This is S-grade metal. In the East Sea Fortress, a single S-grade metal of average size is worth tens of thousands of battle merits. Currently, they had no idea how large the ore was or how much premium grade it could yield, but it was definitely substantial. With good luck, it might even be worth 10,000 battle merits. Who could say for sure? With so many battle merits, each of them could receive 2,000 battle merits, which could be used to purchase resources or study S-rank treasures, greatly enhancing their strength. Hurry up and dig. Then leave this place quickly and return to the East Sea Fortress for safety. Qin Susu urged. Chapter 43, The Warscale Clan Master, the 5 elements unleash their might. Soon, Qin Susu and the other 4 dug away the surrounding rocks, revealing the true form of the ore. What a massive piece of top-grade ore. They roughly estimated that this single piece of premium-grade ore was worth over 10,000 battle merits, and its absolute value was definitely 20,000 battle merits. At the thought of this, they took a deep breath. Such a treasure would even make a master of these sect fight to the death. Even their own families, if they were to exhaust all their assets, couldn't afford this piece of premium-grade ore. The premium-grade ore should be stored in Xiaoya's storage ring first, then we must leave quickly. Qin Susu suggested. The others had no objections. Then, Xiaoya stored the premium grade in her storage ring, and the 5 of them quickly departed. They emerged from the mine shaft, suppressed their aura, and sprinted away. The Gangjin Mountains were not too far from the Donghai Fortress. At their speed, they could definitely return within 2 hours. But suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression changed. Trouble. A scaled clan master is heading toward us. Zhang Xiaoyu was a peak-level master of psychic arts, specializing in psychic perception techniques, which were a branch of mental-based psychic arts. She was highly skilled in this area, with an exceptionally wide range of perception. Change direction. Xiaoya ordered. Immediately, the 5 of them sprinted away in another direction. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression remained tense. Xiaoya, that scaled clan master, has also changed direction. He seems to have locked onto us. How could this happen? Xiaoya frowned. The scaled clan master had come running from another location and locked onto them. How did he know their position? Could he also be a master of mind-reading techniques? More importantly, why was the scaled clan master pursuing them? Unless the top grade ore had been exposed. But they had found the premium grade ore deep within the cave and stored it in their storage rings. It shouldn't have been exposed. They hadn't informed anyone else either. Did you not inform anyone else? Xiaoya asked. No. The other 4 shook their heads. I'll use Earth Escape to take you away, Xiaoya said. She was an Earth Elemental natural talent with a potential rating of B, which allowed her to master the Earth splitting technique. However, her mastery of the Earth bending technique was still at the early stages, so while she could use it to teleport herself, bringing 4 others along would only allow them to move at the shallow surface level. Immediately, the 5 of them held hands and began to teleport underground, moving at a moderate speed. 10 seconds later, the Scaled Clan Master caught up and swung his blade directly at them. Boom! The ground was torn apart, and the attack shattered Xiaoya's Earth diving technique. With the Earth diving technique broken, the 5 were forced to emerge from the ground. Call for reinforcements. Xiaoya, Jin Susu, and the others all used their battle rings to call for help, hoping that a human master nearby would come to rescue them. Whoosh! A Scaled Clan Master appeared 100 meters away from them. Just as Xiaoya was about to use her trump card, someone behind her suddenly attacked her. At such close range, Xiaoya had no time to activate her defensive abilities. Put! Her waist was pierced by a wind blade. This was only because she had dodged in time, otherwise, her heart would have been pierced, and she would have died instantly. Zhao Eileen, what are you doing? Xiaoya and the other 3 were furious. But the Zhao Eileen they were referring to had transformed into a wisp of wind and retreated swiftly, fearing that Xiaoya would instantly kill her with her Earth-based supernatural abilities. Xiaoya was, after all, a powerful practitioner who had mastered the Earth elemental realm. Even if Zhao Eileen's cultivation was higher than Xiaoya's, she couldn't withstand Xiaoya's full power attack. After retreating to a safe distance, Zhao Eileen faced the Scaled Clan Master with respect and said, "Firely, senior member of the Demon God Society, Zhao Eileen greets you." The Demon God Society. Xiaoya and Jin Susu's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Eileen, who had been collaborating with them for nearly a year, was actually a member of the Demon God Society, and they knew nothing about it. Zhao Eileen, even if you're a member of the Demon God Society, there was no need to notify the Scaled Clan. After we return, we'll divide the top grade, and you can get 1/5. Xiaoya was completely baffled. Zhao Eileen sighed bitterly, yes, after returning, I could indeed receive 1/5. But this matter cannot be kept secret. If the demon god cult finds out that I obtained the premium grade or vein without reporting it, I'll be killed. But by reporting it now, the demon god cult's higher-ups have informed the Scaled Clan, and I've effectively earned a great merit, which will bring me a high reward and even a higher status within the demon god cult. And for such a valuable premium grade or, revealing my identity isn't worth it. It's completely worth it. Zhao Eileen, stop wasting time. I must kill them and take you away quickly. Otherwise, if the human masters arrive, we'll be in trouble. The Scaled Clan's Grandmaster wholly unleashed his bloodline technique Skeleton Ghostfire, imbuing it onto the blade. With a single swing, a massive flame-like blade slashed forward. This was an attack from a master of supernatural arts, containing the power of fire elemental intent. Jin Susu revealed a look of despair. Block it. They couldn't possibly block it. Even if their strength increased several-fold, there was no hope of stopping it. But just then, a earth-colored round shield floated before the 4 of them, blocking the attack. Boom! The shockwave swept across the area, lifting the ground around them. Put! Xiaoya coughed up blood, her face pale, and her earth-based was severely depleted. You actually blocked my attack? Wholly fixed his gaze on the round shield and recognized it, a magical artifact. Immediately, he revealed an excited expression. This was a rare artifact, even he didn't possess one. Mystical treasures were innate treasures born from the Earth's core, capable of taking any form, and were extremely rare. Moreover, they could fuse into the body, making them difficult to detect, and could even enhance the user's cultivation speed. For example, this artifact was an Earth-attributed artifact, enabling Xiaoya to cultivate faster and aiding her in comprehending Earth-attributed techniques in spiritual realms. It could be said that the value of a rare treasure surpasses that of an S-rank treasure. What? Xiaoya actually possesses a rare treasure. Zhao Eileen was shocked. No wonder Xiaoya, despite only having B-rank Earth attribute innate talent potential, was able to comprehend the realm before us. It must be the effect of the rare treasure. She knew this rare treasure would never fall into her hands, and she felt a pang of regret. An Earth attribute rare treasure can be forcibly activated using spiritual realm, but with your cultivation, how many of my attacks can you block? Another powerful strike was unleashed. Boom! Xiaoya knelt on the ground, the earth cracking beneath her, and she kept coughing up blood. Even Jin Susu's constant healing techniques couldn't heal her wounds in time. With this strike, you are all doomed. Huo Li said coldly. But just as he was about to attack, his figure suddenly flickered, dodging a golden needle. Who? Huo Li coldly asked. With a loud crash, the ground twisted, and a figure emerged, none other than Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Jin Susu saw Yi Tian arrive and shouted urgently, Yi Tian, run. That guy is a master of the Scaled Clan. She knew why Yi Tian had come here. He must have received her distress signal. She had sent it to everyone, and all her friends had received it. But even though she had explicitly mentioned that she was being chased by a master, Yi Tian still came to rescue her, which filled her with immense gratitude. You all rest here. Yi Tian waved his hand. A Zhongsher of the Scaled clan? He wasn't afraid of them. If it were an invincible master, he would run as far away as possible. But the Scaled clan master before him was merely a junior-level master of, with a low level of mastery over fire elemental intent, barely reaching the second tier of cultivation. Such a weak master, what was there to fear? A peak level? You're not even a junior master, and you dare to block my path? Fire Li found it amusing. Sorry, I'm not a peak level master of the. Yi Tian dispelled the turtle breathing technique, revealing his cultivation at the level of a junior master of the, almost on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate level. An initial level master of the arts? What's the difference? You're no more than an ant. Huoli casually pointed his finger, and a fireball shot toward Yi Tian at supersonic speed. In his eyes, this single fireball spell should have been enough to instantly kill Yi Tian. But the next moment, he was stunned. Yi Tian activated the golden body technique, reached out, and extinguished the fireball with a single grab. Then, Yi Tian activated his B-rank mutated technique Darkness Fire, infusing it with the power of fire elemental intent. Boom! Darkness Fire charged toward Huoli. A human mutant technique. Huoli sensed the power of the fire elemental intent within it and dared not take it lightly. Instantly, a fire snake flew out from his body and swallowed Yi Tian's dark fire in one gulp. However, the B-rank mutated technique, Dark Flame, was no weaker than an A-rank technique, and it was a fully mastered A-rank technique. Combined with the fire elemental intent, its destructive power was terrifying. With a loud bang, Fire Li's fire serpent was blown to pieces. You're asking for death. Huoli was enraged. The techniques he had just used were merely derivatives of his bloodline technique. He hadn't even unleashed his true bloodline technique yet. Bloodline technique Fire God's world-destroying blast. In an instant, golden flames erupted from Huoli's body, transforming him into a 10-meter-tall flame giant. His aura seemed to grow several times stronger. Retreat! Yi Tian warned. After unleashing the bloodline technique, Fire God's world-destroying strike, Fire Li gripped an 8-meter-long flaming greatsword in his hands and swung it down with all his might. 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian used his A-rank 5 Elements mutation technique, the 5 Elements Wheel, to protect himself. With a loud clang, the flaming giant sword shattered, but the 5 Elements Wheel remained unscathed. The 5 Elements Wheel, a mutated technique of the 5 Elements, was officially classified as an A-rank technique, but its power surpassed that of an S-rank technique. Combined with the enhancement of the 5 Elements intent, its defensive power was truly terrifying. That's the 5 Elements Wheel. Qin Susu was startled. She knew that Yi Tian had bid on the 5 Elements Wheel fragment at the auction, but that was just a fragment. Yet now, what Yi Tian was wielding was clearly the genuine 5 Elements Wheel, not the fragment. Xiaoya and the others were even more astonished. The 5 Elements mutation technique, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth heaven. Who is this guy? He's so demonic. Xiaoya murmured. Qin Susu whispered, he's a first-year freshman in our school this year, and also the newcomer champion. A freshman? Are you kidding? Xiaoya and the others were speechless. A first-year freshman this powerful? Could he be the offspring of some legendary master? But even if he were the son of an extreme martial arts master, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. They had never seen such a demonic master of supernatural techniques before. Boom! The firepower attacked Yi Tian repeatedly, but couldn't break through his 5 Elements Wheel. Under the protection of the 5 Elements Wheel, Yi Tian was nearly invulnerable to all attacks. 5 Elements Wheel, transform into a domain. With a flick of his mind, the 5 Elements Wheel expanded, transforming into a simple domain. In an instant, Huoli felt himself bound by an unknown force, as if trapped in a muddy swamp. Though he could move, his speed had dropped by at least 70%, and his strength was difficult to unleash. Then, Yi Tian unleashed one extraordinary technique after another, bombarding Huoli with relentless attacks. In no time, Huoli was covered in wounds, severely injured. I'll fight you to the death. Huoli ignited his bloodline and charged toward Yi Tian. He was well aware that once the 5 Elements Will transformed into a domain, Yi Tian's defenses would inevitably weaken an unavoidable situation. He intended to seize this opportunity, ignite his bloodline, and unleash an attack surpassing his peak strength to eliminate Yi Tian in close combat. Chapter 44, Slaying the Grandmaster and Obtaining S-rank Materials. Yi Tian watched as the flames of the bloodline burning technique surged toward him, charging straight at him. He did not dodge but instead wanted to see if his extraordinary physique, combined with the golden body technique and his mastery of the golden element, could prove that he could go head-to-head with a master. Yi Tian struck with a punch, unleashing the full might of the golden body technique. With his extraordinary physique enhanced by the golden body technique at its peak and over 50% mastery of the golden elemental realm, the punch's power was like a thunderclap shattering the heavens. Boom! The blade's glow collided with Yi Tian's fist, causing a violent explosion. The 5 Elements Will defense was still intact, and combined with the protection of the golden body technique, Yi Tian only took a step back and was unharmed. However, Huo Li was sent flying by the single punch, his body cracking everywhere. How is this possible? Huo Li was completely stunned. A mere junior-level master, and a human at that, actually possessed an extraordinary physique? What kind of joke was this? Moreover, Yi Tian's golden elemental intent had reached over 50% of its peak. Previously, when it had merged with the 5 elements wheel and other intent realms, he hadn't noticed it clearly. But when combined with the perfected golden body technique, he finally sensed it fully. Just then, Yi Tian transformed into a golden light and charged forward, unleashing the 10,000 trees prison technique. The 10,000 trees prison technique, imbued with what attributed intent, trapped Huo Li. Huo Li desperately broke free from the 10,000 trees prison technique, but another attack struck his body. Yi Tian had nothing else, but he had many unusual techniques. Puff! This time, Huo Li couldn't withstand it. His body was pierced by the golden attributed technique, and his injuries grew increasingly severe. In the end, the black-scaled clan master Huo Li collapsed into a lifeless body, covered in wounds, his face completely unrecognizable. He's dead. Yi Tian exhaled in relief. The Scaled Clan's physical bodies were already formidable, and those of the Scaled Clan masters were even more extraordinary, with an incredibly resilient life force. It took him so long to finally defeat him. Without the 5 elements wheel, he would have only been able to barely hold his own against the Black Scaled Clan master Huo Li, and defeating him would have been impossible. Not far away. Zhao Ailin was speechless. That was a Scaled Clan master, yet he had been killed by Yi Tian, a mere novice in the arts of transformation. Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. Break it! She closed her eyes, opened them again, and bit her tongue, but aside from drawing blood, nothing changed. At that moment, she finally stopped deceiving herself. This wasn't an illusion, it was reality. Xin Susu and Xiaoya walked over and hurriedly thanked him. Yi Tian, thank you. How did she solve it? Yi Tian pointed toward Zhao Ailin over there. Xiaoya clenched her teeth. Capture her, bring her back to the fortress alive, and hand her over to the Psionic Association for handling. She's a member of the demon god cult. Perhaps we can extract some useful information from her. Zhao Ailin acted decisively. She didn't want to be tortured by the Psionic Association. So she pulled out a dagger and plunged it into her own heart. As she fell, a look of relief crossed her face. Splash! Yi Tian arrived at where Zhao Ailin had fallen and said, "You dare to attempt suicide in front of me, Yi Tian?" Yi Tian immediately pulled the dagger out of Zhao Ailin's chest, and blood spurted out. But Yi Tian wiped it away with one hand, performing the limb regeneration technique. This was a B-rank mutated technique, having reached the pinnacle of mastery. Now enhanced with wood and water elemental intentions, its power was utterly formidable. Even if the heart was shattered, it could be restored to its original state with timely healing. Within a few breaths, Zhao Ailin's heart had recovered, though her cultivation had dropped to the mid-stage of a mutant technique master, and she had lost a bit of her lifespan. Zhao Ailin was stunned. Such severe injuries had been saved. She prepared to continue her suicide, but at that moment, Yi Tian placed a finger on her forehead. Illusion technique 9 layers of the abyss. This was a C-rank illusion technique he had exchanged for and cultivated to perfection. C-rank illusions weren't particularly powerful, but Yi Tian's mental strength far surpassed Zhao Ailin's. Under the relentless assault of the powerful illusion, Zhao Ailin tried to resist, but she couldn't fight back at all and could only submit to Yi Tian's mercy. Finally, Zhao Ailin completely succumbed to the 9 layers of the abyss, her eyes staring blankly. Done. She won't be able to escape the illusion for at least an hour. Yi Tian said. Immediately, he grabbed Zhao Ailin and walked over to Xiaoya and the others. Let's go back first. Zhao Ailin has notified the Demon God Society, and they're colluding with the Scaled Clan. There might even be a Scaled Clan master coming. I can only handle weaker ones, but if a top-tier Scaled Clan master shows up, none of us will stand a chance. Yi Tian urged. Alright, let's go quickly. Xiaoya nodded. After that, they didn't encounter any danger, but they did come across a master who had come to assist them. He was also a mentor from Donghai University. However, upon seeing that Xiaoya and the others were safe, the master departed. Donghai Fortress. Yi Tian and Xiaoya returned, and they immediately handed Zhao Ailin over to the Psionic Association. How the Psionic Association would handle Zhao Ailin was none of their concern. As expected, Zhao Ailin wouldn't be released. She'd likely be exploited for any value before being disposed of. Yi Tian. Xin Susu arrived at Yi Tian's residence, holding a box in her hands. Senior Qin, is there something you need? Yi Tian asked. Xin Susu opened the box, revealing its contents. Yi Tian, this is an S-grade premium. Originally, the 5 of us were going to split it, but we didn't expect Zhao Ailin to be a member of the Demon God Society, so the premium wasn't meant for her. Now, we're giving you 1/5 of this premium ore. I'll take it then. Yi Tian accepted gladly. Such a good opportunity, how could he possibly refuse? S-rank premium Gunjin ore. This alone could elevate his gold attribute innate ability potential to S rank. With this, he would possess the potential for his first S-grade innate ability, allowing him to cultivate S-grade techniques. Therefore, he naturally didn't want to miss out. After Qin Susu handed over the premium grade, she departed. After Qin Susu left, Yi Tian did not touch the premium grade. Absorbing the premium grade now would be a huge disadvantage. He planned to touch the A-grade metal first, raising his gold attribute innate talent potential to 99-100, and then absorb the premium grade. At that point, he wouldn't need to absorb much of the premium grade to elevate his A-grade gold attribute innate talent potential to S-grade. This was the most cost-effective approach. Let's take a look at the Scaled Clan Master's storage ring. What good items are inside? Yi Tian refined the Scaled Clan Master's storage ring and entered it with his consciousness to take a look. There are indeed quite a few good things. Various materials, resources, pills, weapons, and more. Whoosh! A crystal clear white crystal appeared in Yi Tian's hand, and he examined it carefully. This must be a spirit stone. There are no spirit stones on Earth. The density of spiritual energy is insufficient, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth has only recently begun to form, with no spiritual veins yet. How could spirit stones have formed? But the underground world is different. It has existed for countless ages, so it naturally has spiritual veins and spirit stones. Of course. Even in the underground world, spirit stones are extremely rare. Even the alien masters of the sect rarely possess them, and only the grandmasters have a few. The East Sea Fortress also buys spirit stones, with one spirit stone worth 1,000 battle merits. Yi Tian counted and found there were 7 spirit stones in his storage ring, worth 7,000 battle merits. He estimated that the heavenly treasures, various materials, and other items in the storage ring would be worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 battle merits combined. Master-level practitioners are so wealthy. Yi Tian sighed. Chapter 45, B-Rank Spatial Ability, Teleportation. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian traded many items that could be exchanged for battle merits to the Donghai Pavilion. He only kept those that were truly beneficial to him. After exchanging everything, he had a total of 15,000 battle merits. With so many battle merits, there was one thing he could do now. Exchange for B-rank spatial type materials. Previously, he didn't have enough battle merits to consider the ordinary spatial type materials, but now, with 15,000 battle merits, he could exchange them for a B-rank spatial type material, which would be sufficient to elevate the potential of his spatial type innate ability to B-rank. With that, he could begin cultivating B-rank spatial arts. Spatial type techniques were incredibly powerful and provided immense combat advantages. The Battle Merit Hall. Yi Tian applied to exchange for B-rank spatial type materials Xiankong Stone, valued at 12,000 battle merits. Without hesitation, he exchanged for a piece of Xiankong Stone. Soon, a piece of Xiankong Stone, about the size of a palm, appeared in Yi Tian's hands. Done. He returned to his residence with the Xiankong Stone. On the way, his hand touched the Xiankong Stone, continuously absorbing spatial energy. Spatial energy +1. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. Originally, he had an E-rank spatial ability potential, but it quickly rose to D rank. In the following days, Yi Tian continued to absorb spatial energy and golden energy. A few days later, Yi Tian's spatial ability potential finally reached B rank. Space type B rank 0-100. With B rank spatial ability, he prepared to exchange it for a B rank spatial technique. B rank spatial techniques are even more valuable than A rank techniques, and they are extremely rare. After all, there are very few spatial talent in Xia Nation, so the number of spatial techniques created is naturally limited, and creating a B-rank spatial technique is even more challenging. Therefore, a higher price is quite reasonable. You're the one. Teleportation Technique. Teleportation Technique is a B-rank spatial technique and is also the B-rank spatial technique that Yi Tian believes has the strongest life-saving capabilities. Upon mastering the basics of teleportation technique, one can teleport 100 meters at the intermediate level, 200 meters, and at the advanced level, 500 meters. If one cultivates teleportation technique to the perfect realm, the teleportation distance can reach 1,000 meters. Moreover, teleportation technique isn't limited to a single use. Even after using the mastery level of teleportation technique, there's only a very brief interval before it can be used again. Those with the spatial type innate ability of teleportation are the most difficult innate ability users to kill. Teleportation technique, valued at 1,000 battle merits, not too expensive. Yi Tian directly exchanged it. Back at his residence, Yi Tian began cultivating teleportation. With his insight technique enhancing his comprehension, teleportation was not difficult for him to master. The Dao insight technique activated. Boom! His insight surged, as if he had achieved sudden enlightenment. Immediately, he began cultivating the teleportation technique. Having a foundation in the flash movement technique, cultivating teleportation came more easily to him. Before long, he had mastered the basics of teleportation technique. The East Sea Fortress was not suitable for practicing teleportation, so he left the fortress and went to a remote location. Yi Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared 100 meters away. Teleportation technique, indeed powerful. Yi Tian continued his training. As time passed, the teleportation technique gradually progressed from the beginner's level to the intermediate level, and then to the advanced level. By the third day, the teleportation technique had been perfected by Yi Tian. At the mastery level, the teleportation technique allowed Yi Tian to teleport at will. He could teleport 300 meters or 400 meters with ease. When he activated the teleportation technique, it felt as though he could leap from the starting point to any point within a 1,000-meter radius. Golden power +1. Yi Tian absorbed another point of golden power. He checked his golden attribute innate ability potential and found it had reached 99-100. This means he can now absorb S-rank material, the premium grade, to absorb golden power and push his golden attribute innate ability potential to the S-rank level. Immediately, he took out the premium grade and began absorbing golden power. Soon, he successfully absorbed a small amount of golden power. Boom! His body began to change, a result of the physical enhancement caused by the advancement of his innate ability potential. Of course, he was already an extraordinary being, so the improvement in his physical attributes was minimal. He then checked his body statistics again. Gold element S rank 0-100. This was his first S rank innate ability potential. My gold tier innate ability potential has reached S rank. Now I can cultivate S rank gold tier techniques. However, there was one problem: he did not yet qualify to exchange for an S-rank technique. The East Sea Fortress does allow the exchange of S-rank techniques, but only S-rank technique masters are eligible to do so. This rule makes sense, as there are only a few technique masters qualified to exchange for S-rank techniques. Even S-rank innate talent users should avoid cultivating S-rank techniques initially, as it may take a long time to reach the entry-level stage. Of course, this doesn't apply to the offspring of major clans. Additionally, there are factions like the Demon God Society among humanity, so strengthening the management of S-rank is a reasonable policy. If I really can't exchange for an S-rank gold type, I'll create an S-rank myself. Supernatural arts are created by humans, so he naturally has the means to create an S-rank gold type supernatural art. The difficulty of creating an S-rank gold attribute supernatural ability is absolutely no match for creating a 5 elements transformation mutant supernatural ability. Of course, if he could exchange for an S-rank gold type, he would definitely choose to exchange it saves time. Another day passed. Yi Tian's cultivation broke through, advancing from the junior level mystical art master realm to the intermediate level mystical art master realm. This is all thanks to his hard work. Donghai University is looking for me? Yi Tian's battle ring received a message from Donghai University, instructing him to return immediately. Alright, let's go back. Yi Tian returned to Donghai University from Donghai Fortress. Water element. As soon as Yi Tian returned, his mentor Li Haoyang came to find him. He quickly made his way to Li Haoyang's office. Hello, Professor. Yi Tian greeted him respectfully. Yi Tian, sit down. Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian sat down. Professor, why did you call me back? Yi Tian was curious, perhaps he was being sent to a training camp with the first-year students. But he was the newcomer king and could keep adventuring in the underground world without needing training. Even Qinyu and the other geniuses hadn't gone to the training camp. Don't worry, it's good news. Mentor Li Haoyang smiled. The 10,000 Forms realm has been formed. The school heard that you killed him, so they've given you a spot. He didn't find it strange that his actions had been exposed. The matter involving Zhao Eilin was connected to the Demon God Society, so Donghai University must have investigated it thoroughly. As the person involved, he had slain a scaled clan master. If Donghai University didn't know about it, that would be strange. What is the 10,000 Forms realm? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Chapter 46, Strange Phenomena, The Intentions of Heaven and Earth. The realm of 10,000 Forms is a wonderful place. Li Haoyang couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. The realm of 10,000 Forms is a secret realm. You probably don't know how secret realms are formed, do you? They are born from the collision of Earth and the underworld and the void, causing spatial distortions. Thus, secret realms can also be called spatial distortion realms. In such space-twisted places, special changes often occur, leading to unique terrain and objects in these secret realms. For example, the realm of 10,000 Forms is a place where supernatural phenomena arise. Anomalies? Yi Tian heard this for the first time and was filled with curiosity. Li Haoyang continued, anomalies are manifestations of the profound mysteries of the heavens and earth's intent, evolving in special environments. They contain the essence of the heavens and earth's intent. If one encounters an anomaly and comprehends its underlying intent, they may gain insight into the power of intent. Understanding anomalies can lead to mastering the essence. Yi Tian finally understood the preciousness of the 10,000 Forms anomaly realm. Master, which is more effective, an anomaly or an S-rank treasure? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang smiled and said, Yi Tian, the true value of S-class treasures isn't for comprehending the essence of the universe. In fact, their original purpose was for other uses. However, comprehending the essence of the universe is extremely difficult, and there's no place on Earth where one can do so, which is why it's rare for Earth to produce masters of the. In the end, Earth studied S-rank treasures, consuming their energy to trigger the intent of the heavens and Earth, allowing people to comprehend it. However, this method was clearly not cost-effective. The masters of the Earth cave world didn't consume S-class treasures to comprehend the essence. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, if S-class treasures were consumed to allow people to comprehend the essence, the consumption of S-class treasures would be astronomical. For example, the East Sea Fortress, how many S-class treasures does it have in total? Not many at all. Therefore, this method is not cost-effective. Li Haoyang added, furthermore, using S-rank treasures to comprehend the essence is far less effective than comprehending anomalies. S-rank treasures offer little assistance to the 9th sequence essence realm above the 5th tier, they only activate superficial cosmic intent. However, anomalies are different. By utilizing anomalies, one can even cultivate the 9th tier realm of intent to 70%, 80%, or even 90% or higher. If you encounter a top tier anomaly, you might even break through to the 8th tier realm in one go. Of course, the prerequisite is to first master the 9th tier realm to 100% before attempting to break through to the 8th tier realm. Are there any masters of the extraordinary arts who have grasped the 8th tier realm? Yi Tian asked curiously. Not yet. Li Haoyang shook his head. Even if there were, they'd probably break through to become masters soon, so there's no need to linger at the master level. That makes sense. Yi Tian had not yet broken through to the Grandmaster realm because his cultivation had not reached the peak of the Master realm. Otherwise, he would have already attempted to break through to the Grandmaster realm. This time, with the formation of the 10,000 Forms realm, Donghai University has decided to send a group of powerful master practitioners into it. The minimum requirement is to have grasped the essence. If one hasn't even grasped the essence, entering the 10,000 Forms realm is likely to result in death. Li Haoyang revealed. Master, is this secret realm dangerous? Yi Tian asked. No, this secret realm has just formed, and the demon beasts haven't had time to grow. The secret realm itself isn't dangerous. The danger lies in the scaled clan of the Earth Cavern world. Li Haoyang said with a smile. You wouldn't think that only humans can enter, would you? In fact, the scaled clan can also enter this secret realm. However, whether it's the scaled clan or humans, only those at the Master of Extraordinary Techniques realm are allowed to enter. The rules of the 10,000 Forms secret realm prohibit from entering. If one enters, the consequences will be severe. Additionally, once inside the 10,000 Forms secret realm, one cannot attempt to break through to the realm. They cannot enter? Yi Tian thought that with his own strength, wouldn't he be invincible? Li Haoyang saw Yi Tian's excited expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly reminded him, don't underestimate the scaled tribe. You've only been in the Earth Cave world for a short time and have mostly encountered white-scaled tribe and black-scaled tribe members. Even the black-scaled tribe members you've encountered aren't top-tier geniuses. The true geniuses of the scaled clan are truly extraordinary. Not only have they grasped the 9th sequence of intent, but their intent realm has reached over 90%. These geniuses have chosen not to challenge thee, and their combat power is terrifying, rivaling that of a junior. Among them, the most outstanding ones have even achieved the feat of slaying a master. I understand. Yi Tian said this, but he didn't take it too seriously. His current strength was far greater than when he had faced a black-scaled clan master earlier, and he had also mastered the art of teleportation. Even if he encountered a prodigious genius from the golden-scaled clan, he would not fear them in the slightest. Master, when will we enter the 10,000 Forms demon realm? Yi Tian asked. We are currently constructing the secret realm's gate. It should take about 2 more days. During this time, do not enter the underground world to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might delay our progress. Li Haoyang said. Understood. Yi Tian replied. Qin Senior, you're back? Yi Tian encountered Qin Susu on campus. Yes, the school asked me to come back. Qin Susu smiled. Could it be the Wang Xiang? Yi Tian asked hurriedly. Yes. Qin Susu nodded. My mentor said I need to comprehend the realm to secure a spot. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. Qin Susu straightened her chest and said proudly, this lady just comprehended the wood elemental realm yesterday, and my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the Master of Strange Arts realm, so I obtained this spot. Congratulations! Yi Tian hurriedly said. He guessed that Qin Susu had used top grade to exchange for battle merits, obtaining the spot to study an S-rank wood element treasure, and had directly grasped the essence of the wood element realm. From Qin Susu's words, Yi Tian also learned that Xiaoya was also going in. This time, there were quite a few people entering the 10,000 Forms realm, approximately 330 people. Among them, only 30-odd students were from Donghai University, while the rest were masters from the major families of Donghai City and its surrounding areas. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Tian realized that there were indeed quite a few people who had attained the realm of intent. However, this was nearly half of Jiang province's master practitioners who had attained the realm of intent, and upon careful calculation, it wasn't that many after all. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed. Before leaving, mentor Li Haiyang reminded him, Yi Tian, be careful once you enter the 10,000 forms realm. Not only must you watch out for the scaled clan, but you must also be wary of other human master practitioners of supernatural arts. Be cautious of other human masters of supernatural arts? Yi Tian understood. Are you referring to the Demon God Society? That's right. Li Haiyang nodded. The Demon God Society has deep roots in major cities across Xia Nation, and many families have been infiltrated. Though I despise the Demon God Society, I must admit that some of the forbidden techniques they've developed can truly help people break through their limits. Even at the cost of immense sacrifice, once one breaks through, their lifespan skyrockets. Many elderly practitioners with little time left are willing to try. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. For example, the Taoist cultivation technique had been of immense help to him. Without this forbidden technique, his growth would not have been so rapid. Additionally, if you encounter other students from Donghai University seeking help, I hope you will do your best to rescue them, Li Haiyang requested. Master, I will. Yi Tian assured him. Then, Li Haiyang led Yi Tian and the other masters of the mystical arts who had attained the realm of intent to the secret entrance of the Wanxiang mystical realm. Soon, Yi Tian and the others arrived. At that moment, the area was crowded with numerous master practitioners of the, including even some grandmasters. These martial arts masters had come to escort others they themselves could not enter. Yi Tian noticed that among these masters of the, some were quite elderly, at least in their 40s or 50s, but as long as they had attained the realm of intent and had some background, they could secure a spot. Let them in. A master of supernatural arts with a powerful aura spoke up. Boom! The gates to the secret realm opened. Swish! 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 One after another, the masters of mystical arts rushed inside, followed by Yi Tian, Qin Susu, Xiaoya, and the others. Chapter 47, The Golden Lotus Phenomenon in the Flames. The Realm of 10,000 Forms. A group of masters of strange arts entered and then dispersed. Some masters of extraordinary arts chose to team up, as facing the powerful scaled clan alone would be perilous. Qin Susu remained allied with Xiaoya, along with Zhang Xiaoyu, who had also attained enlightenment and secured a spot. The three of them joined forces, and with Zhang Xiaoyu's telepathic abilities, their chances of survival were still decent. They did not invite Yi Tian, as inviting him would mean relying on him for protection, which would only burden him. Moreover, if they were to encounter an anomaly, one person meditating on it would be far more effective than several people doing so together. Contemplating an anomaly consumes the profound mysteries of the cosmic intent contained within it, so the results of multiple people contemplating it together would naturally be much poorer. Qin Susu, if you encounter any danger, remember to notify me. Yi Tian said. All right. Qin Susu nodded. Swish. Yi Tian quickly departed, gradually delving deeper into the 10,000 forms realm. The 10,000 forms realm resembled the underground world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and more. Moreover, there were also demon beasts here, but they were all very weak and newly born. Killing these demon beasts was pointless, they didn't yield much profit. The spiritual herbs and rare treasures in the 10,000 forms realm are also of low grade and have little value. What truly holds value are the anomalies, those are the true opportunities. Yi Tian continued forward and unknowingly arrived at a valley. Flames? He sensed flickering flames ahead in the valley, as if it were on fire, but it didn't quite seem right. Whoosh! He immediately activated his teleportation technique and vanished. Inside the valley, Yi Tian's body suddenly appeared, and upon seeing the scene in the valley, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Not far away, flames were burning out of nowhere, covering an area of 100 meters, and within the flames, a golden lotus was blooming. This golden lotus was lifelike, as if it were a treasure from the heavens. He walked over, reached out to touch the flames, but felt nothing. When he touched the golden lotus, he also felt nothing. These were all illusions. No, it should be called an extraordinary phenomenon. The golden lotus in flames phenomenon. He had some prior knowledge of the types of supernatural phenomena, and the golden lotus in flames was a relatively common one, classified as a lower-grade phenomenon, containing two different realms of meaning. These two realms were the fire realm and the gold realm. Most of the phenomena within the 10,000 forms realm are lower-grade phenomena, containing two realms that's already quite impressive. Yi Tian sat cross-legged on a rock and began to contemplate the gold element and fire element realms. Taoist art of contemplation, devour. After devouring the dark elemental innate ability's primordial essence, his insight surged, and he held a piece of dark elemental material in his hand, using it to slowly restore his dark elemental innate ability. Boom! His comprehension surged, as if he had achieved sudden enlightenment. At this moment, the profound mysteries of the golden and fiery realms were gradually being unraveled by him. He also kept an eye on his surroundings. If he encountered the scaled clan, he would have to stop his meditation and eliminate them first. A few minutes later, a figure appeared in the valley. It's not the Scaled Clan. The arrival was a peak-level master of in his 30s. Upon seeing the golden lotus in the flames, he was overjoyed, for the very essence he had mastered was the fire-attributed realm. Finding the phenomenon was only the first step. Encountering the right phenomenon was the most crucial. If it didn't align with his own realm, it would be useless. Get out of here. Yi Tian looked at the man closing in and spoke coldly. If it were someone he knew, he might allow them to study it, but he wouldn't let a stranger study the golden lotus in the flames. The man sensed Yi Tian's cultivation level and was immediately stunned. Peak level. That was correct. Yi Tian had concealed his cultivation level. However, even at the intermediate level of an extraordinary technique master, his actual cultivation was not particularly high. Fire Eye Technique. The man cast this technique and looked at Yi Tian again. This technique also had the effect of revealing one's cultivation level. After casting the Fire Eye Technique, he looked at Yi Tian again, and his cultivation remained at the peak of an. Ha 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 ha, with such low cultivation, even if you're a prodigy who has grasped the realm of intent, you're still no more than an ant in my eyes. You should be the one to leave. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. The man spoke arrogantly, as if he held the upper hand. Is that so? Yi Tian didn't want to waste any time and waved his hand, unleashing the dark flame. Go! The dark fire transformed into a fiery ball and charged toward the man. A B-rank mutated technique at the perfection realm. The man was filled with fear as a beam of light rose from his body, revealing a defensive fire-based mutated technique. However, with a loud explosion, he was blasted away by the dark flames, and a strand of dark fire landed on his body, burning relentlessly. Ignoring his injuries, he fled swiftly. Yi Tian didn't bother to kill him. If he truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have used dark flames just now. Then, Yi Tian continued to contemplate the phenomenon of the golden lotus within the flames. As time passed, his golden elemental and fire elemental realms rapidly improved. Before he realized it, over an hour had passed. More people are coming. This time it's not humans, it's the Scaled Clan. In the distance, 3 members of the Scaled Clan appeared, all at the peak of the Master Realm, with powerful auras emanating from their bodies. Soon, they spotted the golden lotus in the flames and saw Yi Tian sitting at its center. It's a human. His cultivation isn't high. Kill him directly. One of the Scaled Clan members said. Swish! 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 The 3 black Scaled Clan members charged forward. Yi Tian smiled slightly. 5 elements wheel. Suppress. Under the suppression of the 5 elements wheel, the 3 black Scaled tribe members moved as slowly as turtles. Immediately afterward, their minds were struck by a powerful mental technique, leaving them in a brief state of disorientation. In the next instant, a golden light sliced through their necks. The 3 black Scaled tribe members were all killed. After eliminating the 3 black Scaled clan members, Yi Tian retrieved their identity tokens and storage rings. He had no time to sort through the items in the storage ring. Understanding the phenomenon of the golden lotus in the flames was the most urgent matter now. This phenomenon couldn't persist indefinitely, and it was unclear how long it would last. Before this, the phenomenon had already persisted for some time, so the time left for him to continue his comprehension was growing short. Afterward, Yi Tian meditated in silence, encountering no trouble. The flames dissipated, and the golden lotus vanished. The golden lotus vision within the flames collapsed. Watching the phenomenon dissipate, Yi Tian sighed, but soon broke into a smile. This time, his insights had yielded immense gains. First, his cultivation of the 9th-tier golden elemental realm had reached 70% mastery, and his fire elemental realm had reached 50% mastery. Continue searching for phenomena. If I find more of them, my strength will increase to an unimaginable extent. Yi Tian murmured to himself. Then, he left the valley and continued his search for anomalies. There were no shortage of anomalies within the 10,000 forms anomaly realm. As long as one searched diligently, they could be found. The key was whether one could maintain control over the anomalies. A corpse. Yi Tian spotted the corpse of a human master of strange arts, impaled through the chest by a long spear. It was clearly the work of the Scaled clan, as only their masters favored weapons. Soon, he arrived at the banks of a river, followed its course, and encountered another anomaly. Above the river, a illusory gate appeared, with a carp continuously attempting to leap through it. The Dragon Gate Leap Phenomenon. Chapter 48, The Phenomenon of the Sword Opening the Heavenly Gate. The Dragon Gate Leap is also a lower-grade phenomenon. If the dragon successfully leaps through the gate, it becomes the Dragon Transformation Phenomenon, a true mid-grade phenomenon. Whoosh! Yi Tian walked onto the river's surface and began to contemplate the essence of water. This time, he was quite fortunate. From start to finish, no one came to disturb his contemplation. The Dragon Gate Leap phenomenon dissipated. However, he successfully mastered the water element's essence to the 62% realm, making this a highly fruitful endeavor. Continue searching for the phenomenon. The phenomena of the 10,000 forms realm do not persist indefinitely. As more people consume the profound mysteries of the cosmic intent within the phenomena, new ones will continue to emerge. Therefore, as time passed, it became increasingly difficult for phenomena to emerge in the 10,000 forms realm, and they had to leave otherwise. Staying here would be a waste of time. I must take this opportunity to find as many anomalies as possible and strive to master all the realms within me to the 9th sequence, 10th level realm. To find anomalies quickly, he often used teleportation to travel. Another suicidal scaled clan member. Yi Tian looked at the black-scaled tribe member who had died at his hands and muttered to himself. This was the 7th black-scaled clan member he had killed. Sigh, why does everyone think I'm a weakling and want to kill me? Yi Tian believed it must be because his cultivation was too deceptive, making these black-scaled clan members think he was weak. But could someone who had secured a spot be weak? Would they dare to come in? Night fell. Yi Tian kept moving around and finally found another anomaly. Golden Mountain Anomaly. This anomaly shone brightly in the night, its golden light dispelling the darkness and making the entire area seem to enter a world of gold. The Golden Mountain Anomaly was also a lower-grade anomaly, containing the profound mysteries of the Golden Elemental Realm. Yi Tian arrived at the Golden Mountain Anomaly and began to contemplate the essence of the gold element. Under the influence of the Enlightenment technique, his intuition surged, making it incredibly easy to comprehend the essence of the gold element. Gradually, his golden intent soared from 70% to 80% and continued to rise. This Golden Mountain Anomaly has been lasting quite a while. It must have only recently come into existence. Thinking of this, his mood improved greatly. Perhaps he could use this Golden Mountain phenomenon to comprehend the essence of the golden element to over 90% mastery. 2 hours later, Yi Tian's golden elemental realm had already surged to the 90% realm. At this point, the Golden Mountain phenomenon had not yet dissipated, but it had become extremely faint. Another half hour passed. The Golden Mountain realm dissipated, and darkness once again engulfed the area. The surroundings fell into complete silence. After a long while, a voice echoed through the darkness. What a pity! At the 93% realm, if I had another hour to contemplate, perhaps I could have cultivated the Golden Realm to the 100% realm. Yi Tian sighed regretfully. If anyone else had heard his words, they would probably have wanted to kill him. The next day, the sun of the 10,000 forms realm rose, the darkness receded, and daybreak arrived. Yi Tian looked up at the 4 suns in the sky and observed them for a moment. This should be 1 sun from Earth and the 3 suns from the Earth's core world, projected together to create the 4 suns of the Wangxiang. Yi Tian speculated. In other words, these were merely projections of the sun, not the real suns. Who cares what kind of sun it is? Let's keep searching for the anomalies. Yi Tian set off once more. On the other side, Qin Susu and the other 2 women weren't having much luck. They had also found anomalies, but their luck wasn't good. The anomalies they found were either unsuitable for them or had already been claimed by others or the scaled tribe. They had to fight their way through countless battles. If it weren't for Qin Susu's healing abilities, they would likely be severely injured by now. However, Xiaoya had managed to comprehend an Earth-attributed anomaly, slightly improving her Earth-attributed realm, though it was still far inferior to Yi Tian's progress. Yajia, Susu, I've detected a scaled clan member not far from here. They haven't moved, so they're likely occupying an anomaly, Zhang Xiao reported after sensing it with his mental abilities. Are you sure there's only 1 scaled clan member? Xiaoya asked. Yes, just 1. Zhang Xiaoyu confirmed. Let's go check it out. If their strength isn't too high and the location is suitable for us, we'll just take it. Xiaoya said. Immediately, the 3 of them slowly ran over. Soon, they arrived at a forest. In the middle of the forest, on a clearing, a scaled clan member was there contemplating an anomaly. Qin Susu and the others approached from several hundred meters away. Upon seeing the scaled creature, their expressions changed drastically. The scales on the scaled clan member were not white or black, but golden. Golden scales signified the Golden Scaled Clan. The Golden Scaled Clan was the royal lineage of the Scaled Clan. Every member of the Golden Scaled Clan was highly regarded by the Scaled Clan, possessing powerful bloodlines and extraordinary talents. It could be said that there were no weak members among the Golden Scaled Clan, they were all prodigies of heaven. If they were facing the Black Scaled Clan, they might dare to surround them. But facing the Golden Scaled Clan, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. However, their attention was soon drawn to the strange phenomenon before them. From the outside, it appeared as countless sword energies soaring into the sky, converging into a golden giant sword that tore open a vortex in the air. The sword opens the Heavenly Gates phenomenon. Xiaoya was astonished. This was a mid-grade phenomenon extremely rare. Sister Ya, this is not just the sword opening the Heavenly Gates phenomenon. My spiritual perception technique allows me to observe from a great distance. Within this phenomenon, a real sword has been forged. It is a genuine sword, not merely an illusion. Zhang Xiaoyu. It's a divine treasure. Xiaoya recognized it immediately. The birth of a divine treasure is connected to an anomaly. In a place where an anomaly isn't consumed by others, it keeps reappearing over time. After a long period, it can give birth to a divine treasure. When a divine treasure is born, it consumes the power of the phenomenon in that area, rendering it unable to manifest again. Xiaoya herself possessed a rare treasure, but hers had been nurtured long ago and was merely obtained by chance. Moreover, her rare treasure was merely a low-grade one. The one born from the sword opening the heavenly gate phenomenon must be a mid-grade rare treasure. A mid-grade extraordinary treasure combined with a mid-grade extraordinary phenomenon. If a genius who has mastered the golden elemental intent were to come here, they would go mad with excitement. However, they have neither mastered the golden realm nor possess any innate talent or potential for the golden realm. Whoa! The golden scaled clan member suddenly opened his eyes and swept his gaze toward Shin Susu. We've been discovered. Shin Susu and the others trembled inwardly. 3 humans. Jin Xian of the golden scaled clan furrowed his brows. This mid-grade divine artifact still needed to wait for the sword opening the heavenly gate phenomenon to dissipate before it could truly emerge. It absolutely must not be revealed. We must kill them. Jin Xian's body shifted, transforming into a golden light as he flew toward them. Escape! Xiaoya pulled Qin Susu and Zhang Xiaoyu, attempting to flee. Qin Susu directly sent a message to Yi Tian. Yi Tian could kill a golden scaled clan master, he should not fear the golden scaled clan. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least survive. Trying to escape by burrowing into the ground? Ha, you're delusional. Bloodline technique golden earth. A strange wave swept across the area. In the next moment, the ground in this entire area turned into a golden, shimmering land. This wasn't real gold, it was just a metallic landscape created by the technique, which would return to normal after some time. This is bad. The earth-splitting technique is useless. Xiaoya and the others looked despairing. I've informed Yi Tian, but he definitely won't make it here in time. Qin Susu said. Let's stall for time. Xiaoya said. Qin Susu hesitated no longer and threw out a pearl. The next moment, the pearl exploded, forming a thunderous domain. This was a thunder pearl, a special weapon capable of severely injuring peak-level masters. She had exchanged 500 battle merits for it. Tear. Jin Xian tore through the thunder domain created by the pearl and burst out, his body unscathed. Die. Jin Xian swung his sword. Xiaoya attempted to block it with her mystical treasure, the Earth Spirit Shield. However, with a loud crack, the Earth Spirit Shield was shattered, and the sword light severely wounded the 3 women. Jin Xian was too powerful, far more terrifying than the black-scaled clan master they had encountered last time. Just as the 3 women thought they were about to die, a figure stepped in front of Jin Xian. Yi Tian. Qin Susu widened her eyes in shock. How did Yi Tian arrive so quickly? It had only been a few seconds. Could Yi Tian be nearby? Zhang Xiaoyu was even more confused. She had already used her mental perception to scan the area, and there was no one else there. Yi Tian had appeared out of nowhere. Spatial teleportation technique. She couldn't think of any other explanation. Yi Tian teleported here and quickly noticed the sword opening the heavens phenomenon, revealing an excited expression. Shin Susu and the others may be a bit troublesome, always coming to me for help, but they are also my lucky stars. Last time they brought me top grade, and this time they brought a mid-grade phenomenon. As for the golden scaled clan's Jin Xian, he simply ignored him. Chapter 49, Mastering the 8th Sequence of the Golden Elemental Realm. Die. Jin Xian of the Golden Scales clan launched an attack on Yi Tian, a green sword light carrying the 9th sequence's 10th level realm of the Golden Elemental Realm slashing toward him. 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian's body was protected by the 5 Elements Wheel. The sword light struck it but couldn't break through, shattering directly. 5 Elements Mutation Technique. Jin Xian was speechless. Among the Scaled clan, there were also clan members with bloodline mutations, capable of wielding 2 or more attributes of bloodline techniques, and even achieving bloodline mutation techniques, making them extremely powerful in battle. However, such individuals were still very rare. However, he only possessed the golden element bloodline and did not master bloodline mutation techniques. Bloodline technique unleashed golden eyes. This bloodline technique allowed Jin Xian to see through his enemy's weaknesses. No weaknesses at all. Jin Xian grew solemn. Yi Tian's defenses had completely sealed off his entire body, making it impossible to break through. A 9th-tier golden elemental intent at the peak of the 10th realm, truly demonic. No wonder he's from the Golden Scales clan. Yi Tian spoke in the familiar underground language. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. If he had just entered the 10,000 forms realm, he might not have been able to kill Jin Xian. But now, his various realms had all improved, causing the power of the 5 elements wheel to surge several-fold. 5 elements wheel, transform into a domain. The 5 elements will grew larger, transforming into a domain. In that instant, Jin Xian felt as though a mountain peak was pressing down on his entire body. Bloodline technique 9 layered sword light. Countless sword lights erupted from his body, simultaneously resisting the suppression of the 5 elements wheel's domain while charging toward Yi Tian. He refused to flee. If he did, the mid-grade anomaly sword opening Heaven's Gate would no longer be within his reach, and that mid-grade divine treasure would fall into Yi Tian's hands. Therefore, he had to take a gamble. In truth, he had no hope of escaping. Dark Heavenly Veil. 10,000 Trees Prison Technique. One after another, the strange techniques were unleashed by Yi Tian, leaving Jin Xian speechless. There were also mental attack techniques, repeatedly assaulting Jin Xian's mind, causing his spirit to suffer repeated injuries. Darkness Fire. A ball of black flame landed on Jin Xian's body, continuously burning his flesh. Under normal circumstances, he could easily dispel the dark flame, but now he had no time to decipher this technique. The dark flame continued to corrode his body, causing his condition to deteriorate rapidly. 5 minutes passed. Jin Xian's defensive blood-forged armor was pierced, and his body was impaled by hellish wood spikes and other supernatural techniques, his life force slowly fading away. He's dead. Yi Tian confirmed that the opponent was truly dead. However, he dared not take any chances. With another swing of his hand, he severed Jin Xian's head with a golden light, then destroyed his internal organs. After multiple finishing blows, he finally confirmed that the opponent was truly dead. He then retrieved the identity token and storage ring from his body, and tossed a handful of dark flames onto his remains, incinerating his body completely. It seems he really had no life-saving trump cards. Yi Tian thought to himself. In the distance, Xiaoya and the others watched in stunned silence, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a fist. Everyone, I'm going to study the sword-opening Heavenly Gate phenomenon. Yi Tian didn't want to waste any time. He had no idea how long the sword-opening Heavenly Gate phenomenon would last. So he made his way to the site of the sword-opening Heavenly Gate phenomenon. This sword isn't a phenomenon. Could it be a rare treasure? Yi Tian was surprised. He didn't think too much about it and decided to first study the Golden Elemental Realm. While Yi Tian was comprehending the Golden Elemental Realm, Xiaoya and the others were here healing their injuries. They didn't possess Golden Elemental innate abilities, so they couldn't comprehend the Golden Elemental Realm. What a pity. With the aid of the Taoist cultivation technique, Yi Tian's intuition was terrifying. The sword opens the Heavenly Gate phenomenon was a mid-grade phenomenon, and his cultivation of the Gold Elemental Realm was advancing at an alarming rate. The sword opening the Heavenly Gate phenomenon is excellent. That golden scaled clan member probably intended to use it to break through to the 8th sequence realm. If he had succeeded in comprehending it, I might not have been able to kill him, and I might even have lost. Yi Tian thought to himself. Not long after, Yi Tian's golden attribute realm had reached the peak of perfection. He then began to break through to the 8th tier realm. Jin Xian struggled to comprehend the 8th tier realm, but Yi Tian was different. His current insight was terrifying, akin to constant enlightenment, resulting in an otherworldly effect. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of the realm from the sword opening the Heavenly Gate phenomenon. His 9th tier golden element realm appeared to be undergoing an unknown influence, constantly compressing and refining itself, much like a rough iron ingot being forged into a piece of refined steel through thousands of hammers. This was a process of transformation. At a certain moment, boom! Terrifying golden element intent erupted from Yi Tian's body, tearing the air apart, accompanied by a sound like shattering glass. The 8th tier golden intent had been attained. The 8th sequence of the golden elemental intent is too powerful. It's far beyond the 9th sequence of the golden elemental intent. Yi Tian thought to himself. The refinement of the 8th sequence intent was more than 10 times that of the 9th sequence golden intent. Though he had only just grasped a thread of the 8th sequence intent, his strength had undergone a sudden and drastic transformation. If he were to fight Jin Xian again, he could kill him with just a few moves. After comprehending the 8th sequence of the golden elemental realm, Yi Tian continued to delve deeper into its mysteries. However, the phenomenon of the sword opening the heavens was about to dissipate, but there was a high chance it could slightly enhance his 8th sequence golden intent. Another half-hour passed. The sword opening the Heavenly Gate phenomenon finally dissipated, and a sword fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian caught the falling mid-grade rare treasure and revealed an excited expression. This was his first treasure. Congratulations to Yi Tian on obtaining a mid-grade rare treasure. Xin Susu and the others walked over to congratulate him. After such a long time of healing, the 3 of them had recovered from their injuries, though their supernatural abilities had not yet fully returned. It's all thanks to you all, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian smiled, knowing he didn't need to share the treasure with the 3 of them this time. Yi Tian, did you just comprehend the 8th sequence of the Golden Elemental Realm? Xiaoya asked curiously. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. The commotion caused by his recent realization of the 8th tier Golden Elemental intent was impossible to hide. The 8th tier Golden Elemental intent? I'm so envious. Xiaoya said longingly. I also want to comprehend the 8th tier intent. Once I do, I'll have a chance to break through and become a grandmaster of supernatural arts. A grandmaster of the divine arts? Yi Tian asked curiously. Could it be that the grandmaster of the divine arts is related to the 8th sequence of the divine arts? Yes. Xiaoya explained, the 8th sequence intent is one of the prerequisites for advancing to a grandmaster of the divine arts. However, mastering the 8th sequence intent does not guarantee one will break through to become a grandmaster of the divine arts. But without mastering the 8th sequence intent, one cannot become a grandmaster of the divine arts. It's like comprehending the 9th sequence realm, which gives you a chance to become a master of the divine arts. However, many peak divine arts masters have comprehended the 9th sequence realm but lack a solid foundation. Without other opportunities, they need to keep pushing themselves to break through. That's right. Yi Tian nodded. For example, some elderly peak level masters of the extraordinary arts, even if they have grasped the realm, cannot break through. Their bodies simply won't allow it. Chapter 50, The Scaled Clan's Plan. Yi Tian has now mastered the 8th sequence of the Golden Elemental Realm, signifying that he has the potential to become a grandmaster of the divine arts. Once he becomes a grandmaster, not only will his lifespan greatly increase, but his status will also be unmatched by ordinary people. Even Donghai University only has a few grandmasters. Yi Tian, we must leave. The anomalies of the 10,000 forms realm won't last forever. We must hurry and find them. Xiaoya took her leave. Stay safe, Yi Tian said. After Xiaoya and the others departed, Yi Tian began to refine this mid-grade. He dripped his blood onto the mid-grade rare treasure, which was absorbed by it. He then used his spiritual energy to deepen the refinement. A stream of information merged from the mid-grade rare treasure into his soul. Mid-grade rare treasure, Heaven's Gate Sword. This was the name of the mid-grade rare treasure. Additionally, the Heavenly Gate Sword contained an innate supernatural ability. Every rare treasure contains an innate supernatural ability. For example, Xiaoya's low-grade rare treasure also contains an innate supernatural ability that can form a powerful defense. Xiaoya was able to withstand Jin Xian's attack without dying thanks to the innate ability of her treasure. The Heavenly Gate Sword's innate technique is called the Sword Slash of the Heavens, an absolutely terrifying technique. However, it consumes a great deal of physical energy and requires the 8th tier Golden Realm of Intent to unleash its full power. Otherwise, even if one were to obtain it, it could only be used as a sharp sword and unable to activate the Sword Slash of the Heavens. The Heaven-Splitting Sword technique is one of my trump cards, Yi Tian murmured. However, as he stared at the Heaven's Gate Sword, an idea formed in his mind: he must master weapon techniques, otherwise, he would be unable to fully utilize the sword's potential. The alien races of the Earth's core not only possessed bloodline techniques but were also skilled in weapon combat and had powerful physiques. In battles of equal rank, humans are at a disadvantage, and only geniuses among humans can match the alien races. He possessed a powerful physique and had obtained the mid-grade divine artifact, the Heavenly Gate Sword. If he didn't study the ways of weaponry, wouldn't that be a waste? Combining close combat techniques with various supernatural abilities is simply unbeatable. Especially since I also possess the 5 elements transformation technique, which grants me invincible defense. With such defense, I could engage in close combat with anyone and slaughter them at will. He planned to study the art of close combat with weapons after leaving the 10,000 forms realm. Let's see what good items the Golden Scaled Clan has on them. Yi Tian opened the opponent's storage ring and carefully sorted through their items. There are also spirit stones, 6 in total. Grade materials, 23 pieces. That's really wealthy. Various pills and several long swords. There are also some random items I don't recognize. We can send them to the appraisal department at Donghai University and pay for an appraisal. They should be quite valuable. What's this? Yi Tian pulled out a piece of tree branch covered in mysterious patterns, emitting a faint, unique aura. He took a whiff and felt instantly refreshed. Grade S material. As soon as he touched the branch, he absorbed the power of wood. Wood energy +1? Wood energy +1? From this alone, it was clear that this was undoubtedly S-grade material, otherwise, the absorption of wood energy wouldn't be this fast. This is a valuable item. I'll keep it and use it to upgrade my A-grade wood type innate ability potential to S-grade once we get out. This time, he had truly struck gold. After organizing Jin Xian's belongings, he left the area and continued searching for anomalies. Half a day passed. In the 10,000 phenomena realm, atop a mountain peak. Here, one after another, black-scaled tribe members gathered. At the peak, 3 golden-scaled tribe members sat cross-legged, waiting for other scaled tribe masters of supernatural arts to arrive. Prince Jinhe, Prince Jinyu, Prince Jin Chan, most of the clan members have arrived. A black-scaled clan member approached and spoke respectfully. Jin Xian, has there been any news about that guy yet? Prince Jinhe frowned. The black-scaled clan member shook his head. We still can't contact Prince Jin Xian. Golden Feather laughed heartily. Golden Xian is a powerful individual, on par with a master. He even killed a weak human master. This place doesn't allow masters to enter, so who could possibly kill him? He must have found something valuable and doesn't want to come here, yet he's afraid we'll find out, so we cut off contact. Let's not worry about him. We'll continue with the plan. Once we're out, the clan will handle him. We'll have to do that for now. He nodded. Have the 6 friends from the Demon God Society come over. We need to discuss the plan. Soon. 6 human peak level masters approached. They were all from the Demon God Society, belonging to a deeply hidden faction. Neither the East Sea Ability Association nor East Sea University knew their true identities. For this mission, the Demon God Society had decided to expose them. If the plan succeeds, they can leave through the Scaled Clan's spatial portal and never show their faces again. He, are you ready? The peak level master of the Demon God Society, Bai Sun, asked. Bai Sun, we're ready. You need to set up an array at the exit of the Secret Realm Gate in Donghai City to block it, preventing those human master practitioners from escaping. Then, we'll begin slaughtering the master practitioners here, aiming to eliminate all humans within the Wanxiang realm. He revealed a cruel smile. Upon hearing the words all humans, Bai Sun and the others stared intently at He. Bai Sun, I didn't mean you. Our Scaled Clan is allied with your demon god sect. How dare we kill you? He said with a smile. Alright, let's decide that then. Once we've killed all the humans here, we'll follow you and leave together. Bai Sun said. Then, Bai Sun led the other 5 to the exit of the Secret Realms Gate. By blocking that exit, others would be unable to contact the outside world, and those outside would remain unaware of the situation here. Unless no one emerged for an extended period, the outside world would send reinforcements to investigate. But by then, they would have already left. Several hours later, Bai Sun and the other 5 had already arrived at the exit. They looked at the secret realm passageway, no longer hesitating. They took out the array discs they had prepared earlier, set them up, and activated the array. These array discs were all from the underground world, and they had brought a significant amount of spirit stones, which they all invested into the array, activating it at maximum power. This was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a junior level for an entire day and night without breaking the array. The array activated, forming a light barrier that sealed off the exit. The exit on the Donghai City side has been sealed off. You can proceed with the slaughter. Bai Sun used a special communication device to contact He of the Jinlin clan. On the other side, He received the message and smiled. Immediately, he took out a mid-grade rare treasure, the Earth Hell Mirror. With this Earth Ming Mirror, no humans within a 5-mile radius can hide. Eliminating these master practitioners of mystical arts who have attained the realm of intent will leave the humans reeling. The Jiang province of Xia Nation will likely suffer a generational gap, with fewer mystical arts masters emerging, which will ease the pressure on our Jin clan. He said indifferently. He, begin. You urged. The earth-binding mirror activated, and over 100 black-scaled clan members, led by 3 golden-scaled clan members, began searching for the human master practitioners of the mysterious arts. Chapter 51, Scaled Clan, I'm here to kill you. The ghostly fire phenomenon. By comprehending this phenomenon, I should be able to elevate my fire elemental intent from the 9th level to the 1st level. Zhang Sun, the peak master of esoteric arts, exclaimed excitedly. Once his fire attribute intent reaches the 10% realm, his chances of breaking through to the master of extraordinary techniques realm should be very high. Becoming an anomaly art grandmaster and extending his lifespan was his lifelong dream, and this was the perfect opportunity. He arrived at the ghost fire anomaly and began silently comprehending the fire attribute intent. As time passed, his fire elemental intent gradually improved, like water eroding stone, gradually breaking through the bottleneck of the 1/10th realm of fire elemental intent. Suddenly, in the distance, a group of black-scaled tribe members were charging toward him, forming a dark, overwhelming mass. At the forefront, 3 golden-scaled tribe members radiated golden light, standing out prominently. What? Zhang Sun shivered uncontrollably. Over 100 black-scaled tribe members, each a peak-level master of, led by 3 golden-scaled tribe members. What a terrifying force. So many scaled tribe members gathered together. What were they planning to do? Without hesitation, he began to call for help, then ran. But his speed was too slow, and he was quickly caught up. Thud! His head was severed with a single blow, and he died instantly. The greatest weakness of human masters compared to the Scales tribe's masters is their inability to unite. The Scales tribe has no internal factions. Everything is done according to the royal family's orders. A single command from the royal family, and all Scales must obey. Therefore, the Scaled clan could gather together quickly, while these human master practitioners of supernatural arts came from Donghai University, various major families, and large corporations, with diverse factions and little ability to unite. A single peak-level human master of supernatural arts facing so many Scaled tribe members, how could they possibly fight? Even if one of them were as powerful as a golden Scaled tribe member, they would still be defeated. Soon, the human masters were routed, and one after another, they were killed, with no time to escape. However, news of the battle spread quickly, and many other master practitioners received the distress signals. Yi Tian also understood the situation and knew that the Scaled Clan was uniting to massacre the humans. To unite the human masters and resist the Scaled Clan, there's no time to waste. Yi Tian thought to himself. He contacted Qin Susu and the others. Senior Qin, are you alright? Yi Tian asked. Qin Susu replied, Yi Tian, we're fine. We're preparing to leave the Wangxiang. Leaving the Wangxiang was a wise decision. He couldn't guarantee he could withstand so many scales, so he needed to enhance his strength before confronting that group of scales. Keep meditating on this anomaly. The position he currently occupied was the lower grade anomaly, the fire snake anomaly, which allowed him to comprehend the fire attribute intent. As time passed, his fire elemental intent gradually reached over 90% of its peak. The exit of the 10,000 forms realm. Peak level masters had already arrived here. When they saw the array shield blocking the entrance, they were immediately stunned. Someone has set up an array formation. Let us break it together. They continuously attacked the array, unleashing wave after wave of techniques upon it. However, the array shield merely rippled slightly. Such attacks were utterly ineffective. It's useless. We can't break the array. Let's go. Otherwise, the Scaled Clan will arrive, and none of us will escape. These people weren't foolish, they didn't linger here. One by one, they fled. The exit to the 10,000 forms realm has been sealed off? Yi Tian received the message from Qin Susu and the others, and was immediately stunned. It seemed that the Scaled Clan had been planning this for a long time. They intended to wipe out all the humans inside the Wangxiang. However, the Wangxiang is vast. It would take the Scaled Clan quite some time to kill all the humans. Continue to comprehend the anomalies. Yi Tian put this matter aside for now and decided to wait until his realm had improved further. He couldn't risk his own safety for others. Soon, he found another anomaly and continued to study the realm. Gradually, time passed into the next day. By this time, many human masters of supernatural arts had already fallen to the Scales tribe, and the others were hiding in various places. However, if they stayed hidden for too long, they would eventually be found one by one. It's almost time. Yi Tian glanced at his data panel, which had undergone significant changes compared to before. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Intermediate Level Master of Supernatural Arts. Innate abilities, Dark Type A rank 1-100, Mental Type B rank 1-100, Water Type A rank 1-100, Fire Type A rank 1-100, Wood Type A rank 12-100, Metal Type S rank 1-100, Earth Type A rank 1-100, Spatial Type B rank 1-100. Supernatural abilities, a rank Dark Veil mastered, a rank Fire Dragon Shield mastered, a rank Golden Body Technique mastered, B rank Dark Spear mastered. Mutated special abilities, Grade A 5 Elements Will Mastery, Grade B Dark Fire Mastery, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique Mastery. Intent, 8th Sequence Metal Element Intent 5-point Realm 9th Sequence Fire Element Intent 10-point Perfection 9th Sequence Wood Element Intent 8.2 Realm 9th Sequence Earth Element Intent 7.9 Realm 9th Sequence Water Element Intent 10-point Perfection Realm. Time is limited, and I currently have no way to elevate all these realms to the 9th Sequence 10-point realm, but the power of the 5 Elements wheel is far greater than before. Yi Tian thought to himself. Not only had the 5 Elements wheel's power erupted, but the power of those strange techniques had also greatly increased. Scale Clan, I'm here to kill you all. In a cave somewhere within the 10,000 forms realm. Qin Susu and the other 2 women were hiding here. They had also received messages from other students at Donghai University, reporting that some students were unreachable. These students were all prodigies, after all. Being able to comprehend the realm during their university years meant they were destined to become masters in the future. Yet, one after another, they fell here before they could fully grow. Are we going to die? Zheng Xiaoyu was frightened. I don't know. Xiaoya shook her head. But if they encounter that group of scaled ones, they are doomed. However, some peak-level masters have already joined forces, but time is limited, and they cannot all gather together. If they couldn't form a group of over 100 people, they wouldn't be able to stand up to the scaled tribe. With just a few dozen people, they'd only give the scaled tribe more time to find them. Someone's coming. Zhang Xiao suddenly said. It's me. Yi Tian arrived at the cave. Yi Tian, Jr. Xiaoya and the others saw Yi Tian inside in relief. Let us go, I'll take you to the exit. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, what should we do if we encounter that group of scaled tribe members? Qin Susu was worried about that. Don't worry, if we encounter them, it'll be even better. I'll kill them all. Yi Tian spoke with confidence. Yi Tian, although you've mastered the 8th tier intent realm, you've only just begun to grasp the 8th tier golden intent realm. That group of scaled clan members has over 100 of them. Even if you drag them out, they could drain your supernatural energy completely. Qin Susu hurriedly tried to dissuade him, fearing he might act recklessly and challenge the scaled clan to a fight. Don't worry. My current strength is much greater than before, and besides, hiding like this isn't a solution. If we wait until everyone else is killed, we'll have to face that group of scaled clan alone. After Yi Tian's repeated suggestions, Qin Susu and the others decided to follow him to the exit of the 10,000 Phases realm, where he would also eliminate the people blocking the exit. Chapter 52, A Single Man Against the Entire Scaled Clan. The exit of the Wangxiang. Yi Tian brought Qin Susu and the 3 other women here. This formation. Yi Tian looked at it for a few seconds, seeming quite serious. Oh, I don't understand it. It doesn't matter if you can't understand it. Any array can be broken by force, as long as the attacking power is strong enough. Yi Tian first tested the waters by enhancing his physical body with the golden body technique and punched forward. Boom! His fist struck the array's protective barrier, only causing ripples, unable to harm the array. No wonder those peak-level masters didn't keep attacking the formation, they simply couldn't break it. Yi Tian knew he had to give it his all to break through this formation. Thus, he activated the 5 elements wheel, transforming it into a domain and using the domain's power to suppress the array formation. Boom! The domain collided with the array's power. Inside the array, Bai Xin and the others' expressions changed. The consumption of spirit stones has increased by more than 10 times. Who is that guy outside? Bai Xin began to grow concerned. Could there really be a master of strange arts capable of breaking through this formation? No way. At that moment, Yi Tian held the Heavenly Gate sword, infusing the 8th tier realm of intent into the sword to attack the formation. An extraordinary physique, the perfected golden body technique, the 8th tier intent realm, plus a mid-grade mystical artifact. Combined, these abilities made each of Yi Tian's strikes terrifying, far surpassing those of ordinary junior-level master practitioners of supernatural arts. Boom! 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 Yi Tian continued his relentless attacks, causing the array formation to tremble violently, and the consumption of spirit stones surged once again. More critically, the array discs were also affected, with some beginning to crack, a sign that the attacks had exceeded the array's. This is bad. If we keep attacking like this, the array won't last even 10 minutes. Bai Xin and the other 5 were truly panicking. They immediately contacted Jin He and the others, ordering them to rush over and provide reinforcements. The array formation Bai Xin set up has been shaken? What a waste of talent. Upon receiving the news, Jin He immediately led over 100 black-scaled tribe members to Bai Sun's location. Time ticked by. The 9th minute. Crack. One by one, the array discs shattered, and the array's protective barrier was completely breached. Puff. 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 Bai Xin and the others all coughed up blood uncontrollably, their faces turning deathly pale. Run! They tried to rush past Yi Tian and flee into the 10,000 Phases realm. They dared not exit through the secret realm's gates, for if the masters outside learned of their escape, they would be captured without mercy, leaving them no chance of survival. They also knew that their chances of escaping from Yi Tian were virtually zero, but they had to fight for a sliver of hope. Split up and flee. Bai Xin and the other 6 scattered in all directions at breakneck speed. Escape? Yi Tian sneered. Dark heavenly curtain. 5 elements wheel, transform domain. He continuously expanded the range of the 5 elements wheel's domain. The larger the range, the weaker the power, and his own defense also decreased. However, he was protected by the golden body technique, and it was the golden body technique of the 8th sequence, which granted him the intent of the metal element. His defensive power was terrifying, and even the attacks of the 6 of them couldn't break through his defenses. Bai Xin and the other 6 were engulfed in darkness, and under the suppression of the 5 elements wheel's domain, they felt as though they were trapped in quicksand. Fire! A ball of fire exploded in the air, its flames driving away some of the darkness. Puff! 3 peak-level masters were pierced by the Hellwood Spikes technique, though they did not die, they were severely wounded and on the brink of death. Then, the darkness fire descended, reducing them to ashes. Another peak-level master was crawling toward the exit, but the Heavenly Gate sword struck, severing his head. Another peak-level master was pierced by Yi Tian's golden light and killed instantly. In the blink of an eye, only one remained Bai Sun. At that moment, Bai Sun was filled with terror and began to beg for mercy. Please don't kill me. I am a member of the Demon God Society. I know a lot about the Demon God Society. I can tell you everything. Ah! Bai Sun suddenly let out a horrifying scream as his limbs were instantly severed, and his organs were pierced and destroyed by Yi Tian's 8th tier golden elemental intent. He was now a useless. Even if he could restore his supernatural organs, it would require extremely rare treasures, and he was not entitled to such treatment. Qin's senior sister, take this guy out. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, aren't you coming out? Qin Susu asked. I need to confront that group of scaled clan members. Yi Tian said indifferently, even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. Don't worry about me, just leave quickly. Qin Susu thought of Yi Tian's terrifying defensive abilities and his teleportation technique, realizing that Yi Tian could truly protect himself, so she said no more. The 3 of them left the secret realm's main gate with Bai Sun. Those guys must have alerted the scaled clan. Once they gather, their strength will be formidable. They won't fear me and will definitely come here. Yi Tian rushed toward a nearby mountain peak. From there, he could spot the scaled clan the fastest. Whoosh! With a single teleportation, he arrived on a mountain peak a kilometer away. Immediately, he used his fire eye technique to scout the situation in the distance, and with his powerful mental strength, he could see even farther. I've found them. Over there. Yi Tian smiled. Jin He and the other scales continued to sprint forward, using the Earth-Heaven mirror to track the human master of supernatural arts. We spotted an master approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Has he discovered us? If he spotted us, he's not fleeing, he's daring to come toward us. That's suicide. Be cautious, it's highly likely that it's the master of supernatural arts who disrupted the formation. 1 kilometer away, prepare to attack. Disappeared? Jin He stared at the vanishing light point a kilometer away, completely speechless. What kind of mystical artifact is being used to hide their presence, making the Earth Hell mirror unable to detect them? But then he realized the opponent hadn't disappeared, they had simply overlapped with his position. A master of supernatural arts has entered our ranks. The Black-Scaled tribe shouted in unison. At that moment, among the crowd of Black-Scaled tribe members, a human master of mystical arts appeared, none other than Yi Tian. He teleported in directly, preparing to catch the Scaled tribe off guard. 5 elements wheel. He did not create a domain but instead focused all his energy on forming a defense to protect himself. Hellwood spikes. Darkness fire. Great water explosion technique. Golden light armor piercing technique. One after another, Yi Tian unleashed his extraordinary techniques. He knew too many such techniques, and each one he used was mastered to perfection. In an instant, one after another of the Black-Scaled tribe were instantly killed. Jin He, Jin Yu, and Jin Chan, the 3 members of the Golden Scaled clan, reacted swiftly and ordered all the Scaled clan members to unleash their bloodline techniques to attack Yi Tian. Boom! A dense barrage of bloodline techniques assaulted Yi Tian. Yi Tian channeled his full power into the 5 elements will mutation technique and the golden body technique, managing to block all the attacks. After this round of attacks, Yi Tian's chi and blood surged, but the 5 elements will mutation technique remained intact. What? Jin He and the other scales were completely stunned. Even a mid-tier technique master wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack from so many scales. After all, they were all geniuses who had grasped the essence of their techniques, and among them were those whose combat power could rival that of a junior-level master. Chapter 53, Single-Handed Annihilation. I thought you could break through my 5 elements will defense? Yi Tian sneered. He was secretly activating various healing techniques to mend his wounds. If he were to get injured, he would immediately heal himself and then use his teleportation technique to escape. But in the end, this group of Scaled clan members were still no match for him. Kill! Yi Tian launched another attack, unleashing a barrage of techniques to slaughter the Scaled clan. Spread out! Jin He commanded. If they all stayed together, they would be easily wiped out by Yi Tian's wave of supernatural techniques. If they spread out, Yi Tian's single supernatural technique could only kill 1 Scaled clan member at most. Long-range attacks. Wear him down! Jin He commanded again. A single person's supernatural abilities are limited, they cannot sustain prolonged combat. Even a peak-level supernatural arts master would eventually exhaust their strength and die if surrounded by a large number of peak-level masters. He didn't believe Yi Tian could hold out for long. Of course, he acknowledged that Yi Tian would indeed last much longer than others. After all, he possessed multiple supernatural abilities. Once one was depleted, he had another. It's you who's giving the orders. Take him out first. Yi Tian charged toward Jin He. At that moment, Jin He was startled, and a mid-grade defensive artifact appeared on his body, enveloping him. Yi Tian wielded the mid-grade supernatural artifact Tianmen Sword, imbued with the 8th-tier Golden Realm intent, and struck with a single blow. However, Jin He dodged the attack and instead struck Yi Tian with a blow. Of course, this strike did not harm Yi Tian. This Golden Scales clan has some impressive combat skills. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, in the face of overwhelming power, combat techniques and sword skills were useless. Boom! The dark sky and mental attacks were unleashed simultaneously, along with the 10,000 trees prison technique, completely stunning Jin He and leaving him unable to dodge. With a loud bang, Jin He was sliced through by Yi Tian's sword, flying hundreds of meters away. However, the mid-grade divine artifact on Jin He's body was too powerful, leaving him only slightly injured. It's really like a turtle shell, it'll be hard to take him down quickly. Let's kill the other Black-Scaled tribe members first. He continued to attack, killing 1 Black-Scaled clan member after another. Meanwhile, he maintained the 5 elements wheel mutation technique, which consumed a great deal of his energy. Enduring the attacks from the Black-Scaled clan members further depleted his reserves. Furthermore, his cultivation was only at the intermediate level of the master, making prolonged combat impossible. I must retreat. Once I've recovered I'll come back and kill them. With a flick of his thoughts, he activated his teleportation technique. Yi Tian vanished without a trace. He's gone? Jin He took out the Earth Hell mirror and confirmed that Yi Tian had appeared a kilometer away. He traveled 1,000 meters in an instant. Is that teleportation or a spatial artifact? He hoped it was a spatial artifact. If it was teleportation, that would be too extraordinary. Pursue him. Jin He ordered the pursuit of Yi Tian, but now, out of over 100 black-scaled tribe members, only 50 remained. The rest had been killed. Such losses were enough to make the scaled clan wince. But soon, they lost track of Yi Tian. He must have teleported 6 or 7 times. He should have shaken them off by now. Yi Tian sat on a large tree, beginning to restore his various supernatural abilities. At this moment, the various pills he had seized came in handy. The alien races of the underground world were skilled in alchemy and weapon forging, and many of the pills were highly effective in restoring supernatural abilities. He had also occasionally researched them and recognized some of the pills. Xian Yuan pill restores all types of supernatural abilities. Take it. Water Yuan pill restores water attribute supernatural abilities. Take it. With the help of one pill after another, Yi Tian's supernatural abilities quickly recovered. Moreover, the power of his spiritual realm helped him quickly refine the elixirs. An hour later, most of it has been restored. We can continue to deal with that group of scaled clan members. Yi Tian teleported away immediately. Damn human, where did he go? Jin He cursed. Jin Yu suggested, Jin He, why don't we retreat? If we stay here, that human will regain his strength and attack us again, which will be troublesome. Jin He frowned. This was indeed a problem. If Yi Tian attacks again, even if the 3 of them from the Golden Scales clan could survive, what about the other Black Scales clan members? They would all be killed. Suddenly, a human appeared on the Earth Hell mirror, and the next second, the human vanished. The human is here. Yi Tian appeared here, charging toward the Black Scaled clan with the 5 elements wheel. Puff! 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 The black-scaled tribe members were like ants, being blown away one by Yi Tian's supernatural techniques, with over 20 of them dying in an instant. Boom! Jin He and the others all activated their trump cards to attack Yi Tian, but none could shake him. Swish! Yi Tian teleported in front of Jin Chan, activated his golden body technique, and wielded the mid-grade divine artifact, the heaven-splitting sword, to strike at Jin Chan's neck. The attack was too sudden for Jin Chan to prepare, and he didn't possess a mid-grade defensive artifact either. Among the 3 members of the Golden Scales clan, only Jin He held the highest rank and possessed a mid-grade defensive artifact. Puff! The golden cicada was decapitated with a single strike and died instantly. Splash! Jin He and Jin Yu stood together. Jin He activated his mid-grade defensive artifact, even enveloping Jin Yu, fearing that Jin Yu might also be instantly killed by Yi Tian. After a fierce battle, the Black-Scaled clan was completely annihilated, leaving only Jin Yu, who had lost an arm, and Jin He, who was severely injured. However, Yi Tian's supernatural abilities had also been greatly depleted, and he teleported away once more. Retreat back to the tribe. Jin He was filled with fear. So many of their clan members had been killed by Yi Tian. If it weren't for the mid-grade defensive artifact he possessed, he and Jin Yu would have been killed by Yi Tian as well. Such a demonic talent, why had he appeared at the realm of a master, and why had they encountered him? However, with their injuries and the significant depletion of their supernatural abilities, it would take them quite some time to return to the underground world's passageway. Time slowly passed. Jin He and Jin Yu, the 2 members of the Golden Scaled clan, were on edge, fearing that Yi Tian would reappear. Hurry! Faster! We're almost at the secret passageway. Once we get back, that human won't dare to come in. Jin He and Jin Yu were nearly burning their bloodlines to cast their teleportation technique. Just as they were about to reach the secret realm passage, a human appeared within the Earth Dark Mirror. Instantly, they despaired. That human! He is here. A distance of 1 kilometer was crossed in a single step by Yi Tian, another instance of teleportation. In a short time, he had used the teleportation technique multiple times. Even with time intervals between uses, it was an enormous strain on Yi Tian's body. At that moment, Yi Tian's entire body ached, but he had to eliminate the last 2 members of the Golden Scaled clan. He had only regained a small portion of his supernatural power but was already in hot pursuit. Boom! A mental attack descended. Jin He and Jin Yu were briefly disoriented, and then Yi Tian swung his Heaven's Gate sword at them. The power of the 8th sequence of the Golden Realm struck their bodies, causing them to cough up blood continuously. Then, a series of bizarre techniques attacked, and the 5 elements will transformation domain suppressed them. Crack! The defenses were shattered, and Yi Tian's sword pierced Jin Yu's neck, killing him. Now, only Jin He remained. Jin He did not beg for mercy. As a member of the Golden Scales clan, he knew Yi Tian would never spare him. Only death in battle. He burned everything, even his own life, unleashing a final strike that surpassed his peak strength. This strike seemed to tear everything apart, even the air itself was cleaved by the blade. My sword technique has broken through. Jin He felt no joy in his heart. If he had broken through his sword technique earlier, perhaps he could have posed a threat to Yi Tian, but now it was too late. Puff! This strike sent Yi Tian flying dozens of meters away, and the 5 elements wheel was nearly breached. Fortunately, he had mastered the 8th sequence of the Golden Elemental Realm, greatly enhancing the 5 elements wheel's defensive capabilities. If he were still at the 9th sequence, he would likely have been injured by Jin He. You're really powerful. That strike was almost enough to hurt me. Yi Tian praised him. However, Jin He knelt on the ground, his hair turning white rapidly, his skin withering, and his entire body transforming from that of an 18-year-old youth into that of an 80-year-old old man. This was the price paid for using the Scaled Clan's forbidden technique, which burned away one's lifespan. Is he dead? Yi Tian was extremely cautious, delivering a follow-up strike. He used his object manipulation technique to control the mid-grade treasure, the Heavenly Gate sword, and flew forward with the sword, directly shattering Jin He's body. Now that's truly dead. Next, Yi Tian began to collect the spoils of war. Chapter 54, Surgeon Intent, Return to Donghai University. A mid-grade defensive artifact. Yi Tian found the mid-grade defensive artifact on Jin He's body. With Jin He dead, the mid-grade treasure naturally fell from his body. This mid-grade defensive artifact was a turtle shell-shaped object, but it was now dull and lifeless, clearly depleted of energy and somewhat damaged. After all, Jin He had withstood so many of his attacks, it would have been unusual for this mid-grade defensive artifact to remain undamaged. No big deal. After refining it, I'll nurture it inside my body for a while, and it'll regain its mid-grade artifact's power. Yi Tian put the mid-grade rare treasure away and took their storage rings. Then, Yi Tian searched for other Black-Scaled Clan corpses, retrieving their storage rings and identity tokens. These identity tokens were all battle merits. Jin He and the others had fled too hastily and hadn't bothered to take the storage rings, so he had to go back and search for them one by one. Before long, Yi Tian had retrieved all the storage rings. So many storage rings. Almost every Black-Scaled Clan member had one. Just the storage rings alone are an astonishing fortune, let alone the resources and treasures inside them. Yi Tian felt for the first time just how wealthy he had become. Of course, he didn't let it go to his head. These resources could only be sold for money, which couldn't be exchanged for higher grade resources or treasures. For those at the master level, making money was easy. Slaughtering a region of demon beasts could earn billions, but that money couldn't buy precious resources. For example, S-rank treasures could only be exchanged for battle merits, while money could only buy ordinary resources. Thankfully, there are plenty of 5 elements materials and dark attribute materials inside. These can help me restore the potential of my innate abilities. With so many resources, I won't need to buy any more in the future. Yi Tian didn't have time to sort through these resources slowly. He'd do it later when he returned. Let's go find some anomalies. Now that I've killed these scales, no one will disturb me while I study the anomalies. Yi Tian quickly found another anomaly and began to study it. Outside the gates of the 10,000 Phenomena Anomaly's secret realm, Qin Susu and the others were still waiting. Li Haoyang and the other masters felt that continuing to wait like this was not feasible. Who among you will enter the 10,000 forms realm to investigate the situation? Li Haoyang asked. Master Li, I'll go. Xiaoya said. She possessed a defensive artifact, so even if she encountered danger, she wouldn't be instantly killed. Once inside the 10,000 phases realm, she would contact Yi Tian to inquire about the situation. Alright. Li Haoyang nodded. Whoosh. Xiaoya stepped through the secret realm's gates and quickly entered the 10,000 forms realm. She then contacted Yi Tian to inquire about the situation. What? The entire Scaled Clan has been wiped out? Xiaoya was utterly shocked upon receiving the news. That was over 100 Black Scaled Clan members and 3 Golden Scaled Clan members. The combined power of their attack must have been terrifying. How could Yi Tian have killed them all? What kind of power was that? She immediately returned and reported the situation. Of course, Li Haoyang and the others didn't fully believe it either. It wasn't until a Master of returned and saw the numerous corpses of the Black Scaled tribe that they finally believed Yi Tian's words. The Scaled Clan has been defeated. You may continue into the 10,000 forms realm. Li Haoyang and the others said. Qin Susu and the others nodded and entered the 10,000 forms realm once more. East Sea University. Several mentors stood before Principal Jiang Dongshu, looking extremely tense. Jiang Dongshu was not only the president of Donghai University but also a peak-level Master of, with strength at the peak of the peak-level Master of realm, making him unmatched in that realm. He was also one of the 3 guardians of Donghai City. The safety of Donghai City was under his responsibility. This time, members of the Demon God Society had colluded with the Scaled Clan to massacre the spiritual geniuses of Jiang Province, nearly succeeding in their plot. The news spread, enraging the powerful figures in Jiang Province, and Jiang Dongshu was also reprimanded. He dared not vent his anger on his superiors and instead took it out on the mentors. Have the people from the Bai family been captured? Jiang Dongshu asked. A mentor hurriedly replied, "Principal, the head of the Bai family and several of his direct descendants have fled. Only some collateral relatives remain, and it is currently unclear whether they are connected to the demon cult. However, it is certain that the Bai family's businesses indirectly serve the demon cult. The Bai family no longer has a reason to exist." Jiang Dongshu said coldly. "Principal, is this it?" A mentor made a throat-slitting gesture. "Of course not." Jiang Dongshu shot the other a disdainful glance. "This is Earth, not the underworld. Don't resort to violence so easily. Send the Bai family members to the underworld to mine." "Yes." Several mentors responded. Time flew by, and 5 days had passed. During those 5 days, Yi Tian searched for multiple anomalies and meditated on them repeatedly. To comprehend these anomalies, he had spent a significant amount of grade materials, as only grade materials could help him quickly restore his innate potential. At this point, his wood elemental realm, fire elemental realm, earth elemental realm, and water elemental realm had all broken through to the 8th tier realm, matching the level of his metal elemental realm. Among the myriad anomalies of the 10,000 phenomena realm, the 5 elements anomalies were the most common, while other anomalies were relatively rare. Spatial anomalies and mental anomalies had never been seen before, but on this day, he discovered a darkness anomaly. In a dark crevice, the midnight phenomenon appeared, which was perfectly suited for comprehending the darkness realm. S-class dark element materials are extremely rare, even the Eastern Sea Fortress doesn't have any. Now I can finally use the dark anomaly to comprehend the dark realm. Yi Tian began to contemplate the essence of darkness in this place. Not long after. The aura of the darkness essence began to emanate from his body. Darkness realm, mastered. 1/10 of the realm. 2-fold realm. 3/10 realm. As the extreme night phenomenon faded away, Yi Tian had mastered the dark realm to the 6/8 realm. He looked at the realm section of his data panel. Intent, 8 sequence gold elemental intent 90% mastery 8 sequence fire elemental intent 20% mastery 8 sequence wood elemental intent 30% mastery 8 sequence earth elemental intent 10% mastery 8 sequence water elemental intent 30% mastery 9 sequence darkness intent 68% mastery. Seeing all these realms, he felt quite content. With my current strength, dealing with that group of scaled clan members will be even easier. Yi Tian thought to himself. Another day passed, and he did not find any more anomalies, so he decided not to waste any more time here. It's time to go back. He used his teleportation technique all the way and soon arrived at the exit of the 10,000 forms realm. Upon exiting the 10,000 forms realm, he noticed that many people had already left, including the masters of various factions. Li Haiyang, his mentor, was also absent. At the entrance to the 10,000 forms realm, only the garrison troops from Donghai City were stationed there. Donghai University. Yi Tian returned, reported back to the school, and then contacted Qin Susu. Qin Susu had not yet gone to the Donghai fortress and was resting at home. The two met briefly, exchanged a few words, and parted ways. After returning, Yi Tian also had a comfortable sleep in his dormitory before heading to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. He wanted to seek Li Haoyang's guidance in person regarding the art of weaponry. During his time in the Wangxiang, he had deeply felt that his close combat skills and weaponry expertise were lacking. If it weren't for the suppression provided by his 8th sequence golden elemental realm and the 5 elements wheel, he wouldn't have even been able to hit Jinhe, which was quite embarrassing. Especially Jinhe's final strike had truly amazed him. Therefore, he was eager to improve his skills in close combat with weapons. Chapter 55, Classification of Sword Techniques. Good morning, Master. Yi Tian arrived at Li Haoyang's office, where the mentor was already present. Yi Tian, you're quite the prodigy. You actually killed all those geniuses from the Scaled Clan, including 4 golden Scaled Clan members. Now the Scaled Clan in the underworld realm has gone mad and is causing trouble for our Donghai fortress. Li Haoyang said. It's not my fault. The Scaled Clan attacked us humans first. Yi Tian said with a smile. After chatting for a while, they finally got down to business. Mentor, I would like to seek your guidance on the way of weapons. During my battle with the Golden Scaled Clan in the 10,000 Forms realm, I noticed their mastery of weapons and their exceptional close combat skills. Therefore, I wish to learn the art of weapons and close combat. Yi Tian requested. The art of weaponry. Li Haoyang smiled. The Scales tribe and many other alien races are indeed skilled in close combat, but humans are not naturally adept at it. This is mainly because human physiques are weak. If we were to engage in close combat with alien races, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, once one reaches the realm of an alien art master, one must still cultivate both weaponry and close combat techniques. Even if one is not naturally skilled, one must still master them. Otherwise, in critical moments, one might easily be killed by a weaker opponent in close combat. Exactly. Yi Tian nodded. Yi Tian, which weapon do you plan to cultivate? Li Haoyang asked. Sword. Yi Tian loved swords and had obtained the mid-grade divine artifact Tianmen sword, so naturally he wanted to learn swordplay. Swords, and spears are the three major weapons of the Earth's abyss. They all have great potential. Since you've chosen the sword, I'll tell you about sword techniques in close combat. Li Haoyang explained, regardless of the weapon, the cultivation levels are the same. For example, once you master the basics of sword techniques, they are comparable to the power of an E rank when you reach the intermediate stage, they are comparable to the power of a D rank when mastered, it rivals the power of a C rank. Beyond mastery lies the subtle level sword technique, which rivals the power of a B rank. Above the subtle level is the perfect level sword technique, where every move is flawless, almost impossible to find any flaws. Once you master the perfect level sword technique, it becomes terrifying. If you're caught in close combat by someone with such technique, unless your strength far surpasses theirs or your defense is extremely strong, you'll be easily killed. Master, what lies beyond perfect level sword techniques? Yi Tian asked again. Above the perfect level sword technique lies the realm of sword intent. Li Haoyang looked at him with a hopeful expression. Sword intent is something countless sword practitioners aspire to comprehend, and it is far more difficult than comprehending the intent of an. More importantly, sword intent can encompass all other realms of intent, unifying them into one. For example, if you have mastered the realms of fire, water, and other elements, you can fuse them together using sword intent and manifest them through sword techniques. Otherwise, when you attack an enemy with a sword, you can only use one realm of intent at a time. Using two or more would cause conflict. Sword intent encompasses all realms of intent. Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath. This was too terrifying. Li Haoyang continued, the attack enhancement of sword intent is secondary. The true terror lies in the close combat prowess of those who master sword intent. They can easily defeat opponents of higher ranks. In the underworld, there are even alien races that exclusively cultivate the way of the sword, completely disregarding bloodline techniques. You will see this in the future. Of course, humans don't need to cultivate close combat techniques either. Specializing in other techniques is fine, as long as you focus on defensive techniques. Master, if I wish to cultivate sword techniques, how should I go about it? Yi Tian asked. It's a bit difficult, Li Haoyang frowned. The sword techniques of the alien races are almost all integrated with their bloodline, making them bloodline-based sword arts, which aren't very compatible with humans. Additionally, humans aren't skilled in the way of weapons, so we have few sword techniques, and most of them are incomplete or flawed, with almost no complete path of sword cultivation. Therefore, you can only browse through some sword technique knowledge or draw inspiration from the sword manuals of other races and study them on your own. If possible, it would be best to seek guidance from a human master who specializes in sword techniques. Perhaps you would progress faster. Master, are you skilled in sword techniques? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang shook his head. I am not skilled in sword techniques. I specialize in knife techniques. If you wish to learn knife techniques from me, I can offer guidance. Master, who is skilled in sword techniques? Yi Tian asked. The mentor at Donghai University, Lin Su. Li Haoyang mentioned a name. Master Lin Su? Yi Tian wasn't very familiar with this mentor. Li Haoyang added, Professor Lin Su is a member of the Lin family from Donghai City. Although she is a professor at Donghai University, she rarely teaches anymore. 10 years ago, she went to the underworld realm to seek opportunities to break through to the Grandmaster of Occult Arts realm. However, she suffered severe injuries, causing countless cracks in her occult organs, rendering her unable to fight. If the cracks were to completely shatter, her occult abilities would vanish entirely. Therefore, she now works in an administrative role at Donghai University. Are the damaged ability organs irreparable? Yi Tian asked. They can be repaired, but the cost is enormous. Li Haoyang sighed helplessly. Unless it's an S-rank treasure specifically designed for repairing supernatural organs, but such treasures are extremely rare. Even if some factions possess them, they wouldn't use them for Lin Su's own. The other option is an S-rank mutated ability, the Great Revival Technique, an upgraded version of the Revival Technique. However, casting the Great Revival Technique comes at an enormous cost. Not only would the recipient's cultivation base plummet, but their lifespan would be reduced by 50 years, and the caster would also sacrifice 10 years of their own lifespan. Who would be willing to sacrifice 10 years of their own life to save Lin Su's Zongshi? 10 years of one's lifespan. Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath. This is a sacrifice of one's own 10 years of lifespan. Indeed, aside from one's closest relatives, no one would be willing to do so, let alone reveal the Great Revival Technique. Otherwise, everyone would beg for it, and saving one person would cost 10 years of one's own lifespan. Saving a few would mean certain death. Li Haoyang sighed again. There are many people like Lin Suzong in our Xia kingdom who could be saved, but few are willing to do so. Lin Suzong's sword technique was highly refined, having reached the perfect level of mastery. Her overall strength was even slightly superior to mine. If she hadn't been involved in this incident, she might have been able to comprehend the essence of the sword. Yi Tian emerged from Li Haoyang's office, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Su. He wasn't sure if he could persuade Lin Su to guide him. After all, her body was in such a state she might have given up cultivation and no longer cared about anything, so she probably wouldn't be willing to teach him. I should find out what Lin Su likes first. Yi Tian investigated and discovered that Lin Su was related to his high school classmate Lin Xingya, who was Lin Su's niece. What a coincidence! Maybe I can ask Lin Xingya for help. Yi Tian muttered to himself. So, he went to find Lin Xingya. Soon, the two met in front of a training building at Donghai University. Compared to before, Lin Xingya's cultivation had greatly improved, reaching the intermediate level realm. Yi Tian, I heard you can even kill a master now? Lin Xingya asked. How did you find out? Yi Tian was surprised. Lin Xingya must not have been to the underworld realm, yet she knew about his situation. I found out by accident. Lin Xingya said. Yi Tian guessed that Lin Xingya must have heard about it from her family or older relatives. After all, he was now quite famous among the higher-ups at Donghai University. Lin Xingya, I need your help. Yi Tian said. Chapter 56, Mastery of Sword Techniques. Mentor Lin Su is provoked. Need my help? Lin Xingya was quite curious what could she possibly do to help Yi Tian. Then, Yi Tian explained that he wanted to seek Lin Su's guidance on the art of swordplay. You want to learn sword techniques from my aunt? Lin Xingya understood, but she wasn't sure either. Yi Tian, I can talk to my aunt, but I'm not sure if she'll be willing to teach you. Seeing that Lin Xingya was willing to help, Yi Tian hurriedly thanked her. Thank you so much. East Sea University. Logistics Department. Lin Xingya came to find her aunt, Lin Su. Lin Su saw Lin Xingya and smiled. Xingya, you're here. Auntie. Lin Xingya called out softly. After chatting with her aunt for a while, she revealed the purpose of her visit. Auntie, I have a classmate who wants to learn sword techniques from you. Which classmate? Lin Su remained expressionless, giving no hint of her thoughts. Yi Tian, Lin Xingya said indifferently. Yi Tian? Lin Su asked, is he the freshman sensation Yi Tian? Yes, it's him. Lin Xingya nodded slightly. Lin Su remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Originally, I didn't want to teach anyone, but since you said so, Xingya, I can teach him. However, I will only teach him for 1 month. If he cannot meet my requirements after a month, I will not teach him anymore. 1 month. That's too short. Although Lin Xingya didn't understand sword techniques, she was well aware that a month was barely enough to lay a foundation. Even for AB rank, a month wouldn't be enough to even get started. What could 1 month possibly accomplish? What were her aunt's requirements? She could set them however she wanted, and she'd probably just declare him unqualified after a month and stop teaching him. However, this was definitely Aunt Lin Su's bottom line. Thank you, Auntie. After leaving Aunt Lin Su, Lin Xingya went to find Yi Tian and explained the situation to him. A month is plenty. Yi Tian never expected to learn from Lin Su for a long time, he only needed her to teach him the basics. After that, under Lin Xingya's arrangements, Yi Tian met with Lin Su. Greetings, Lin Su. Yi Tian showed great respect. Lin Su glanced at Yi Tian and said indifferently, I've heard of you. Your talent is extraordinary, but to be honest, I can't quite figure you out. However, sword techniques and supernatural arts are different. Even someone with extraordinary talent in supernatural arts may lack natural aptitude in weaponry. If you spend too much time focusing on that, it might actually hinder your progress. Master Lin Su, I have exceptional physical prowess and have obtained the mid-grade mystical treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword. I wish to specialize in close combat weapons to enhance my combat abilities, Yi Tian said. Your physical body is very strong? Attack me and see. Lin Su said. This. Yi Tian hesitated. Worried about hurting me? Lin Su laughed. I suppose you heard that my organs are damaged and I can't use my powers, right? But my physical condition is still at the peak of a master. Without using, you can't hurt me. Master Lin Su, then I'll have to offend you. Yi Tian wielded an ordinary sword and stabbed toward Lin Su. With a single finger, Lin Su sent Yi Tian flying. You've actually cultivated an extraordinary physique. As a master of supernatural arts, possessing an extraordinary physique is truly rare, Lin Su exclaimed in surprise. Master Lin Su, the power you used just now was weaker than mine, yet you were able to knock me away. Yi Tian realized this and asked in confusion. This is about the application of power. Masters who specialize in close combat learn to control the release of their power, integrating their bodies with their weapons to truly unleash the full might of close combat. Though it may seem magical, without mastering a weapon to a certain level, it's better to focus on a powerful supernatural technique. My finger just now wasn't just a burst of physical power concentrated in a single finger, it also utilized sword techniques, which is why I could send you flying. Lin Su explained. I've learned a lot. Yi Tian realized he had underestimated Lin Su. A master of supernatural arts at the pinnacle of his craft, even if he couldn't channel his supernatural power, his raw combat strength alone was enough to instantly kill an ordinary master. Even if he gave it his all and used every trick in his arsenal, he might not be able to defeat Lin Su. For the next month, don't go to the underworld. Stay here and train in sword techniques with me. Lin Su demanded. Yes. Yi Tian replied. Lin Xingya, who didn't practice sword techniques, left. East Sea University, a training room. Yi Tian and Lin Su arrived here. Next, I will teach you a basic sword technique developed by humans. You have 3 days to learn it. Come find me once you've mastered it. Lin Su began demonstrating the basic sword technique for Yi Tian. Yi Tian relied on his exceptional memory to record the entire sword technique. Afterward, Yi Tian stayed to practice, while Lin Su left. After Lin Su left, Yi Tian immediately used the enlightenment technique to enhance his intuition and practice the basic sword technique. 5 minutes later, the basic sword techniques were perfected. However, he waited over an hour before going to find Lin Su. Master Lin Su, I've mastered the basic sword techniques. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. What? You've mastered it? Lin Su furrowed her brows. It's not enough to just perform the techniques, you need to grasp the essence of the sword technique. Master Lin Su, let me show you what I've done. Yi Tian immediately demonstrated the basic sword techniques one by one. When Yi Tian finished, Lin Su was speechless. This is the foundational sword technique of the perfected realm. Such basic sword techniques were flawless. Have you studied the basic sword techniques before? Lin Su asked. No, I haven't. Yi Tian shook his head. Lin Su didn't know whether to believe him or not, but it didn't matter anymore. Next, I will teach you 16 combat sword techniques. Once you have mastered them, come back to me. This time, I'll give you 10 days, no, 3 days. Lin Su demonstrated all 16 sword techniques one by one. None of them formed complete sword forms, but they were all basic killing moves that could be used to defeat enemies, representing the initial application of physical strength. This time, Yi Tian used his enlightenment technique to master all these basic killing moves in an hour and executed them perfectly. When Lin Su saw Yi Tian perform these killing moves, some of which were even her own original techniques, she realized that Yi Tian couldn't have learned them beforehand. At that moment, she had to admit that Yi Tian was truly a prodigy. Next, I will teach you the true way of sword techniques. Lin Su imparted the intricate techniques and profound secrets of sword techniques, including the proper use of physical strength, the unity of sword and body, and how to seize the right moment in battle. Additionally, she frequently sparred with Yi Tian, providing him with practice opportunities to help him grow rapidly. With the aid of his enlightenment technique, Yi Tian did not disappoint Lin Su, mastering the basics of sword techniques at an astonishing pace. 10 days later, Yi Tian's sword techniques reached a preliminary level of mastery. 20 days later, Yi Tian's sword techniques reached perfection. Yi Tian, you may leave now. Lin Su waved her hand dismissively. Master Lin Su, didn't you say it would take a month? It hasn't even been a month yet. Yi Tian hurriedly replied. You've already mastered sword techniques. What else do you need me to teach you? At your terrifying rate of progress, you'll probably achieve mastery of sword techniques in another half month. I've only reached the perfect level in sword technique realm. You've already graduated. From now on, you just need to keep practicing, fight against the underground tribe, gain combat experience, and gradually hone yourself. That's how you'll elevate your sword technique realm. Perhaps one day, you'll even comprehend the essence of the sword. Lin Su's words were tinged with envy. If she had Yi Tian's prodigious talent, she would have already grasped the essence of sword intent long ago and wouldn't have been injured by the alien race's abilities, leaving her in her current state. Thank you for your guidance, Mentor Lin Su. Yi Tian took his leave. He decided that if he ever found a way, he would help Mentor Lin Su repair her ability organs. Then, he departed from Donghai University and arrived at the entrance to the underground world, entering Donghai Fortress. The Hall of Battle Merits. He came to redeem his battle merits. The identity tokens he had obtained in the 10,000 Forms realm had yet to be redeemed. Chapter 57, Water and Fire Dragon Body. A black-scaled clan member at the peak of the master level is worth 500 battle merits. Yi Tian possesses over 100 identity tokens of peak-level master-class black-scaled clan members. These tokens alone are worth over 80,000 battle merits. As for the identity tokens of peak-level master-class golden-scaled clan members, each is worth 3,000 battle merits, and 4 of them are equivalent to 12,000 battle merits. When Yi Tian presented these identity tokens, the staff at the Battle Merit Hall were speechless. With so many black-scaled clan identity tokens and 4 golden-scaled clan identity tokens, she even suspected they might be counterfeit. She dared not make a decision on her own and immediately summoned a higher-ranking official to authenticate the identity tokens. Soon, the superior arrived and confirmed their authenticity. Thus, Yi Tian successfully exchanged the military merits. 96,500 battle merits. With so many battle merits, how much would that be worth in resources? Even if exchanged for S-rank treasures, it could buy 2 pieces. However, compared to his other gains, the battle merits were insignificant. He had obtained multiple rare treasures, each of which surpassed S-rank treasures. It could be said that Yi Tian was now truly incredibly wealthy. After obtaining so many battle merits, Yi Tian immediately went to exchange them for an A-rank spatial treasure, the Void God Stone. The Sky God Stone only costs 30,000 battle merits, which is nothing to him. I want to exchange for the Sky God Stone. Soon, the exchange for the Sky God Stone was successful. Holding the Sky God Stone, Yi felt incredibly excited. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. Soon, he would be able to upgrade his spatial type innate ability to a rank, allowing him to cultivate a rank spatial techniques. I will exchange for the A rank spatial technique body immobilization and the A rank spatial technique spatial blade. These two spatial techniques were extremely expensive, costing a total of 6,000 battle merits, but Yi still exchanged them. The immobilization technique uses spatial power to immobilize enemies. If the enemy is weak, they won't even be able to move. If he uses the immobilization technique to immobilize an enemy and then attacks them, he can easily kill them. Of course, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to immobilize them. For example, if he wanted to immobilize a peak-level spatial technique master like Li Haoyang, the immobilization technique wouldn't even hold him for an instant. The spatial blade compresses and condenses spatial energy into a curved, razor-sharp line, earning it the name spatial blade. The killing power of the spatial blade is terrifying. Even compared to an A rank, its power is still more terrifying than many S rank. The effective killing range of the spatial blade is 50 meters. Beyond that, it loses most of its power. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Yi waited silently for his spatial ability potential to reach a rank. Once it did, he would immediately begin cultivating the space blade and immobilization technique, 2A rank spatial techniques. The next day, after absorbing the empty God Stone, the potential of his spatial talent successfully advanced to a rank spatial talent, further enhancing his physical prowess. I can now cultivate the immobilization technique. Yi was quite excited. Subsequently, he used the insight technique to enhance his insight to improve the immobilization technique and spatial blades. However, he had to admit that A rank spatial abilities were truly difficult to cultivate, several times harder than other A rank abilities. If it weren't for his cultivation technique, it would take at least half a year, or even longer, just to master the body immobilization technique and spatial blade. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yi repeatedly tapped into the potential of his other innate abilities, using various A rank materials to restore their potential, and finally mastered the immobilization technique and spatial blade to perfection. At this point, his strength had surged significantly. In the days that followed, Yi frequently left the Donghai fortress to hunt the Scaled clan. He primarily targeted those Scaled clan members to hone his sword techniques and close combat skills. It must be said that combat is the fastest way to hone one's sword skills. Additionally, he utilized the insight technique to enhance his insight, gaining a deeper understanding of sword techniques through combat, which allowed him to progress at an astonishing rate. In just 3 days, Yi successfully elevated his sword techniques to the Infinity Realm. The Earth Cave World, Dark Day Forest. Yi engaged in combat with a Black Scaled Tribe Master of peak level, using only his sword techniques. Every one of the opponent's attacks was countered by him, as if the movements around him had slowed down, and he could utilize everything around him to enhance his attacks, concentrating his power into a single explosive strike. It seemed as though the opponent's attacks were riddled with flaws, and their combat skills were utterly lacking. This is the subtle realm. Yi murmured. Back then, that Golden Scaled clan member's sword technique had already reached the mastery level, and even the final strike he unleashed before dying surpassed mastery, reaching the perfect level. Unfortunately, Yi possessed the 5 elements wheel, making his defense impenetrable, and the opponent was unable to break through it, leading to his defeat. After reaching the mastery level in sword techniques, progress becomes slow. Reaching the perfect level is slightly more difficult, and reaching the sword intent level is even harder. We must keep striving. Yi muttered to himself. A few more days passed, and good news arrived. He had broken through his cultivation, advancing from the intermediate level Master of to the advanced level Master of. Such a rapid progression was enough to leave many people speechless. Many third-year, and even fourth-year students at Donghai University were at most intermediate or advanced masters. Yet Yi who was only a freshman, had already reached the advanced stage of the Master Realm. By the end of his freshman year, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach the peak of the Master Realm. Calculating further, by his second year, he would likely be a Master of the Arts. East Sea University. The President's Office. Li Haoyang arrived here. Principal. Li Haoyang called out. Zhang Dongshu gestured for Li Haoyang to sit down and asked, "Have you reached the 3rd stage of the 8th sequence in your understanding of the fire elemental realm?" Li Haoyang shook his head. "Principal, I still have a long way to go. You, insisting on cultivating the water fire dragon body. If not, you would have broken through to the Grandmaster of Mystical Arts 10 years ago, and now you might even be cultivating to the intermediate or even advanced Grandmaster of Mystical Arts." Zhang Dongshu sighed. Li Haoyang smiled wryly. "Principal, I'm merely a B-rank dual-element water-fire talent with no potential for an A-rank talent. Without the necessary talent potential, even if you gave me the best treasures, I'd still struggle to comprehend the 7th sequence realm in the future. Almost all B-rank talent practitioners have a cultivation limit of peak Grandmaster. To become an extreme Dao Grandmaster, I must cultivate the Water-Fire Dual Element realm to the 30% realm of the 8th sequence, then cultivate the Water-Fire Dragon body. Only by achieving this special physique can I perfectly break through to the Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts realm and awaken my innate divine ability. Innate divine abilities surpass supernatural arts. Even an S-rank supernatural art pales in comparison to a D-rank innate divine ability. Take Li Haoyang, for example. Despite having mastered the 8th sequence of the Water and Fire Dual Element Intent realm, his combat power still pales in comparison to that of the former Lin Su. This is because he lacks a rank in S-rank, while Lin Su possesses the potential for an S-rank innate divine ability, enabling him to unleash S-rank. The combination of S-rank supernatural techniques and the realm of intent is terrifyingly powerful. Even at the peak of the Great Master of Sorcery realm, Li Haoyang's combat power would still be crushed by other geniuses. However, by cultivating the Water-Fire Dragon body, he can compensate for the gap in his innate ability potential, even making his foundational cultivation more solid and his potential more vast, giving him a chance to break through to the extreme Dao Grandmaster realm. As a master of supernatural techniques, he has a long lifespan and is in no hurry to break through immediately. Perhaps your choice was the right one. Jiang Dongxiu murmured. Back then, he didn't have the courage to do so. He had already cultivated to the peak of the Great Master of Mystical Arts realm, but now he was stuck there, with little hope of reaching the extreme Dao Master realm. By the way, I called you here because there's some good news. Jiang Dongxiu handed Li Haoyang a document, which was a notice from the capital. Skynet. Li Haoyang was surprised. The capital has actually managed to pull this off. Chapter 58, Sky Dome Network, Generous Rewards. Li Haoyang knew that the Kyoto authorities had been working on the Sky Network for years. The former president of Donghai University had even gone to Kyoto to study it, but it had been a decade since the research began. Surprisingly, the Sky Dome Network had actually been developed. Jiang Dongxiu added, the Sky Dome Network has indeed been developed, but it is a virtual network based on the rare treasure Sky Dome Stone. It is not yet fully refined. Moreover, the Sky Dome Network is different from what we anticipated. When our consciousness enters it, we cannot perform supernatural abilities. Unable to perform supernatural techniques? Li Haoyang frowned, so it's not even as good as an illusion array? At least with an illusion array, we can still perform supernatural techniques. That's not entirely accurate. Jiang Dongxiu smiled. An illusion array only covers a limited area. To create an illusion array as large as a city, we'd have to drain the entire treasure vault of Donghai University, and maintaining it would require an enormous amount of energy. It's simply impractical. Moreover, if a powerful master enters an illusion array, it would collapse. How could it compare to the Sky Dome Network? Principal, I was just joking. Li Haoyang asked curiously, Principal, you mentioned something good. It shouldn't just be about the Sky Network being completed, right? Of course not. Jiang Dongxiu revealed, the Sky Network is still in its early stages. Since it's a virtual world, it doesn't contain the real world's laws of heaven and earth, so one can't perform supernatural techniques. However, it's an excellent place for training combat skills. For those skilled in close combat weapons, the Sky Network is undoubtedly an ideal location. This time, the capital has prepared an experiment. A group of gifted individuals will enter the Sky Network to engage in combat, using the data to refine and improve the network. This sparring competition is divided into two divisions, the Supernatural Technique Masters Division and the Supernatural Technique Grandmasters Division. For example, in the Supernatural Technique Grandmasters Division, all participants have the same physical attributes, and the focus is on close combat skills. The top 10 will receive the Enlightenment Fruit, and the top 100 will receive the Enlightenment Leaf. Enlightenment fruits, enlightenment leaves. Li Haoyang was thrilled. These are precious items, treasures not even found in the Eastern Sea Fortress. If he had a Wudao fruit, no, even if he only obtained a Wudao leaf, he was confident he could master the fire element realm to the 3rd stage of the 8th sequence. Then he could begin cultivating the Water-Fire Dragon body. The capital is being so generous this time? Li Haoyang was quite surprised. Although the Xia Kingdom was incredibly powerful, the provinces and cities were essentially independent entities. For instance, Donghai City rarely received support from higher authorities, and the resources and treasures of Donghai Fortress were all obtained through their own efforts. The resource allocations from above were far too meager. The capital's resources are almost entirely reserved for its own use, making it incredibly powerful. Even a single powerful individual could sweep through the entire Donghai City or even the entire Jiang province. Of course, Donghai University was slightly better off, as its resource allocation was managed by the Ministry of Education of Xia Kingdom, resulting in relatively favorable, second only to Kyoto University. However, this time, the Sky Network competition is not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education but is being organized by the Kyoto authorities. They have allocated 10 Enlightenment Fruits and 90 Enlightenment Leaves, which is an enormous sacrifice. Jiang Dongxiu smiled and said, Kyoto isn't being generous. Think about it, how many factions does Kyoto have? Many regional factions that grow strong eventually relocate to Kyoto, making Kyoto's masters extremely powerful, with many skilled in close combat. Most of the spots still go to Kyoto and the Demon City. That's true. Li Haoyang thought about it and realized that most of the enlightenment fruits and enlightenment leaves would be taken by Kyoto and the Demon City, making it extremely difficult for local masters to break into the top 100. Haoyang, your close combat skills are quite good. You have a chance to enter the top 100 in Xia Kingdom. Our Donghai University masters have 3 direct competition spots. I'll give you one. Jiang Dongshu said. Who are the other 2 spots for? Li Haoyang asked curiously. One is for Lin Su. Her special ability organ is malfunctioning, but entering the Sky Network won't affect her close combat skills. As for the other one, let's give it to Mentor Qingwu. Her close combat skills are also quite impressive. Jiang Dongshu said. What about the Master of Mystical Arts? Li Haoyang asked again. Jiang Dongshu smiled and said, most master practitioners of supernatural arts don't engage in close combat, and the capital city doesn't place much emphasis on it either. However, once the Sky Network is fully opened, the close combat skills of gifted individuals in Xia Nation will undoubtedly improve significantly. That's why we're allowing master practitioners of supernatural arts to participate. The master competition doesn't offer much in terms of rewards, only the top 10 receive the Enlightenment Leaf reward. As for the spots, they're available upon application. However, to participate in the main competition, Donghai City needs to have the top 10. Otherwise, if they're too weak, participating in the main competition would be embarrassing. Li Haoyang nodded slightly. Donghai University, Logistics Department. Lin Su also received a message from Tianxiong Network. The Grandmaster Close Combat Tournament, the top 10 will receive the Enlightenment Fruit, and the top 100 will receive the Enlightenment Leaf. Lin Su clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to obtain the Enlightenment Fruit. If she obtained the Enlightenment Fruit, she might be able to use it to trade with other powerful individuals, such as a Grandmaster or a Great Grandmaster who could perform the Great Revival Technique to heal her injuries. It was merely a possibility, and there was no guarantee anyone would be willing. After all, the Great Revival Technique would shorten one's lifespan. But it was an opportunity. Gradually, the news spread across the Sky Network, circulating among major factions. However, ordinary people and those with average abilities remained unaware, as the official announcement had not yet been made. Master Li Haoyang is looking for me? Yi Tian returned from the East Sea Fortress and met Mentor Li Haoyang. Mentor, you called for me? Yi Tian asked. I need to tell you something. Li Haoyang briefly explained the matter regarding Tianxiong Network. After listening, Yi Tian was utterly shocked. As a time traveler, he had naturally heard of virtual worlds, but in his previous life, it was merely theoretical technology. However, in this parallel world where technology was not particularly advanced, a virtual world had actually been created. Of course, it wasn't created using technology, but rather through the use of mystical artifacts, still an incredible achievement. Mentor, do you want me to participate in the competition? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Li Haoyang nodded. You've been training in close combat under Lin Su's guidance, and among the masters of supernatural arts, few have studied close combat. By facing off against other masters, you can hone your close combat skills. By the end of the competition, your close combat abilities will have improved dramatically. Master, I understand. I will participate. Yi Tian was also very interested in the Tianxiong Network competition. Moreover, he sensed that with the emergence of Tianxiong Network, the Xia Kingdom would inevitably begin to place greater emphasis on close combat skills. Combining close combat with might allow humans to overwhelm the Scaled Clan in the future. Master, when will the competition begin? Yi Tian asked. We'll have to wait a few more days. The Tianxiong Network is still in its early stages, and the Tianxiong helmets haven't been mass-produced yet. Without the helmets, we can't access the Tianxiong Network, Li Haoyang explained. That makes sense. Let's wait a few more days. Yi Tian replied softly. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed. On that day, a batch of Sky Dome helmets arrived at Donghai University, and Yi Tian was notified that he could now enter the Sky Dome network. Chapter 59, Progress in Sword Techniques. Yi Tian, this is a temporary Sky Dome helmet for you. Once you put it on, it will absorb a trace of your soul essence, which will be recognized and recorded by the Sky Dome network. Logging in is the process of recognizing your soul essence, and each person's soul essence is unique, so your account is bound to your soul essence. Li Haoyang took out a Sky Dome helmet from Donghai University and explained it to Yi Tian. Temporary? Donghai University is being so stingy. Yi Tian had thought they would give him a helmet. Li Hao sighed, it's not that Donghai University is stingy. A helmet isn't worth much, but they're currently in short supply, and production can't keep up with demand. We have to share them. Once the Sky Network is officially launched and helmets are mass-produced, we'll definitely give you one. Mentor, I was just joking. Yi Tian picked up the helmet and began studying it. Before long, he would be able to use the Sky Dome helmet. Yi Tian, wearing the Sky Dome helmet, entered the safe house. The safe house was designed to prevent disturbances, which could be dangerous. If anyone attacks the safe house, the Sky Dome network will immediately disconnect them. A strand of Yi Tian's breath was absorbed by the Sky Dome network, and his consciousness was pulled in as well. In the next instant, he found himself in a void. Please register an account. Yi Tian followed the instructions and quickly registered an account. The account would undergo verification, and once confirmed, it would be bound to his soul essence. After a series of operations, Yi Tian finally entered the Celestial Network. Although the Celestial Network was a virtual world, it currently lacked a complete virtual world framework, which would need to be built step by step. However, upon entering, each individual would be granted a personal space. The personal space was not large but extremely luxurious, resembling a luxurious villa in the outside world. Currently, the Sky Dome network has only developed 2 applications, a communication chat window, which allows users to chat and interact with others within the network, and a combat platform. The upcoming Master of Strange Arts and Grandmaster of Strange Arts competitions will take place on the combat platform, and spectators are allowed to watch. Yi Tian chose to register for the competition. He had already signed up, and registering here was just to confirm. After all, some Master of the Supernatural Arts have registered but can choose to withdraw. After registering, Yi Tian began familiarizing himself with his body in his personal space. As expected, I can't perform any supernatural techniques, and I can't even harness the power of intent. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Moreover, this body was extremely weak, far inferior to his own. All he could currently perform were those sword techniques and combat skills. Everything else was beyond his capabilities. The Dao comprehension technique is also unusable. After much struggle, Yi Tian finally gave up. In the Sky Network, combat currently relies solely on physical prowess. Of course, the future value of the Tianqiang network is incalculable. For example, it could facilitate communication with others, allow face-to-face interactions with distant friends, and provide a place to enjoy life, among other things. However, the Sky Network currently has limited functions. Once more features are added in the future, its utility will be even greater. The Eastern Sea City's Master of Mystical Arts competition is about to begin. Only the top 10 can participate in the main event. Yi Tian watched the countdown slowly reach 0, then clicked confirm after it ended. He entered the battle platform from his personal space and arrived at a stage. At the same time, another Master of Supernatural Arts arrived there. Please select your weapon. Sword. A sword appeared in Yi Tian's hand. Besides the sword, he had no other weapons. Whoosh! The Master of Strange Arts across from him charged toward Yi Tian, wielding a long spear. However, Yi Tian spotted dozens of weaknesses in the opponent's movements. Your close combat skills are terrible. Yi Tian commented. Any member of the Scaled clan would be superior in close combat to this individual. It can only be said that human master practitioners of supernatural arts generally lack proficiency in close combat. If their supernatural abilities and techniques were restricted, humans would undoubtedly be easily overwhelmed by the alien races. Put. Yi Tian struck with a single sword, instantly killing his opponent. Soon, he began his second match. Instant kill. Instant kill. His mastery of the invisible level sword technique allowed him to effortlessly defeat these masters of supernatural arts, who lacked any meaningful close combat skills with weapons. Over the course of the morning, Yi Tian participated in numerous matches, with only a handful of peak-level master practitioners possessing weaponry skills beyond the basic level. Of course, there were many masters participating, and the opponents he faced were only a fraction of them. After Yi Tian had fought dozens of battles, the competition came to an end. Congratulations to Yi Tian from Donghai City for securing a spot in the main tournament of the Sorcery Masters competition. After securing his spot, Yi Tian logged off from the Sky Network. The Tianqiang network is indeed very realistic. Aside from the inability to use supernatural abilities, everything else is virtually identical to reality. Yi Tian commented. He then emerged from the safe house. Li Haoyang asked, how about it? Did you get the spot? Yes, I got the spot. Yi Tian nodded slightly. The main competition is in 3 days. I hope you can secure a spot in the top 10 of the Xia Kingdom's Supernatural Arts Master Tournament. That would grant you a piece of the Enlightenment Leaf, a precious item. However, you can't be complacent. Although master practitioners rarely engage in close combat, news about the competition and the emergence of the Sky Dome network has likely reached many people before us. Many master practitioners have already begun training in close combat techniques. Moreover, some master practitioners have been studying the art of weapons and honing their close combat skills since they were very young. Among them are some prodigies. Securing a spot in the top 10 will be no easy feat. Li Haoyang wasn't discouraging Yi Tian, he was stating the facts. According to his knowledge, there are prodigious geniuses in the capital who are exceptionally talented with weapons, having already perfected their weaponry to an extraordinary level. However, he did not mention this to Yi Tian, lest it affect his fighting spirit and prevent him from performing at his best. Before long, 3 days had passed. The main competition began. Yi Tian entered the safe house on time and logged into the Sky Network. This was a national-level competition. Though there weren't many spectators, the masters of supernatural arts he would face were undoubtedly geniuses. According to the information Yi Tian had obtained, over 1,000 masters from Xia Nation were participating in the competition. The first round would narrow the field down to the top 100 from over 1,000 participants. Then, the top 10 would be selected from the top 100. The third round would see the top 10 face off against each other to determine the first, second, and third places, with rankings assigned accordingly. The first round of the competition began. Yi Tian once again entered the battle platform, with many mentors from Donghai University closely watching the match. A few students with connections managed to obtain Sky Dome helmets to watch the match. Among them were Qin Susu, Qin Yu, Xiaoya, and Lin Qingya. The first match. Yi Tian faced a master of sword techniques, whose sword skills were quite impressive, having reached the sword technique, minor achievement realm. Puff! Yi Tian easily defeated his opponent and won the first match. However, in the second match, his opponent was slightly more formidable, having mastered the advanced stage of sword techniques and possessing special skills that made him slightly more powerful than the average practitioner at that level. Unfortunately, he faced Yi Tian, who had mastered the infinity sword technique, and was defeated in just a few moves. Thus, Yi Tian continued to fight match after match, always emerging victorious. Moreover, through these battles, his sword technique improved subtly but steadily. Soon, the first day of the competition came to an end. He had participated in 43 matches, winning all of them. The most challenging match was against an opponent of the same micro-level rank, whom he defeated at the cost of severe injuries. After logging out of the Tianxiang network, he went to a training room. Wu Dao technique. His insight surged rapidly, as if he had achieved sudden enlightenment. He then began to reflect on the battles he had fought on the Sky Network that day, summarizing his experiences and absorbing the weapon techniques of others before resuming his sword technique training. This time, his progress was too fast. Indeed, combat is the fastest way to improve. Although I cannot use the art of enlightenment in the Sky Network, using it to cultivate my sword techniques outside does not affect its effectiveness. Yi Tian estimated that if he fought in the Sky Network for another day or two, he would be able to perfect his sword techniques. Chapter 60, Perfect Level Sword Technique. The next day, Yi Tian once again entered the Sky Dome network to participate in the competition, engaging in fierce battles with one master of supernatural arts after another. He had no idea how many matches he would have to participate in, but at that moment, he no longer cared about victory or defeat. He was simply enjoying the battle and the refinement of his sword techniques. Just as today's battle was about to end, he encountered a master of supernatural arts who had perfected his sword technique. The moment they clashed, Yi Tian was completely overwhelmed. Even when he gave it his all, he could only last 3 moves before being completely defeated. This was Yi Tian's first defeat in the competition. I underestimated the others. I thought my sword technique at the subtle level was quite powerful, but I never expected that among the masters of supernatural arts, there was someone who had perfected their sword technique. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Every single strike and attack from his opponent was flawless, leaving him unable to find any weaknesses, while he himself kept exposing his own flaws under the opponent's sword techniques. Of course, losing a single match did not prevent him from advancing to the second round. After the second day's matches concluded, Yi Tian continued to refine his sword technique using the Taoist contemplation technique. This time, his progress was even more astonishing. I was so close to breaking through. Yi Tian murmured. His sword technique had already reached the pinnacle of the subtle level, just one step away from entering the perfect realm. I need to find someone to fight and hone my skills that should allow me to break through to the perfect level. But who could he find? Li Haoyang or Lin Su? I should go to Li Haoyang, my mentor. He is my true mentor, while Lin Su merely helped me refine my sword techniques. Now that she has finished guiding me, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to seek her out again. Thus, Yi Tian went to find Li Haoyang, his mentor. Master! Yi Tian called out respectfully. Yi Tian, what is the matter? Li Haoyang asked. I'd like to spar with you about the art of weaponry, Yi Tian stated his purpose. Practice? Are you sure? Li Haoyang gave him a strange look. Cough, actually, I'm seeking guidance. My sword technique has reached the peak of the subtle realm, and I'm just one step away from achieving the perfect realm, Yi Tian said honestly. What? You're almost at the perfect level? Li Haoyang was shocked. How long have you been training sword techniques with Lin Su? Although I haven't been training for long, I've been working hard. Yi Tian boasted shamelessly. Effort? Is that something that requires effort? Li Haoyang was provoked and replied after a long pause, alright, let us go to the Sky Dome network to spar. The Sky Dome network has a personal space invitation. I can enter your personal space and spar with you there. Thank you, mentor. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang entered Tianxiang network together. Soon, Li Haoyang's mentor was invited by Yi Tian to enter his personal space. The two began to spar and fight. "Attack me with all your strength," Li Haoyang said. However, he controlled his strength as his physical condition within the Sky Network was that of a peak-level master of the Divine Arts sect, far surpassing Yi Tian's capabilities. Clang! The two clashed. However, no matter how Yi Tian attacked, he couldn't even touch a single thread of Li Haoyang's clothing. Li Haoyang only blocked, refusing to attack. "Master, I need some pressure," Yi Tian said. "All right." Li Haoyang struck, each blow executed with perfect sword technique, yet he did not kill Yi Tian. Every attack left Yi Tian facing the threat of death. Under such pressure, Yi Tian made gradual progress, but breaking through to perfect level sword technique was an impossible feat. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour had passed. "Master, that's enough. An hour of sparring is already quite troublesome for you. You should go rest. After all, you have a match tomorrow," Yi Tian shouted. "Alright, practice on your own." Li Haoyang logged off. However, he didn't believe Yi Tian could break through his sword technique after just one battle. If it were that easy to break through, perfect level sword techniques would already be commonplace. Back then, he had spent 3 years stuck at the invisible level of his sword technique. It was only during a life or death battle in the underworld that he had managed to break through. Of course, he didn't discourage Yi Tian by saying he couldn't break through. Yi Tian also logged off quickly and began cultivating his sword technique alone by activating his enlightenment technique, causing his intuition to surge. He constantly revisited the battle, and the bottleneck in his sword technique seemed to be gradually eroded. Deep into the night, Yi Tian continued his cultivation. In the depths of his mind, he felt as though he had truly attained enlightenment. Sometimes sword techniques are so mysterious once you grasp them, you grasp them. If you can't grasp them, no amount of arduous cultivation will make a difference. Whoosh! In the darkness, a white light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a sword light trail that lingered for a long time. The void bore the mark, and the sword light refused to fade. This was the perfect level of sword technique. At the perfect level of sword technique, it is no longer merely about sword techniques, it involves the mysteries of the heavens and earth. If combined with the power of other realms, its might would be truly terrifying. Moreover, it was only now that he truly realized the power of perfect level sword technique. This was merely the perfect level sword technique. If one were to master the sword intent level sword technique, defeating enemies of higher ranks would be as easy as lifting a finger. "I need to rest for a while." The mental exertion from mastering the perfect level sword technique was severe. "I need to sleep to recover." Morning. Yi Tian woke up, ate something, then entered the safe house and logged into the Sky Network. Today was the final day of the first round of the competition. After today's matches, the top 100 would be decided. After mastering the perfect level sword technique, he knew he was almost certain to secure a spot in the top 10 of the Supernatural Arts Master Tournament, with no pressure at all. Soon, the competition began. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Yi Tian faced no opponents worth mentioning, dispatching them all in an instant. Occasionally, he encountered a few opponents at the micro level, but he also defeated them with just a few moves. After each match, he would watch the master level matches, observing the battles of the master level practitioners. Those who could participate in the main tournament were all master level practitioners of supernatural arts, with weapon techniques reaching the perfect level. However, those at the realm level couldn't fully unleash their power in the Tianqiang network, as the power of sword intent and knife intent couldn't be unleashed. However, those who had reached the realm of intent and weaponry still surpassed the perfect level in combat techniques, physical strength control, and explosive power. Therefore, while perfect tier practitioners cannot defeat intent tier practitioners on the Tianqiang network combat platform, the gap between them is not too significant. Master level competitions are truly thrilling, Yi Tian murmured. Although his sword techniques had reached the perfect level, they still lagged far behind those of the masters at the same level. After all, he lacked combat experience and his control over his body and burst of power were inferior to theirs. However, he was improving every moment. Before he knew it, today's competition had come to an end. As evening fell, the top 100 masters of the were announced. Yi Tian was among them. He glanced at the list and saw that Lin Su and Li Haoyang had also made it into the top 100 of the Grandmaster ranks. However, after watching their matches, Yi Tian estimated that their scores were barely enough to make it into the top 100, meaning their advancement to the second round was extremely narrow. Logging off, Yi Tian went to Li Haoyang's mentor. At that moment, Li Haoyang's mentor was in a good mood, with a smile on his face. "Mentor, congratulations on making it into the top 100 of the Grandmaster level competition." Yi Tian congratulated him. "Just luck." Li Haoyang smiled modestly. "If it weren't for a few exceptional performances in some matches, I probably wouldn't have made it." "Master, shall we go practice together again?" Yi Tian suggested. "Alright, I'll give you some more pointers." Li Haoyang hadn't watched Yi Tian's match and assumed his sword technique was still at the pinnacle of mastery. But soon, Tianqiang Network, personal space. Your sword technique has reached the perfect level? Li Haoyang was stunned. Chapter 61, Sword Intent Level. In just one day, his sword technique had advanced from the beginner level to the master level. Li Haoyang was utterly astonished. Is sword technique really that easy to cultivate? It's clearly because Yi Tian is too prodigious. Yi Tian's talent in supernatural arts is already extraordinary. He single-handedly killed so many black-scaled clan geniuses and golden-scaled clan geniuses whose cultivation levels were higher than his own. His sword technique talent being outstanding seems reasonable? Reasonable my ass. Li Haoyang grew increasingly jealous. Of course, he quickly regained his composure. Boom! The two clashed. In terms of sword technique, Yi Tian was still no match for Li Haoyang, but without utilizing his master-level physical prowess, Li Haoyang also found it no easy task to defeat Yi Tian. After dozens of moves, Yi Tian was finally defeated by Li Haoyang. Afterward, Yi Tian once again engaged in fierce combat with Li Haoyang, serving as a mutual opportunity for both to hone their skills. Over an hour had passed before the two finally logged off. Since there was a 5-day interval before the second round of the competition, they had to wait another 5 days. These 5 days were crucial, as someone might break through to the next level of weaponry during that time. Yi Tian also used these 5 days to continuously refine his sword techniques, frequently challenging Li Haoyang to spar, and also seeking out Lin Su for practice. After all, with his now perfect level sword techniques, sparring with Lin Su, his mentor, was more about exchanging skills than receiving guidance, so as not to waste her time. After logging off, he would use the enlightenment technique to summarize his experiences and insights, thereby improving his sword technique. In this way, his sword techniques improved every day, and gradually he was able to match Li Haoyang. 5 days had passed. The second round of the competition began. This time, the top 10 would be decided. Whether it was the top 10 in the Divine Arts Masters Tournament or the top 10 in the Divine Arts Grandmasters Tournament, both were of utmost importance. Skynet, personal space. Yi Tian logged in and waited for the second round to begin. The competition began. Yi Tian entered the battle platform and faced his first opponent. It's him. The opponent was someone he had faced before, with precise gunmanship and extensive combat experience. As for his name, Yi Tian hadn't paid attention. The opponent also recognized Yi Tian, his expression growing serious as he charged forward with all his strength. Put. A single sword strike. Instant kill. Soon, one match after another passed. His opponents were almost all at the mastery level in weapon craftsmanship, but when he faced the sixth opponent, he finally encountered a master of the perfect level in weapon craftsmanship. This time, Yi Tian fought fiercely with his opponent for a long time. Just as they were about to reach the 100th move, he finally pierced his opponent's neck with a single sword strike, killing him. However, in the final moments of his opponent's life, he was also pierced through the abdomen by a sword strike, but he did not die. Thus, he emerged victorious. After that, he did not encounter any opponents with perfect level weaponry mastery. After a series of matches, the top 10 spots were almost locked in. Soon, the list of the top 10 was revealed. Yi Tian saw his name on the list. I've obtained a single enlightenment leaf. Though it's not very valuable to me, I can sell it, it'll definitely fetch something good, Yi Tian muttered to himself. The master level competition ended early, but the grandmaster level competition did not conclude so quickly. After all, the top 100 grandmasters all possessed perfect level weaponry craftsmanship, and the gap in combat power between them was minimal. Even if one had mastered the realm of intent in their weaponry, without being able to utilize that intent, defeating a grandmaster with perfect level weaponry craftsmanship would require some effort and wouldn't end quickly. Therefore, the Grandmaster level competition continued until past 7 o'clock in the evening before the top 10 were finally decided. Without a doubt, Lin Su and Li Haoyang were both defeated and stopped at the top 100. However, they were able to obtain a single enlightenment leaf, which was undoubtedly a source of great satisfaction. East Sea University. Yi Tian was chatting with his teacher, Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, there are only 5 days left until the top 10 finals. Do you have confidence in securing first place? Li Haoyang asked. I'm not sure, Yi Tian dared not guarantee. Among the top 10, 6 possess perfect level sword techniques. Especially one of them, though I haven't faced him in battle, I've watched the replays. He can easily defeat other masters of perfect level sword techniques. Currently, my chances of defeating him are only 20%. You're talking about Su Xingqian from the Su family of the capital, right? It's said he has a sword body constitution. Such innate constitutions are rare among humans, they're mostly found among the alien races of the Earth's core world, which is why they have various special constitutions. With a constitution, practicing swordsmanship is too easy. Su Xingqian is only 17 years old, yet his sword technique is already perfect level. However, I feel he might have reached the sword intent level. Unfortunately, in the Tianqiang network, it's impossible to sense sword intent, so if he is deliberately hiding it, it's not easy to detect. Li Haoyang said. Sword intent level sword techniques? If that's truly the case, I don't think I stand a chance. Yi Tian still desperately wanted to secure first place. It was a matter of honor. Immediately, he asked, Master, is there any way to quickly grasp sword intent? I wish I could too. Li Haoyang rolled his eyes. I'd give anything to immediately grasp the essence of the blade, but I can't. But soon, he remembered something and added, if you want to quickly grasp sword intent, it's not impossible. For example, you could create your own top-tier sword technique. There's a certain chance that it might resonate with the heavenly sword way, allowing you to grasp sword intent. So that's how it is. Yi Tian understood. Night fell. Yi Tian didn't rest but instead took out one sword technique manual after another, including some from the underworld. There were 5 days left until the third round of the competition. He planned to use these 5 days to create his own top-tier sword technique, thereby aligning his mind with the sword way of heaven and earth. Once he had cultivated his insight through the practice of his enlightenment technique, he was certain he would fully grasp the essence of the sword. Let's give it a try. Failure doesn't matter. Yi Tian began his seclusion, preparing various materials and constantly restoring his innate abilities, as he needed to keep activating his enlightenment technique, which consumed a great deal of his innate abilities' essence. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. By the 5th day, Yi Tian finally created a top-tier sword technique with the help of the Taoist cultivation technique. This top-tier sword technique followed the principle of one force breaks all techniques, utilizing extreme speed and concentrating the power of the entire body into a single point to unleash a sword beam capable of shattering all techniques. When combined with other realms of intent, its power was truly terrifying. In close combat, it is virtually unbeatable and specifically designed to break through defenses. He named it the Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique. At the very moment the heaven-slicing sword technique was created, his consciousness seemed to glimpse a river formed by countless sword intentions, though he could only observe a projection of it. Heaven and Earth Sword Way. Yi Tian immediately consumed his innate abilities essence to activate the enlightenment technique, delving into the Heaven and Earth Sword Way to comprehend the sword intent. Soon. The aura of sword intent enveloped Yi Tian's body. He had successfully grasped the essence of the sword. And in the very moment he grasped the essence of the sword, holding the sword in his hand, he felt that the heavens and earth were different, and even his control over his body had completely transcended to another level. In the real world, the sword intent level was far more powerful than the perfect level. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and the darkness-themed intent, all merge. Yi Tian fused the 6 realms with his sword intent, unleashing a terrifying force. He did not strike the sword, but he was well aware that the more realms he fused, the greater the consumption of sword intent. In other words, he couldn't perform this attack many times. My cultivation is still too low. If my cultivation were higher, I could almost use such an attack as a basic move. Yi Tian thought to himself. Afterward, he continued to practice his sword techniques, delving deeper into the mysteries of sword intent. Data panel. With a thought, the data panel appeared. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Sorcery Master. Innate abilities, Dark Type A rank 1 100, Mental Type B rank 1 100, Water Type A rank 93 100, Fire Type A rank 1 100, Wood Type S rank 1 100, Metal Type S rank 1 100, Earth Type A rank 1 100, Space Type A rank 1 100. Special abilities, a rank Immobilization Technique mastered, a rank Spatial Blade mastered, a rank Dark Veil mastered, a rank Fire Dragon Shield mastered, a rank Golden Body Technique mastered, B rank Teleportation Technique mastered. Newton special abilities, Grade A 5 Elements Will mastered, Grade B Dark Fire mastered, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique mastered. Intent, 8th Sequence Metal Intent 90% Mastery, 8th Sequence Fire Intent 20% Mastery, 8th Sequence Wood Intent 30% Mastery, 8th Sequence Earth Intent 10% Mastery, 8th Sequence Water Intent 30% Mastery, 9th Sequence Darkness Intent 68% Mastery, 9th Sequence Sword Intent 10% Mastery. Indeed, sword intent is also divided into the 9th sequence, 8th sequence, and so on. However, sword intent is difficult to master at the beginning, but once one enters the realm and comprehends sword intent, further cultivation should not be too difficult. Yi Tian thought to himself. He took out the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, and held it to sense the sword intent, discovering that this mid-grade rare treasure enhanced the comprehension of sword intent. Not bad. With the Heavenly Gate Sword, comprehending sword intent to the 8th sequence should not be a problem. Yi Tian thought to himself. After comprehending the essence of the sword, he rested and slept, awaiting the top 10 finals of the next day. First place was his for sure. Chapter 62, The Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique, a single move to victory. The final day. Yi Tian logged into the Sky Network early, and many professors from Donghai University, including the principal, were watching. Some were watching the Grandmaster level matches, while others were focusing on the top 10 matches. After all, a student from Donghai University had made it into the top 10, so they naturally wanted to watch. If he were to win first place, it would bring honor to Donghai University. Soon, the competition began. In the top 10 finals, each participant only needed to complete 9 battles to determine their ranking. If the number of wins was tied, they would have to compete again to ultimately determine each participant's final ranking. The battle platform. Yi Tian appeared here, and another master of also appeared. Yi Tian recognized him. It was the same master of supernatural arts who had defeated him in the first round, possessing perfect level sword techniques. However, he no longer regarded the other as a threat. Nevertheless, he did not display his true sword technique, instead engaging the opponent using only his perfect level sword technique at its absolute limit. Clang! 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 The two continued to clash, every move precise and without error. A single mistake would mean defeat. On the platform, their sword lights and shadows crisscrossed densely, reaching an extreme speed. After hundreds of moves, Yi Tian forced his opponent to make a mistake, delivering a decisive blow with a single sword strike to secure the first victory. A short while later, the second match began, with the opponent being a master of esoteric arts at the inner microcosm level. Yi Tian defeated his opponent with just 2 strikes, securing victory in the second match. One match after another passed, and he never encountered Su Xingqian from the capital. Against everyone else, he emerged victorious every time. Finally, Yi Tian achieved 8 consecutive victories, with only one opponent remaining, Su Xingqian. Donghai University, Jiang Dongshu's personal space. As a master of supernatural arts and the president of Donghai University, his personal space was an upgraded version, much larger in size. Moreover, several mentors from Donghai University were present there. Lin Su and Li Haoyang were also present, chatting with one another. Haoyang, do you think Yi Tian can defeat Su Xingqian? Jiang Dongshu asked with a smile. Li Haoyang hurriedly replied, there's a chance, but it's slim. If Su Xingqian has truly mastered the sword intent, then Yi Tian's chances are almost non-existent. Jiang Dongshu sighed, an old friend of mine in the capital just revealed that Su Xingqian has indeed mastered the sword intent, having done so 6 months ago. Moreover, after mastering the sword intent, his innate sword body has fully awakened, allowing his sword intent to progress rapidly. Then Yi Tian really has no hope left, unless a miracle happens. Li Haoyang truly hoped Yi Tian would win first place in the, so he could boast about it in the future. After all, Yi Tian was his own student. Maybe Yi Tian has also mastered the essence of the sword. Lin Su interjected from the side. That's impossible. He's only just broken through to the perfect rank, and it's only been a few days. How could he have mastered the essence of the sword? Li Haoyang shook his head. Lin Su, however, said, you haven't studied sword techniques, but I've been cultivating the close combat aspects of sword techniques. With my combat experience, I noticed that although Yi Tian seemed to be in a tight spot in several matches, he never panicked and remained confident. Moreover, he had one move that surpassed the realm of perfect level sword techniques, but it was only that one move, so you didn't notice. Lin Su, are you saying Yi Tian has mastered the essence of the sword? Li Haoyang was astonished. It's just a possibility. Lin Su dared not be certain. What if that single sword strike was just a coincidence? Let's keep watching. The battle between Yi Tian and Su Xingqian is about to begin. Who will be the first place winner? We'll find out soon. Jiang Dongshu said. The battle platform. Yi Tian and Su Xingqian appeared at the same time. This match was also the final showdown of the Master of Strange Arts tournament. Whoever won first place would gain immense honor. Swish! Swish! Yi Tian and Su Xingqian drew their swords simultaneously, showcasing sword techniques that surpassed the perfect level. Clang! After a single collision, they separated and stood at opposite ends of the platform. Everyone could tell that both Su Xingqian and Yi Tian had just demonstrated sword intent level sword techniques. Even if they couldn't manifest sword intent, their sword technique was still evident. Damn it, this kid Yi Tian has truly grasped sword intent. Li Haoyang spoke in the vernacular, revealing just how shocked he was. Jiang Dongshu was also secretly amazed. He knew Su Xingqian while he came from the top-tier Su family of the capital, not only possessing an innate sword physique but also receiving superior guidance and training, which allowed him to comprehend sword intent. But what does Yi Tian have? No background, no powerful teachers. He is almost entirely self-taught. A prodigy with demonic talent. Jiang Dongshu thought to himself. With demonic talent in both supernatural arts and close combat, this was a flawless prodigy with extraordinary abilities. He was destined to become an unmatched warrior in the future. You've actually grasped the essence of the sword. Su Xingqian was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone at the Master of Supernatural Arts realm to possess weaponry skills on par with his own. However, victory still belongs to me. Su Xingqian no longer held back, fully displaying his sword technique. Unlike Yi Tian, his sword intent had reached the 4th stage of the ninth sequence. Even if he couldn't unleash his sword intent, his sword technique was still far beyond that of someone just entering the sword intent realm. Boom! After Su Xingqian unleashed his full power, Yi Tian was indeed suppressed. However, defeating Yi Tian was no easy task for Su Xingqian. Seconds ticked by, and the battle between the two grew increasingly intense. To outsiders, it seemed like Yi Tian was about to lose, as he had been constantly suppressed. However, Yi Tian remained completely unfazed, still searching for an opening. 1 minute later. Now. Heaven-splitting sword technique. A flash of sword light sliced through the air as Yi Tian darted past Su Xingqian and came to a halt, while Su Xingqian remained motionless. Who won? Those with little experience couldn't tell who had won at first glance. But the masters all saw it clearly. Whoosh! Su Xingqian's body turned into specks of light and dissipated. Yi Tian won. This is top-tier sword technique, and it's even a self-created top-tier sword technique. That's why it could unleash such power. Li Haoyang exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that a few days ago, Yi Tian had sought his advice on how to quickly grasp the essence of sword intent. He had suggested that Yi Tian create his own top-tier sword technique. Yi Tian has truly created a top-tier sword technique, communicating with the heavens and earth through the sword way to comprehend sword intent. Li Haoyang had always believed that even the most talented geniuses could be surpassed, but after seeing Yi Tian, he began to doubt his own beliefs. Could such a prodigy be surpassed by an ordinary genius like him? Qin Susu, Xiaoya, and Lin Xingya were also watching the match and were equally stunned. The Master of Strange Arts Tournament, the national champion. Though not all master practitioners of supernatural arts participated, this was a close combat competition, so those with decent close combat skills definitely joined. Therefore, this first place title is truly prestigious. Personal space. Yi Tian sat on the sofa, sighing in relief. First place is secured. I wonder if there are any other rewards besides the Enlightenment Leaf. Chapter 63, The Deal, Li Haoyang's Transformation. Yi Tian also went to watch the top 10 finals of the Grandmaster level competition, which hadn't finished yet. All of them are using weapons at the Realm of Intent level. Yi Tian muttered to himself. If he were to fight them, he wouldn't stand a chance. Some of the top contenders had weaponry skills that had reached the 8th tier level. Even without using intent, they could kill him with a single strike. These had been cultivating for many years. It was only natural that he wasn't their match yet. Time, 3 days after the final match. East Sea University. Yi Tian received the reward from the Mystical Arts Master Tournament. The reward was handed over to him by Donghai University on behalf of the organizers. A single enlightenment leaf and a token. That was all there was. Master, what is this token? Yi Tian pointed at the strange token and asked curiously. Li Haoyang, however, envied him and said, this is a valuable item. It's the Sword Realm token, something countless people covet. It originates from the Sword Clan of the Underworld Realm, and only 30 such tokens are granted to our Xia Kingdom each year. Under normal circumstances, only those with extraordinary backgrounds stand a chance of obtaining one. Even Lin Su, before she was injured, didn't qualify for one. Sword Realm token, Sword Clan, Master, what's going on? Why would the Sword Clan give us the Sword Realm token? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang explained, the Underworld Realm is home to many alien races, and it is far larger than you can imagine. The Scaled Clan is merely one of the races in the Underworld Realm, and not even one of the more powerful ones. The Sword Clan is another race, but their population is much smaller than that of the Scaled Clan. 60 years ago, the Sword Clan faced a life-threatening crisis, and our Xia Kingdom helped them overcome it. Therefore, the Sword Clan formed an alliance with our Xia Clan. We've formed an alliance with the alien races? Yi Tian was surprised. Li Haoyang smiled. Alliance with foreign races isn't a big deal, as long as they're not like the Scaled tribe. Many foreign races in the underground world belong to the neutral faction and can form alliances. However, the Scaled tribe and most other foreign races are actually our enemy factions, with no possibility of negotiation. As for the reasons, I'm not entirely sure either. Let's talk about the Sword Clan. They are located near the Wucheng Fortress. Humans there can even enter the Sword Clan city and trade with them. That fortress is the most peaceful one, with almost no fighting. Now about the Sword Realm Order. Holding it allows entry into the Sword Realm, one of the Sword Clan's foundational realms. Entering the Sword Realm, one encounters sword spirits, and battling them grants insights into the way of the sword. More importantly, the Sword Realm houses a primordial sword steel. Contemplating it greatly enhances one's sword intent. The only downside is that the Sword Realm is unique. Once you turn 30, you can no longer enter it. This applies even to members of the Sword Clan. They cannot allow anyone over 30 to enter. Additionally, the Sword Realm only opens for 10 days at a time, and after 10 days, it closes, expelling everyone inside. I see. When does the Sword Realm open? Yi Tian asked. There are still 3 months left. Li Haoyang calculated. Yi Tian noted the date and waited for the 3 months to pass before heading to the Sword Realm. Suddenly, he took out the Enlightenment Leaf. Master, I want to trade the Enlightenment Leaf for something. Do you have any connections? The Enlightenment Leaf, trade? Li Haoyang's eyes widened in shock. Such a valuable item, who wouldn't want it? Yet Yi Tian was actually offering it for trade? What do you want to trade for it? Li Haoyang asked. S-rank treasures and S-rank supernatural techniques. Yi Tian said. He didn't even have a single S-rank supernatural technique. Though the 5 elements will was more powerful than S-rank supernatural techniques, conventional methods were still more effective with S-rank techniques. When combined with intent, their power was immense. If he had a bunch of S-rank supernatural techniques at the peak of their cultivation, his combat power would rise to a whole new level. S-rank treasures and S-rank? I have those. Let's trade. Li Haoyang hurriedly said, fearing Yi Tian would change his mind. As the pinnacle of peak-level masters, he had been adventuring in the underground world for years and had collected some S-rank treasures. However, most of them were useless to him, and he didn't want to trade them for battle merits, so he kept them on his person. As for S-rank, they were looted from the remains of branches he had either destroyed or defeated, and he had kept them on him all along. Alright. Yi Tian agreed to the trade. After some discussion, the two finalized the terms of the deal. Yi Tian traded a single enlightenment leaf from Li Haoyang for 9 S-rank treasures and 6 S-rank supernatural techniques. Li Haoyang believed he had one big, and Yi Tian also felt he had one big. For Yi Tian, the Enlightenment Leaf was merely an opportunity to expend the essence of his S-rank innate ability to perform the Enlightenment technique. He could compensate for it with a single S-rank material, and there would still be surplus. Therefore, this deal was a huge profit for him, and Li Haoyang also made a profit. Both parties were in a win-win situation. They exchanged their treasures, completed the transaction, and parted ways. Dormitory. Yi Tian looked at the S-grade treasures and S-grade techniques, and smiled. These S-rank treasures were sufficient to elevate the potential of his 5 elements innate abilities to S-rank, and among them was a wind attribute S-rank material, the Wind Soul Crystal. It seems I need to purchase some common wind attribute materials to awaken my wind attribute innate talent potential, gradually improving it step by step, and then use the Wind Soul Crystal to elevate my wind attribute innate talent potential to S-rank. He then turned his attention to the 6 S-rank supernatural techniques. S-rank Gold Attribute Technique Earth-Piercing Golden Light Technique. S-rank Wood Attributed Technique Wood Realm Technique. S-rank Fire Attributed Technique Great Sun True Fire. S-rank Earth Attributed Technique Great Earth Escape Technique. S-rank Water Attributed Technique Water Substitution Technique. S-rank Wind Attributed Mystic Art Wind Feather Technique. These are the 6 S-rank elemental arts that Yi Tian obtained through the trade. Master Li Haoyang is so wealthy. With these S-rank techniques, once I master them all, my strength will surge significantly, and my cultivation speed will also accelerate. Yi Tian accepted the inheritance of these techniques one by one and memorized the basics of these S-rank techniques. Over the next few days, he cultivated his innate abilities to S-rank, enabling him to successfully master all these S-rank techniques. Of course, he also took time each day to contemplate sword intent, enhancing his sword intent realm. East Sea University. Li Haoyang was using the Enlightenment Leaf to comprehend the 8th sequence of fire attributed intent, striving to break through to the 3/10 realm. Once he reaches the 3rd tier realm of the 8th sequence of the fire attribute realm, he will be able to begin cultivating the water fire dragon body. Time ticked by minute by minute. Before he knew it, 10 hours had passed. Boom! Li Haoyang's body was enveloped in the 8th sequence of the fire attribute realm at the 3/10 stage. It's done! Li Haoyang was extremely excited. Both the fire and water intent realms had reached the 8th sequence, 3rd tier realm, meeting the minimum requirement for cultivating the water fire dragon body. Immediately afterward, he took out the 2nd wood owl leaf and, using it, cultivated the water fire dragon body in one go. He held the enlightenment leaf in his mouth, absorbing its special aura to enhance his intuition, and then began to comprehend and cultivate the water fire dragon body. The fire attribute and water attribute realms gradually transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon, swirling around his body before penetrating into his body to transform it. Pain. Unbearable pain swept through his entire body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already died from the pain, but Li Haoyang endured it. Half an hour. An hour. 5 hours. It wasn't until the next morning that a dragon's roar echoed throughout Donghai University, and 2 dragons appeared in the sky, but they vanished in an instant. The principal's office. Jiang Dongshu wore a look of satisfaction and envy. Haoyang has succeeded. He has mastered the water fire dragon body and taken this crucial step forward. His future is limitless. Chapter 64, The Supreme Master of the Extreme Path, the Ghostly Messenger. The Logistics Department of Donghai University. Lin Su looked toward where Li Haoyang was standing, her expression filled with envy. Once upon a time, she was one of the most talented students at Donghai University, while Li Haoyang, who was her classmate, was just an ordinary genius with little presence. Yet, Li Haoyang had risen steadily to become a peak master of extraordinary arts. Now, he had even mastered the water fire dragon body. The water fire dragon body is a special physique. If he waits a few more years, Li Haoyang will be 50, and his body will solidify, making it impossible for him to cultivate a special physique. His luck is truly remarkable. Lin Su murmured. As for her, her fortune was less favorable. Even though she obtained a piece of the Enlightenment Leaf, she still hadn't encountered anyone willing to use the Great Revival technique to heal her. On this day, Many masters looked on with envy, for everyone knew that Li Haoyang was about to rise to great heights. However, Li Haoyang had not yet emerged from seclusion. He was still consolidating his water-fire dragon body. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Yi Tian had returned to the underground world, where he spent his days cultivating various supernatural arts and honing his sword techniques. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, a month had passed. At this point, the potential of all of Yi Tian's innate abilities had reached S rank, and the 6 S rank techniques he had cultivated had all been perfected. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the sword intent to the 7th level of the 9th sequence, thanks to his constant use of the enlightenment technique to study sword intent, as well as the assistance of the Heavenly Gate sword artifact. The Scaled Clan. Imperial City. A majestic hall. A towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, the Golden Scaled Clan's Grandmaster Jinbal sat majestically on the throne. At that moment, a shadowy figure slowly materialized from a small black, taking the form of a human. The Demon God's Assembly, one of the 9 demon envoys, the Shadow Envoy, a rare guest indeed. How did you think to project yourself into my scales? Jinbal smiled. Jinbal, what's the matter? Don't you welcome me? The Ghost Shadow Messenger spoke coldly. Not at all. You are an Extreme Path Grandmaster, while I am merely a Peak Grandmaster. Jinbal said humbly. Jinbal, are you still angry about the loss of your Scales Realm Genius last time? That was just an intelligence failure. No one expected such a prodigy to emerge in Donghai City. The Ghost Shadow Messenger said. Spit it out. What do you want from me? Jinbal asked. The Shadow Messenger said, kill Yi Tian of Donghai City. It was he who killed so many of your clan's geniuses. I'm sure you want to eliminate him as well. Ghost Shadow Messenger, you're an extreme Dao Master. Going after an master should be easier for you, Jinbal said. The Ghost Shadow Messenger smiled and said, Jinbal, you should know the situation of our Demon God Society. On Earth, we are like rats everyone wants to kill. We dare only hide in the shadows. If I were to kill Yi Tian and expose my whereabouts, I might not even be able to leave Donghai City. Donghai City may not have a single extreme Dao Master on the surface, but there is an even more terrifying existence there. I don't want to go to Donghai City to die. I'm curious, why did you come here personally? Yi Tian may be a prodigy, but he's not worth the Demon God Sect's attention, is he? Jinbal asked in confusion. The Ghost Shadow Messenger replied honestly, just a month ago, the Xia Kingdom held the Divine Arts Master Tournament on the Sky Dome Network, and Yi Tian won first place, mastering the sword intent. He is only at the Divine Arts Master realm and has no backing, yet he is so prodigious. Sword intent can encompass various realms, unifying intent in form. Supernatural arts can attack from afar, while weapons are for close combat. He possesses both, making him truly unmatched at his current level. If he were to grow further, given his growth rate, he could even rival an Extreme Path Grandmaster once he breaks through to the Supernatural Arts Grandmaster realm. We of the Demon God Sect do not want him to grow stronger, and currently, only your Scaled Clan is the most suitable to take action. Alright, I agree. Jinbal nodded. In truth, he dared not object. Although the Scaled Clan also has 2 Supreme Masters, their lifespans are short. Even the Scaled Clan's backing dare not offend the Demon God Sect, and they have even closer ties with the Demon God Sect. Therefore, he dared not offend the Demon God Sect. I will dispatch a peak-level master to assassinate Yi Tian, but we need your cooperation from the Demon God Society. After all, we have no intelligence on the Eastern Sea Fortress and cannot determine Yi Tian's location, Jinbal said. Impossible, the Shadow Messenger refused immediately. Jinbal frowned. If the Demon God Society refuses to cooperate, how can we assassinate him? The Shadow Messenger hurriedly explained, Jinbal, you misunderstood me. I meant that a peak-level master isn't enough. You must send a Grandmaster to ensure a 100% success rate in killing Yi Tian. To kill a Master of, you actually want to send a Grandmaster? Jinbal thought the Shadow Messenger was being overly cautious. Alright. He agreed anyway. Jinbal, I await your good news. The Ghost Messenger's illusory form faded away, disappearing completely. You sneaky bastard. Jinbal muttered under his breath. Then, he notified a Black Scaled Clan Grandmaster from the Scaled Clan that he was on his way. Boom! A colossally muscular Grandmaster entered. He was the junior Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan, Otan. Tribe Chief. Odin shouted respectfully. Odin, I have a task for you, Jinbal ordered. I need you to assassinate a human master of. Aoduin was taken aback. Tribe Chief, did you misunderstand the level? Are you asking me to assassinate a master of supernatural arts? No, I mean a master of the arts. Jinbal explained Yi Tian's situation. Odin immediately assured him, Tribe Chief, rest assured. I will kill the human sorcerer Yi Tian. Remember, stay in contact with the Demon God Society. Only after they provide accurate intelligence can you act, and you must not get too close to the East Sea Fortress. The East Sea Fortress is permanently garrisoned by 3 Grand Masters, who rarely move. But once Yi Tian is assassinated, they will definitely intervene. I hope you kill Yi Tian and return safely, without losing your life. Thank you for your concern, clan chief. Auden was moved. On that day, Yi Tian was cultivating in an area near the East Sea Fortress. Suddenly, his battle ring received a message. Several masters of are being pursued and killed. Go rescue them. This was a message from the East Sea Fortress. Some gifted individuals with special abilities, when faced with danger and without anyone to turn to, could only seek assistance from the East Sea Fortress. The fortress would then dispatch more powerful gifted individuals to respond to the distress call. Therefore, Yi Tian did not doubt the urgency of this rescue mission. Whoosh! He immediately teleported there. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the Fingwu Mountains. It wasn't too far from the East Sea Fortress, but it wasn't too close either. Where is everyone? Yi Tian didn't see any master of supernatural arts in need of assistance. So, he contacted the East Sea Fortress with his question. However, the Donghai Fortress did not respond further, which made him feel a bit odd. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger surged through him. Without hesitation, he activated his teleportation technique and activated the 5 elements wheel. The 5 elements wheel enveloped his entire body, and the 5 types of 8th sequence intentions were integrated into the 5 elements wheel, elevating its defensive capabilities to an unimaginable level. Chapter 65, Divine Talent, The Fall of the Scaled Clan's Grandmaster. The teleportation technique is extremely fast, and under normal circumstances, it cannot be intercepted. However, Yi Tian's neural reaction speed could not surpass that of a Grandmaster. Therefore, when a Grandmaster launched a surprise attack on him, he was unable to dodge instantly. Even when he activated the teleportation technique, he could not completely evade the attack. 1 kilometer away, spatial ripples emerged, and a figure darted out. It was Yi Tian, who had teleported using the technique. However, at this moment, his mutated technique, the 5 elements wheel, was filled with countless cracks, and his body was injured. An attack from a Grandmaster had nearly shattered the mutated 5 elements wheel. This was the 5 elements wheel enhanced by the 8th sequence 5 elements realm. Its defensive strength was terrifying, yet it had been reduced to this state. Crack! The mutated 5 elements wheel technique could no longer be maintained and completely dissipated. 1,000 meters isn't far enough, we must keep fleeing. He activated his S-rank technique, the golden light of the earth, transforming into a golden beam and fleeing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the Scaled Clan Grandmaster Otan had already crossed 1,000 meters. This human technique master can withstand my attack and survive, and he's even mastered the spatial technique of teleportation. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all cultivated to the 8th sequence. The 5 elements mutation technique, perfected. This is too monstrous. Odin finally understood why the Golden Ball clan chief had sent him, a Grandmaster, to kill Yi Tian. Yi Tian was truly too demonic, even more so than the clan chief had realized. Perhaps the information the clan chief provided was accurate, but time had passed, and the situation had naturally changed. Such a prodigy grows too quickly, with his strength undergoing earth-shattering changes every month. We must kill him. Auden continued his relentless pursuit, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. Just as Otan was about to catch up to Yi Tian and unleash a long-range technique to obliterate him, Yi Tian once again activated his teleportation technique. He must be a Grandmaster. Yi Tian was certain. The strength of a master of supernatural techniques wouldn't be this terrifying, nor would their speed be this fast. Only a Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan could achieve such feats. The Scaled Clan is ruthless. They directly dispatched a Grandmaster. How much they must think of him. Moreover, he finally understood that the rescue mission at the East Sea Fortress was a fake. The East Sea Fortress wouldn't collude with the Scaled Clan to harm him. It must be a member of the Demon God Society who infiltrated the East Sea Fortress and held a position responsible for missions, using their position to betray him. If he really dies, that evil God Society member might not face any consequences. After erasing all traces, no one would investigate. I've already sent out a distress signal. The East Sea Fortress should dispatch a Grandmaster to rescue me, right? Yi Tian couldn't guarantee he could escape into the Donghai Fortress. The teleportation technique had a time limit each time, and using it too many times would cause spatial backlash, affecting his body and slowing him down. Therefore, it would be best if a Grandmaster came to rescue him. If I had mastered spatial intent, my teleportation range would definitely exceed 1,000 meters. I should have focused all my efforts on mastering spatial intent. Yi Tian thought to himself. Whoosh! Yi Tian activated teleportation again, crossing 1,000 meters, but Otan was right behind him. Suddenly, Auden ignited his bloodline, doubling his speed. At this speed, Otan would catch up to Yi Tian in just a few breaths, and even teleportation wouldn't be able to maintain the distance. The Eastern Sea Fortress is almost within reach. Just hold on for 10 more breaths. Yi Tian thought to himself. But at that moment, Auden had already closed the distance, while the teleportation technique still had 1 breath's worth of cooldown time remaining. Just as he was about to forcefully activate teleportation despite the backlash, a figure stepped between Yi Tian and Auden. Master! Yi Tian recognized him. It was none other than Mentor Li Haoyang. Can the mentor defeat a great master of the Scaled Clan? Yi Tian was a bit worried. However, Li Haoyang was now a junior master of the arts. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be defeated to the point of death. Yi Tian, you go first. Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian didn't hesitate and immediately teleported away. Auden naturally didn't want to let Yi Tian escape and attacked fiercely. You're not qualified to kill my student. Li Haoyang held the mystical blade in his hand and swung it toward Auden. This strike was no longer a perfect level sword technique but had reached the realm of sword intent. He had originally been unable to comprehend the essence of the sword so quickly, but after cultivating the water-fire dragon body and breaking through to the realm of a grandmaster of mystical arts, his soul entered a special state. Through a stroke of luck, he had comprehended the essence of the sword. After comprehending the essence of the sword, his strength surged dramatically. 8th tier water elemental realm. 8th sequence fire elemental realm. Both realms were integrated into the sword intent, and a single strike was unleashed. Even Otan's expression changed at that moment. Boom! Li Haoyang's single strike shattered Aoduan's mystical armor, but Aoduan reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to avoid being slain by the blade. A earthen yellow glow appeared on Aoduan's body, revealing that he had activated a defensive earth attribute bloodline technique, causing his body to grow even larger and his flesh to become incredibly sturdy. Kill! Aoden wielded a long spear and engaged Li Haoyang in fierce combat. In terms of weaponry and technique, Aoduan had reached the perfect level. Though he had not grasped the essence of the spear, his earth attribute intent had reached the 4th stage of the 8th sequence, and he had mastered an A-rank bloodline technique to perfection. Moreover, Aoduan was adorned with various rare treasures, including those that enhanced combat power, giving him a significant advantage. Boom! Li Haoyang continued to fight fiercely with Aoduan, holding his own without giving an inch. Sword lights and spear beams collided relentlessly, shattering the surrounding earth. In the distance, half of a body emerged from the ground. It was Yi Tian, who had activated the Great Earth Escape technique. He hadn't truly departed but had returned to check on Li Haoyang's condition. Master Li Haoyang's strength is truly formidable. He's even mastered the essence of the sword. Impressive. Yi Tian murmured. Seeing that Li Haoyang was holding his own, he felt reassured. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to watch the show. In a situation where the power disparity was too great, the Great Earth Escape technique was useless and would be instantly shattered. None of his various techniques were effective. The gap in strength between in Master and in Grandmaster was simply too great. Soon, several minutes passed. Aoden knew he couldn't kill Yi Tian. If he didn't leave now, he'd never get out. The 3 masters from Donghai Fortress were on their way. Human, next time I will kill you. Aoden spat out the threat and prepared to flee. There won't be a next time, because you won't have a next time. Li Haoyang approached Otan once more, but this time he didn't use his sword techniques. Instead, he struck out at Otan with one hand. This scene left Aoden baffled. But the next second, his entire body shuddered, as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. Water-fire dragon slay. 2 beams of light, one blue and one red, resembling 2 dragons, carrying the 8th tier water-fire intent, instantly pierced through Aoduan's body. Divine talent. Aten's eyes filled with despair as his body began to shatter. Chapter 66, The Difficulty of Understanding Spatial Intentions. The innate divine ability is truly powerful. I've only just awakened my innate divine ability, and I've already defeated a great master of the Scaled Clan. Li Haoyang spoke with a hint of excitement. Without his innate divine ability, he would have at most fought to a standstill with this Scaled Clan Grandmaster, but by using his innate divine ability, he had instantly killed the opponent. Of course, the opponent had been careless, not expecting him to possess a natural talent. Otherwise, if he had done everything in his power to evade the attack, Li Haoyang's natural talent might not have hit him. After killing the Scaled Clan Grandmaster, Li Haoyang joyfully looted the various rare treasures from his body. He's truly wealthy. He has so many rare treasures, including a mid-grade rare treasure. With so many rare treasures in his possession, Li Haoyang was in high spirits. Whoosh! Yi Tian appeared here. Master, you're so amazing. You actually killed a great master of the Scaled Clan. Yi Tian praised him wildly. Enough. It was just a junior grandmaster. Li Haoyang humbly replied. Master, what technique did you use to kill that Scaled Clan Grandmaster? It didn't seem like an... Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Haoyang, who had just killed the Scaled Clan's Grandmaster, was in a good mood and patiently explained to Yi Tian, what I just used was my innate divine ability, which surpasses supernatural techniques. The most powerful is only S rank, and there are no SS rank above that. Above are innate divine abilities, and any innate divine ability surpasses S rank. For example, mine is a B rank innate divine ability called Water-Fire Dragon Slayer, which uses the power of water and fire to directly shred the enemy's body. Innate divine ability. Yi Tian was very interested. Master, how does one cultivate an innate divine ability? He desperately wanted to master one. His power would be unmatched. Li Haoyang smiled and said, don't even think about it for now. To possess a natural divine ability, it's not something you can cultivate, it's something you awaken. In fact, natural divine abilities are also imitations of the alien races from the underground world. For example, my water-fire dragon slaying technique is a natural divine ability. I first cultivated the water-fire dragon body, then broke through to the Grandmaster realm before I could awaken my natural divine ability. Therefore, if you want to obtain a natural talent, you must first cultivate a special physique and then break through to the Grandmaster realm. There is no other way. Of course, it's possible that I'm simply lacking in knowledge, but based on what I know, this is the only method. So that means I can't obtain an innate divine ability before reaching the Grandmaster realm? Yi Tian sighed. That's correct. Li Haoyang replied softly. If one awakens innate divine abilities, wouldn't all the cultivation of other techniques be wasted? Wouldn't they be useless in the future? Yi Tian asked again. How could they be useless? Li Haoyang explained again, innate divine abilities consume too much of one's own energy. Even I, at my current level, can only use them 3 times at most. They cannot be used as regular techniques. The true regular techniques are still the strange arts. Moreover, cultivating a special physique may allow one to transform the corresponding strange arts into innate divine abilities. For example, if you know the golden body technique and you cultivate the Vajra body special physique, you might awaken the golden body divine ability, which is essentially the golden body technique transformed into a natural divine ability. I see. Yi Tian began to understand. Yi Tian, return. Li Haoyang led Yi Tian toward the Donghai fortress. On the way, Yi Tian mentioned the recent incident at the East Sea fortress where a fake mission was transmitted. Li Haoyang frowned. It seems a member of the demon god cult has infiltrated the Donghai fortress. I will have the Donghai fortress investigate and ensure the culprit is apprehended. Soon. They returned to the Donghai fortress. Li Haoyang immediately ordered the fortress to be sealed off and began investigating who had relayed the message to Yi Tian. Even if the dark god cult member had erased all traces, there were still ways to track them down. Sure enough. Within half an hour, a staff member who had worked diligently at the Donghai fortress for 10 years was apprehended. However, he was not a core member of the Demon God Society and knew little of the intelligence, so he was executed. The Scaled Clan. Imperial City. Jinbul's expression was grim at that moment. He had already received word that Aatan was dead, killed by Li Haoyang, the newly promoted Grandmaster of the Donghai fortress. Moreover, Yi Tian had been assassinated once before and would certainly be cautious. Even if he were to act personally, success was far from guaranteed. Moreover, he dared not venture into the Eastern Sea fortress, that would be suicide. He then sent a message to the Shadow Messenger, ordering them to abandon the mission for now. The Scaled Clan had already lost a Grandmaster, and he couldn't continue the assassination. If the Shadow Messenger still wanted to kill Yi Tian, he would have to find someone else. The Scaled Clan didn't want to lose another Grandmaster. Of course. If a suitable opportunity arises, the Scaled Clan will act again. Somewhere in Xia Kingdom. A secluded location. The ghost Shadow Messenger was shrouded in a black robe, holding a piece of intelligence in his hand, and revealed a sinister smile. What a formidable youngster. To survive the hands of a Scaled Clan Grandmaster and hold on until reinforcements arrived at the East Sea Fortress, how did he manage that? Could it be that he possesses a rare life-saving artifact? The Shadow Messenger couldn't fathom it. But clearly, now was not the time to continue the assassination. He must find a suitable opportunity. After being targeted once, Yi Tian did indeed lie low for a while. He would only train within a 5-kilometer radius of the East Sea Fortress, never venturing too far. Through his diligent cultivation, his cultivation level rose rapidly. Additionally, he was striving to comprehend the spatial realm. However, without an S-rank spatial artifact or many spatial techniques to practice, he found it difficult to break through this barrier. No matter how high his intuition became, it was like a rootless floating reed, useless. It's like a genius who has no textbooks to study, he still won't be able to solve those problems. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Yi Tian arrived at his mentor Li Haoyang's residence. Greetings, mentor. Yi Tian smiled and called out. What brings you here? Are you here to spar with me on close combat techniques? But once you reach the realm of intent, no amount of sparring will improve your skills much. Li Haoyang said. Master, I've come to ask you for advice on something, Yi Tian stated his request. I want to comprehend the spatial realm. If I can master the spatial realm, that Scaled Clan Grandmaster won't stand a chance against me next time. Spatial realm. Li Haoyang sucked in a breath. Yi Tian's goal was truly lofty. Cough, cough. Yi Tian, the difficulty of comprehending the spatial realm is more than 10 times that of other realms. The 9th tier spatial realm is on par with the 8th tier of other realms. Moreover, the hardest part of the spatial realm is the entry level. It's far more challenging than comprehending sword intent or blade intent. Li Haoyang said. Master, I know it's difficult, that's why I'm asking you for guidance. Yi Tian pleaded earnestly. Li Haoyang remained silent, deep in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. You're extraordinary. Perhaps by directly observing a spatial fissure, you might have a sliver of hope to grasp spatial intent. Spatial fissures? Where can I find them? Yi Tian was curious. The spatial passages and secret realm gates that had been opened were created using array techniques, belonging to solidified spatial passages that did not contain the subtle changes of spatial mysteries, so they were of little help. He had seen them before and had gained no insights. Only naturally formed spatial fissures, which are constantly changing, can reveal the profound power of space and offer a chance to comprehend the essence of spatial dimensions. They exist on Earth. Li Haoyang mentioned a location. Bermuda. Chapter 67, Spatial Fissures, Arrival. Bermuda is a special stretch of ocean on Earth where numerous spatial fissures exist. Yi Tian, the Bermuda Sea is the core region where Earth collides with the underground world. Earth and the underground world are actually still colliding at a slow pace. Just as continental plates collide to form earthquakes, the collision between Earth and the underground world also creates secret realms and spatial fissures. It's the same principle. Li Haoyang explained. Spatial fissures? I'll give it a try. Yi Tian said softly. Li Haoyang smiled. Yi Tian, you have excellent intuition, which is why I suggested you try it. In reality, other spatial ability users would not gain much from going to Bermuda. Additionally, there are many powerful demon beasts there. I will personally escort you there, otherwise, with your current strength, you could easily be killed. He had never been to the Bermuda Triangle either, and his previous strength hadn't dared him to go there. But now, having become a grandmaster of occult arts, he had the confidence to do so. Thank you, master. Yi Tian hurriedly thanked him. Let's go. We're leaving now. Li Haoyang pulled Yi Tian and left the East Sea Fortress, returning to Earth's East Sea City. Bermuda was not part of the Xia Kingdom's territory and was extremely distant from it. Now that the seas are inhabited by demon beasts, and even the skies above are filled with them, there is little contact between nations. Traveling by plane to nearby countries is simply impossible. For those with master level or higher innate abilities, the only way to travel long distances was to board a spirit energy fighter jet. Spiritual energy warplanes are not aircraft manufactured using technology, but rather a fusion of technology and the array formations of the underground world, powered by spiritual stones. A single spirit stone can power a spirit energy fighter jet for 2 hours, allowing it to traverse the entire Earth. Li Haoyang did not possess a spirit energy fighter jet, but Donghai University had one available for rental. Masters or grandmasters could lease it at a reasonable cost, just 3,000 points for a day. Yi Tian, you're a wealthy young man. The points and spirit stones required to rent the psychic fighter jet will be your expense. Li Haoyang said. Mentor, of course. Yi Tian immediately agreed. He had asked Li Haoyang for help, so there was no way he would let Li Haoyang cover the expenses. Soon, Li Haoyang completed the rental procedures for the spirit energy fighter jet. Yi Tian paid 1,000 points and purchased insurance. In case of an accident, if the psychic fighter jet was destroyed, the insurance would cover the losses. Otherwise, even Li Haoyang wouldn't be able to afford it. This is the psychic fighter jet. Yi Tian arrived at the airport of Donghai University and saw the psychic fighter jet parked there, his eyes gleaming with desire. This psychic fighter jet was like a dream come true, both in appearance and performance, far surpassing the fighter jets of his previous life. In this world, technology may be lacking, but when combined with mysterious forces, it can create incredibly powerful things. Spiritual energy fighters and the Sky Network were no exceptions. Upon entering the psychic fighter jet, Yi Tian took out a psychic stone and placed it in a recess on the jet. The next moment, all the lights on the psychic fighter jet lit up. The psychic fighter jet activated its autopilot mode, requiring no manual operation. Li Haoyang entered the destination and pressed the start button, causing the entire spirit energy fighter to take off. In no time, the spirit energy fighter jet soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Along the way, the psychic fighter jet soared through the sky at an incredibly terrifying speed, crossing one city after another in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a massive bird-like demon beast appeared outside the psychic fighter jet, its power clearly reaching the 4th level. A level 4 demon beast was on par with a master. However, the psychic fighter jet fired a beam of light, instantly piercing the level 4 demon beast and killing it, without Li Haoyang needing to intercept it. Master, can the psychic fighter jet also fire attacks? Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Haoyang explained, the spirit energy fighter is essentially an artificial artifact, and an intelligent one at that. It is naturally equipped with an attack array. The attack you just witnessed was the concentration of spiritual energy into a single point, followed by an explosive release. Whenever the spirit energy fighter faces danger, it will activate its attack. As long as it doesn't encounter a level 5 demon beast, it can eliminate it. By the way, the spirit energy fighter stores spirit stones internally. The attack you just used drew energy from the stored reserves. You'll need to replenish it with 10 spirit stones. Li Haoyang's words made Yi Tian's lips twitch. So this attack technique requires him to pay for it? That 4th level demon beast from earlier, he could have handled it himself. 10 spirit stones were a huge fortune even for a master. Using the spirit energy warplane is really expensive. Yi Tian sighed. Li Haoyang smiled and said, the spirit energy war machine isn't meant for ordinary grandmasters. It's for great grandmasters or even supreme grandmasters. 10 spirit stones are just pocket change for them. Soon, an hour had passed. Bermuda had arrived. At that moment, the spirit energy warplane activated its hover mode and came to a stop hundreds of meters above the ground. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang stepped out of the spirit energy fighter. A pair of fiery wings appeared behind Li Haoyang, allowing him to fly upward and remain suspended in the air. Even a grandmaster couldn't fly out of thin air, not even an extreme path grandmaster. They all needed to rely on flight-type supernatural techniques. Yi Tian, however, activated his S-rank supernatural technique, wind feather technique, effortlessly hovering in the air with even greater ease than Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, that's the S-rank wind feather technique. You've mastered it? And you've even reached the perfected realm. Li Haoyang was utterly shocked. The wind feather technique was the technique he had traded to Yi Tian. In such a short time, Yi Tian had already cultivated an S-rank supernatural technique to perfection. What kind of insight does he have? Moreover, Yi Tian actually possessed an S-rank wind attribute innate ability, something Li Haoyang had never known about before. Yeah, I just kept practicing, and it reached perfection on its own. Yi Tian said casually. Li Haoyang rolled his eyes. That was pure bragging. Let's go. This area has many spatial fissures. Don't fly around recklessly, and don't fly too fast. Otherwise, you'll be torn apart by the spatial fissures and die instantly. Even if you're a spatial talent, you might not be able to withstand them. Li Haoyang warned. Yes, mentor. Yi Tian replied. They continued flying and soon encountered a thin spatial fissure. This spatial fissure was about a meter long, gently fluctuating and twisting, indicating that it was still active and hadn't solidified. This is a spatial fissure, though a small one. There are other spatial fissures nearby. You can study them on your own. I plan to explore the area and engage in combat with some 5th-tier demon beasts for some training. Li Haoyang said. Master, go ahead. Yi Tian said. Remember, if you encounter any danger, contact me immediately for assistance. After giving his instructions, Li Haoyang flew away immediately. After Li Haoyang left, Yi Tian activated his insight technique, causing his insight to surge, and then began to study this spatial fissure. Huh, it's working! Yi Tian exclaimed in delight. Chapter 68, Grasping the Essence of Spatial Intent. Previously, no matter how hard Yi Tian tried to comprehend the spatial realm, he couldn't grasp it at all, let alone gain the slightest insight. But now, as he contemplated this spatial fissure, a faint glimmer of understanding began to emerge. This indicated that as long as he continued to meditate, there was still hope of comprehending the spatial realm. However, he had another thought at that moment. Could he touch the spatial fissure and draw upon the power of space? He had the innate ability to enhance his potential by touching anything, and since the spatial fissure was a natural formation containing the mysteries of space, it should also contain spatial energy. Perhaps it would be effective for his rank spatial type innate ability potential. If he could elevate his spatial type innate ability potential to S rank, that would be a huge gain. Give it a try? Yi Tian thought to himself. Immediately, he touched the spatial fissure with a single finger. Even if he were injured, he could heal himself, it wouldn't be a big deal. His finger slowly touched the spatial fissure. When it made contact, a surge of spatial energy swept toward him, as if trying to sever his finger. At that moment, he activated the golden body technique and the 5 elements wheel, using the 5 elements wheel to protect his physical body while allowing only a tiny bit of flesh on his finger to touch the spatial fissure, ensuring the injury wouldn't worsen. At that moment, he felt the flesh on his fingers slowly disintegrating, but the situation was still manageable. Seconds ticked by, and about half an hour later. Spatial power +1. Yi Tian felt quite excited inside. The spatial fissure could indeed enhance the potential of an A-rank spatial ability, and this fissure was merely a small one. If he were to seek out a much larger spatial fissure, perhaps he could truly accelerate the development of his spatial abilities. Go find a larger spatial fissure. Yi Tian flew off in another direction, searching for other spatial fissures. This spatial fissure is 6 meters long, not bad, but still not long enough. Keep searching. This one is 7 meters, still not long enough. Yi Tian continued searching in this area and soon found a satisfactory spatial fissure. Boom! A spatial fissure stretching over 100 meters spanned the sky, as if devouring everything around it, and the fissure was constantly shifting. Yi Tian approached it and sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the spatial fissure. He touched it slightly, and the skin on his fingertips vanished instantly. However, he didn't care about the loss of flesh and blood, using various healing techniques to heal the wound and continued to touch it. Soon. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. Still, such a large spatial fissure, the spatial power being absorbed is faster and more abundant. Yi Tian stayed there and used his battle ring to notify his mentor, Li Haoyang. Immediately, he stayed there, touching the spatial fissure while using the enlightenment technique to enhance his insight and comprehend the spatial realm. Time slowly passed. An hour passed, and Li Haoyang returned briefly. Seeing that Yi Tian had nothing to do, he left again. 2 hours later, a terrifying level 4 peak demon beast, accompanied by a large group of ordinary level 4 demon beasts and numerous level 3 demon beasts, roamed the area. Yi Tian immediately notified Li Haoyang, who came over and slaughtered the entire group of demon beasts, preventing them from disturbing Yi Tian's cultivation of the spatial intent. Night fell. Starlight shone on the sea surface, and demon beasts swam in the depths of the ocean. Even through the moonlight, one could see vast shadows in the water. Those with weak hearts would tremble uncontrollably in such an environment. However, Yi Tian remained silent, absorbed in his meditation, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Li Haoyang did not stay to accompany Yi Tian. Instead, he remained in the spiritual energy battle machine, silently cultivating his realm of intent. Occasionally, he would ascend to the sea surface to practice water-based techniques and cultivate his innate divine ability, the Water Fire Dragon Slayer. He would only stay here for 3 days. If Yi Tian hadn't grasped the spatial intent by then, he would have to return. After all, he had only borrowed the spiritual energy battle machine for 3 days. Moreover, he had his own matters to attend to and couldn't keep hanging around with Yi Tian all the time. A few more hours passed. Deep into the night, Yi Tian smiled. The power of spatial intent emanated from his body. 9th sequence spatial intent 1 point. Seeing the spatial intent on the data panel, he felt elated. Another hour passed. His spatial type innate ability potential finally rose from a rank to S rank, and his physical prowess improved slightly. I've finally upgraded my spatial ability to S rank. Now I can cultivate S rank spatial techniques. Yi Tian was thrilled. However, obtaining an S-rank spatial technique was still extremely challenging, and he had no immediate solution. Over the next 2 days, he continued to meditate on the spatial realm, but the S-rank spatial talent ability was extremely difficult to further enhance. He could only absorb a small amount of spatial energy from the spatial fissures, perhaps just a tiny bit each day. Moreover, it would become increasingly difficult, until he could no longer absorb any spatial energy at all. Therefore, continuing to absorb spatial energy was a waste of time. Yi Tian, we need to leave. Li Haoyang flew over to remind him. Master, thank you for everything these past few days. Yi Tian stood up and followed Li Haoyang onto the spiritual energy fighter jet. Yi Tian, have you grasped the spatial intent yet? He hadn't paid much attention to Yi Tian, so he wasn't aware of his cultivation progress. However, he felt that merely studying spatial fissures made it highly unlikely that one could comprehend the spatial realm. However, Yi Tian nodded, I have. Really? Li Haoyang was stunned. Yi Tian didn't say anything else. Instead, he activated a spatial blade. A miniature spatial blade, resembling a small knife, hovered above his index finger. This level of control, coupled with the spatial intent energy emanating from it, left no doubt that Yi Tian had truly grasped the essence of spatial intent power. He's actually truly grasped it. Li Haoyang was greatly surprised. Is spatial intent really that easy to grasp? According to the information he had received, it was extremely difficult to grasp. Even the spatial talented individuals from Xia Kingdom had paid an unimaginable price and spent countless years striving to comprehend spatial intent. Yet here, with Yi Tian, it seemed effortless. A prodigy, Li Haoyang remarked. Soon, they boarded the psychic warplanes and returned to Donghai University. Upon their return, Li Haoyang left, clearly busy with other matters. Yi Tian entered Donghai Fortress and continued his cultivation. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Supernatural Arts Master. Innate abilities, Darkness type S rank 1 100, Mental type B rank 1 100, Water type S rank 1 100, Fire type S rank 1 100, Wood type S rank 1 100, Metal type S rank 1 100, Earth type S rank 1 100, Space type S rank 1 100, Wind type S rank 1 100. Special techniques, S rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique Mastered, S rank Wood Realm Technique Mastered, S rank Great Sun True Fire Mastered, S rank Wind Feather Technique Mastered, S rank Great Earth Escape Technique Mastered, S rank Water Substitution Technique Mastered. Mutated Special Techniques, Grade A 5 Elements Will Mastered, Grade B Dark Fire Mastered, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique Mastered. Intent, 8th Sequence Mental Intent 10% Mastery, 8th Sequence Fire Intent 30% Mastery, 8th Sequence Wood Intent 40% Mastery, 8th Sequence Earth Intent 30% Mastery, 8th Sequence Water Intent 40% Mastery, 9th Sequence Darkness Intent 70% Mastery, 9th Sequence Sword Intent 70% Mastery, 9th Sequence Space Intent 10% Mastery. The spatial intent has reached the 10% realm of the 9th sequence, but its actual power already rivals that of an ordinary 8th sequence intent at the 10% realm. With his mastery of spatial intent, even a great master would struggle to catch up to him. In the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. During a cultivation session, Yi Tian broke through the constraints and advanced from a high-ranked Divine Art Master to the peak Divine Art Master realm. Reaching this realm means he can now challenge the realm of an Art Master. Chapter 69, S-Rank Spatial Martial Arts, Spatial Travel. To break through from the peak of the Master Realm to the Grandmaster Realm, one must comprehend the 9th sequence of intent. Since Yi Tiandu had already grasped the 8th sequence as Realm of Intent, breaking through to the Master of Extraordinary Techniques was naturally much easier for him. Of course, Yi Tian would not immediately attempt to break through to the Anomaly Master Realm. He needed to further consolidate and stabilize his cultivation before making another attempt. Over the next 10 or so days, he did not contemplate any realms of understanding but focused solely on cultivating his spatial techniques to enhance his spatial abilities. Gradually, his cultivation reached the peak of the Master of Unconventional Arts realm. It's time to break through to the Master of the realm. Yi Tian murmured. East Sea Fortress Residence. Yi Tian began using the 8th sequence of the Golden Elemental Realm to stimulate his supernatural organs, causing them to undergo a metamorphosis and break through to the realm of a Master of Supernatural Arts. He had already studied this aspect of knowledge in detail, so he was no stranger to the process. Under the stimulation of the 8th tier Golden Elemental Intent, his Golden Elemental ability organs began to gradually transform. During the transformation process, the celestial and terrestrial chi from the outside world surged into his Gold Elemental ability organs, causing his Gold Elemental ability power to transform into a higher tier Gold Elemental ability power. After a long time, Yi Tian's cultivation officially broke through, reaching the initial stage of the Master of Supernatural Arts realm. However, he did not immediately emerge from seclusion but continued to stimulate his Wood-type ability organs with the Wood-type ability energy from the 8th sequence. He possessed multiple ability organs, and he intended to stimulate each one individually, ensuring that all his ability organs underwent a single transformation. In doing so, he effectively broke through multiple times, making his extraordinary physique incredibly powerful. Wood attributed organ transformation. Water attribute organ transformation. Fire type organ transformation. Earth type organ transformation. Spatial type organ transformation. Dark type organ transformation. The wind type organs have not broken through the realm because he has not yet grasped the essence of the wind type realm. Mainly because he practices too many things every day, leaving him no time to comprehend the essence of the wind element. Once he has the time, he will master both the wind elemental essence and the spiritual essence, and then transform these two special organs to the master level. My physical prowess is far superior to that of an master. Yi Tian felt as though he could destroy the world with a single punch. With his current strength, he is no match for his mentor Li Haoyang, but when facing an opponent like the Scaled Clan Grandmaster Otan, he still has a chance to hold his own. East Sea Fortress, Supernatural Ability Association. Yi Tian first registered and obtained the title of Master of Supernatural Arts. Then, he went to the Hall of War Merits. The Hall of Battle Merits only allowed masters to exchange for S-rank supernatural abilities. He hadn't been qualified to exchange for S-rank abilities before, but now he was. He currently doesn't lack other S-rank abilities, he only wants to exchange for an S-rank spatial ability. I want to see the S-rank spatial abilities. Yi Tian said. The staff retrieved the list of S-rank spatial techniques and showed it to Yi Tian. There are only 3 S-rank spatial techniques. Moreover, the price of each S-rank spatial technique was extremely exorbitant, with the cheapest requiring 30,000 battle merits and the most expensive one demanding 60,000 battle merits. It was only because he had killed so many Black Scaled Clan geniuses and 4 Golden Scaled Clan members in his last battle that he had obtained such a large amount of battle merits, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. I'll take it. Yi Tian selected the highest tier S-rank spatial technique, Spatial Walking. Spatial Walking is an S-rank technique that allows one to move through the interstices of space. Once activated, the user can hide within these interstices, and unless the opponent can pierce the spatial barrier, they will remain undetected. Spatial walking is a spatial technique that combines escape, assassination, and concealment abilities, making it incredibly versatile. A gifted individual who masters spatial walking is an absolute nightmare for enemies. If I had mastered spatial walking when I first encountered that Scaled Clan Grandmaster, I could have hidden within the spatial interstices, and he wouldn't even have had the chance to injure me. Moreover, I could have left at any time. Yi Tian thought to himself. This spatial technique is undoubtedly terrifying. If combined with his close combat weapon techniques, he would be the ultimate assassin. Of course, spatial movement isn't invincible. There are some S-rank techniques or innate abilities that can break through the trajectory of spatial movement and even injure someone in that state. Therefore, even if one masters spatial walking, one must not become overly arrogant. Exchange for the spatial movement spatial technique. Yi Tian said. The staff member was surprised that Yi Tian was willing to spend 6,000 battle merits to exchange for spatial movement. Could Yi Tian be an S-rank spatial type innate ability user? But she had never heard of an S-rank spatial type innate ability user being born in Donghai City. Of course, as a staff member of Donghai Fortress, she didn't ask any further questions. Since Yi wanted to exchange for the S-rank spatial technique spatial walking, she processed the exchange for him. Soon, Yi successfully exchanged it and obtained the spatial travel inheritance sphere. Upon returning, Yi accepted the inheritance and obtained the cultivation methods for spatial walking. Next, I'll cultivate spatial walking and strive to master it to perfection within a few days. Yi said urgently. Spatial travel, this spatial technique, is extremely difficult to cultivate, being several times, or even 10 times, harder than other S-rank techniques. Fortunately, Yi had grasped the spatial intent and used the insight technique to enhance his comprehension, otherwise, relying solely on his own abilities, he wouldn't even be able to enter the door in a month. Under Yi relentless cultivation, he finally mastered the basics of spatial travel. Then came the minor achievement realm. The advanced stage. By the 5th day, he had finally perfected spatial walking. At the beginner level, spatial walking could hide in the spatial layers for 1 minute. At the minor achievement level, it could hide for 2 minutes. At the major achievement level, it could hide for 10 minutes. As for the mastery stage of spatial travel, that was truly remarkable. It could hide within the spatial interstices for half an hour. With half an hour, he could escape far away. If he wanted to track someone, it was a breeze. And assassination was even more convenient. Having mastered spatial movement, I no longer fear assassination. Instead, I can easily assassinate others. He estimated that he was the only person in Donghai City, and perhaps even in Jiang Province, who had mastered spatial travel. However, he knew for certain that he wasn't the only one in Xia Nation, as he was aware of a powerful spatial talent with abilities surpassing even a grandmaster, a legendary master whose fame echoed throughout the entire nation. Having mastered spatial travel, I should celebrate by killing a few scaled clan members for fun. Yi thought to himself. The underground world. Dragon Scale Mountain. This area is close to the Scaled Tribe's territory and far from the East Sea Fortress, so few humans dare to come here. At that moment, 3 white-scaled clan masters of mystical arts were searching for resources here while patrolling the area to prevent any humans from entering this region. Suddenly, one of the white-scaled clan members was pierced by a sword and fell to the ground. This scene filled the other 2 white-scaled clan members with terror. They had not noticed anyone else, yet their comrade had been killed. What kind of technique was that? The next moment, a white-scaled clan master of mystical arts had his throat slit by a sword. As he lay dying, he saw clearly. It was a hand that emerged from the void, holding a mid-grade magical sword, striking downwards. Then, the last member of the white-scaled clan was also killed by Yi. After killing the 3 white-scaled clan members, Yi retrieved the storage rings from their bodies before once again activating his spatial travel ability to enter the spatial layer and depart. Next, he relied on spatial travel to continuously hunt and kill the scaled clan members in the area, killing a total of 100 before deciding to leave. This was mainly because the duration of the spatial movement technique had expired. If he continued to use it to retreat into the spatial interlayer, he would suffer spatial backlash, requiring half a day to recover. Among the slain scaled clan members was a scaled clan grandmaster. A great master of the scaled tribe came to investigate but found nothing. However, the blame for this incident would undoubtedly be attributed to the humans. Chapter 70, The Great 5 Elements Wheel. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Yi returned and met Qin Susu. At this point, Qin Susu was no longer a master of the supernatural arts but a grandmaster of the supernatural arts. No wonder I haven't seen Senior Qin lately. You were working on becoming a master of supernatural arts. He walked over and greeted Qin Susu. Senior Qin, congratulations on breaking through to the master level. Qin Susu smiled faintly. Congratulations to you as well for becoming a master. You haven't even entered your 2nd year of university yet, and your cultivation has already reached the master level. Compared to you, I feel utterly discouraged. During their conversation, he learned that besides Qin Susu, Xiaoya and Zhang Xiaowo had also broken through to the master level of supernatural arts. This was all thanks to the 10,000 forms realm. Without it, the chances of breaking through to the master of mystical arts realm would have been very low. It wasn't just Qin Susu and the others who had broken through in recent times. Jiang Province had seen the emergence of numerous other, significantly strengthening the core forces. All of this was thanks to Yi. Without him, these people would have all died at the hands of the scaled clan. Reaching the master of mystical arts realm is extremely difficult, and Yi cannot expect to advance from a junior master of mystical arts to an intermediate one in a short period of time. Therefore, he decided to devote a significant amount of time to creating mutated. For example, the 5 elements wheel mutant art. This mutated technique is an A-rank mutated technique, far more powerful than most S-rank techniques. However, it pales in comparison to innate divine abilities and even falls short of S-rank spatial techniques. If the 5 elements wheel is not perfected, this mutated technique may eventually be discarded by him. Therefore, he planned to refine the 5 elements wheel mutated art to the level of an S-rank mutated art. This would make his defense even more terrifying, and if transformed into a domain, its power would be even more formidable. To transform the 5 elements wheel into an S-rank mutant technique, one must master multiple S-rank 5 elements related techniques. I must strive to create the S-rank mutant technique 5 elements wheel before heading to the Sword Realm. Yi Tian thought to himself. In the days that followed, he diligently cultivated various S-rank techniques, deepening his understanding of the 5 elements. At the same time, he repeatedly attempted to create the technique, constantly casting the Tao comprehending technique. One after another, his innate abilities were consumed, but they also recovered rapidly. To this end, he even used some S-rank treasures to restore the potential of his innate abilities. 10 days. Half a month. 1 month. Finally, with only 6 days remaining before the Sword Realm opened, Yi Tian successfully created the 5 elements mutant technique, the 5 elements wheel, whose power far surpassed that of the A-rank mutant technique, the 5 elements wheel. Let's change the name. Calling it the 5 elements wheel isn't very good. Let's call it the S-rank mutated technique, the Great 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian named it. After creating the Great 5 Elements Wheel, he discovered that his 5 elements intent had improved. The 8th sequence metal elemental realm had reached the 15% realm, while the other 4 realms had all reached the 10% realm. With the enhancement of his 5 elements intentions, combined with the S-rank Great 5 Elements Wheel, and his current breakthrough to the initial stage of the Mutant Technique Master Realm, even attacks from a scaled clan Grandmaster couldn't break through his defenses. An S-rank 5 elements mutation technique should be on par with a typical defensive type innate divine ability, right? Yi Tian speculated. Wu City. Yi Tian arrived here alone, intending to pass through the Wu City fortress to reach the Sword Clan's territory, the Sword Realm. The Sword Realm was about to open, and since he possessed the Sword Realm order, he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Wu City was not as powerful as Donghai City on the surface, it didn't even have a Grandmaster. However, no city in Xia Kingdom should be underestimated. Take Wuqing, for example. No one dared to underestimate this city. Especially the Wuqing Fortress, which borders the Sword Clan and faces no external threats, has developed into a thriving area. Many powerful individuals aspire to settle in the Sword Clan's territory, causing property prices in the Wuqing Fortress to skyrocket. According to Yi Tian's knowledge, the Wuqing Fortress is guarded by an extreme Dao Grandmaster, 6 Grandmasters, and numerous other masters. Additionally, foreign Grandmasters frequently visit the fortress to exchange knowledge or conduct trade with the Sword Clan. Therefore, those with extraordinary abilities living in Wuqing Fortress enjoy a very comfortable life. Of course, if wars break out in other fortresses, the strong warriors of Wuqing must go to provide support. Yi Tian is from Donghai City. To enter Wuqing Fortress, he must undergo strict checks to confirm his identity before being allowed entry. After undergoing the checks, Yi Tian entered the Wuqing Fortress. At this point, there were only 2 days left before the Sword Realm opened, so Yi Tian was in no hurry to go to the Sword Clan. He stayed in the Wuqing Fortress, waiting until the final day to head to the Sword Clan. Wuqing War Merit Hall. Yi Tian entered the hall to look around. War merits were universally recognized across all major fortresses in the Xia Kingdom, allowing him to exchange them for items at the Wuqing Fortress. However, he would need to pay a foreign tax. This tax was 10%, so most gifted individuals did not exchange items at other fortresses. It was simply not worth it. However, each fortress has different resources and treasures. Perhaps the Wu City Fortress has something he needs. He searched for a long time but didn't find any treasures that surprised him. But half an hour later, he actually found something worthwhile. A great mental energy material spirit crystal, value, 3,000 battle merits. Mental type materials are rare, and a grade mental type materials are even more so. He had rarely seen any mental type materials in the Donghai Fortress, and most of them were low-grade ones, with the highest being B-grade mental type materials. Therefore, his mental ability had always been B-grade, as he simply couldn't afford A-grade mental materials. He never expected to come across an A-grade mental material here in Wuqing. Without hesitation, he bought it outright. Even if it meant paying an extra 10% in fees, that was only an additional 300 battle points, a sum he didn't bat an eyelid at. I want the spirit crystal, Yi Tian said. Soon, the exchange for the spirit crystal was successful, and it was in his hands. Touching the spirit crystal. Spiritual power +1. Spiritual power +1. This is indeed a valuable item. With this spirit crystal, the potential of my mental abilities can be upgraded to a rank. Yi Tian also thought about how he could now cultivate A-rank mental abilities. The current B-rank mental abilities were too basic for him, and compared to other techniques, they were too ordinary. He naturally needed to level up. He then exchanged for an A-rank mental technique in the Hall of Battle Merits, the Void Shattering Bell. This was the best A-rank mental technique available, combining both offensive and defensive capabilities. Compared to his previous mental techniques, it was like night and day. Of course, the price of the Void Shattering Bell was also exorbitant, costing him a whopping 2,000 battle merits, and that was just for a single A-rank mental technique. 2 days isn't enough time. I need to enhance the potential of my mental talent and cultivate it to the initial stage. That should barely be enough. Yi Tian thought to himself. The next day, with the help of the spirit crystal, Yi Tian's potential and his mental abilities reached grade A, and he began cultivating the Jinkong Zhong. After spending the entire morning, he successfully cultivated the earth-shattering bell to the beginner's realm. I must head to the Sword Clan. Tomorrow is the day the Sword Realm opens. If I miss it, it'll be trouble. He set off from the Wuching fortress, heading toward a city of the Sword Clan, Jianyun City. Not long after, he arrived at Jianyun City. At that moment, he saw a terrifying giant sword standing over 1,000 meters tall, planted at the center of Jianyun City, its blade soaring straight into the sky. What's more, it was a real sword. This sword must be the Jian clan's top-tier treasure, the Tianyun sword. Yi Tian speculated. Chapter 71, The Sword Spirit and Insights into the Way of the Sword. Although the Sword Clan was not powerful, it was by no means weak. There were many strong members of the Sword Clan within Sword Cloud City, and even if this high-grade treasure were placed here, no one would dare to take it. This Tianyun sword has even become an iconic landmark of Jianyun City. Yi Tian presented his identity token, which was verified by the city authorities, and was finally granted entry into Jianyun City. Here, he also encountered the Sword Clan. The appearance of the Sword Clan is somewhat similar to humans, but their skin is vastly different. Humans have numerous pores on their skin, while the Sword Clan's skin is covered in vertical lines, similar to the vertical lines on the palm of a hand, though much shallower. These vertical lines resembled sword scars, arranged in a highly orderly pattern. If one were to look from a distance, especially with a bit of nearsightedness, the beautiful women of the Sword Clan would truly be stunning. However, his eyes were too sharp. When he looked at these beautiful women of the Sword Clan, the vertical lines were too clear, densely packed and somewhat unsettling. Even the most beautiful women of the Sword Clan were difficult for him to look at directly. Sword Cloud Hall. Yi Tian arrived here and met the head of the place, the Sword Clan Grandmaster Yunlin, and presented his Sword Realm Order. Yunlin inspected the Sword Realm Order in Yi Tian's hand and nodded slightly. This is indeed the Sword Realm Order issued by our Sword Clan to your human race. According to your human time, assemble at the entrance of the Sword Cloud Hall at 8 a.m. I will escort you to the Sword Realm. Remember, do not wander off during this time. If you miss the deadline, you will have to wait for the next Sword Realm opening. Thank you for your reminder, Grandmaster Yunlin. Yi Tian replied. Yunlin gave a few more instructions before leaving. Yi Tian then wandered around the area designated by the Sword Clan. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. It's him, Su Xingchen. Yi Tian saw Su Xingchen, and Su Xingchen also saw Yi Tian. Su Xingchen. Yi Tian. The two greeted each other. Yi Tian noticed that Su Xingchen's cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the advanced sorcery master realm. His body emanated an unfamiliar aura, like invisible sword chi pressing down on the surrounding air. This must be The two chatted for a while and soon the topic turned to the Sword Realm. Yi Tian, once we enter the Sword Realm, we should first kill as many sword spirits as possible. Killing sword spirits grants insights into the way of the sword. If we kill enough of them, our comprehension of thee will be greatly enhanced. Additionally, within the Sword Realm, we may very well face suppression from the Sword Clan's geniuses, but there's no need to fear them. The Sword Clan's strength ultimately pales in comparison to ours. As long as we don't kill any members of the Sword Clan, there shouldn't be any issues. Su Xingchen reminded him. Understood. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Before they knew it, time had passed. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tian, Su Xingchen, and 30 other humans waited at the entrance of the Sword Cloud Hall. Yi Tian noticed that among these humans were even 6 Grand Masters, none of whom were over 30 years old, and thus naturally qualified to enter the Sword Realm. Soon, Grandmaster Yunlin arrived. Follow me. She led the 30 humans toward the Sword Realm. The entrance to the Sword Realm was near Sword Cloud City, and soon they arrived at the entrance. At the same time, hundreds of Sword Clan geniuses had already arrived here and would enter together with the 30 humans. Boom! The Sword Realm opened. Hold the Sword Realm Order and enter. Master Yunlin declared. Whoosh! Yi Tian and the others all held the Sword Realm Order and passed through the entrance to the Sword Realm. The Sword Realm. Yi Tian entered and his expression immediately changed. His entire body's supernatural abilities seemed to be sealed by a force, rendering them unusable. Su Xingchen, seeing Yi Tian's expression, knew what was happening and explained, Yi Tian, I forgot to tell you, within the Sword Realm, you cannot use your supernatural abilities. You can only rely on your physical prowess and sword techniques. Sword intent can be used, but other forms of intent are prohibited. I see. Yi Tian understood. Everyone, I'll be going first. Su Xingchen left. The others followed suit and departed one by one. For them, killing the sword spirits first was the most advantageous move. If they went to study the first, by the time the sword spirit was killed, there would be no sword spirit left. Moreover, without the sword cultivation insights gained from killing the sword spirits, the benefits they would gain from comprehending the primordial sword steel would be minimal. This was a conclusion drawn from repeated experiments. What are sword spirits? Yi Tian quickly understood. A white light appeared in his perception, and the sword spirit was completely formed by countless sword energies. Kill! Yi Tian unleashed his sword intent and engaged the sword spirit in combat. The sword spirit was no pushover, possessing the strength of an ordinary master and the skill of a perfect level sword technique. To Yi Tian, such a sword spirit was weak. Puff! A single strike killed it instantly, and the sword spirit disintegrated. However, a white light merged into his soul, bringing forth numerous insights into the way of the sword. But there was no time to ponder them one by one. Keep searching for sword spirits. Yi Tian utilized his exceptional physical prowess to move at blinding speeds through the sword realm. Unfortunately, I can't use spatial techniques. Otherwise, I could use teleportation to find the sword spirit easily. Yi Tian soon found another sword spirit. This sword spirit was slightly stronger, but it was still no match for him. Puff! Another one-hit kill. White light merged into his soul, and numerous insights surged forth, as if they had been accumulated deep within his soul, waiting for him to silently ponder them. However, just as he found the third sword spirit, he encountered a sword clan master, and not just any master, but a peak-level master. Human, this sword spirit is mine. Go elsewhere. The other spoke in a commanding tone, his voice brimming with irritation. Yi Tian understood the other's feelings. After all, the sword realm was the domain of the sword clan, yet they had to allocate some spots to humans, effectively taking them away from the sword clan's geniuses. Except for the higher-ups of the sword clan, the lower-ranking members weren't friendly toward humans, but they refrained from causing trouble due to orders. As the humans would say, those who are not of our clan have different hearts. This saying also applied to the sword clan. If the sword clan weren't in such a dire situation, they wouldn't have allied with the human clan. Get out! Yi Tian didn't bother to respond. You're just a lowly master of the initial stage of the, yet you dare speak to me like that? This sword clan master charged directly at Yi Tian, intending to teach him a lesson. The opponent's physical prowess was formidable, and his sword technique had reached the realm of sword intent. According to Yi Tian's estimation, he had reached approximately 30% of the 9th tier sword intent realm. Therefore, he had the confidence to act so arrogantly. But he had underestimated Yi Tian. You're asking for death. Yi Tian swung his sword at the sword clan master. With a loud bang, the opponent's long sword was knocked out of his hand by Yi Tian, who then thrust his sword through the opponent's arm. Get out of here! Yi Tian coldly shouted. The opponent was momentarily stunned. The strength of a human race junior master was far surpassing his own, and his sword intent had reached the 7th level of the 9th sequence. What kind of demonic prodigy was this? Whoosh! He fled quickly, fearing that Yi Tian would sever his other arm, leaving him unable to kill the sword spirit. After the opponent departed, Yi Tian killed the sword spirit and gained some insights into the way of the sword. Chapter 72, the 7th sequence of sword intent. There are far fewer sword spirits now, it won't be easy to encounter them. Yi Tian muttered. He had already killed 11 sword spirits and gained a great deal of insight into the way of the sword, but such insights were invaluable, so he naturally needed to kill more sword spirits. Boom! In the distance, the fluctuations of battle echoed. Yi Tian immediately rushed over. Soon, he saw an enlarged version of a sword spirit, its swordway aura incredibly dense. It was a Grandmaster-level sword spirit. At that moment, 10 Grandmasters of the Sword Clan were surrounding and attacking this Grandmaster-level sword spirit, and the battle had reached its climax. This Grandmaster-level sword spirit's sword intent has definitely reached the 8th tier realm. Yi Tian thought to himself. If this were in the outside world, he wouldn't fear this Grandmaster-level sword spirit. But now, he truly wasn't its match. Suddenly, a Grandmaster of the Sword Clan was sliced through by a single sword strike, sustaining severe injuries, and withdrew from the battle. As time passed, one after another of the Great Sword Clan masters were injured and retreated. However, the sword spirit was also severely injured, covered in sword marks, and its aura was weakening. As for who could kill this sword spirit, that would depend on luck. Whoever kills it will gain the insights of the sword path. Just as only 3 Sword Clan Grandmasters remained, the sword spirit suddenly broke out of the encirclement and began to flee. The sword spirit had no intelligence, but it possessed instinct, and when faced with danger, it naturally fled. And the direction it fled toward was none other than where Yi Tian was standing. What a chance! Yi Tian assumed his stance and, as the opponent approached, instantly unleashed his top-tier sword technique, the heaven-splitting sword technique. Kill! A dazzling sword beam sliced through the void, striking the severely wounded Grandmaster sword spirit. With a loud puff, the sword spirit's body was pierced through, and its form began to dissipate. A massive white light merged into Yi Tian's soul, and this cluster of swordway insights far surpassed anything he had ever experienced before. Human, you're asking for death. The few Sword Clan Grandmasters were furious. They had finally managed to severely wound this sword spirit, only to have Yi Tian steal the victory from them, which enraged them beyond measure. Goodbye. Yi Tian fled swiftly. His physical strength was no less than that of these few Sword Clan grandmasters, though his sword intent realm was slightly lower. However, the realm of sword intent couldn't increase speed. Moreover, these few Sword Clan grandmasters were injured, so their speed naturally couldn't keep up. Therefore, after chasing for a while, they lost track of Yi Tian. Finally, we've shaken them off. Yi Tian sighed in relief. This time, he had struck gold. A sword spirit of the Grandmaster level was likely extremely rare, and by killing one, he had gained so much insight into the way of the sword that there was no need to continue collecting such insights. Thus, he rushed toward thee at full speed. According to the rules, fighting was strictly prohibited near thee, or else one would face severe punishment. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the primordial sword steel. At that moment, a small group of Sword Clan members and humans had gathered there. They were all silently contemplating the Xiantian sword steel, not disturbing one another. Yi Tian also chose a spot, sat cross-legged, fixed his gaze on the Xiantian sword steel, and began his contemplation. Taoist contemplation technique. Boom! Yi Tian's began to surge wildly, as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. As he studied the primordial sword steel, his gaze seemed to peer into the primordial realm of the sword path, revealing numerous profound mysteries of the sword way. However, due to their profound nature, they were difficult to comprehend. At that moment, the sword insights he had previously absorbed surged forth, aiding him in comprehending and mastering these profound truths of the sword way. So, sword art insights are like textbook knowledge, and thee is like a problem set. Just looking at the problem set is hard to understand, and comprehending the essence of the sword takes time. But with the textbook knowledge, it becomes much easier to grasp. Yi Tianming attained enlightenment. And with the assistance of his enlightenment technique, his intuition was truly extraordinary. Therefore, his sword intent realm was improving at an unimaginable speed. 9th tier sword intent, 80% mastery. 9th tier sword intent, 90% mastery. Unbeknownst to him, his 9th sequence sword intent had reached the perfect 10th level. Further contemplation. Boom! The sword intent broke through, transforming from the 9th sequence into the 8th sequence. The 8th sequence sword intent was purer and more refined than the 9th sequence, capable of piercing through the 9th sequence with a single breath. Having grasped the 8th tier sword intent, if I were to encounter those few great masters of the Sword Clan, I wouldn't have to flee anymore. Yi Tian thought to himself. Coincidentally, those few great masters of the Sword Clan arrived. They spotted Yi Tian and revealed expressions of anger, but dared not act here. If they fought here, unless they killed everyone, the news would spread, and they would all be in trouble. Su Xingqian soon arrived as well, sitting not far from Yi Tian, beginning to contemplate thee. At that moment, someone noticed that Su Xingqian's body was emitting a special sword-like glow, constantly gathering at the center of his forehead. There is actually a human with a Sword Clan Grandmaster exclaimed in astonishment. While Grandmasters possess special physiques, they do not aid in comprehending sword intent, whereas they can assist in doing so. Even within the Sword Clan, it was rare for a genius with O to emerge in a decade. For a moment, they all grew envious. Little did they know that the one they should truly envy was Yi Tian. 2 days had passed. 3 days had passed. Everyone in the entire Sword Clan were here, meditating on the innate sword steel. The steel's glow was gradually fading, as the energy it had gathered was being absorbed by the crowd. In 10 days, there would be little of the special sword energy left. By then, even if they weren't forcibly removed, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from thee. They would need to wait a year to accumulate enough sword energy to allow another group to enter and study here. Gradually, the 10 days were almost up. My sword intent has improved so much. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. If he were to reveal the current level of his sword intent, no one would dare to believe him. 7th sequence sword intent 1 point. That's right, his sword intent had once again broken through the constraints of the 8th sequence, reaching the 7th sequence of sword intent. The 7th sequence sword intent was truly terrifying, far surpassing the 8th sequence sword intent. With his mastery of the 7th sequence sword intent, he could easily slay those few Sword Clan Grandmasters. Thesword steel is indeed a precious item, but it's a pity it can only help me comprehend the 7th sequence sword intent. It can't assist further cultivation. Yi Tian muttered to himself. But he was already very satisfied. Several more hours passed, and a repulsive force surged forth. It had been 10 days, and the sword realm was expelling them. Yi Tian found himself already outside the sword realm, back in the outside world. Just as he was about to leave, several Sword Clan Grandmasters surrounded Yi Tian. Stop! They shouted. What do you mean by this? Yi Tian replied coldly. Su Xingqian also stood up for Yi Tian. Are you trying to extend the conflicts of the sword realm beyond its borders? Does the Sword Clan intend to sever ties with the human clan? We never had such intentions. The few great masters hurriedly replied. Breaking off cooperation with humans, that was a charge they dared not take. We merely wish to engage in friendly competition with you. If you dare not, then so be it. A great master of the Sword Clan said to Yi Tian. Any genius hearing such words would never walk away, even if they couldn't win. For the sake of face, they have to accept the challenge. Moreover, Yi Tian's strength was already formidable, and after comprehending Thesword steel, his sword intent had undoubtedly reached new heights. Therefore, they believed they might stand a chance. Alright, let's have a spar, but there should be some stakes involved. Otherwise, it's just a meaningless spar. Yi Tian's words were exactly what they wanted to hear. What kind of stakes? The great master of the sword clan asked. A secret technique for a special physique. Yi Tian suggested. He currently possessed no such secret technique. For instance, Li Haoyang's water-fire dragon body was a special physical constitution secret technique once mastered. It could manifest as a water-fire dragon body. Alright. The Sword Clan Grandmaster agreed without verifying whether Yi Tian possessed any special physique secret techniques. In his view, since Yi Tian had proposed this challenge, he must have won. However, Yi Tian had offered an empty bet. Of course, Yi Tian wouldn't lose either. Chapter 73, The Immortal Yin-Yang Body. Outside Jianyun City. An open field. Surrounded by a group of Sword Clan members and human individuals with extraordinary abilities, Su Xingqian and his companions were also present. Sword Clan Grandmaster Yun Shang. The Sword Clan Grandmaster spoke. Human Yi Tian. Yi Tian said indifferently. My cultivation has reached the Grandmaster level, so I won't bully you. This duel will only compare sword techniques, not cultivation levels. Therefore, you may not use your bloodline techniques or bloodline power, and I will not use my special abilities or techniques. Yun Shang said. Alright. Yi Tian agreed. As the referee, who had been hastily summoned, gave the signal, Yun Shang charged at Yi Tian, his body emanating the powerful energy of the 8th tier sword intent. Not only that, but his physical prowess was also terrifying. At this moment, none of the humans present held much hope for Yi Tian. What gives Yi Tian the confidence to accept the challenge from the Sword Clan's Grandmaster? Su Xingqian was also curious. A Grandmaster of the Sword Clan who had entered the Sword Realm was already a top-tier genius of the Sword Clan, having mastered the 8th tier sword intent. After entering the Sword Realm to study the primordial sword steel, his 8th tier sword intent would inevitably have improved. Grandmaster level physical prowess, a unique physique, and the 8th tier sword intent. He simply couldn't fathom where Yi Tian's chances of victory lay. Relying on that single sword technique Yi Tian used back then wouldn't be enough. However, the next scene left him speechless. Sword technique of severing the heavens. A flash of sword light tore through the sword techniques of the Cloud Commerce Grandmaster of the Sword Clan, shattering his sword intent defense and shattering the armor on his body, leaving a sword mark on his body. Put. Yun Shang coughed up blood, his body trembling. Too fast. This move was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Yi Tian's heaven-splitting sword technique was not only terrifying but had also mastered the 8th tier sword intent, and his cultivation realm was far above his own. At least 90% of the 8th tier sword intent. How could a master of possibly master it? Yun Shang exclaimed in horror. Should we continue fighting? Yi Tian asked. I surrender. Yun Shang said helplessly. He believed that Yi Tian already possessed extraordinary strength and had deliberately concealed his true abilities in the sword realm. If he had known Yi Tian was so powerful, he wouldn't have provoked him. Now he had lost face, and had to give up a special physique secret technique. Where's the secret technique for the special physique? Yi Tian demanded. The special physique secret technique of the Sword Clan was definitely something they couldn't give away. It was strictly forbidden by the clan. Yun Shang thought for a moment. Just give it to him. It's useless to me anyway. He took out an ancient scroll from his storage ring and tossed it to Yi Tian. This is the secret technique for special physical constitution, recorded in the ancient script of the Earth Realm. You humans have the script to translate it, so you can go back and translate it yourself. Yi Tian took the ancient scroll and glanced at it briefly, but couldn't make sense of it. However, a Sword Clan Grandmaster wouldn't deceive him at most. This special physique secret technique was just difficult. Then, Yun Shang left directly, clearly not wanting to stay here and lose face. The other Sword Clan members also dispersed. Yi Tian, your sword intent realm must have reached at least 90% of the 8th sequence, right? Su Xingqian exclaimed in astonishment. I'm an innate sword body, yet my sword intent realm is still inferior to yours. It's just that I've trained diligently, so I've achieved a little success. Yi Tian said without a hint of embarrassment. Su Xingqian nodded in agreement, believing that Yi Tian was the kind of person who utilized every single hour of the day, dedicating himself entirely to sword technique cultivation except for sleeping, which allowed him to achieve such a breakthrough while comprehending the Wuqing Fortress. Yi Tian remained there, not leaving, instead translating the special physique secret technique he had obtained. If there were any issues, he could always return to seek help from Yun Shang. After some translation, he finally understood what this special physique secret technique was. Yin-Yang Immortal Body. This special physique was terrifying, far more terrifying than Li Haoyang's water-fire dragon body. Once mastered, the Yin-Yang Immortal Body grants the body terrifying self-healing abilities. Though it is not truly immortal, it is very close. However, cultivating the yin-yang immortal body is extremely difficult. First, one must comprehend 4 realms of intent: the water realm, the fire realm, the light realm, and the darkness realm. Water and fire, light and darkness, are interdependent yet opposing forces. Through their interplay, they generate the yin-yang energy that forges the yin-yang immortal body. Additionally, all 4 realms must be cultivated to at least 70% of the 8th sequence. No wonder that great master of the Sword Clan gave me this top-tier special physique secret technique. He probably couldn't cultivate it himself, and neither could anyone else from the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan is an alien race who among them possesses the 4 bloodline powers? Even if the bloodline powers could be forged using heavenly treasures and rare herbs, comprehending the 4 realms and elevating them all to the 8th sequence at 70% of the peak realm would be an impossible feat, even if they spent their entire lifespans trying. Moreover, once one exceeds 50 years of age, it becomes impossible to cultivate the special physique. Yi Tian, however, was overjoyed. Others can't master it, but he can. Though he currently lacks light elemental innate abilities, he could awaken them quickly, which wasn't a major issue. Regardless of the type of special physique, it doesn't seem to require a specific cultivation level. I'm currently a junior master of unconventional arts. Can I still cultivate it? I just don't know if special physiques can be stacked. With so many innate abilities, he naturally didn't want to cultivate just one special physique. That would be a waste of his abundant innate abilities. Therefore, he wants to pursue the path of stacking special physical constitutions. When it comes to combat, various special physiques will erupt, and one after another of his innate abilities will unleash their power. How incredibly cool that would be. Go back and ask mentor Li Haoyang. Yi Tian left the Wucheng Fortress and returned to Donghai City, where he contacted mentor Li Haoyang. Coincidentally, Li Haoyang was at Donghai University. Mentor. Yi Tian called out. Yi Tian, you've returned from the Sword Realm. How's your progress in the Sword Intent Realm? Have you reached at least 70% of the 9th sequence? Li Haoyang asked. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. What percentage of the realm have you reached? Li Haoyang asked curiously. Well. Yi Tian hesitated. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. Li Haoyang wasn't stupid. He caught the meaning behind the words. Could it be that your sword intent has improved so much that it's beyond my imagination? Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Then don't say any more. Li Haoyang hurriedly said, I don't want my desire to break through to the Grandmaster realm to be affected. Don't provoke me. Master, I came to ask if a person can cultivate multiple special physiques? Yi Tian changed the subject and asked. Of course. Li Haoyang nodded. If someone is truly exceptional, they can cultivate 2 or more special constitutions. However, the prerequisite is that their body can withstand it, and the special constitutions must not belong to the same series. For example, my water-fire dragon body. If I were to cultivate another special physique that combines water and fire, it wouldn't work. It would be absorbed by the water-fire dragon body. The only exception is if you cultivate a special physique that is significantly stronger than the water-fire dragon body, which could then overpower it. Thank you for enlightening me, Master. Yi Tian had already made up his mind he would stack multiple special physiques. You want to pursue the path of multiple special constitutions? Li Haoyang asked. Yes, Master. Yi Tian nodded. At that moment, Li Haoyang pulled out a special physique secret technique made from ancient animal hide. I have a special physique secret technique here. Do you want it? You can trade it for a blade-like artifact. This is a top-tier special physique secret technique. Yi Tian was stunned. Chapter 74, Mastering the Dark Immortal Body. Master, you've set your sights on the blade-like treasure in my hand, haven't you? Yi Tian asked in a suspicious tone. How could you say that? Anyway, you're a swordsman, you don't need it. Li Haoyang said awkwardly. Blade-type divine treasures were quite rare, and he also possessed one, but after numerous battles, it had sustained some damage, prompting him to desire another. Earlier, Yi Tian had killed many scaled clan members in the 10,000 forms realm, including 4 golden scaled clan members. One of them had a blade-type artifact on his body. He knew about this, so he wanted to trade with Yi Tian. This time, Yi Tian needed a special physique secret technique, so he naturally wanted to trade with Yi Tian. Mentor, the special physique secret technique you want to trade with me isn't the water-fire dragon body, is it? Yi Tian asked again. Of course not. Li Haoyang shook his head. The water-fire dragon body is a special physique obtained from the Psionic Association, and it's strictly forbidden to spread it. If it were widely disseminated, who would bother to obtain it from the Psionic Association anymore? If I dared to sell it to you, the Psionic Association would definitely come after me once they found out. The special physique technique I'm offering this time was obtained by me by accident from the underground world and doesn't belong to anyone. It can be traded. Mentor, I'm willing to trade. What is this special physique you have? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haoyang took out a stone tablet from his storage ring. The tablet was engraved with densely packed text in the universal language of the underground world. This special physique technique is called the Dark Eternal Body. It requires both dark attribute and wood attribute innate abilities to meet the cultivation requirements, as well as the comprehension of the 8th tier dark realm and the 8th tier wood realm. 3/10 of the cultivation realm is sufficient, making it quite suitable for you. Li Haoyang explained. Dark Eternal Body? What special abilities does it grant? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang smiled faintly. The Dark Eternal Body is not about combat, but about nurturing life, extending longevity, and possessing extremely fast recovery abilities. It is said that once mastered, the Dark Eternal Body grants an additional 10 years of life at the beginner level, 20 years at the intermediate level, 50 years at the advanced level, and a full 100 years at the mastery level. This is an extra addition to one's original lifespan and does not conflict with lifespan gains from realm breakthroughs. A special physique that can extend one's lifespan. What a remarkable physique. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with this special physique technique. Let's make the deal. Yi Tian traded with his mentor Li Haoyang for this special physique secret technique. Upon returning, Yi Tian first translated the Dark Eternal Body technique and began studying it. Without a doubt, the Dark Eternal Body had lower cultivation requirements and was far less difficult to cultivate than the Yin Yang Immortal Body. Let's start with the Dark Eternal Body first. Yi Tian decided. To master the Dark Eternal Body, one must first cultivate the Dark Elemental Realm and the Wood Elemental Realm to the 3rd stage of the 8th sequence. For him, this was not particularly difficult, though it would require some time. Next, I'll focus on enhancing the Dark Elemental Realm and Wood Elemental Realm, purchase Light Elemental materials, awaken my Light Elemental innate ability, and elevate it to S rank. With the assistance of the Dao Insight technique, his comprehension was terrifying. Focusing solely on comprehending the Dark Realm and Wood Realm, his progress was incredibly swift. Before he knew it, 20 days had passed. Done. The Dark Attribute intent of the 8th sequence has reached the 3/10 realm, and the Wood Attribute intent of the 8th sequence has also reached the 3/10 realm. However, to elevate these two 8th sequence realms to 30% mastery, he had to consume several S-rank treasures, all to restore his S-rank innate abilities. After all, comprehending the 8th tier intent requires consuming the essence of S-rank innate abilities, which in turn enhances one's comprehension speed. Now I can begin cultivating the Dark Eternal Body. Yi Tian began to comprehend the Dark Eternal Body, also utilizing the insight technique to confirm his understanding of the Dark Eternal Body was very high and without any issues before starting his cultivation. Boom! The power of the 8th tier Dark Attribute Realm and the 8th tier Wood Attribute Realm, under his control, began to fuse within his body according to the records of the Dark Eternal Body, thereby transforming his physique and cultivating the Dark Eternal Body. It was unclear how much time had passed. Every cell in Yi Tian's body seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, and a unique immortal aura began to spread throughout his body, reshaping his entire physique. Gradually, his physique transformed into that of the Dark Eternal Body. Boom! Dense life-giving energy surged forth, and his vitality began to increase, a sign of extended lifespan. It came quickly and departed just as swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the increase in life force came to an abrupt halt. It seems to have increased my lifespan by about 10 years. It really works. Yi Tian was overjoyed. The lifespan of a master of the sect is around 300 years. He had broken through to the master level in multiple abilities, so his lifespan was likely slightly longer than that of an ordinary master, estimated to be around 350 years. Now, with an additional 10 years added to his lifespan, he now had a total of 360 years. This is merely the introductory stage of the Dark Eternal Body. To achieve a significant increase in lifespan, one must cultivate it to perfection. Yi Tian took out the Heavenly Gate sword and cut his skin. Under the effect of the Dark Eternal Body, the wound healed in just 2 seconds. The Dark Eternal Body's healing effects are quite impressive. If I later cultivate the Yin Yang Immortal Body on top of this, the healing effects will be even more terrifying. Yi Tian thought to himself. The entry requirement for the Dark Eternal Body is to reach the 3rd level of the 8th tier Dark Intent and the 3rd level of the 8th tier Wood Intent. The minor achievement requires both intents to be elevated to the 7th level, while the major achievement demands both to reach the 10th level. To cultivate the Dark Eternal Body to perfection, one must comprehend the Dark Intent and Wood Element intentions to the 7th tier realm. Forget it, let's just start at the basics. Reaching the minor achievement stage is still quite challenging and will take a lot of time. He temporarily gave up. Additionally, while the Dark Eternal Body is not adept at combat and cannot significantly enhance one's combat strength, it does provide a certain degree of enhancement to the physical body. For example, his current physical condition is roughly 10% better than before. A 10% increase isn't very noticeable and pales in comparison to other special physiques, but it's still quite impressive. East Sea Fortress. Li Haoyang notified Yi Tian to come over, and he immediately rushed there. When he arrived at a mansion, he found many people gathered there. Li Haoyang, several teachers from Donghai University, and even Qin Susu were present. Yi Tian, hurry up and use your healing-type supernatural ability to heal Lin Su, the mentor. Li Haoyang shouted. Yi Tian saw Li Haoyang, Qin Susu, and the others using their healing-type supernatural abilities to heal Lin Su, who was lying on a bed. At that moment, Lin Su's condition was critical. Her body was constantly cracking, and even the various healing techniques of so many masters and grandmasters could only barely stabilize her injuries, unable to heal her. What's going on? Yi Tian asked aloud, but his hands didn't stop moving as he immediately cast water type and would type A rank healing type supernatural abilities. With his assistance, Lin Su's condition gradually stabilized and began to show signs of improvement. About half an hour later, the president of Donghai University, the peak-level Grand Master Jiang Dongshu, arrived. Jiang Dongshu immediately performed the S-rank with base technique Revival of the Dead Tree, fully restoring the damage on Lin Su's body. However, this was merely superficial healing. The internal injuries were not so easily repaired. At the very least, Lin Su's condition was completely stabilized and no longer required various healing techniques to maintain. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Su opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Chapter 75, Self-Created, Great Hope Technique. Principle. Lin Su saw Jiang Dongshu and murmured softly, "Lin Su, what is going on? Why did you go to the underworld?" Jiang Dongshu frowned. Lin Su's psychic organs were damaged, rendering her unable to use her psychic abilities. How could she dare to venture into the underworld realm? Lin Su sat up and said, "Principal, I used the enlightenment leaf to comprehend the essence of the sword. With the physical prowess of a peak-level supernatural technique master and sword techniques at the essence level, I can now match the strength of an ordinary master. Moreover, just a short while ago, I ventured into the ruins of the Dragon Scale clan." "You're really not afraid of death, daring to venture into the ruins of the Jiaoling clan?" Jiang Dongshu scolded. Lin Su dared not respond, only lowering her head. "Your external injuries have healed, but I will perform the reviving deadwood technique a few more times to repair most of the internal injuries. The remaining injuries were likely caused by a special energy. You must exhaust this special energy within your body before you can continue recovering." Jiang Dongshu spoke as he cast the reviving deadwood technique again. After casting the technique twice in succession, Lin Su's complexion returned to normal, and most of her injuries had healed. After that, Jiang Dongshu left. Lin Su needed rest, so everyone departed one by one. After leaving, Yi Tian curiously asked, "Master, what is the Jiaoling clan's ruins?" Li Haoyang replied, "The ruins of the Jiaolong clan were once their headquarters. A great battle reduced it to ruins, and the Jiaolong clan was annihilated. We don't know the exact details, as it happened 500 years ago. At that time, this entire region was under the control of the Jiaolong clan. The Linyu clan was one of the subordinate alien tribes of the Jiaolong clan at the time and was not yet called the Linyu clan. It was known as the Linyu fish clan. Later, they transplanted and studied the bloodline of the Jiaolong clan, resulting in mutations that led to the formation of the current Linyu clan. According to records, the Jiaolong clan was extremely powerful, far surpassing the current Scaled clan. They alone had dozens of extreme Dao masters, and there were even beings above the rank of extreme Dao master. Such a powerful alien race was annihilated? Yi Tian was astonished. Yes, the Earth's core is too vast, with countless powerful alien races. Even we humans can only establish fortresses to defend against their invasions. We dare not invade them because we lack the strength. Of course, the alien races cannot invade the Earth's interior, so we need not worry about safety for now." Li Haoyang explained. "Master, why did Lin Su go to the ruins of the Dragon Scale clan? Could there be a treasure there that can cure her alien abilities?" Yi Tian asked again. "Indeed there is." Li Haoyang recalled a certain treasure. It is said that the Jiaoling clan possesses a treasure capable of healing all things, known as the Dragon's Marrow Holy Elixir. Just a single drop could heal Lin Su. She must have obtained relevant information, so she decided to take a risk. However, the Jiaoling clan ruins are extremely dangerous. Not only do powerful members of the Jiaoling clan frequently roam there, but there are also residual killing arrays and special techniques left behind by the Jiaoling clan. Lin Su was severely injured by one of these techniques and nearly didn't survive. After that, Li Haoyang also left, leaving Yi Tian alone to ponder. Perhaps I must create a new S-rank mutated technique to heal Lin Su's injuries. After all, she taught me the way of the sword with such dedication. She is my teacher. Yi Tian thought to himself. His limb regeneration technique was only effective for damaged or missing bodily tissues, and had no use on ability organs. Even if it had some effect, it wouldn't be sufficient. To heal the mutated organs of a peak-level mutated technique master, an S-rank mutated technique was required, similar to the Great Revival technique. However, the Great Revival technique had too many side effects, and no one was willing to use it to heal Lin Su. Then I'll create an S-rank mutated ability with no side effects on me. I have experience creating the limb regeneration technique, I've mastered the way of enlightenment, and I've cultivated a vast array of abilities. I have the knowledge to create something new. Of course. He also needs experimental materials. Without experimental materials, he wouldn't know if he could create a mutated technique that would precisely cure the ability organ. The mutant association is holding many members of the demon god cult. Perhaps we can use them as experimental materials. Yi Tian thought. Donghai City. Abnormal Ability Association, Underground Prison. A young man was imprisoned here, his limbs gone, his eyes vacant, staring blankly into the void. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the scene. A guard stationed there addressed Yi Tian, Master Yi, this is where the members of the Demon God Society are imprisoned. Deputy Director Taisher instructed that you may do as you please, as long as you do not let them escape. Thank you. Yi Tian smiled. The guard was overwhelmed with gratitude. A master like him was thanking him, a lowly guard. He was overjoyed. After the guard left, Yi Tian approached the young man without limbs. It's you! Yi Tian remembered who this man was by son of the Bai family who had once blocked the exit of the Wangxiang and had his array broken by Yi Tian, resulting in his limbs being severed and handed over to the Psionic Association. He never expected him to still be alive. Bai Sun's psychic organs have been destroyed by me. Let's use him as the first test subject. Yi Tian decided. Moreover, a limbless master of supernatural arts would pose no threat even if his ability organs were restored. Then, he began creating mutated supernatural techniques here, keeping his enlightenment technique active at all times. Every time he had an idea, he would put it into practice, applying it to Bai Sun's body. Days passed one after another. He spent several hours each day in the underground prison of the Supernatural Association, making some progress every day. Half a month had passed. On this day, when Yi Tian attempted a brand new mutated technique, Bai Sun's life force was drained, and his mutated organs began to regenerate, but before they could fully heal, he had already turned into a desiccated corpse. Holy crap, this mutated ability is way too terrifying. This isn't a healing technique, it's a murderous art. Moreover, this technique consumed an enormous amount of energy. After using it once, all his wood-based and water-based abilities were depleted. This technique isn't viable, but it has some effect, at least it's heading in the right direction. Subsequently, he began to refine this mutated technique step by step. As for Bai Sun's body, he destroyed it completely, otherwise, if someone saw it, they might think he was practicing black magic. Another 5 days passed. Yi Tian had already refined this mutated technique over a dozen times and eliminated several members of the Demon God Society. Fortunately, these members of the Demon God Society had little value left, otherwise, the Psionic Association would certainly have come after him. The light of the mutated technique fell upon the damaged psychic organ of a member of the Demon God Society. At that moment, the opponent's cultivation level began to drop, and their lifespan also decreased. After about 5 minutes, the opponent's ability organ had recovered, but their lifespan had been significantly reduced, with more white hairs appearing, and their cultivation level had dropped from the Advanced Ability Master realm to the Intermediate Ability Practitioner realm, a drop of more than one major realm. It worked! Repairing the opponent's ability organ so quickly must also affect the Grandmaster. Yi Tian decided not to refine it further, as he had already wasted too much time. This mutated supernatural technique shall be called the Great Hope Technique, bringing hope to those with damaged supernatural organs. The member of the Demon God Society, seeing his ability organs restored, glimpsed a sliver of hope, but it was quickly extinguished. Sword intent surged into his ability organ, destroying it once again, this time even more thoroughly. No need to thank me. Yi Tian left those words behind and departed. Chapter 76, The Imperial Clan of the Dragon Scale Tribe's Forbidden Scales. Donghai City. The Lin family. Lin Su had returned from the East Sea Fortress to rest, and Yi Tian arrived at the Lin family residence, just in time to see Lin Xingya. Yi Tian. Lin Xingya was surprised. What was Yi Tian doing at the Lin family? Was he looking for her? She was about to ask, but Yi Tian spoke first. Lin Xingya, I need to speak with your aunt. Yi Tian said. Come visit my aunt. I'll take you there. Lin Xingya led Yi Tian to her aunt Lin Su's residence. Auntie, Yi Tian has come to visit you. Lin Xingya called out softly. Soon, Lin Su came out, looking better than before, but her mood was still gloomy. After all, this severe blow had completely shattered her confidence, and she could no longer see any hope of healing her special ability. Yi Tian, you're here? Lin Su forced a faint smile. Lin Su, I'm here to help you heal your special ability organs. Yi Tian said. What? Lin Su was startled. Could Yi Tian really help her heal her ability organs? Unless Yi Tian had mastered the Great Revival Technique, but the Great Revival Technique required the practitioner to sacrifice their own lifespan, something no one would willingly do. Yi Tian, you didn't learn the Great Revival Technique, did you? Lin Su frowned. Yi Tian shook his head. Lin Su, rest assured. I'm practicing a different mutated technique, the Great Hope Technique. It won't have any side effects on me. It will only consume your cultivation and lifespan, but not too much. The Great Hope Technique? Lin Su had never heard of this mutated technique. However, a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. Perhaps this mutated technique could truly cure her, even if it meant sacrificing more of her lifespan. Only by restoring her supernatural organs could she have a chance to break through to the rank of Grandmaster of Mutant Arts, at which point her lifespan would also increase significantly. Lin Xingya stood by silently, unable to speak, only watching from the side. Yi Tian, perform the Great Hope technique. Lin Su said. Alright. Yi Tian began to perform the Great Hope technique. A beam of light entered Lin Su's mentor's psychic organ, beginning to repair her damaged psychic organ. In an instant, the ability organ began to devour her life force and cultivation, gradually repairing itself. Lin Su didn't care about losing her cultivation or lifespan. She sensed her ability organ gradually repairing itself, and her heart was filled with endless excitement and hope. She was finally going to recover. Time passed slowly. After about half an hour, Lin Su's psychic organ was finally fully repaired. That's enough! Lin Su shouted. Yi Tian immediately stopped and ceased maintaining the Great Hope technique. At this point, Lin Su's cultivation level had dropped from the peak of an to the initial stage of an, and her lifespan had likely decreased by approximately 50 years. It must be said that the cost was extremely heavy. However, she now had endless hope. Yi Tian, thank you so much. Lin Su said gratefully. Master Lin Su, you're too kind. This was merely a trivial matter for me. However, I hope you will not reveal this matter to anyone, as it would cause me great trouble. Yi Tian said. Alright. Lin Su agreed. Many powerful practitioners of the Great Revival technique also keep their abilities a secret, fearing that others might come looking for them. Yi Tian was no exception. If word got out, many people would come seeking his help, and would he refuse them? If he refused, he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. If he accepted, he would inadvertently offend many people. Even if Yi Tian were a genius, there were still some people he couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, protecting Yi Tian's life was undoubtedly the best course of action. I will spread the word that a supreme master of the Tao paid a huge price to heal my abnormal organs, and I paid with a treasure obtained from the ruins of the Jiaoling clan. This way, people will believe it, Lin Su said. I won't say a word either. Lin Xingya assured him. Suddenly, Lin Su took something out of her storage ring. It was a green-colored scale, about the size of a palm. Yi Tian, this is for you. Lin Su handed the scale to Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not immediately take it, but asked, Master Lin Su, what is this scale? It's the of the royal family of the Jiaoling clan. It's the only treasure I obtained from the ruins of the Jiaoling clan. They can also be considered a special rare treasure. This piece of contains the power of the gold elemental realm. Studying it can help enhance one's understanding of the gold elemental realm. It is said that the of the Dragon Scale clan's royal family also contains a special physique secret technique, but it requires extremely high. Yours is quite good, perhaps you have a chance to comprehend the special physique secret technique contained within. Lin Su forcefully shoved the into Yi Tian's hands, regardless of whether he was willing to accept it. Seeing this, Yi Tian had no choice but to accept it. Afterward, Lin Su went into seclusion to cultivate, aiming to quickly elevate her cultivation to the peak realm of an. Yi Tian left the Lin family. East Sea University, dormitory. Yi Tian took out the and began studying it. What a precious item! After activating his enlightenment technique, he further studied the and sensed the vast golden attributed intent essence power. This was countless times more precious than those S-rank golden attributed treasures. However, he did not sense any special physical constitution techniques. It was likely that his golden intent realm was still insufficient, and he needed to continue his studies. Perhaps he might one day comprehend that special physical constitution technique. The Dragon Scale clan is truly powerful. The Imperial Clan S actually has this effect. Could the Dragon Scale clan have been annihilated because they attracted powerful enemies? Yi Tian didn't dwell on it further but instead silently pondered the gold attribute intent on the combination of the Taoist cultivation technique and the golden elemental intent realm allowed his 8th tier golden elemental intent realm to progress at an increasingly rapid pace. 2/10 of the realm. 3/10 of the realm. 40% realm. Day after day passed. At this moment, first-year students at Donghai University also began their vacation, marking the end of their freshman year. In just over a month, they would enter their sophomore year. At that time, all second-year students would have to enter the underground world, where they would face a completely new phase. Of course, second-year students are still weak and cannot venture into dangerous areas. Instead, they will stay in the safe zones of the underground world to train by fighting some demon beasts. They will not dare to approach the scaled tribe, that would be far too dangerous. Gradually, over a month passed. It's time to register for the sophomore semester. I need to go there. Yi Tian finished his cultivation. Compared to over a month ago, his progress was enormous. All his spiritual realms had improved, but the fastest progress was in the gold-attributed spiritual realm. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Junior Master of Unconventional Arts. Innate abilities: Darkness S rank 1 100, Mental B rank 1 100, Water S rank 1 100, Fire S rank 1 100, Wood S rank 1 100, Metal S rank 1 100, Earth S rank 1 100, Space S rank 1 100, Wind S rank 1 100, Light 1 100. Special techniques: S rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique Mastered, S rank Wood Realm Technique Mastered, S rank Great Sun True Fire Mastered, S rank Wind Feather Technique Mastered, S rank Great Earth Escape Technique Mastered, S rank Water Substitution Technique Mastered. Mutated Special Techniques: S rank Great Hope Technique Mastered, S rank Great 5 Elements Will Mastered, B rank Dark Fire Mastered, B rank Limb Regeneration Technique Mastered. Mind Realm: 8 Sequence Metal Mind Realm 99% Mastery, 8 Sequence Fire Mind Realm 30% Mastery, 8 Sequence Wood Mind Realm 30% Mastery, 8 Sequence Earth Mind Realm 30% Mastery, 8 Sequence Water Mind Realm 30% Mastery, 8 Sequence Darkness Mind Realm 30% Mastery, 7 Sequence Sword Intent 10% Mastery, 9 Sequence Space Mind Realm 30% Mastery. Special Constitution: Dark Immortality Constitution Beginner. As can be seen from the data panel, his 8th sequence Metal Elemental Realm has reached the 99% realm, on the verge of entering the 7th sequence Metal Elemental Realm tier. However, improving the spatial intent is extremely difficult, and he has made little progress. Meanwhile, his light elemental talent potential has been cultivated to S rank. It's just that cultivating this requires too much S rank material. I've used up all the materials on my body, and even my battle merits are almost depleted. Yi Tian felt like he was about to go bankrupt and needed to find a way to make money. Chapter 77, The Ruins of the Dragon Scale Clan, The True Young Fruit. At that moment, Yi Tian thought of the ruins of the Jelong clan. The ruins of the Jelong clan must still hold valuable treasures. Even Lin Su, who couldn't use her special abilities, managed to obtain them from there. It was clear that the ruins of the Jelong clan still held numerous opportunities. However, one must possess both sufficient strength and luck. His strength was naturally formidable, with the Great 5 Elements Wheel for defense and spatial travel for escape. He didn't believe he would encounter any major dangers. Let's go to the Jelong clan ruins. Yi Tian made his decision. He didn't tell anyone else, as he feared that members of the demon god sect might learn of his plans and set traps for him, which could indeed put him in danger. Thus, Yi Tian left the East Sea Fortress alone, then disabled his battle ring's location tracking and immediately headed toward the Jelong clan ruins. The Jelong clan ruins were located in the Sunset Mountains, which had once been the headquarters of the Jelong clan and also the location of the imperial city. Unfortunately, it had now been reduced to ruins. Whoosh! Yi Tian arrived near the Sunset Mountains and saw a vast expanse of charred land, with no trees in sight. The ground was littered with and debris from various buildings. There's nothing of value here. Even if there was, it would have been taken long ago. It's not for him. Swish! He activated the Great Earth Escape technique and continued forward. Soon, he arrived at the ruins of the Jelong clan. At this point, he dared not use the Earth Escape technique anymore. Before arriving here, he had already learned a bit about the Jelong clan's ruins. Many of the buildings were hidden underground, and the underground was also in ruins, but there were numerous broken down large arrays. If he used the Great Earth Escape technique and collided with a killing array, it would be dangerous. Use spatial travel. Yi Tian dived into the spatial layer and advanced slowly. The only drawback of entering the spatial layer was that he could only see a few dozen meters in all directions, unable to see much further. However, others couldn't see him, making his concealment extremely effective. Most of the Jelong clan's ruins are located within the Sunset Mountains and underground. Yi Tian quickly reached an entrance to the ruins and entered the interior of the Sunset Mountains. At that moment, he emerged from the spatial interlayer and summoned a water clone. The water clone quickly transformed into a scaled tribe man. However, the transformed scaled tribe man was easily recognized as a fake. After all, the water clone could only take on its form, but its inner aura was different. He couldn't mimic the scaled tribe's aura. If he could even mimic the scaled tribe's aura, it wouldn't be a water clone anymore, it would just be called a transformation technique. Yi Tian used the water clone primarily to scout ahead and avoid danger. Even though he was highly confident in his Great 5 Elements Wheel, caution was never excessive. Along the way, he followed closely behind his water clone. Ruins! Ruins! Still ruins! All the buildings constructed along the way were in ruins, and nothing useful was found. The scaled clan must frequently visit here. Even some human clan masters and grand masters have come here. If there were any good items, they wouldn't have been left for me. However, Mentor Lin Su was lucky. Even in the ruins of the Dragon Scale clan, which had been visited by countless people, she managed to find thee. No, it's my luck. If Mentor Lin Su hadn't found thee, I wouldn't have obtained it either. Suddenly, the water clone collided with a damaged killing array, triggering it to activate, and the water clone was instantly killed. What a well-hidden killing array. Let's avoid this area first. Yi Tian chose another path. What's this? He spotted a metal arm hidden among the rubble, which seemed to be something valuable. So, He had his water clone use a water-based technique to wash away the debris, revealing the metal arm in its entirety. It's a puppet. In the underground world, puppets were extremely useful. They could assist in combat and perform various tasks. However, puppets are extremely expensive, and once damaged, repairing them alone comes at a significant cost. He had never seen a puppet in the East Sea Fortress. Just as the water clone touched the puppet, a flash of light appeared in its eyes. Put! The puppet's arm pierced through the water clone's chest, killing it. However, after performing this action, the puppet seemed to be completely damaged, and its body began to disintegrate. A puppet over 500 years old could still launch an attack. The puppet technology of the underworld is truly formidable. But this disintegrating puppet was now worthless. He walked over, inspected it, and discovered the spirit stones inside had been completely drained of energy. Clearly, the puppet had been powered by the spirit stones. The ruins of the Jiaoling clan are indeed dangerous. Whether it's this nearly useless puppet or the shattered killing array from before, both possess the power to slay a master. Yi Tian could imagine that Lin Su, the mentor, had indeed been very lucky to survive and leave this place. An hour later, Yi Tian stood before a complete large array. He wasn't sure what lay within the array. However, when he attacked it with all his strength, the array remained intact, while he was knocked flying backward. The Scaled clan probably can't break this array either, otherwise, they wouldn't have left it here all this time. Yi Tian muttered to himself. In reality, this array drew power from the earth. With only a small amount of spirit stones, it could tap into an ever-increasing amount of earth power, which flowed endlessly, allowing the array to continue functioning indefinitely. However, such array techniques were beyond the grasp of ordinary alien races. For example, the Scaled clan has not yet mastered it. What Yi Tian didn't know was that this grand array had been set up by a powerhouse surpassing the Extreme Dao Master realm, capable of withstanding attacks from Extreme Dao Masters. Unless an Extreme Dao Master were to exhaust themselves over several years attacking the array, it could not be broken. But which Extreme Dao Master would be willing to do that? Unless the array contains treasures that even an Extreme Dao Master would covet. But clearly, the treasures within this formation are not sufficient to attract an Extreme Dao Master. Let's try spatial travel and see if we can get inside. Yi Tian immediately activated his spatial travel ability. He entered the spatial layer. At that moment, he could still see faint array energies extending into the spatial layer, forming a faint array barrier. However, compared to the array barriers outside, the array barriers within the spatial interlayer were extremely weak. Perhaps I can break through? Yi Tian wielded the Heavenly Gate sword, infusing the seventh sequence of sword intent with the power of various realms, and executed the heaven-splitting sword technique. Puff! With a single sword strike, he severed the array barrier, as effortlessly as an ordinary person piercing a sheet of white paper with a small sword that was the level of difficulty. Swish! Yi Tian passed through the array barrier and entered the spatial layer within the array. What is that? Yi Tian saw a crimson-red tree. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be an A-grade spiritual tree, the True Yang Fruit Tree, bearing 9 True Yang fruits. True Yang fruits are A-grade celestial treasures. For other races, they have the effect of enhancing bloodline potential. For humans, its value was also immeasurable, as it could enhance one's innate abilities. I've read about the True Yang fruit. A 10-year-old True Yang fruit has a 1% chance of upgrading a B rank innate ability to an A rank. A 100-year-old True Yang fruit has a 10% chance of upgrading a B rank innate ability potential to an A rank. These 9 fruits are estimated to be 600 years old, giving them approximately a 60% chance of helping a B rank innate ability potential reach A rank. For many with low innate talent potential, this is priceless. Chapter 78, Spatial Materials, A Big Harvest. These 9 True Yang fruits are mine, Yi Tian said with a smile. This array must be protecting the True Yang tree, allowing it to continue bearing True Yang fruits. The True Yang tree has not been tended to by the Dragon Scale clan for hundreds of years, leading to issues and resulting in only 9 True Yang fruits being produced. No, to be precise, only these 9 True Yang fruits have survived until now, the others have all fallen off. Such a True Yang fruit tree is still quite important to the Jiaolong clan, so setting up an array to protect it is quite normal. We must harvest it. Yi Tian stepped out of the spatial layer and approached a True Yang fruit, intending to take it. Suddenly, a puppet rushed over from a distance at an incredible speed. The opponent held a long spear, which should be a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian had no time to take the True Yang fruit and immediately retreated into the spatial crevice. There's actually a complete golem here. If Yi Tian had been even a moment later, he would have been pierced by the puppet. If he hadn't mistaken, that puppet was a peak Grandmaster level puppet, far surpassing his own strength. Even if Principal Jiang Dongshu were to arrive, he might not be able to defeat this puppet. If he were hit by it, he would be dead for sure. A peak Grandmaster level puppet is too fast. Its attacks arrive in an instant. I can't reveal myself directly. He adjusted his direction and reached out with his hand, aiming for the True Yang fruit. However, the downside of this was that while his arm could extend outward, the enemy's attacks could also reach him. This effectively nullifies the spatial barriers in that area, allowing the opponent's attacks to penetrate the space and reach his body. Whoosh! The true young fruit was snatched away by Yi Tian. At that moment, the peak-level Grandmaster's puppet lunged forward with a spear thrust. Put! The spear pierced through Yi Tian's arm and directly into the spatial interlayer. At the critical moment, Yi Tian activated the Great Five Elements wheel. However, the Great Five Elements wheel was also pierced by the spear, which struck Yi Tian directly. But the next second, his body turned into a mass of water, and his form reappeared elsewhere. This was the S-rank water substitution technique, which allowed one to create a water clone to take the attack in their place. However, it required lightning-fast reflexes. If the reaction was too slow, the water clone wouldn't activate in time, and the enemy's attack would arrive, making it impossible to redirect the damage. Yi Tian had activated the water substitution technique in advance, allowing him to perfectly divert the damage. Success! Yi Tian exhaled in relief. Next, he used this technique to take one true yang fruit after another. All 9 true yang fruits were in his possession. We have to leave. Yi Tian also coveted this peak Grandmaster level puppet, but he had no way to subdue it. Once my strength reaches the Grandmaster level, I'll come back here to subdue it, then find someone to erase the puppet's markings and re-imprint my own. Yi Tian thought to himself. The ruins of the Jiaolin clan, core area. A region densely covered with spatial fissures, this had once been one of the main battlefields of a great war, where combatants surpassing even the extreme Dao Grandmaster realm had clashed, even resorting to their clan's treasured artifacts, causing the space itself to warp. After hundreds of years of evolution, the space here had become extremely fragile. Additionally, the collision between the underground world and Earth had further altered the spatial structure. Spatial fissures would suddenly appear here and there, quickly repairing themselves, only to reappear in another location shortly afterward. The patterns of these spatial fissures are completely unpredictable. However, several scaled clan masters have arrived in this area, searching for something while being extremely cautious, completely suppressing their aura to avoid triggering the formation of spatial fissures. What they did not know was that a human had arrived here, none other than Yi Tian. 6 scaled clan masters. Upon discovering the 6 scaled clan masters, Yi Tian immediately activated his spatial travel technique and vanished into the spatial interstices. Then, he approached them, intending to eliminate them. However, just as he was performing spatial travel, a spatial fissure appeared within the spatial interstice. However, he reacted quickly and dodged it effortlessly. This area's space is too unstable, with many spatial fissures. Luckily, I've mastered spatial intent, otherwise, it would have been tough to dodge. Yi Tian muttered to himself. That's a space god stone. The scaled clan master Ingha noticed it. This was an A-grade spatial type material, and it wasn't cheap. He slowly approached it, intending to take the empty god stone. But suddenly, a spatial fissure appeared at the location of his arm. Caught off guard, his arm was severed cleanly. Ah! Ingha's screams attracted the attention of several other scaled clan masters nearby, but they did not come over. Instead, they continued searching for materials. They were all relatively poor scaled clan masters, otherwise, they wouldn't have risked coming here to search for spatial materials. The lives of other scaled clan members were of no concern to them. Ingha's death was better, the valuables on his body would now be theirs. At that moment, Ingha endured the pain and prepared to continue picking up that piece of empty god stone. However, a sword beam sliced through his neck. Ingha fell. The other 5 masters saw Ingha fall and assumed he had been killed by a spatial fissure. They slowly approached, intending to take the items from Ingha's body. But soon, their expressions changed. It's a sword wound. He was killed. The 5 scaled clan masters' expressions changed drastically. Yi Tian no longer hid himself, appearing directly from the spatial fissure. He did not use his supernatural abilities here, as their fluctuations were too vast and could easily trigger large-scale spatial fissures. He immediately unleashed his sword techniques, then activated his teleportation spell, appearing before the 5 masters. Puff! A single sword strike severed one of the scaled clan masters, who attempted to block it with his defensive bloodline technique, but was instantly killed, unable to withstand the blow. With Yi Tian's strength, killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Puff! One master after another was killed. In the blink of an eye, all of these scaled clan masters were killed. Yi Tian retrieved their storage rings and gave them a quick glance. A bunch of penniless fools. Yi Tian muttered under his breath. Only their identity tokens were worth some battle merits, the valuables on their bodies were almost negligible. He had never seen such impoverished scaled clan masters before. He walked up to the empty god stone and took one of them. This is a special area rich in spatial energy, where some spatial materials should have been cultivated. These scaled clan masters came here to search for spatial materials. Yi Tian also planned to search for spatial materials here. With his spatial intent, he could easily avoid spatial fissures and wouldn't encounter any danger. Therefore, this place was practically his backyard. He began searching for spatial materials here. As time passed, B-grade spatial material, empty bloodstone. A grade spatial material sky iron. Several pieces of E-grade spatial material, spatial stone. Yi Tian found quite a few spatial materials, though most were ordinary ones. However, in large quantities, they were still worth a significant amount of battle merits. Unfortunately, there were no S-grade spatial materials here otherwise, selling them would have been enough to exchange for an enormous amount of battle merits. After half a day, Yi Tian couldn't find any other spatial materials, so he decided to leave. He estimated that the total value of the spatial materials he had obtained this time was around 20,000 battle merits. It could be said that he had struck it rich this time. It's better to venture into the underground world to make money. If I stayed in the East Sea Fortress, I wouldn't be able to earn this much battle merit, Yi Tian muttered to himself. Immediately, he left the area and continued forward. Soon, he passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a massive underground space, where a huge imperial city stood. However, the rest of the imperial city lay in ruins, with only the imperial palace still standing tall and untouched. Chapter 79, Divine Grade Materials. This must be the imperial palace of the Dragon Scale clan. The surrounding area has been reduced to ruins, yet this imperial palace still stands tall, truly remarkable. Yi Tian used his spatial travel technique to enter the spatial layer and walked over. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several Dragon Scale clan grandmasters sitting cross-legged amidst the ruins, seemingly studying the array formations outside the Dragon Scale clan's imperial palace. The array was severely damaged but still functioning. These few Dragon Scale clan grandmasters must be trying to enter the Dragon Scale clan's imperial palace, so they're studying how to break the array. Yi Tian speculated that this was likely the case. He approached one of the Scaled clan grandmasters to see how they were studying it. But suddenly, one of the Scaled clan grandmasters turned his head and looked at Yi Tian. In fact, he hadn't seen Yi Tian, he just felt like someone was watching him. Jin Xian, what's wrong? Another Scaled clan grandmaster asked. Nothing, I just felt like someone was watching me. Jin Xian frowned. There's nothing around us. Several other Scaled clan grandmasters scanned the area with their spiritual senses but detected nothing. Let's continue studying the array. If we can break this array, it will be of great help to our Scaled clan. That's right. Back when the Jiaoling clan was invaded, a few Jiaoling clan members escaped with treasures. Though they were eventually wiped out, this Jiaoling clan imperial palace hall wasn't breached. The Jiaoling clan's enemies were also nearly exterminated, and no one has entered since. Perhaps there are still many valuable items left inside. 500 years have passed, and this ruin formation has been corroded by time to the point of collapse. Combined with generations of research, we're not far from deciphering it. Let's keep pushing forward. What keen perception! These few Dragon Scale clan grandmasters must be array masters of the Dragon Scale clan. Array masters, alchemists, and weapon forgers all possess extraordinary mental strength. It's best not to approach them. Yi Tian retreated. Immediately, he attempted to use spatial travel to pass through the ruined array. However, as he tried to pass through, he was blocked. Moreover, there seemed to be a killing array inside. He immediately retreated, dared not attempt to break through the array again. This won't work. This array is of a higher caliber than the previous ones. Even the spatial layers are enveloped by the array, yet its power remains nearly unchanged. Unless I can retreat into a deeper spatial layer, there's no way I can pass through. Yi Tian gave up and decided not to attempt to break through the array for now. Let's go back. Yi Tian left the area. Afterward, he searched the ruins of the Dragon Scale clan and found a few items. Though their value wasn't high, they weren't worthless either. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned. This time's haul was quite good, and he was temporarily well off again. He planned to cultivate for a while longer to enhance his strength before returning to the ruins of the Jiaoling clan. First, he exchanged the items he didn't need for battle merits, then used the battle merits to obtain the materials he required to restore the potential of his innate abilities. He also exchanged all the spatial materials for battle merits. He would not use the Taoist cultivation technique to devour the source of his spatial type innate abilities, as using spatial materials to restore their potential was far too extravagant. He often only consumed the potential of 5 elements type innate abilities, and the cost of restoration was not significant. Therefore, he kept these spatial materials unused and simply exchanged them for battle merits. He had a large quantity of these spatial materials, which even the Donghai Pavilion couldn't accommodate. Thus, he visited several other major factions before finally selling all his spatial materials. There's also the true yang fruit. This thing is useless to me, I have to sell it too. Who should I sell them to? Yi Tian thought of his mentor, Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang seemed to be a B-rank innate ability user, possessing B-rank water-type innate abilities and B-rank fire-type innate abilities. He must desperately need the true yang fruit. My mentor seems quite wealthy, let us trade with him. Yi Tian used his battle ring to contact his mentor, Li Haoyang. However, Li Haoyang was currently not at the Donghai fortress nor in Donghai city. However, when Yi Tian mentioned that he had the true yang fruit, Li Haoyang replied with a few words, "Wait 3 hours, come quickly. The mentor must be somewhere in the underground world." Yi Tian waited for 3 hours before Li Haoyang returned to Donghai Fortress, looking disheveled. "Yi Tian, where is the true yang fruit?" Li Haoyang looked very urgent. Yi Tian produced a true yang fruit. A 600-year-old true yang fruit, what a treasure! Li Haoyang was tempted. "Yi Tian, what do you want in exchange?" He was genuinely desperate to enhance his innate talent potential. If he could elevate it to grade A, he could cultivate grade A supernatural techniques, and his efficiency in comprehending the essence of techniques would increase, as would his cultivation speed. A single true yang fruit was of utmost importance to him. However, such a precious item was rarely offered by any faction, and even at the top-tier auctions, it was extremely rare to come across one. "Master, how about a special physique technique or S-rank materials?" Yi Tian stated his request. "Special physique secret techniques? I truly have none left." Li Haoyang said, "However, S-rank materials? I just happened to obtain a few. But they definitely won't be enough to exchange for this true yang fruit." Li Haoyang carefully took out a box, his eyes filled with reluctance. "I'm using this to trade for your true yang fruit, you're getting the better end of the deal." Hearing Li Haoyang's words, Yi Tian was utterly astonished. What kind of precious item could this be, that even his mentor Li Haoyang was so reluctant to part with? It must be far more valuable than S-rank materials. "What is this?" Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang didn't speak, but carefully opened the box, revealing a small metal object the size of a thumbnail. It was golden yellow in color, resembling gold, but it definitely wasn't gold. If it were gold, such a small amount wouldn't be worth much. The metal emitted a faint glow, but the crucial point was that even Yi Tian's spiritual energy couldn't get close to it, as if it were being torn apart by the light. A metallic glow capable of tearing apart the mind. Yi Tian was utterly astonished. Li Haoyang explained, "Yi Tian, you've never seen this before, and neither have many others. I obtained this treasure from an ancient ruin at great effort. It's a divine grade material surpassing S-grade materials. Though rare, it's still a divine grade material. It's called divine gold, and a single piece of this divine gold is equivalent to 23 S-grade materials, and even then, no one would trade it." Divine grade material. Yi Tian was both astonished and excited. He had used S-class materials to enhance his innate talent potential to S-class. If he used divine class materials, wouldn't he be able to elevate his innate talent potential to divine class? "Master, if divine grade materials exist, does divine grade innate ability potential exist?" Yi Tian asked. "No." Li Haoyang affirmed. Humans indeed lack the potential for divine grade innate abilities, but the alien races of the underground realm possess divine grade bloodline talents. Chapter 80, Transformation, Divine Level Golden Elemental Talent. The underworld realm possesses god-tier bloodline talents? Yi Tian was astonished. After all, S-rank bloodline talents are compared to the potential of S-rank innate abilities, so divine rank bloodline talents must be on par with the potential of divine rank innate abilities. But humans don't have the potential for divine rank innate abilities, doesn't that put us at an absolute disadvantage? Li Haoyang smiled and said, "Don't be too surprised. Humans currently lack the potential for divine tier innate abilities, but that doesn't mean they won't have it in the future." "Oh, why would it exist in the future?" Yi Tian was puzzled. Li Haoyang continued, "Yi Tian, do you know the conditions required for the emergence of god-tier talent potential? There are conditions for the emergence of divine-level innate talent potential?" Yi Tian shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Theoretically, any innate talent potential requires conditions to emerge. Haven't you noticed that the members of those prominent families all possess exceptional innate talents? Back when the Abyss world first collided with Earth, humanity had only just begun to encounter supernatural arts and innate talents. At that time, there were virtually no S-rank innate talents, let alone a rank or B-rank innate talents. Even C-rank innate talents were considered top tier. However, later on, some powerful individuals emerged among humans, and their descendants were born with higher potential for innate abilities. This process continued, and human potential for innate abilities grew increasingly higher, eventually giving rise to S-rank potential. According to investigations, those who possess S-rank potential must have had ancestors who were either Grand Masters or even Supreme Grand Masters, giving them a sliver of hope. As for the divine-level bloodline talent aliens in the underground world, their ancestors must have given birth to a true god, meaning that divine-level bloodline talent aliens are inevitably descendants of true gods. Li Haoyang's words left Yi Tian speechless. No wonder the students at the high school had such average innate abilities. Even C-class innate abilities were considered prodigious, and B-class innate abilities came from those families. But at Donghai University, he found that there were quite a few B-rank, A-rank, and even S-rank gifted individuals, but almost all of them came from influential backgrounds. My natural talent isn't great, and it's because my ancestors never produced anyone with high-level natural talent. Yi Tian thought to himself. He also learned an important piece of information from Li Haoyang's words. There are no true gods on earth. Mentor, since Earth has no true gods, that's why no god-tier gifted individuals have been born here? Yi Tian asked. That's correct. Li Haoyang nodded. The Earth's underground world has true gods, but the human world does not. However, there's no need to worry about those true gods entering Earth. True gods are too powerful, and the Earth's world is of a lower rank. If they try to enter a lower-ranked world, they will be suppressed or even annihilated by the world's power. Therefore, they dare not come here. Besides, Earth doesn't have much of value. Why would they come here? And Earth is quite peaceful. We won't actively invade the Earth's world, so we haven't aroused much hatred from the top-tier alien races either. So that's how it is. Yi Tian understood. Immediately, he felt a surge of excitement. Humans lack divine-level innate abilities. If he could use this small piece of divine gold to cultivate a divine-level gold attribute innate ability, wouldn't he surpass all humanity? Of course. But that's not certain. Perhaps Li Haoyang's mentor simply lacks knowledge, and humans have already developed divine-level innate abilities through other means, such as using some divine-level artifact, but they haven't disclosed it publicly. Divine-tier materials are extremely rare. Even the Donghai Fortress has no information about them. In terms of value, divine-level materials are undoubtedly more valuable than a true yang fruit. That's why Li Haoyang said it was a bargain for Yi Tian. Mainly because after the previous transaction and his recent breakthrough to the Grandmaster of Mystic Arts, Li Haoyang had consumed too many resources and didn't have any S-grade materials to trade for the true yang fruit, so he had to use the divine metal. Master, divine gold is of great value. I cannot take advantage of you. Yi Tian took out another true yang fruit from his storage ring. 2 true yang fruits. Li Haoyang was even more excited, as he had 2 innate abilities that required exactly 2 fruits. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang completed the transaction. Master, do you have any S-rank materials of the gold attribute? Yi Tian asked again. I just happened to obtain one. It's yours. Li Haoyang directly tossed an S-rank metal item to Yi Tian and then went to refine the true yang fruit. Yi Tian returned to his residence. This piece of divine metal is too small, only the size of a thumbnail. I can't absorb its golden energy yet, or else I'll exhaust its energy before my gold attribute divine talent potential reaches the divine level. I need to first use S-rank gold attribute materials to elevate my S-rank gold attribute divine talent potential to 99-100, then use this piece of divine metal. Next, Yi Tian touched the S-rank gold attribute material and ceased consuming his gold attribute innate talent potential, allowing his S-rank gold attribute innate talent to continue improving. Since the injured S-rank gold attribute materials were too scarce, he planned to exchange a large amount of battle merits to acquire them, far exceeding the market price, and there would definitely be factions willing to make the exchange. Sure enough, within just a few days, he acquired 6 pieces of S-rank gold-based materials. That's enough. These few S-rank materials are sufficient to accumulate my S-rank gold attribute innate ability to the 99 limit. Yi Tian murmured. However, his absorption of S-rank gold energy was slow, with a maximum of 10 points per day, meaning it would take another 10 days to reach the 99-point threshold. During those 10 days, he didn't idle either, continuing to contemplate various realms to enhance his strength. On the 10th day, his S-rank gold attribute innate ability had reached the S-rank limit and could no longer absorb any more gold energy. No amount of S-rank gold attribute materials could further enhance his S-rank gold attribute innate ability. He then took out the small piece of divine gold. Whether I can elevate my potential to divine grade gold attribute innate ability depends on you. He touched the small piece of divine gold and waited in silence. Not long after. Gold energy +1. Success. Boom. His golden attribute innate ability began to transform. This was a transformation from an S-rank innate ability potential to a divine rank innate ability, resulting in a significant improvement in his physical attributes. Additionally, an unknown aura emerged from his body, integrating into his flesh and causing a fundamental transformation of his physical foundation. Half an hour later, the transformation finally concluded. Golden Divine 0100. As expected, the potential of his gold attribute innate ability has reached God tier, but it seems like it can still be further enhanced? However, he couldn't think about that now. To push the divine tier innate talent potential to its limit would require a massive amount of divine tier materials, which he currently couldn't obtain. Reaching God tier potential for the golden elemental talent ability was already sufficient. Divine tier gold attribute innate ability should allow me to comprehend the essence of the gold attribute realm faster, right? Yi Tian decided to give it a try. His 8th tier gold elemental intent had already reached the peak of the 10th tier and was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier. He took out the and began to comprehend it, immediately sensing a difference. Flashes of divine light kept appearing, though not as powerful as when he used the, but far surpassing his usual comprehension. Let's try the effect of the enlightenment technique. The Taoist insight technique was activated. Boom! His insight skyrocketed. This time, the effect of comprehending the golden realm was even better, but it was limited to the golden realm alone. When it came to comprehending other realms, it was still the same as before. Crack! The bottleneck in the depths of his being shattered. His golden elemental realm began to transform, signaling its evolution to the 7th tier golden elemental realm. What surprised him even more was that under his comprehension, finally began to change. Whoosh! A golden light merged into his soul, transforming into countless strands of inherited information. This was none other than a special physique secret technique. Chapter 81, The True Body of the Dragon, A Mysterious Wonderland. Special physique, the true form of the dragon. Yi Tian quickly immersed himself in the immense power of the dragon's true form. There was no doubt that the dragon's true form was extremely powerful, akin to an upgraded version of the water fire dragon's body. This special physique was no less formidable than the yin-yang immortal body. The 7th tier golden elemental realm at 1/10 mastery, the 8th tier water elemental realm at 70% mastery, and the 8th tier fire elemental realm at 70% mastery. This special physique requires 3 elemental realms to meet the cultivation requirements. Though it requires 1 fewer realm than the yin-yang immortal physique, it demands the 7th tier golden elemental realm, significantly increasing the difficulty. Overall, the dragon true body is far more powerful in terms of actual enhancement, though the yin-yang immortal body focuses on powerful recovery abilities. However, once the dragon true body is cultivated, the increase in strength is terrifying, capable of causing a massive surge in power. I have now met the requirement of the 7th tier metal attributed intent. Next, I will elevate the 8th tier water attributed intent to 70% mastery, and then the 8th tier water attributed intent to 70% mastery. Yi Tian thought to himself. This added another layer to his cultivation tasks. Without his innate potential for recovery abilities and the Taoist cultivation technique, he wouldn't dare to cultivate multiple special physiques simultaneously. Water attribute realm, fire attribute realm, light attribute realm, darkness attribute realm. I must elevate all these 8th sequence realms to the 70% realm before I can cultivate the yin-yang immortal body in the dragon's true form. There are so many realms to cultivate, and relying solely on the Tao insight technique to blindly comprehend them is inefficient. If only I had a mid-grade supernatural phenomenon. Yi Tian thought to himself. Thus, he began to inquire where he could quickly gain insight into these 4 realms, and eventually learn from his mentor Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, you want to quickly enhance multiple 8th tier realms, so you must be aiming to cultivate a special physique. The realm is truly difficult to cultivate. It took me years to raise the water and fire realms of the 8th sequence to the 30% realm. However, there is a way to quickly improve. The East Sea Pavilion possesses a unique secret realm, a small one, and it is a water fire secret realm, making it ideal for comprehending the water fire realms of the 8th sequence. Li Haoyang explained. What is a miracle? Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Haoyang smiled and explained, phenomena that appear and disappear quickly are called anomalies. Anomalies are temporary, while phenomena that never dissipate are called wonders. Wonders exist eternally and will not disappear unless the secret realm itself vanishes. What? There are anomalies that never disappear? If one were to cultivate here continuously, how many masters would be cultivated? Yi Tian was astonished. Li Haoyang said, of course, if it's destroyed by human intervention, it can't be maintained forever. This marvelous phenomenon not only limits the number of people who can meditate on it but also restricts the time they can spend there. Otherwise, it couldn't be maintained. Donghai Pavilion relies on this marvelous secret realm to attract many masters and grandmasters. In Jiang Province, Donghai Pavilion ranks among the top 10 groups, with immense strength. Master, the conditions for entering the marvelous secret realm for meditation must be very stringent, right? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang nodded. Indeed, they are very stringent. I was willing to sacrifice a lot of battle merits, but they still refused. You must present items that the Donghai Pavilion needs before they will grant you a spot. Coincidentally, the Donghai Pavilion is currently acquiring true yang fruits. If you give them one, you will definitely secure a spot to enter the marvelous secret realm for contemplation, and it will be a long-term spot. After all, Yi Tian's true yang fruit was 600 years old, far surpassing the value of other true yang fruits. If it were just a short-term meditation spot, it wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, they would definitely grant Yi Tian a lengthy meditation slot. Yi Tian, do you want this spot? If you do, I'll go talk to the Grandmaster at Donghai Pavilion. Li Haoyang said. Of course I want it. Please trouble the mentor then. Yi Tian hurriedly replied. Donghai City, Donghai Pavilion headquarters. Li Haoyang arrived here and met one of the directors of Donghai Pavilion, the Grandmaster Su Chen. Su Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Li Haoyang got straight to the point. Li Haoyang, a rare visitor. What brings you here? Su Chen asked curiously. I need a spot to meditate in the Donghai Pavilion's mysterious realm. Li Haoyang said. No way. Su Chen refused outright. I'm just one of the directors of Donghai Pavilion. Even if I wanted to enter the mysterious realm for contemplation, I'd need a lot of contribution points. As an outsider, you have no chance of getting a spot. It's not for me. It's for a student from Donghai University. You should have heard of him, Yi Tian, the first-place winner of the previous Mystical Arts Master competition. Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian? Su Chen laughed. I've heard of him, but no matter how talented he is, he has no connection to the Donghai Pavilion. We don't need to give him a spot. I can't agree to your request. Of course, we can trade for the spot. Li Haoyang said. Your Donghai Pavilion isn't acquiring true young fruits? A 600-year-old true young fruit should be enough to trade for a long-term meditation spot, right? Oh, a 600-year-old Jinyang fruit? Can Yi Tian even get one? Su Chen expressed his doubts. If he can produce it, just say yes or no. Li Haoyang adopted a stance that suggested he would leave immediately if Su Chen refused. Of course it's acceptable. Su Chen hurriedly said, one 600-year-old Jinyang fruit for 10 days of meditation on the marvel. 20 days. Li Haoyang felt 10 days was too short and demanded. No way. Li Haoyang refused outright. You should know that if Yi Tian meditates for an extended period, others won't be able to meditate on it. Short-term meditation means meditating for 1 day and then closing it for 10 days. If he meditates continuously for 20 days, it will definitely cause the marvelous phenomenon to become unstable and even suffer damage. 15 days is the absolute limit. Even if you offer 2 true young fruits, we 1T agree. Even after Yi Tian meditates for 15 days, we'll have to close it for 2 months, not allowing anyone to meditate on the marvelous phenomenon, which would cause significant losses. Although true young fruits are precious, they only enhance one's innate abilities to grade A. The Eastern Sea Pavilion does not lack grade A innate ability users, it's just that certain influential figures need this item to cultivate their successors, which is why its price is so valuable. Li Haoyang thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, then 15 days. Donghai University. Li Haoyang returned and informed Yi Tian of the outcome. Yi Tian, the Donghai Pavilion has agreed. One 600-year-old Jinyang fruit in exchange for 15 days of access to the mystical realm. Thank you, mentor. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. Shortly after, under Li Haoyang's guidance, he met with Donghai Pavilion director Su Chen, and both parties signed an agreement to exchange a 600-year-old true young fruit for a spot to meditate in the marvelous secret realm for 15 days. After the agreement was signed, Yi Tian learned that the Donghai Pavilion's miraculous secret realm was not in Donghai City, but in Jianghai City. Jianghai City was the provincial capital of Jiang Province. Though it lacked universities comparable to Donghai University, the entrance to the underground world there faced greater pressure, attracting many grandmasters and even supreme grandmasters to establish their bases there, making Jianghai City far more powerful than Donghai City. Just 1 kilometer away from Jianghai City, Donghai Pavilion has a branch here, and the entrance to the marvelous secret realm is located within this branch. Soon, Yi Tian followed Su Chen to this branch. Chapter 82, The Spectacular Water and Fire Tai Chi 4th Update. Donghai Pavilion, Jianghai City Branch. 6th floor. Yi Tian stood before the gates of the secret realm, accompanied by 6 masters. These 6 masters would accompany Yi Tian inside, but they would not attempt to comprehend the spectacle. Their sole purpose was to keep a close watch on Yi Tian. The Donghai Pavilion also feared that outsiders might disrupt the spectacle, so surveillance was necessary. Yi Tian, in 15 days, they will remind you to come out. Su Chen said. Alright. Yi Tian nodded. Immediately, the 7 of them entered this mysterious wonderland. The 7 vanished, having already entered this secret realm. This marvelous secret realm was only 10 miles in diameter, a very small area. After entering, Yi Tian took a quick look around and spotted the edge of the secret realm, as well as the marvelous sight at its center. What a small secret realm! Though small, this secret realm holds great value. This single marvel alone far surpasses the value of other secret realms. Whoosh! Yi Tian quickly approached the marvel. Water and Fire Tai Chi Wonder. This is a mid-grade marvel, equivalent to a mid-grade anomaly. However, marvels can persist indefinitely, while anomalies cannot. Yi Tian first stood at the water's eye of the Water Fire Tai Chi Wonder, beginning to comprehend the essence of the water element. The other 6 masters watched him silently from a distance while also cultivating their own techniques there, so as not to waste time. Yi Tian ignored the 6 masters and began his contemplation. Boom! The Tao Comprehension technique activated. Water Elemental Essence, Comprehend. With the mid-grade marvel and the Tao Comprehension technique, his water elemental realm rapidly advanced. Day after day passed. Gradually, 7.5 days passed. The 8th sequence of water elemental intent has been mastered to the 10th level. No wonder it's a mid-grade marvel. Yi Tian once again arrived at the fire eye location of the water fire marvel and began to contemplate the fire elemental realm. Before he knew it, another 7.5 days had passed. The 8th tier fire elemental realm had also been cultivated to the 10th tier perfect realm. Unfortunately, neither the fire elemental realm nor the water elemental realm had advanced to the 7th sequence. The main reason was a lack of time. If he had focused solely on cultivating one elemental realm, he would have definitely reached the 7th sequence realm. The water and fire realms are sufficient now. I now at least meet the requirements for cultivating the dragon true body. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Tian, time's up. A master approached and reminded him. Got it. Yi Tian stepped out of the fire eye. At that moment, the water and fire spectacle grew dim, and the mysterious aura of the water and fire realm had weakened significantly. It would likely be impossible for others to come and contemplate it for a short time. Whoosh! Yi Tian emerged from the secret realm, and the gates closed, temporarily barring others from entering. Donghai City. Yi Tian had returned. Without delay, he entered seclusion to cultivate the dragon true body. He had already used the Taoist insight technique to fully comprehend the cultivation methods of the dragon true body. Now, by reactivating the Taoist insight technique to cultivate the dragon true body, the success rate was 100%, with no room for error. Boom! The 7th tier golden elemental realm, the 8th tier perfect realm of the fire elemental realm, and the 8th tier perfect realm of the water elemental realm began to intertwine according to the cultivation methods of the dragon true body, gradually fusing together in transforming his physique. Pain. This transformation was extremely painful, but Yi Tian endured it. Meanwhile, his physical prowess is also gradually improving during this transformation, with the rate of improvement far surpassing that of the previous dark immortal body. With each passing minute, his physical prowess increased by a notch, and his aura grew increasingly powerful. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. After 5 hours, Yi Tian's dragon true body was finally perfected, and his physical prowess had surged several-fold. The dragon's true form is complete. He activated the dragon's true form, and illusory dragon scales appeared on his body, golden in color, as lifelike as if they were real. He attacked himself. A loud clang echoed. The sound was crisp and clear, and his defense was incredibly strong. Now that I've mastered the dragon's true form, the dark eternal body, and the S-rank mutated technique, the great 5 elements wheel, my defense should be impenetrable even if attacked by a mid-tier mutated technique grandmaster. Only a high-tier mutated technique grandmaster could break through my defenses. Yi Tian thought to himself. Data panel. With a thought, the panel appeared. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Junior Level Mutant Arts Master. Innate abilities, Darkness type S rank 1-100, Mental type B rank 1-100, Water type S rank 1-100, Fire type S rank 1-100, Wood type S rank 1-100, Metal type God tier 0-100, Earth type S rank 1-100, Space type S rank 1-100, Wind type S rank 1-100, Light type S rank 1-100. Special techniques, S-rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique Mastered, S-rank Wood Realm Technique Mastered, S-rank Great Sun True Fire Mastered, S-rank Wind Feather Technique Mastered, S-rank Great Earth Escape Technique Mastered, S-rank Water Substitution Technique Mastered. Mutated Special Techniques, S-rank Great Hope Technique Mastered, S-rank Great 5 Elements Will Mastered, B-rank Dark Fire Mastered, B-rank Limb Regeneration Technique Mastered. Mind Realm, 7 sequence Golden Element Mind Realm 2 part Realm 8 sequence Fire Element Mind Realm 10 part Realm 8 sequence Wood Element Mind Realm 3 part Realm 8 sequence Earth Element Mind Realm 3 part Realm 8 sequence Water Element Mind Realm 10 part Realm 8 sequence Darkness Mind Realm 3 part Realm 9 sequence Light Element Mind Realm 3 part Realm 7 sequence Sword Intent 2 part Realm 9 sequence Spatial Mind Realm 3 point Realm Special Constitution Dark Immortality Body Beginner Dragon True Body Beginner. Looking at this dazzling data panel, he felt even better. However, to cultivate the dragon true body to the minor achievement realm, the requirements were extremely high. One must cultivate both the water and fire intentions to the 7 sequence, 3-part realm, and also cultivate the metal system intention to the 7 sequence, 9-part realm. Therefore, he couldn't achieve this in the short term. There is also the dark elemental realm and the light elemental realm, which must be cultivated to the 7th level of the 8th sequence. The current gap is still quite large. Yi Tian had not yet discovered any place that could aid in comprehending the darkness and light realms, so he could only put it aside for now. I'll head to the ruins of the Jiaolong clan. My current strength is much greater than before, so I might have a chance to enter the imperial palace of the Jiaolong clan. Yi Tian once again entered the underground world and headed toward the ruins of the Jiaolong clan. The ruins of the Jiaolong clan. The place looked much the same as when Yi Tian had last visited. He once again used spatial travel to reach the location of the Jiaolong clan's imperial palace. The few Dragon Scale clan grandmasters were still here studying the array formations. Yi Tian ignored them and prepared to attempt to use spatial travel to break into the Dragon Scale clan's imperial palace. His defensive power was now terrifying, even a killing array might not be able to break through his defenses. Great 5 Elements Wheel, activate. Dark Eternal Body, activate. Dragon True Body, activated. When Yi Tian activated the Dragon True Body, the incomplete array actually began to attract him. Yi Tian was directly sucked inside, facing no resistance whatsoever, not even triggering the killing array. Yi Tian passed through the array and arrived in the Grand Hall of the Dragon Scale clan's imperial palace. Chapter 83, Divine Art Inheritance and the Dragon Pearl Part 1. It was that easy to get in. Yi Tian was greatly surprised. He guessed that he had cultivated the Dragon Pearl True Body, and this great array did not pose a threat to the Dragon Pearl True Body. That was why he could enter. The Imperial Palace Hall of the Dragon Scale Clan was also in a state of ruin, as if torn apart by a powerful attack. Not only had the outer array been damaged, but the interior was also in shambles. However, he remained cautious to avoid any danger. He did not remove the Great Five Elements wheel, nor did he withdraw the Dragon True Body or the Dark Eternal Body, all remained intact. Outer Hall. He looked around and saw nothing but some wall paintings. The murals depicted the history of the Dragon Scale Clan. The first painting depicted a golden dragon and a member of the Scaled Fish Clan. The second painting showed the birth of several members of the Dragon Scale Clan. The third painting depicted the coronation of the first king of the Dragon Scale Clan. The fourth painting showed the Dragon Scale Clan after it had grown powerful. There were only 4 paintings, yet they detailed the origin of the Dragon Scale Clan. So the Jiaolong clan is descended from dragons. No wonder their name includes the character for dragon. Yi Tian murmured. However, according to his knowledge, the Earth Cave world is home to many other races with dragon bloodlines, and some of the most powerful among them even possess the blood of dragons. Therefore, the Jiaolong clan's bloodline was nothing special. Besides these few murals, there's nothing else. Let's head to the inner chamber. After passing through the outer hall, he arrived at the inner hall. Along the way, he saw no treasures, as if the place had been completely ransacked. Could it be that there's nothing left? Just as Yi Tian was about to give up hope, he spotted a Jiaoling clan corpse sitting on a broken throne within the inner chamber. The corpse was also quite damaged, with most of its scales missing, one arm severed, and its heart torn open. However, it still looked lifelike, as if it had just died. The true form of a dragon! Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Having cultivated the Dragon True Body, he could naturally sense it. This Jiaolong clan corpse had also cultivated the Dragon True Body, and its cultivation level was even higher than his, likely having reached the peak stage. Moreover, despite having been dead for 500 years, its aura remained powerful, and it even exerted a faint sense of pressure on him from the depths of the void. This must be a Jiaolong clan warrior who has surpassed the extreme Dao Master realm. Yi Tian speculated. He walked over, his gaze fixed on the armor on the other's body, which had been torn open, revealing a piece of earth attribute upper grade treasure. Even though it was damaged and had been through hundreds of years, it was still quite valuable, slightly more valuable than an ordinary middle grade treasure. Just as he was about to take the damaged high-grade rare treasure, a white light flew out from the Jiaolong clan member's corpse. Whoosh! Yi Tian immediately activated his teleportation technique to step back, preventing himself from being attacked. Spatial bloodline technique. Which clan do you belong to? Not only do you possess the spatial bloodline technique, but you also master the 5 elements technique, and have even cultivated the Dragon True Body that's truly remarkable, the illusory Jiaolong clan member spoke. What are you? Yi Tian asked. Me? The illusory dragon scale creature sighed bitterly. I am merely a fragmented soul on the verge of dissipation. As for my name, you may call me Jin Tianquan. A fragmented soul? Yi Tian grew even more vigilant. Could this creature be planning to possess his body? He had read plenty of novels. However, Jin Tianquan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't possess you. My cultivation level isn't high enough to do that. Only certain special alien races can possess someone at my cultivation level." Although Jin Tianquan said this, Yi Tian remained on high alert. If the other party had any intentions of soul stealing, he would definitely activate his spatial teleportation technique immediately. What do you intend to do? Yi Tian asked. Jin Tianquan's eyes flashed with hatred. I want you to avenge me and help me kill a powerful member of the Giant Elephant Clan. The Giant Elephant Clan? Yi Tian had never heard of this alien race before. After all, the Earth's underworld was vast, and there were countless alien races. He had only been cultivating for a short time and was still just a student. How could he possibly know much about other races? Why should I help you kill a powerful member of the Giant Elephant Clan? What's in it for me? Yi Tian refused. Jin Tianquan said, "You have cultivated my Dragon True Body. With your talent, you must want to cultivate it to perfection, right? You have obtained MY and accepted the inheritance information. Before reaching perfection, you only need to achieve the required realm of understanding. However, to reach perfection, you must prepare a Dragon Pearl. Without a Dragon Pearl, your Dragon True Body cannot be perfected. I happen to have a Dragon Pearl. If you agree to help me avenge my family, I will not only give you the Dragon Pearl but also a Divine Technique inheritance." Divine Technique inheritance? Yi Tian asked in confusion. What is a Divine Technique? You come from which foreign tribe that you don't even know what divine arts are? Jin Tianquan asked in astonishment. I come from the human race. Yi Tian knew that Jin Tianquan was unaware of the human race, as during Jin Tianquan's lifetime, Earth and the underworld had not yet collided. Even if he had heard the term human race, he would not have reacted. Sure enough, Jin Tianquan didn't know about the human race. He shook his head. You must be a newly emerged minor alien race, which is why you're unfamiliar with divine arts. I don't have much time, so I'll explain briefly. Divine arts are techniques cultivated by those with divine-level bloodline talents. You likely don't possess such a bloodline, but that doesn't matter. A divine art inheritance is something you can trade for immeasurable wealth, allowing you to grow much faster. I see. Yi Tian understood. The so-called divine arts were divine-level techniques. However, the techniques of other races are inaccessible to humans, but they can be modified. The supernatural techniques humans currently cultivate are all imitations of alien techniques that have been modified. With his intuition, he might be able to modify divine techniques into forms that humans can cultivate. What attribute does the divine technique belong to? Yi Tian asked again. Metal attributed. Jin Tianxuan replied. Yi Tian was overjoyed. Metal attributed divine arts, he could cultivate them. The dragon pearl, the inheritance of divine arts. Both of these items were of immeasurable value, so agreeing to Jin Tianxuan's request was no problem. After all, Jin Tianxuan's enemies were the alien races of the underworld realm. Killing them would carry no burden. Thus, Yi Tian nodded. Alright, I agree. But I need to wait until my strength surpasses theirs before I go to kill them. Additionally, if they happen to die, I'll consider the task automatically completed, right? Jin Tianxuan said, my enemy should still be alive, but his cultivation is definitely much stronger than it was 500 years ago. The giant elephant clan is quite famous in the Earth realm. If you inquire about the name Xiang Ming of the giant elephant clan, you might learn more about the enemy's situation. Alright. Yi Tian nodded. Make the oath. Jin Tianxuan demanded. If Yi Tian refused to swear an oath, he would not reveal anything. With no other choice, Yi Tian swore the oath. After all, there was no time limit, so he could wait until he was incredibly powerful before fulfilling it. Such an oath held little constraint. Soon, the oath was sworn. Jin Tianxuan kept his word and revealed the location of the Dragon Pearl and the Divine Technique Inheritance. Chapter 84, Aurora Phenomenon and Black Sea Wonder Part 2. The Dragon Pearl and the Divine Technique Inheritance are located 100 meters below this grand hall. However, this area is shrouded in an array formation, making it impossible to teleport underground. There is a mechanism button over there. Activate the mechanism, and you will be able to descend. Additionally, the Dragon Pearl and the Divine Technique Inheritance are both housed within a box crafted from soul sealing stone, rendering them imperceptible to mental energy. You should be able to locate them with some exploration. Jin Tianxuan said. Got it. Yi Tian noted it down. Do you have any other questions? Feel free to ask me. I'll be disappearing soon. Jin Tianxuan said. I want to know where I can quickly assist in comprehending the light elemental realm and the darkness elemental realm, as this will be helpful for the 8th sequence realm. Yi Tian asked. Although Jin Tianxuan was an alien from 500 years ago, he must possess a wealth of knowledge and might offer some advice. As for the light elemental realm, if you wish to cultivate it, you can fly to the 10,000-meter high skies above the earthly realm, penetrate the wind layer, and during the 10 minutes when the aurora phenomenon occurs every morning at sunrise, you can cultivate the aurora phenomenon daily. The rewards are quite substantial. However, the wind layer is extremely dangerous. Without the defensive capabilities of a Grandmaster-level cultivator, you cannot pass through it, otherwise, you will be blown to pieces by the gale winds of the wind layer. Of course, your defenses are sufficient, you can pass through the wind layer. As for the Dark Realm, there is a dark abyss over 1,000 miles from here. Within the dark abyss lies a mysterious realm, and within that realm is a Black Sea phenomenon. However, it has been 500 years since I last checked, so I cannot confirm if the Black Sea phenomenon still exists. You can go and try for yourself. Yi Tian was stunned upon hearing this. Mastering the light elemental intent was so simple: just pass through the wind layer, ascend to the 10,000-meter high sky, and contemplate the aurora phenomenon at dawn. Doesn't that mean anyone could do it? Of course, with only 10 minutes, those with lower insight wouldn't grasp much of the light element's essence, but such phenomena could at least be studied over the long term. However, it was estimated that it would only be helpful for the 8th tier light elemental intent, and not much for the 7th tier. Immediately, Yi Tian asked again. It is said that at the master level, one can continuously stack special physical qualities, but there are requirements for the physical body. As special physical qualities are stacked further, there seems to be a limit. Can this limit be increased? You want to pursue the path of stacking special physiques? That takes guts. Choosing this path will require unimaginable time, effort, and resources. But if you truly want to pursue it, you must first elevate your life tier. Stacking special physiques requires an incredibly powerful physique. However, the physical enhancements granted by special physiques are not the actual strength of the physical body. To enhance the physical body's inherent strength, one must elevate their life essence. Some special races in the Earth realm have inherently powerful physiques, allowing them to easily stack special physiques. Your life essence is not particularly strong, so you clearly do not originate from those special races, but it is still decent. As for how to elevate your life level, as far as I know, you can only consume certain heavenly treasures that enhance life force, such as divine blood or the elixir of immortality. Alternatively, some legendary special bloodline techniques can also increase your life level. However, these items are extremely difficult to obtain, and I advise you not to cultivate those special bloodline techniques that elevate life levels. They all come with severe side effects. Enhancing life tiers. Yi Tian understood. If Jin Tianxuan hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known at all. Even his mentor Li Haoyang probably didn't understand either, otherwise he would have told him long ago. For him, these few simple words were as valuable as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My time is up. Jin Tianxuan's fragmented soul grew increasingly dim before finally dissipating. Dead? Yi Tian carefully sensed it and confirmed that Jin Tianxuan was indeed dead. I'm sorry. Yi Tian walked over and collected Jin Tianxuan's body. The body of a foreigner who had surpassed the peak of the extreme Dao sect was worth a fortune in battle merits. There was also a set of incomplete high-grade alien treasures. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't have a storage ring. It was likely on the other arm, but the arm was already gone. First, go retrieve the Dragon Pearl and Divine Technique inheritance that Jin Tianxuan mentioned. He followed Jin Tianxuan's instructions and found the mechanism. Click. The mechanism opened and could still be activated. The ground collapsed, revealing a hole. He descended into the hole and passed through the range of the array. 100 meters below ground, this was an abandoned mine shaft, and the area had collapsed, making it somewhat difficult to locate. However, after some time, he found the location mentioned by Jin Tianxuan. Between several rock crevices lay 2 boxes. The boxes were the same color as the stones, and if one wasn't paying attention, they could easily be mistaken for ordinary rocks. He had his water clone open the 2 boxes, which contained no hidden weapons or traps. Upon opening them, one box contained a dragon pearl, and the other held a plaque made of an unknown metal, engraved with countless densely packed characters and patterns, resembling micro-engraving technology. However, under the power of his strong mental energy, even the smallest characters could be read clearly, without any difficulty. The Dragon Pearl, the inheritance of divine arts, it's mine. He now recognized the universal script of the underground world and identified the name of this divine art inheritance. Divine Art Golden Scales Technique. He glanced through it briefly and found that this divine art was incredibly powerful. Once activated, it could form an indestructible scale like defense, enhance physical strength, and even boost speed. No wonder it's a divine technique. Yi Tian marveled. The power of this divine technique is estimated to rival that of a true innate divine ability. I wonder what level of innate divine ability it would become if it evolved into an innate divine ability. Put it away. He placed the Dragon Pearl and the Golden Scales Technique inheritance into the small space within his finger bone. This small space was more stable and concealed than the storage ring, making it harder to detect. True treasures were always kept there, while ordinary items were stored in the storage ring. After putting everything away, Yi Tian left the place. He searched the ruined hall for half a day but found nothing else. Leave a trace behind. When those few scaled clan grandmasters break through here and discover the traces I left, will they be furious? Immediately. He wrote a sentence in the universal script of the Earth Cave world on a large pillar at the entrance. Xiang Ming was here. He certainly wouldn't use his real name, so he used the name Xiang Ming instead. The scaled clan wouldn't dare cause trouble for Xiang Ming, but they also wouldn't believe that Xiang Ming had written those words. His purpose was simply to provoke the scaled clan. He had no other intentions. Time to go. Yi Tian activated his spatial movement technique, slipping into the spatial interstice, and activated his dragon true form, avoiding the array's obstructions and leaving the area effortlessly. Chapter 85, The Spectacle Above 10,000 Meters. Third update. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Yi Tian has returned. This time's gains were enormous: the Dragon Pearl, Divine Technique inheritance, and knowledge of a mysterious realm in the Black Sea. If that realm hadn't been occupied by the alien races of the Earth's core world, it would have been his. Moreover, he had found a path to comprehend the light elemental realm, so he no longer feared being unable to elevate his light elemental realm to the 7th sequence level. It's already dark. I'll head to the 10,000-meter high skies of the underground world tomorrow morning. Yi Tian murmured to himself. The next day, the 3 suns of this world had not yet risen. Yi Tian left the Eastern Sea Fortress and then activated the Wind Feather Technique. At the S-rank perfected level, the Wind Feather Technique allowed him to move swiftly, and he soon reached the 10,000-meter high sky. At that moment, he came to a halt and began layering various defensive measures upon himself. Great 5 Elements Wheel, Dark Eternal Body, Dragon True Body, and other mystical techniques like the Golden Body Technique. After a series of maneuvers, he finally entered the wind layer. The sky of the Earth's underground world at 10,000 meters above sea level is different from Earth's. The wind layer of this underground world is extremely dangerous, as the winds here are gale force winds, which are terrifying. When they strike the body, they feel like being sliced by 1,000 knives. Yi Tian stepped into the wind layer. Gale force winds swept in. Clang! 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 Dense gusts of gale winds, like countless blades, slashed toward him, but none could penetrate his defenses, shattering into pieces. These gale winds. Yi Tian stopped here and began to silently contemplate. It seems that one can comprehend the essence of wind here. However, which great master would be willing to stay here indefinitely to comprehend the essence of wind? Constantly enduring attacks, the energy consumption was too great to sustain for long, and one had to maintain full defense at all times. Who could possibly focus on comprehending the essence of wind under such conditions? Wind power +1. Yi Tian suddenly drew a bit of wind power from the gale. My wind elemental innate ability potential has recovered to S rank. I can even absorb a bit of wind energy here. That's pretty good. Perhaps I can stay in the gale winds and absorb a little wind energy to raise my wind elemental innate ability potential to 99-100. However, it's not very useful for now, unless I can obtain wind elemental divine grade materials. Yi Tian decided to first complete his cultivation of the light attribute realm before returning here to cultivate the wind attribute realm, mastering it before further enhancing it. Whoosh! Yi Tian endured the gale, constantly darting through it, and finally broke through the wind layer, emerging outside it. He seemed to have broken through some special constraint, arriving in a peaceful region. At this moment, the area was still shrouded in darkness, but soon, the light from the 3 underground world suns would reach here, forming an aurora phenomenon. After waiting for about 10 minutes, here they come. In the distance, the light tore through the endless darkness, illuminating this void. In an instant, the light converged, forming a unique aurora phenomenon. Yi Tian was ready. He activated his enlightenment technique, devouring the primordial essence of other innate abilities to enhance his intuition. Under the enlightenment akin to sudden awakening, he began to comprehend the essence of light. Time ticked by second. Before he realized it, 10 minutes had passed. The aurora phenomenon began to fade. Too brief. Yi Tian sighed regretfully. He watched the aurora fade away, thinking to himself that if he kept traveling westward, he might be able to see the sun rise and continue to experience the aurora. But upon closer consideration, this was utterly unrealistic unless his speed matched that of light. Although I only meditated on the aurora phenomenon for 10 minutes this time, the effects were quite good. Though it was nearly a mid-grade phenomenon, it didn't weaken, and its effects were far superior to those of ordinary mid-grade phenomena. Yi Tian had also meditated on mid-grade phenomena, and even mid-grade wonders. However, whether it was a marvel or a phenomenon, the initial effects of contemplation were the best. The longer one contemplated, the weaker the effects became, primarily because the energy of the phenomenon or marvel was being consumed. This energy was not infinite but finite, requiring gradual recovery. But the aurora phenomenon is different. Its energy comes from the 3 suns of the underground world, whose energy is so terrifying that it is almost constantly replenished and never depletes. It simply dissipates after 10 minutes. Therefore, meditating on the aurora phenomenon for 10 minutes is equivalent to meditating on a mid-tier phenomenon for an hour under normal circumstances. At this rate, he estimated that he would only need half a month to cultivate his light elemental intent to 70% of the 8th sequence. Go to the wind layer to study the wind elemental realm. Yi Tian descended and arrived at the wind layer, enduring the assault of the gale force winds. Then, he silently meditated on the wind elemental realm. His defenses were too terrifying, the gale winds couldn't harm him in the slightest, allowing him to fully concentrate on comprehending the wind attribute realm. Gradually, he grasped the essence of the wind elemental realm, continuously refining his understanding. Several hours later, Yi Tian ceased his contemplation and directly departed from the wind layer. The wind elemental essence was not particularly important to him at the moment. There was no need to continue studying it constantly. Occasional visits would suffice. I must head to the dark abyss. He prepared to head to the dark abyss in search of that mysterious Black Sea wonderland. The dark abyss. The void twisted, and a figure emerged, none other than Yi Tian. Finally made it to the dark abyss. According to his knowledge, the dark abyss was a paradise for dark attributed demon beasts, hiding a vast number of them, including some that could rival masters and grandmasters. As for whether there were any level 6 demon beasts rivaling extreme Dao grandmasters, that remained unknown. I'll use spatial travel to search for that secret realm. Even an extreme Dao grandmaster might not be able to sense my spatial travel state, which would be safer. Yi Tian took a step forward and entered spatial travel. He followed the location mentioned by Jin Tianxuan, searching for the secret realm's position bit by bit. That secret realm was extremely well hidden, located within a cave in the dark abyss. Back then, the Jiaoling clan had accidentally discovered that secret realm by chance. Unfortunately, the Jiaoling clan had few members with dark bloodline heritage, and the Black Sea secret realm was of little use to them, so they didn't make much use of it. This must be the cave. Yi Tian thought to himself. He emerged from his spatial travel and entered the cave, as this would make searching easier. The range of observation while in spatial travel was too limited to quickly locate the hidden realm. No, that can't be the cave. He switched to another cave and continued his search. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until over an hour later that he finally found it. Inside a cave. There were some traces of the Dragon Scale clan, along with a door, but it was covered up. This must be the entrance to the secret realm, Yi Tian speculated. He opened the door, revealing a passageway faintly emanating the aura of spatial energy. Sure enough, this was the secret realm's entrance. Better stack up my defenses before going in. A beam of light flashed around Yi Tian as various defenses were layered on top of each other, and he finally stepped into the secret realm. Chapter 86, The Eternal Yin-Yang Body, Mastered 4 Updates. This secret realm isn't very large. Yi Tian walked in, took a look around, and estimated it was only slightly larger than the Waterfire Tai Chi Wonderland secret realm of the East Sea Pavilion. In the center of the secret realm, a black ocean emerged. This was not the real Black Sea, but a marvel. The Black Sea Wonder 500 years have passed, and it's still here. Truly a marvel. Yi Tian approached the center of the Black Sea Wonder and began to contemplate the dark elemental intent. The Dao comprehending technique activated, and his Dao comprehension surged. He then silently continued to comprehend the dark elemental intent. Of course, he kept track of time, as he needed to leave before dawn tomorrow to ascend to the 10,000-meter high sky to contemplate the aurora phenomenon. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was the early morning of the next day. Let's go! Yi Tian emerged from the Black Sea secret realm and immediately teleported into the spatial interlayer before heading toward the 10,000-meter high sky. He didn't want his whereabouts to be discovered, as that would risk exposing the Black Sea secret realm. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yi Tian arrived on time to witness the aurora phenomenon and once again delved into the essence of light-based techniques. 10 minutes later, the aurora phenomenon vanished, and he returned to the Black Sea Wonderland to delve into the darkness-based intent. Day after day, time passed. Half a month later, boom! A powerful 7th-tier dark elemental essence emanated from Yi Tian's body. He had successfully mastered the dark elemental intent to the 7th tier level, while his light elemental intent, after half a month of contemplation, had also been successfully elevated to the 8th tier, 70% realm. It could be said that he was now ready to begin cultivating the yin-yang immortal body. This secret realm is quite suitable. The celestial and earthly spiritual energy is abundant. I will cultivate the yin-yang immortal body here. Yi Tian began his cultivation. The 7th tier dark elemental intent, the 8th tier light elemental intent at 70% mastery, and the water elemental intent at the peak of the 8th tier all began to circulate, transforming his body according to the cultivation methods of the yin-yang immortal body. Time slowly passed, and the celestial and earthly spiritual energy from the outside world continuously merged into his body, transforming it. Gradually, a thread of yin-yang immortal power began to flow through his body. Boom! His body began to undergo a metamorphosis, and another special physique was cultivated. After a long time, his body was completely transformed into the yin-yang immortal body. Crack! Yi Tian moved, and the bones in his entire body cracked and popped. With a casual wave of his hand, the air exploded. This power is much stronger now. Yi Tian exclaimed with delight. The dark eternal body, the dragon true body, and now the yin-yang immortal body had combined to enhance his physical prowess to an unimaginably terrifying level. If he were to give it his all, a single punch could shatter a junior-level master of. My cultivation seems to have broken through. Yi Tian glanced at the data panel. Sure enough, his cultivation had reached the intermediate-level Grandmaster realm, intermediate-level master of the divine arts. However, he also noticed that his body seemed to be nearing some kind of limit. If he were to cultivate another special physique, he might reach the true limit. My body can only withstand 4 special physiques? That's too few. Yi Tian wanted to pursue the path of stacking special physiques, but for special physiques were simply too few. I must find a way to elevate my life tier. Yi Tian thought to himself. If his life tier didn't increase, then 4 special physiques would be his limit. How could he ever become invincible? Jin Tianxuan had also mentioned that some top-tier races with high life levels could definitely stack multiple special constitutions. He couldn't be worse than them, could he? I have to leave. This Black Sea consumes too much energy. I won't be able to meditate here for the next few months, and even if I do, I won't be able to quickly improve my 7th tier dark realm intent. Yi Tian emerged from the Black Sea secret realm and then used his earth type to seal off the entrance. Though this couldn't completely seal it off, it would be difficult to detect. Moreover, it would be difficult for other races to find this place. Then, he erased the traces left behind by the Dragon Scale clan, making it even safer. Let's return. Yi Tian departed using spatial travel. Donghai City. East Sea University. Yi Tian returned to rest. Yi Tian, come here to collect a Sky Dome helmet. Mentor Li Haoyang announced. Pick up a Sky Dome helmet? Yi Tian went over and only then realized that the Sky Dome network had been fully opened. Mentor, the Sky Dome network has been fully opened? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Li Haiyang nodded. Yes, now anyone with extraordinary abilities, even those who have just reached the apprentice of the arts realm, can purchase a Sky Dome helmet to enter the Sky Dome network. The lowest tier Sky Dome helmet costs only 10,000 credits each. What tier is my Sky Dome helmet? Yi Tian asked. It's a high-end one, costing 1 million each. The school is giving it to you. Li Haiyang said. For Donghai University, a mere 1 million was just pocket change. Plus, the Sky Network has undergone major changes recently. Let me take you to check it out. Li Haiyang said. Alright. Yi Tian, wearing a Sky Network helmet, entered the Sky Network. Sky Network, personal space. There didn't seem to be any changes here. He then invited his mentor, Li Haiyang, to his personal space. Li Haiyang then introduced Yi Tian to the new changes in the Sky Dome network. This is the Sky Dome Network Mall. Li Haiyang clicked through the various malls. Now many large corporations have opened malls in the Sky Dome network. After all, the traffic here is enormous, and many gifted individuals can shop anytime, anywhere while playing or training in the Sky Dome network. Of course, this is no different from online shopping in the real world. Additionally, Tianxiong Network has introduced accounts in virtual banks, where users can even conduct transactions without visiting a physical bank. Not only that, but there are also various competitions here. Many corporate factions and organizations attract participants with generous rewards. Even competitions between those with supernatural abilities exist. Let me take you to Donghai City. Li Haiyang led Yi Tian to Donghai City within the Sky Network. This is Donghai City within the Skynet. Currently, the Skynet has built over 30 massive cities, and Donghai City is one of them. People can chat, shop, and even meet anyone they want here, just like in real life. Look at the buildings around us. There are many advertisements, all for various competitions. Under Li Haiyang's guidance, Yi Tian gradually gained an understanding of the changes in the Sky Network. It must be said that the emergence of the Sky Dome network has made life more convenient for people and also promoted the development of close combat systems. However, these changes in the Sky Dome network hold little significance for us Grandmasters. The most meaningful change is the construction of the Sky Dome Tower, which houses various levels of alien races. We can enter it to challenge these aliens and test the close combat prowess of our weapons. Yi Tian, you should give the Sky Dome Tower a try. Li Haiyang said. The Sky Dome Tower? Yi Tian was intrigued and decided to go take a look. Chapter 87, The Art of Immortality, The Hope of Becoming an Immortal Being Part 1. The Sky Dome Tower currently has 13 floors. Those with weaponry skills at the beginner level can pass the first floor, those at the intermediate level can pass the second floor, and those at the advanced level can pass the third floor. If one's weaponry skills are elevated to the subtle realm, one can pass the fourth layer, those in the perfect realm can pass the fifth layer. Weaponry mastery at the realm of intent can easily pass the sixth floor. As for the seventh floor and above, even higher weaponry skills are required. Additionally, the first attempt at the Sky Tower is free. For subsequent attempts, if the player advances to a higher level than their previous attempt, there is no charge. However, if they fail to advance to the next level, a fee of 100,000 is charged per attempt. This pricing is entirely reasonable. Otherwise, everyone would attempt the Sky Tower for free, treating it as a free training ground, and the Sky Tower would eventually become unsustainable. Therefore, the necessary fees must be charged. Master, which floor of the Sky Tower have you reached? Yi Tian asked. I barely made it to the sixth floor. Li Haiyang replied. Then, Yi Tian went to challenge the Sky Tower. First floor, defeated in seconds. Second layer, defeated in an instant. All the way up to the fifth layer were instant kills. He reached the sixth floor. The alien beings on this floor had weaponry that barely reached the realm of intent, but they couldn't unleash the full power of intent within the Sky Tower network. However, their combat techniques and body control were both at the realm of intent. Slash! Yi Tian swung his sword, instantly killing the opponent. He then arrived at the seventh layer. The seventh layer's alien beings were designed to be quite powerful, corresponding to the eighth sequence of sword intent. Yi Tian did not rush to kill his opponent but engaged in a slow, measured battle. Since he had mastered the seventh sequence of sword intent, he had rarely engaged in close combat, so this was a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. Before he realized it, nearly an hour had passed. If he couldn't break through this floor, he would be deemed defeated. Therefore, Yi Tian no longer held back, unleashing his full power and swiftly dispatching his opponent within a few moves, successfully advancing to the seventh floor of the Sky Tower. Eighth layer. The close combat prowess of the alien beings in this layer was incredibly powerful, on par with the seventh sequence of sword intent. Even Yi Tian wasn't certain he could defeat his opponent. Give it your all. Yi Tian engaged in fierce combat with his opponent, showing no signs of relaxation, fully utilizing his close combat skills. Clang! 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 Every move and every technique were executed with the utmost precision, combining strength, technique, and skill to their absolute limits. However, this level of close combat skill among the alien races is the lowest tier of weaponry techniques set for the 7th sequence of Sword Intent. Therefore, Yi Tian still had a chance to break through. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Both Yi Tian and the foreigner were already severely injured. However, just as the hour was about to end, Yi Tian sacrificed one of his arms to successfully pierce the opponent's heart with a single sword strike, ending the battle. A bitter victory. I should come here more often to fight against the foreign tribesmen of the 8th layer and hone my close combat weapon skills. Yi Tian muttered. His consciousness left the Sky Tower. He did not attempt to enter the 9th layer of the Sky Tower, it was completely unnecessary. When Yi Tian emerged, Li Haoyang asked, Yi Tian, how many layers of the Sky Tower did you clear? Did you make it past the 7th layer? Yi Tian replied casually, I made it through the 8th layer. What? You've passed the 8th layer? Li Haoyang was stunned. You've mastered the Sword Intent to the 7th sequence level. Yes. Yi Tian nodded slightly. You're a prodigy. Even some of the most accomplished martial artists in the Extreme Dao sect might not be able to reach this level. Li Haoyang exclaimed in admiration. Exited the Tianqiang network. Yi Tian asked Li Haoyang a question. Master, I heard that some heavenly treasures can enhance one's life tier, and some mystical techniques can also achieve the same effect. Do you know how to obtain them? You want to enhance your life stage? Li Haoyang furrowed his brows slightly. As for rare treasures, they are extremely difficult to obtain. For example, the elixir of immortality has such an effect, but only the first one works, the second one is half as effective, and the third one is even less so. Moreover, such treasures are extremely rare and cannot be obtained in large quantities. As for the even more precious divine blood, forget about it, even supreme martial arts masters cannot obtain it. As for the mystical techniques that can elevate one's life level, they do exist, but I do not recommend you look into them. Master, what kind of techniques are they? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haoyang said, it's a forbidden technique, cultivation is strictly prohibited. Master, I was just asking out of curiosity. If you don't tell me, I'll be even more curious and will try to find out on my own. You might as well just tell me directly. Upon hearing this, Li Haoyang revealed the truth. It's the elixir of immortality from the demon god sect. Li Haoyang explained, the demon god sect specializes in researching various forbidden arts. The elixir of immortality was developed by combining special bloodline techniques from the depths of the underworld realm. It caused a huge stir back then, even attracting experts surpassing the extreme Dao masters, and resulted in the deaths of several extreme Dao masters. However, it was eventually confirmed that the elixir of immortality has severe side effects. What kind of side effects? Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Haoyang said, the elixir of immortality consumes one's innate ability potential, turning people into invalids. Even if one's S-rank innate ability potential is completely depleted, it won't significantly increase one's life force or extend one's lifespan by much. Therefore, the elixir of immortality is rather useless, unless one is nearing the end of their lifespan, unable to break through, and desperately wants to live a few more years. At that moment, Yi Tian was thrilled. The elixir of immortality was practically created for him. The demon god sect was truly his lucky star. The demon god sect's enlightenment technique, combined with his divine gift, had propelled him into becoming the most prodigious genius. If they had developed the elixir of immortality, and if he obtained it, wouldn't he become an immortal being? Would he ever lack lifespan again? Definitely not. Master, where can I obtain the elixir of immortality? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang stared at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you have great potential. Becoming an extreme Dao master isn't difficult, and you could even surpass them. Don't let the elixir of immortality ruin you. Moreover, neither the Donghai Fortress nor Donghai University has the elixir of immortality. The few factions that once possessed it had their destroyed. Currently, only the demon god sect still holds the elixir of immortality. Yi Tian didn't ask any further, as that would have been odd. So, the two changed the subject and put the matter out of their minds. The elixir of immortality, we must find a way to obtain it. Yi Tian pondered silently. Once he obtained the elixir of immortality, his lifespan would skyrocket, his life form would evolve, and he might even reach the level of the dragon and phoenix, the top-tier races. At that point, he could stack numerous special physical traits, making his strength reach an utterly terrifying level. The elixir of immortality seems to be exclusive to the demon god sect. I must find a way to locate a member of the demon god sect and secretly follow them. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 88, Almost in Hand Part 2. Donghai City, the Supernatural Abilities Association. Yi Tian came here to visit the vice president of the Supernatural Abilities Association, Tai Shi. Once upon a time, Tai Shi was a terrifyingly powerful figure in his eyes, but now he merely regarded him as such. Tai Shi is now a mid-level master of supernatural arts, with decent strength, placing him in the middle tier. The president of the Donghai City Supernatural Abilities Association is a grandmaster who has always been stationed at the Donghai Fortress. In reality, there are 3 vice presidents, and Ironstone is the weakest among them, so he is stationed at the association to oversee the situation in Donghai City. There are too many cities in Xia Kingdom, each with its own supernatural abilities association. Additionally, since the associations are responsible for maintaining city security, their personnel are spread too thin, resulting in a limited number of powerful individuals within each association. Moreover, the associations are constantly occupied with managing criminal activities involving gifted individuals within the cities, leaving them no time to venture into the underground world to seek their own fortune. They rely entirely on funding from higher-ups. As a result, many powerful gifted individuals refuse to join the association. It was only because Yi Tian was deceived that he joined. Of course, the overall strength of the Psionic Association is still unmatched by other factions, and its foundations are still quite formidable. Yi Tian, how did you find the time to come here? Tai Shi smiled. Vice President, I'm here to discuss something with you. Yi Tian got straight to the point. I need information about the Demon God Society, such as where its members might be located. There is actually an investigation report from the Demon God Society, but it's not from Donghai City. Tai Shi handed over a document. This is an investigation report from Shichang, a small city with a significant population. Recently, there were reports of the Demon God Society's Grandmaster being spotted there. However, Shichang currently only has one Grandmaster stationed there, and he cannot leave freely. Therefore, Shichang has invited our Donghai City to send a Grandmaster to investigate. I was actually planning to assign the task to a master from Donghai City to investigate. If you're interested, Yi Tian, this task is yours. Yi Tian picked up the documents and took a look. Tai Shi added, this is just a casual investigation. If we can't find any traces of the Demon God Sex Master, then so be it. After all, nothing major has happened yet, so it's not a big deal. The members of the Demon God sect are like rats, hiding too deeply. Unless they reveal themselves voluntarily, it wouldn't be worth spending too much effort searching for them. Vice President, I'll handle this matter. Yi Tian agreed. That's great. Tai Shi was in a good mood. Whether it was Yi Tian or other masters, although they had joined the Donghai Supernatural Association, they were essentially unrestricted external personnel who hadn't signed formal contracts and weren't subject to any constraints. As the deputy chairman, he couldn't order them around either. They had every right to refuse. If Yi Tian refused, he might not be able to find a suitable replacement on short notice. Stone City. Yi Tian arrived at this small city. He did not reveal his identity but instead secretly searched for traces of the Demon God Society members. Members of the Evil God Society are hard to detect, but he had made preparations before coming here. Thousand Eyes Technique. A faint blue glow emanated from Yi Tian's eyes, and not a single trace within a 5-mile radius could escape his notice. This was a B-rank mental type, a branch of the eye technique. There were many branches of mental type, such as mind perception, eye techniques, illusions, and object manipulation. In a short time, he had mastered the Thousand Eyes Technique to perfection. Using the Thousand Eyes Technique, if there are any individuals with supernatural abilities acting suspiciously, they could be members of the Demon God Society. Time passed slowly. I've spotted a suspicious psychic master. Let's go check it out. Yi Tian used spatial travel to approach and quickly discovered that the mystic had entered a guest house. Inside one of the rooms, a woman was waiting there. Soon, unspeakable scenes appeared. Oh no, this isn't right. He immediately retreated. Over the next 2 days, he tracked several suspicious individuals with extraordinary abilities, but none of them were members of the demon cult. However, on the 3rd day, he discovered a peak-level supernatural practitioner hiding in the shadows. He hadn't held out much hope, but he noticed that the person kept taking detours before finally leaving through an underground passage. This is likely a member of the demon god cult. Thus, Yi Tian tracked him using spatial travel, and the other party couldn't possibly detect him. In fact, the sorcerer was also very cautious, but Yi Tian's spatial movement was simply too extraordinary. Soon after, the sorcerer arrived at an underground base. There weren't many gifted individuals here, only about a dozen. The mystic entered a hall within the underground base and encountered a master. Master, the genius from the High family is still at home and hasn't come out, the sorcerer reported. That genius from the High family is really a coward. After being attacked once, he dares not come out, the master frowned. With his strength, he could certainly break into the High family, but if he dared to act so recklessly, he wouldn't be able to leave. If the master from Stone City were to hold him back, masters from nearby cities would soon surround him, and he wouldn't stand a chance of leaving Stone City alive. Continue monitoring the High family. If he comes out, notify me immediately. The master ordered. Yes, master. The sorcerer departed. Yi Tian had been secretly observing. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this place was indeed a base of the Demon God Society, and this master was an attendant of the Demon God Society. It was said that the masters of the Demon God Society were called stewards, the Grand Masters were called Hall Masters, the Supreme Masters were called Demon Envoys, and those who surpassed the Supreme Masters were called Great Demon Envoys. There seemed to be even higher ranks, but he had no authority to know. Hireling of the High family, I must kill her quickly. This small city has nothing of value, staying here is a waste of time. The Demon God Society Grand Master muttered impatiently to himself. Suddenly, a figure appeared, none other than Yi Tian. Great 5 Elements Wheel, transformed the domain. Boom! The terrifying domain power suppressed the master. At the same time, Yi Tian pressed a sword against the master's neck, and the power of the 7th sequence sword intent erupted, as if it could erase the master at any moment. The master of the Demon God sect, facing this ruthless individual who could kill him in an instant, trembled violently. Master, hello! The master was speechless. He had no idea how Yi Tian had appeared, and his power was too terrifying. Though his cultivation was at the master level, his strength was definitely on par with that of a grandmaster. He dared not move, fearing that Yi Tian would kill him. You're the master of the Demon God sect, aren't you? What's your name, and what's your purpose in coming to Haicheng? Yi Tian asked. Sir, my name is Gao Yu. I am a junior executive of the Demon God Society. A genius has appeared in Hai City. Although she is only in her senior year of high school, her cultivation has already reached the advanced stage of an. Most importantly, she possesses a special physique, the Ice Body. Therefore, the Demon God Society planned to assassinate this genius from the Hai family, but the mission failed. That's why I came here personally to find an opportunity to kill the Hai family's genius. Gao Yu dared not hide anything and told everything honestly. I'll ask you again, do you possess the elixir of immortality? Yi Tian asked. The elixir of immortality. Gao Yu was startled, not expecting Yi Tian to ask about that. He hurriedly replied, Master, I do not possess the elixir of immortality, but all attendants can apply for it. If you release me, I will immediately apply for the elixir of immortality from the Demon God sect. Apply for the elixir of immortality now. Don't make any rash moves, or you're as good as dead. Yi Tian ordered. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Yu hurriedly responded. Then, he took out his communicator and requested the exchange for the elixir of immortality from the higher-ups of the Demon God Society. Big shot, it won't be long before the elixir of immortality arrives. Gao Yu hurriedly said. Alright, I'll be waiting here. Yi Tian said. This hall was not accessible to just anyone. Therefore, the other members of this base were unaware of what was happening here. However, if anyone tried to enter, he would eliminate them immediately. However, Gao Yu was feeling very tense at that moment. He was fully aware that Yi Tian would not spare him. However, the elixir of immortality was no ordinary forbidden technique. Even within the Demon God sect, it was extremely precious. He had just spent all his contribution points to obtain it, and it would be personally delivered by a grandmaster. No matter who the hall master is, there is still hope to save me, or even kill the person in front of me. Gao Yu thought to himself. No matter who comes, there's a chance to save me, or even kill this man. Chapter 89, Cultivating the Art of Immortality, Peak of the Basic Life Form 3rd Update. Time passed slowly. Several hours later, a grandmaster arrived at this underground base. A grandmaster has arrived. He must be from your Demon God sect. Yi Tian smiled at Gao Yu. Gao Yu's expression changed, fearing that Yi Tian would kill him immediately, and quickly said, I'm not sure. Let's go check it out. Yi Tian grabbed Gao Yu and stepped across the void, moving through space. Spatial travel, and he's even mastered the spatial intent. Gao Yu was stunned. He even felt despair. A grandmaster couldn't possibly catch a master who could use spatial walking, unless they could instantly kill such a master, leaving them no time to use spatial walking. But it was clear that Yi Tian was incredibly powerful. I underestimated him. But at that moment, he had no way to respond. Whoosh! Yi Tian brought Gao Yu to the grandmaster of the Demon God sect. Zhao Yang, the hall master. Gao Yu recognized the senior master of the Demon God sect. Even at the junior-senior master level, he was extremely powerful, having mastered the 8th sequence of fire-based intent and reached 50% of its realm. Gao Yu, who is he? Zhao Yang asked. Gao Yu dared not speak, but Zhao Yang understood that Yi Tian was definitely not a member of the Demon God sect. Without hesitation, he acted immediately. Boom! A fiery dragon formed and charged toward Yi Tian. Great 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian activated the Great 5 Elements Wheel, effortlessly blocking the attack of the Grand Master Zhao Yang. Immediately, the Great 5 Elements Wheel transformed into a domain, suppressing Zhao Yang. Next, Yi Tian teleported over and swung his sword at Zhao Yang. The 7th sequence of sword intent, fused with various realms of intent, unleashed the heaven-splitting sword technique. With a loud puff, a single sword strike shattered Zhao Yang's defenses, severing his head cleanly. One strike, one kill. Gao Yu, standing nearby, was stunned. This was a Grandmaster, and he had spent over a decade cultivating at the initial stage of Grandmaster. Even when facing an intermediate-level Grandmaster, he could hold his own. Yet he was killed in a single move by a master. Whoosh! Zhao Yang's storage ring was taken by Yi Tian, who used his spiritual energy to break into it. After searching around, he finally found a boom. His spiritual energy absorbed the inheritance, and the contents of the eternal life technique appeared. Found it! Yi Tian was overjoyed. Master, can you release me? Gao Yu asked tremblingly. He dared not flee, nor could he escape. He was fully aware that he couldn't escape from someone with spatial abilities. Even if he managed to run 3 kilometers ahead, he would be caught in no time. Sure. Yi Tian nodded. Gao Yu was overjoyed. Such a powerful figure shouldn't lie, right? But the next moment, Yi Tian grabbed Gao Yu and vanished into the spatial interstice. Immediately afterward, he let go, and Gao Yu plummeted into the spatial turbulence. Big shot, you said you wouldn't kill me and would let me go. Gao Yu screamed in despair. I did let you go. I let you go here, didn't I? If you can't save yourself, don't blame me. Yi Tian shrugged. Under his gaze, Gao Yu was torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence, leaving not a single trace behind. After that, Yi Tian killed all the other members of the Demon God Society at this base, leaving no survivors. Ironstone, the first base of the Demon God cult, has been found. Come and take over. Yi Tian reported. Over an hour later, Ironstone arrived. What is this? Ironstone arrived and saw the body of a Grandmaster, leaving him stunned. This is a Grandmaster from the Demon God Society. He resisted fiercely and was killed by me. Yi Tian said. Killing a Grandmaster was a significant achievement. The Psionic Association should reward him handsomely. It's Zhao Yang of the Demon God Society, listed on the wanted list, a junior-level Grandmaster of Psionic Arts. You actually managed to kill a Grandmaster of Psionic Arts. Ironstone was speechless. How powerful was Yi Tian's strength? Yi Tian continued, the members of the Demon God sect were tasked with assassinating a genius from the High family in Stone City. I've killed all of them. This mission is considered complete, right? Of course it is. Ironstone, the leader, nodded hurriedly. If this isn't considered a successful completion, what would be? Ironstone, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Yi Tian took his leave. Yi Tian, I'll report this mission up the chain of command. If any rewards come through, I'll let you know. Ironstone hurriedly said. Donghai City. Yi Tian returned and immediately began studying the art of immortality. Now, his mind was completely focused on the elixir of immortality. The elixir of immortality was somewhat profound, and he used his insight technique to comprehend it before finally grasping its essence. As he understood it, the art of immortality could indeed extend one's lifespan and enhance one's life level. However, a person's life level was limited, and while the first enhancement was significant, it became increasingly difficult to achieve further improvements as one's lifespan grew longer. Moreover, the art of immortality can only be applied to oneself and cannot be used on others. This is the limitation of the art of immortality. If the art of immortality could be applied to others, its value would be immeasurable. One could find individuals with exhausted potential or death row inmates, offer them favorable terms, and have them perform the art of immortality on a specific person, thereby causing that person's life level to skyrocket. But this method is not feasible. First, master the elixir of immortality. Yi Tian began using the insight technique to enhance his insight and cultivate the elixir of immortality. This was an S-rank forbidden technique, not something that could be mastered easily. However, with the aid of the insight technique, it did not take too long before he successfully mastered the elixir of immortality. Let's try it out. The elixir of immortality was activated, absorbing the essence of wind-attributed innate abilities, and was successfully unleashed. In an instant, a dense mass of life energy merged into his body, absorbed by every cell. His body felt like a long dry riverbed being flooded with a massive influx of water. At this moment, although his physical attributes had not improved, his lifespan was increasing, and his life force was growing stronger. Soon, this enhancement came to an end. My lifespan has increased significantly, and my life level has risen, but it's still not enough. Yi Tian continued to perform the elixir of immortality technique. Time and again, he performed the eternal life technique, his lifespan continuously increasing and his life level rapidly strengthening, but the effects of the technique grew increasingly weaker. However, as long as it worked, it was sufficient. At the same time, he was absorbing various attribute-based materials to restore the potential of his innate abilities. Thus, day after day passed. Yi Tian had no idea how many times he had cast the eternal life technique, but he had gradually cultivated it to perfection. Suddenly, he realized that his life form had reached a certain limit, and breaking through this barrier was becoming increasingly difficult. I must have reached the limit of a primary life form. Yi Tian speculated. Life forms are divided into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Most alien races and humans belong to the primary tier, which represents the fundamental classification of life. Intermediate life forms are akin to powerful races like dragons, born as intermediate life forms with lifespans far exceeding those of other races at the same level. Advanced life forms include races like true dragons and phoenixes, as well as beings like the children of true gods, all belonging to this tier. Yi Tian was originally a primary life form, and according to the rules, it was impossible for him to break through the boundaries of life tiers. However, now there was hope. The elixir of immortality is a forbidden technique of the wood element. One must first elevate the 8th sequence of wood elemental intent before performing the elixir of immortality. Perhaps this could break through the life form barrier and ascend to the intermediate life form tier. Once I achieve intermediate life form status, I might be able to stack multiple special physical constitutions. Yi Tian thought excitedly. Chapter 90, Breakthrough, Intermediate Life Form 4 Updates. In the days that followed, Yi Tian focused on comprehending the 8th sequence of the wood elemental realm. However, without the presence of mid-grade wood attribute anomalies or marvels, his efficiency in comprehending the wood attribute realm naturally remained low. Before he knew it, a month had passed. 6th tier realm of the 8th sequence wood elemental intent. Yi Tian felt that such progress was acceptable. Thus, he continued to strive toward becoming an intermediate level life form. The elixir of immortality. Elixir of immortality. Cast the eternal life technique again. Time and again, he cast the elixir of immortality, gradually elevating his life form. Finally, the bottleneck between the beginner level life form and the intermediate level life form was shattered. In an instant, Yi Tian's body began to undergo a transformation, not a transformation in physical strength, but a transformation in life form. He could feel his life force surging, as if he had evolved. After a long time, the transformation is complete. At that moment, he had already become an intermediate level life form. Before, he had felt that the 3 special physiques were nearing their limits, but now he felt nothing of the sort. Let's see if the elixir of immortality still works. Yi Tian performed the elixir of immortality once. The effect? It seemed to have a slight effect, like dropping a single drop of water into a bottle. That was the extent of it. As long as it works, I'll perform the elixir of immortality several times a day. With consistent practice, perhaps one day my life form will ascend to the advanced life form realm. Yi Tian murmured. Having resolved the issue of life form hierarchy, he needed to continue collecting special physique techniques and accumulate them further. Just as he was pondering how to obtain various special physique techniques, his mentor Li Haoyang came to find him. Yi Tian, there's a way to make money. Are you interested? Li Haoyang asked. A money-making opportunity? How much can you make? Yi Tian asked curiously. The special physical constitution techniques you desire can be earned through this. Li Haoyang said. Really? Yi Tian was surprised. Special physical constitution techniques were extremely valuable. Even in the Eastern Sea Fortress, one would need astonishing battle merits to exchange for a single special physical constitution technique, and that would only be an ordinary one. An ordinary special physique secret technique was of little value to Yi Tian. He wanted the top-tier special physique secret technique. Of course it's true. Li Haoyang smiled. This is a mission issued by the Donghai Pavilion. They're willing to pay a huge price to temporarily recruit grandmasters and masters to attack the Scaled Fish Clan. The Scaled Fish Clan. Yi Tian was familiar with this alien race. The Gelling clan was born from the union of dragon men and women of the Scaled Fish Clan, but the Scaled Fish Clan was not very powerful now, not even as strong as the Scaled Clan. Nevertheless, no matter how weak they are, the Scaled Fish Clan is still an entire clan. The Donghai Pavilion is just a corporate faction. Do they dare to attack the Scaled Fish Clan without official backing? Yi Tian asked. No, it's the Donghai Pavilion's private initiative. Li Haoyang explained. In fact, many corporate factions and organizations from our Xia Kingdom have private holdings in the underworld. Even our Donghai University has several mineral veins in prime locations there. The Donghai Pavilion discovered a spirit stone vein on the Scaled Fish Clan's territory, so they became greedy and decided to attack the Scaled Fish Clan to seize that spirit stone vein. How strong is the Scaled Fish tribe? Yi Tian asked. 1 Extreme Dao Master, 26 Grand Masters, and around 200 Masters. Li Haoyang replied. That's no small force. Yi Tian frowned. Li Haoyang added, the Donghai Pavilion isn't weak either. They have several Extreme Dao Grandmasters as their revered elders. This time, they'll dispatch an Extreme Dao Grandmaster to intercept the Scaled Fish Clan's Extreme Dao Grandmaster. Plus, the Donghai Pavilion is wealthy and can recruit top-tier Grandmasters to fight for them, so the likelihood of securing that spirit stone vein is quite high. Moreover, you possess spatial talent, right? If things get too dangerous and you can't handle it, you can always take me with you and escape. Master, you're thinking of running away if we can't win, that's why you're dragging me along, isn't it? Yi Tian rolled his eyes. Hee, that's part of the plan. Just tell me if you're coming or not. The Donghai Pavilion has opened up many valuable items this time, including special physique techniques. Moreover, if we attack the Scaled Fish Clan, we can also seize their treasure vault. The Scaled Fish Clan is an ancient alien race in the underworld, though they've fallen into decline now. You can imagine how many treasures the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault must hold. There must be plenty of secret techniques for special constitutions as well. Li Haoyang tempted him. Master, I'll go. Yi Tian agreed. 3 days from now, the East Sea Pavilion must set out. However, we must indeed prepare for a retreat, as both the demon god and the Scaled tribe may cause trouble. Li Haoyang said solemnly. Understood. Yi Tian nodded. Better a dead friend than a poor one. If danger truly arises, he would definitely flee. Even if the Donghai Pavilion suffers heavy losses, it has nothing to do with him. After that, Yi Tian and Li Haoyang went to Donghai Pavilion to register, and Donghai Pavilion gave them a brand new battle ring, specifically designed to record the battle merits earned during this mission. The more Scaled Fish Clan members they killed, the more battle merits they would earn, and the more items they could exchange for. Scaled Clan. The leader of the Scaled Clan, Jean Ball of the Golden Scaled Clan, was meeting with the Shadow Messenger of the Demon God Society inside the palace. This time, the Shadow Messenger had not appeared as a projection but had come in person to the Scaled Clan. Ghost Shadow Messenger, why have you come to my Scaled Clan in person? Do you have another grand plan? Jean Ball frowned and asked. The Shadow Messenger smiled and said, this time, it's not a task from the Demon Gods Council. It's a private collaboration between us. What kind of cooperation? Jean Ball asked. The Donghai Pavilion of the Xia Kingdom is planning to attack the Scaled Fish Clan. Do you know about this? The ghostly messenger revealed the intelligence. Oh, the Donghai Pavilion is attacking the Scaled Fish Clan? Why would they do that? The Scaled Fish Clan isn't weak, and they have an extreme Dao Master. If the Donghai Pavilion attacks them, they'll suffer heavy losses, won't they? Jean Ball asked curiously. The Scaled Fish Clan recently discovered a spirit stone vein at the bottom of the Feather River, the Shadow Messenger revealed further. What scale of spirit stone vein is it? It must be at least a medium-sized one, otherwise it wouldn't be worth it. Jean Ball speculated. The Ghost Shadow Messenger said, it is a medium-sized spirit stone vein, but what's important isn't the vein itself. No one outside knows about it, but I obtained the most critical intelligence through one of the East Sea Pavilion's spies. That medium-sized spirit stone vein has given birth to a celestial spirit object. Really? Jean Ball was already tempted. He knew exactly what a heavenly spirit object was. It was of utmost importance to any faction. Even the lowest grade heavenly spirit object could allow one to comprehend the 7th tier realm. For example, a water-attributed heavenly spirit object emits primordial energy that can allow someone at the peak of the 8th sequence to grasp the 7th sequence's water-attributed realm. The key was that celestial and earthly treasures could be used sustainably and would gradually replenish themselves. For an extreme Dao Master, the value of heaven and earth spirits was immeasurable. What grade of celestial spirit is it? 7th tier or 6th tier? Jean Ball asked. Most likely the 7th sequence. If it were the 6th sequence, the Donghai Pavilion wouldn't dare keep it for themselves, they'd report it immediately. There would be experts surpassing even extreme Dao Masters who would come to claim it, and the Donghai Pavilion wouldn't dare compete for it, the Ghost Shadow Messenger said. Even a 7th rank water-attributed celestial spirit, combined with a mid-grade spirit stone vein, would be sufficient for our Scaled Clan to mobilize. Jean Ball agreed to cooperate with the Ghost Shadow Messenger. But how would the benefits be divided? Chapter 91, for Supreme Masters Part 1. Ghost Shadow Messenger, how should the benefits be distributed? Even if we manage to seize the celestial spirit treasures, there's only one, which isn't enough to share. Jean Ball frowned. I don't want the celestial spirit treasures, nor do I want those spirit stones, the Ghost Shadow Messenger said with a smile. I only want that single drop of dragon's blood that your Golden Scaled Clan has been treasuring. Jean Ball's expression changed. You know about that too? The dragon's true blood was an absolute secret within the Scaled Clan, known only to a select few. Jean Ball never expected the Ghost Shadow Messenger to be aware of it. He seriously suspected that there were agents of the Demon God sect within the Scaled Clan. The Demon God sect was powerful, and even at backing it wasn't impossible for members of the Scaled Clan to have defected to them. But this was not good news for him. Jean Ball, don't ask how I know. Just say whether you're willing or not. The Ghost Shadow Messenger was certain Jean Ball would agree. Firstly, the other Extreme Path Masters of the Scaled Clan were not within the clan. Only one Extreme Path Master remained in the Golden Scaled Clan's Imperial City, and he had been in seclusion for years, striving to break through to a higher realm. Unless the Scaled Clan was invaded by humans, he would not emerge. Without his intervention, the Scaled Clan dared not get involved. Alright, I agree. Jean Ball agreed. Although the true blood of the dragon is precious, it cannot compare to a celestial spirit object. Let's make this clear, I will only hand over the dragon's true blood if we obtain the celestial spirit artifact. Jean Ball made it clear in advance. Alright. The Ghost Shadow Messenger agreed. Subsequently, Jinbal began mobilizing the great masters and masters of his clan, waiting for the crucial moment to intervene. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. East Sea Fortress. A large group of Grand Masters and Masters arrived here. The scale far exceeded the usual garrison forces of the East Sea Fortress, yet they had been summoned by the East Sea Pavilion. Leading the group was one of the Donghai Pavilion's revered masters, the Extreme Dao Grandmaster Chang Ao. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang were also among them. Though Yi Tian had disguised himself slightly, he wasn't afraid of being assassinated by the Demon God Society. The group traveled under cover of darkness and arrived at the Yu River before dawn. Yuha was vast, far larger than Luaha. The Scaled Fish clan resides throughout the Yu River. They are a water-based alien race skilled in water-based techniques. However, at the master level, even fire element masters could still unleash around 70% of their power in water, making combat no problem. The sky began to grow faintly bright. Chang Ao, the supreme master of Donghai Pavilion, ordered all Grand Masters and Masters to invade the mineral vein controlled by the Scaled Fish tribe. Attack! The battle erupted. Boom! Chang Ao unleashed an S-rank the Vortex Explosion technique. In an instant, the riverbed of the Yu River erupted like an explosion, with countless weakened scales of the Scaled Fish clan floating upward. What a terrifying master of the extreme path! Yi Tian thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen an extreme Dao master in action, and their power far surpassed that of a grandmaster. If someone even stronger than an extreme Dao grandmaster were to intervene, what kind of scene would that be? Humans, you're asking for death. A roar echoed through the air. The next moment, a Scaled Fish clan extreme Dao master appeared. The opponent had a human body and a fish head, holding a trident-shaped artifact in both hands, charging toward the extreme Dao master Chang Ao. Boom! The two extreme path grandmasters engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the other Grand Masters and Masters from the East Sea Pavilion charged at the Scaled Fish clan's Grand Masters and Masters. Yi Tian, let's pick the weaker ones to kill. Li Haoyang reminded them, then rushed off to find a master-level Scaled Fish clan member. Yi Tian was extremely cautious, activating the Great Five Elements Wheel Mutation Technique, Golden Body Technique, Dark Eternal Body, Dragon True Body, and Yin Yang Immortal Body before charging at a master-level Scaled Fish clan member. Puff! One sword strike, instant kill. Yi Tian used his teleportation technique, continuously killing one Scaled Fish clan member after another. Seeing this, a Grandmaster-level Scaled Fish clan member charged toward Yi Tian. Heaven-splitting sword technique. Put! A sword beam imbued with the 7th tier sword intent in various other realms instantly sliced him in two, killing him in an instant. Such a weak Grandmaster dares to block my path? Yi Tian sneered. Due to the surprise attack, the Scaled Fish clan was caught off guard. Gradually, the Eastern Sea Pavilion was about to break into the Spirit Stone vein. Suddenly, a peak-level master of extraordinary techniques from the Donghai Pavilion activated an innate divine ability, directly shattering the Spirit Stone vein and charging toward its core. At that moment, a vine began to grow larger and larger, coiling toward them. Seeing this, many Grandmasters who were unaware of the situation were stunned. A celestial spirit object. They had thought the objective was the Spirit Stone vein, but never expected it to be a celestial spirit object. Protect me as I seize the celestial and earthly treasure. This Spirit Stone vein can be divided among you all. The peak-level Master Off from Donghai Pavilion shouted. The newly recruited Grand Masters did not hesitate for a moment and immediately joined the peak-level Grand Master of the Eastern Sea Pavilion in their attempt to seize the celestial spirit object. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Scaled Fish clan arrived and were desperately holding back the Grand Masters of Donghai Pavilion. Just as the battle was about to reach its climax, a roar echoed through the air. Haha, I never expected it to be a water-attributed celestial treasure, the Xianshui Vine. This celestial treasure belongs to our Scaled clan. Jinbal led a large number of Scaled clan grandmasters and masters to the scene. Though not all of them had come out, nearly half of the clan had been mobilized. Scaled clan, you've come after all. The extreme Dao grandmaster Chang Ao noticed, but he did not panic. Whoosh! A black mist appeared, transforming into a figure none other than the extreme Dao grandmaster Ghost Shadow Messenger of the Demon God Society. It's the Ghost Shadow Messenger of the Demon God Society. With his shadow transformation technique, he comes and goes without a trace. This guy has arrived too. Li Haoyang had somehow appeared beside Yi Tian and murmured. The Demon God Sect's Supreme Master, should we flee? Yi Tian was ready to activate his teleportation technique and spatial travel to escape. Wait, the Supreme Master from Donghai Pavilion doesn't seem panicked yet. Perhaps he has hidden tricks up his sleeve. Li Haoyang said. Sure enough. The Donghai Pavilion indeed had hidden tactics. Evil God Sect, you rats have finally shown yourselves. A ordinary master suddenly erupted with surging energy, transforming into an elderly Extreme Dao Master. Old principal of Donghai University, Extreme Dao Master Wu Donglai, how did you end up here? I'm certain that the other extreme Dao masters of Donghai Pavilion don't have time to come here. You've been staying at Donghai University and never left. The Ghost Shadow Messenger was shocked. Ghost Shadow Messenger, haven't you heard of a body double? Creating a body double with the same aura as mine is quite simple. Donghai Pavilion invited me to intervene to prevent any unexpected situations, so don't even think about disrupting Donghai Pavilion's plan this time. Wu Donglai smiled faintly. Old man, you don't have many years left to live. Your strength isn't necessarily stronger than mine. The Ghost Shadow Messenger charged at Wu Donglai, and two Extreme Path Grandmasters engaged in battle once more. Jean Ball saw that the Ghost Shadow Messenger had been blocked and knew he could only rely on himself. Therefore, he charged directly toward the Spirit Stone Vein, intending to seize the Celestial Spirit Plant, the Xian Shui Vine, for himself. The battle is too chaotic. I'll kill a few more Scaled Fish Clan and Scaled Clan members, then I'll go steal the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault. Yi Tian decided. In no time, he arrived at the edge of the battlefield, severely injuring a Scaled Fish Clan master, then used illusions to force him to reveal the location of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault. The opponent's soul had been severely injured by Yi Tian, leaving him unable to resist, and he revealed the location. After confirming the location of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault, he immediately used teleportation to rush over and then used spatial movement to sneak inside. Scale Fish Clan treasure vault, I'm here! Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 92, Return, Exchanging the Secret Technique for a Special Constitution Part 2. This is the place. Yi Tian arrived at the bottom of the Yu River, where numerous underwater structures were shrouded in arrays. These arrays were no simple matter. Yi Tian had no way of breaking them. However, he could traverse these arrays using spatial movement. Whoosh! Yi Tian moved through the spatial layers, and the arrays on the outer perimeter were relatively weak, unable to affect the spatial layers. He passed through effortlessly. Soon, he arrived at the treasure vault. The formations of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault are no simple matter. They can affect the spatial layers. But they shouldn't be able to stop me. Heaven-splitting sword technique, break! Yi Tian sliced through the array barrier with a single sword strike and entered the space layer. Who? A peak-level master of the Scaled Fish Clan's mystical arts spoke coldly. However, he couldn't see what was happening in the spatial fissure, only that the treasure vault's array had been disrupted. There is another peak-level master of the Scaled Fish Clan stationed at the treasure vault. However, he is outside the vault. We must immediately retrieve the treasures within. Yi Tian's first target was the inheritances, preferably those containing special secret techniques. Second were the materials. Soon, Yi Tian located the secret technique inheritance and appeared directly. Swish! 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 One after another, treasures were stored in Yi Tian's finger bone space, his movements incredibly swift. He took all the secret techniques and then the materials and resources. He didn't bother to check what the materials were, as there was no time. Click! The treasure vault's array formation was activated, clearly indicating that the peak-level Grandmaster had heard the commotion and entered. We have to leave. Yi Tian wasn't greedy. This peak-level master of might be a top-tier master who had mastered a divine ability. He didn't want to fight such a peak-level master. Even if he could survive, being tied up would be a hassle. Moreover, this was the core territory of the Scaled Fish Clan. The array formations they could activate were beyond his capabilities. If they had any means to seal off the space, that would be trouble. Let us go. Yi Tian darted into the spatial crevice. Just then, the Scaled Fish Clan Grandmaster arrived. Seeing Yi Tian flee, he struck out, but his attack didn't reach Yi Tian in time. Damn human! The Scaled Fish Clan Grandmaster roared in anger. Boom! The Scaled Fish Clan's arrays activated at full power, sealing off the void. However, even so, they could only slightly affect the spatial layers in this area and were unable to intercept Yi Tian. Yi Tian effortlessly broke through the blockade and vanished in an instant. On the battlefield, Yi Tian returned and joined the ranks of those attacking the Scaled Fish Clan and the Scaled Clan. However, he noticed that his mentor, Li Haoyang, was injured in being surrounded by two Scaled Clan Grandmasters. Although Li Haoyang possessed the innate divine ability of water-fire dragon slaying, he could only use it a few times, and by now, he was likely unable to use it again, leaving him unable to withstand the assault from the two Scaled Clan Grandmasters. Swish! Yi Tian teleported over. Body binding technique. One of the Scaled Clan Grandmasters was instantly immobilized. In that very instant, Yi Tian sliced off the opponent's head with a single sword strike, killing him instantly. Another Scaled Clan Grandmaster's pupils contracted, and he tried to flee, but Yi Tian's Great Five Elements will transformed into a domain, suppressing the opponent's speed, and a spatial blade strike struck the opponent, injuring him. Next, he activated the Golden Light technique, chasing after the opponent and delivering another sword strike. The sword strike, fusing multiple realms of intent, completely ignored the opponent's defensive techniques, severing him into two pieces with a single strike. Yi Tian, your strength has grown so powerful. Li Haoyang exclaimed in astonishment. Not long ago, Yi Tian was just a weakling who needed his rescue. Now, he had become the weakling, needing Yi Tian's help, and the enemy he couldn't handle was effortlessly killed by Yi Tian. The deaths of two Scaled Clan Grandmasters enraged a peak-level Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan. Though their strength might not match Jinbai's, they were still no pushover. Boom! The Scaled Clan Grandmaster charged toward Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian did not want to confront him directly and teleported away instantly, leaving the opponent unable to catch up. Kill! One after another, Scaled Clan Masters were slain by Yi Tian. This time, just in terms of battle merits alone, he would gain a great deal. In the distance, the battle between the Ghost Shadow Messenger and the Extreme Path Master Wu Donlai was also nearing its end. Puff! The Ghost Shadow Messenger was pierced through the body by Wu Donlai's innate divine ability, sending his entire body flying backward. Wu Donlai, you truly live up to your reputation as one of Earth's first geniuses. Unfortunately, your past injuries have depleted your potential and severely shortened your lifespan. Otherwise, you would have already surpassed the Extreme Dao Master realm long ago. This time, I concede defeat. Next time, I will definitely cut you down. The Ghost Shadow Messenger activated a forbidden technique, transforming into a black shadow and vanishing into thin air. After the Ghost Shadow Messenger fled, the Scaled Clan was left in a pitiful state. Wu Donlai continued to strike, slaying the Scaled Clan's Grandmasters. Flee! The Scaled Clan began to collapse. Jinbao, seeing that Wu Donlai was about to kill him, quickly activated a rare artifact to transform into a streak of light and escape. His speed was so fast that even Wu Donlai couldn't catch up. Flee! The Supreme Masters of the Scaled Fish Clan, seeing the situation was dire, also issued the order to retreat. They abandoned the medium-sized Spirit Stone Vein and the Celestial Spirit Object. Senior Principal Wu, thank you for your help this time. The Supreme Master Chang Ao expressed his gratitude. 10 drops of life elixir, the agreed-upon reward, must not be withheld. Wu Donlai said. He had a severe internal injury that even the S-rank Great Revival technique couldn't heal. Only a few rare treasures could sustain his life, and the life elixir was one of them. Alright, Chang Ao assured him. Then, the people from Donghai Pavilion began collecting the Celestial Spirit Plant. The Xianshui Vine. The Xianshui Vine required a special environment to prevent it from withering, making transplantation and removal quite troublesome. However, the people from Donghai Pavilion had already obtained intelligence and prepared Xianshui liquid. Whoosh! The Xianshui vine was drawn to the Xianshui liquid and successfully stored inside a spatial storage sphere, its roots anchored in the Xianshui liquid. It would be fine for the time being. Subsequently, the Grand Master of Donghai Pavilion remained stationed here, beginning to set up an array formation to completely secure the area, allowing them to gradually mine the spirit stones in the future. Yi Tian and the others departed, returning to the East Sea Fortress. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian and his mentor Li Haoyang returned. They went to the Donghai Pavilion's branch here to submit their battle rings, settle their battle merits, and exchange them for reward items. Battle merit 350,000. This was the battle merit Yi Tian had earned. This battle merit was different from the one awarded by the Donghai Fortress. It was specifically created by the Donghai Pavilion for this mission and could only be used for this settlement. Li Haoyang's battle merits were much lower, only 90,000, but that was still quite impressive. Subsequently, Yi Tian set his sights on Donghai Pavilion's special physique secret technique. He most desired the 5 elements physical constitution secret technique, but the Donghai Pavilion did not possess it. Infinite ocean body, primarily water-based, with earth and wood as secondary elements. Exchange for 50,000 battle merits. Fierside Vidra physique, metal, fire, and earth elements, exchangeable for 60,000 battle merits. Starry battle body, earth, metal, and light elements, exchangeable for 80,000 battle merits. Only these 3 special systems were decent, the rest were all garbage, and exchanging battle merits for them would be a waste. He then turned his attention to the materials and resources. S-rank mental system material, Tianpa crystal, exchange for 50,000 battle merits. S-rank mental type materials are extremely rare, and he had always wanted them but had no way to purchase them. This was the perfect opportunity to exchange them. He then exchanged some S-rank and various S-rank materials, finally spending all the battle merits he had obtained this time. Chapter 93, 21 Special Constitutions 3 Updates. Battle merits deducted, rewards received. Yi Tian left the East Sea Pavilion and returned to his residence. Upon returning, he began to take out one treasure after another from his finger bone space. All of these were treasures he had seized from the treasure vault of his Scales Fish Clan. Let's start with these ancient texts and secret techniques. Most of the manuals and techniques here were bloodline-based techniques, which were only useful for reference to him. Special physique techniques found. 1, 2, 3. Yi Tian organized them and found a total of 18 special physique techniques. As expected of the Scaled Fish Clan, their foundations are truly solid. Even in their current state of decline, they still possess so many special physique techniques. However, among these 18 special physique techniques, 15 were ordinary ones, while only 3 could be considered top tier. The 3 top-tier special physique techniques are the Xian Lin body, the Water Dragon Giant God body, and the Xian Bing True body. Not bad. With so many special physical constitution techniques, when combined, they will be more than enough to make my body incredibly powerful. Yi Tian murmured. After that, he began to organize the other treasures he had obtained, each of which was extraordinary. S-grade materials, 38 pieces. 322 pieces of A-grade materials. These resources alone would be enough for him to use for a very long time. Additionally, there were 66 heavenly treasures. This bottle is still sealed. What's inside? Yi Tian carefully broke the seal on the bottle and took out the items inside. This aura. Yi Tian recalled the divine metal. The bottle contained a liquid substance with an aura similar to divine gold, likely a divine grade treasure. Shortly after, he looked it up and finally discovered the name of this treasure. Tai Divine Water. This was one of the divine tier materials of the Earth Cave world, capable of healing various injuries and refining elixirs. However, for Yi Tian, the Tai Divine Water only serves to enhance the potential of his water attribute innate ability. So, my second divine tier innate ability is about to emerge. Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. In addition, Yi Tian discovered 6 rare treasures among these artifacts, one being a mid-grade water attribute rare treasure, and the rest were all low-grade rare treasures. This mid-grade water attribute rare treasure could help Yi Tian comprehend the 8th sequence of water attribute intent faster, which was quite useful. In the days that followed, Yi Tian had a lot of cultivation tasks to complete. He utilized S-grade water attribute materials to enhance the potential of his S-grade water attribute innate ability, aiming to raise it to 99-100. He also needed to comprehend water attribute and earth attribute realms, gradually elevating the cultivation levels of these realms. Additionally, he had awakened the potential of his ice attribute innate ability, as the Xianbing Jinti required mastering the ice attribute realm. Meanwhile, the Scaled Fish clan was in chaos, and the clan's supreme master was furious. You can't even guard the treasure vault, what use are you? The extreme Dao master of the Scaled Fish clan, Yunfei, scolded angrily. Elder Yunfei, that human possesses spatial abilities. He directly fled into the spatial interlayer, and I couldn't pursue him. The Grand Master Yudu said helplessly. Humans. Yunfei was filled with murderous intent, eager to eliminate all humans. However, he couldn't match the humans. The Scaled Fish clan now had only one supreme master, while humans could easily dispatch 2 supreme masters, and even stronger beings above them. However, the humans' front lines were spread too thin, and they had offended many other races. Otherwise, where would the Scaled Fish clan have any chance of survival? As humans grow stronger, we Scaled Fish clan must find a way out. Why not ally ourselves with the Giant Elephant clan? The Giant Elephant clan is the most powerful alien race within a 10,000-mile radius, with immense strength. Even the Scaled clan's backing comes from the Giant Elephant clan, which boasts multiple beings surpassing even the extreme Dao masters. Only by aligning ourselves with the Giant Elephant clan do we stand a chance against humanity. Unfortunately, humans have stolen the Tai Divine Water and seized the celestial spirit plant Xian Shui Tang. Otherwise, we could have offered them as gifts to the Giant Elephant clan in exchange for protection, Yunfei thought to himself. Without the celestial spirit treasures or the Tai Divine Water, they could only gather more precious items and rely on quantity to seek the Giant Elephant clan's protection. East Sea Fortress. Days passed one after another. On this day, Yi Tian successfully enhanced the potential of his water attribute innate ability to the S rank limit, and only then did he bring out the Tai Divine Water. He touched the Tai Divine Water with the tip of his right index finger. Soon, water power +1. Boom! His water-based innate ability began to transform, evolving from S rank to God rank. At the same time, his physical attributes also improved slightly. Water Divine 0-100. This was his second God tier innate ability potential. If he obtained a water-type God tier technique, he could begin cultivating it. After his water-type innate ability reached God tier, his efficiency in comprehending water-type intent skyrocketed. In a short period of time, he had already mastered the 7th sequence level of his water-based innate ability potential. Currently, his Earth Elemental realm is lagging behind, so he needs to spend more time cultivating it. Let's first accumulate the ordinary special physique techniques obtained from the Scaled Fish clan. Although they are all ordinary special physique techniques, accumulating them can significantly enhance physical prowess. Yi Tian selected a special physique technique called the Water Leech Body. This special physique enhances bodily coordination and accelerates blood regeneration. If he were to perform blood-consuming forbidden techniques, the Water Leech Body could help him recover quickly. Moreover, it only requires the first level of the Water Elemental Realm and the Wood Elemental Realm from the 8th sequence to master. Begin cultivating the Water Leech Body. The water attributed and wood attributed intents began to fuse and transform the body. Soon, the Water Leech Body was mastered. This is his 4th special physique. Then, he began cultivating other special physique techniques. The 5th special physique. 6th special physique. The 7th special physique. Yi Tian's special physical constitutions grew in number, and his physical prowess had reached an unimaginable level, while his strength continued to surge. A month later. I've mastered the 18 special physiques. No one will believe me when I tell them, Yi Tian said with a smile. However, among the 18 special physiques, some were similar and had fused into a single physique, enhancing the original effects. On this day, Yi Tian traded a mid-grade water attribute rare treasure he didn't need with a grandmaster for a mid-grade earth attribute rare treasure. As a result, his earth attribute cultivation realm could naturally be cultivated and improved more quickly. Before he knew it, another half-month had passed. The water type requirement for the Great Sea Boundless Body is the 7th sequence, and the earth type and wood type intentions must reach the 6th level of the 8th sequence. I have achieved all of these, so I can now cultivate it. Yi Tian began cultivating the Boundless Sea Body. Soon, the Great Sea Boundless Body was mastered. Boom! His body began to transform, and his physical attributes surged dramatically, clearly demonstrating that the Sea of Infinity Body's enhancements far surpassed those of ordinary special physiques. Afterward, he successively cultivated the Starry War Body, the Angry-Eyed Vajra Body, and also brought the Xian Lin Body, the Water Lin Giant God Body, and the Xian Bing True Body all to the introductory realm. However, another half-month had already passed. On this day, Yi Tian emerged from his prolonged seclusion. At this moment, he had already mastered all 21 special physique techniques he had obtained. Moreover, the protective glow formed by the 21 special physical constitutions, when combined, had reached a defensive power that even Yi Tian himself could not estimate. Haha, with my current strength, even if I were to face a peak-level master of, I could fight them head-on. Yi Tian murmured to himself. Chapter 94, The Merging of Two Realms, Donghai City withdraws 4 updates. A few days later. The Psionic Association is really stingy. Yi Tian received the reward from the Supernatural Abilities Association, the reward for slaying the Grandmaster of the Evil God Sect and completing the mission, and it came long after the fact. It was likely that the association had gone through multiple rounds of reviews before finally granting this reward. It was an S-rank material, but only a small piece. Back then, he might have considered it worthwhile, but now it was simply not worth his time. If Taisher knew that Yi Tian was dissatisfied with the reward, he would definitely be furious. An S-rank material, even he would want it. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian walked through the streets of the fortress and noticed something was off. There were more and more grandmasters, and some were unfamiliar. In the past, there were only a few grandmasters in Donghai Fortress, and there was no need for many grandmasters to guard it on a regular basis. But now something was clearly off. There were significantly more grandmasters. Could it be that some faction is planning a major move? Yi Tian speculated. However, these grandmasters seemed to be preparing to stay in Donghai Fortress for the long term, which was highly unusual. Shortly thereafter, he went to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. As a student at Donghai University, he wouldn't be informed of any plans from higher-ups. Li Haoyang, as a Grandmaster-level mentor at Donghai University, was likely to be in the know. Soon, he met Li Haoyang. However, mentor Li Haoyang had a furrowed brow, clearly in a bad mood. "Mentor, what's going on?" Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang sighed helplessly. "The days of peace are over." "The peaceful days are over? Could it be that war is about to break out?" Yi Tian was startled. "War? This isn't the kind of minor skirmish that happens at Donghai Pavilion, it's a real, full-scale war." "Yes." Li Haoyang nodded. "But this time we're forced to fight. If we don't, Donghai City might be destroyed." "Which foreign tribe is invading Donghai City? The Scaled Tribe? They don't have the strength to do that." Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. Li Haoyang didn't hide anything and revealed directly, "It's not the Scaled Clan. It's the border between Donghai City and the Scaled Clan that's about to merge." "Merge?" Yi Tian was confused. Li Haoyang explained, "Yi Tian, you should know that our Earth collided with the underground world. Now, the underground world is slowly enveloping and devouring Earth. According to calculations from above, 6 regions of Earth are about to merge with 6 territories of the underground world. If the entire Earth is completely swallowed by the Abyss world, and without a true god, the situation for humanity would be utterly dire. You can imagine the consequences." "Can all of humanity really not stand up to a single true god?" Yi Tian asked. "We cannot." Li Haoyang sighed bitterly. "You haven't witnessed a true god in action. During the collision between Earth and the underground world, a true god intervened, and the scene of a single hand shaking the stars, do you know what that was like? Had it not been for the worlds will severely injuring it, that true god would have stepped onto Earth. Even if Earth holds no value, its population is what those true gods covet. Having more followers is never a bad thing for them." "That makes sense." Yi Tian nodded slightly. "If they can't enter Earth, those true gods would just give up. But if they can come in, they'll do whatever comes their way. It's no loss to them. Therefore, the Earth's higher-ups don't want to be swallowed by the underground world. Is there any way for Earth to avoid being swallowed by the Abyss World? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang shook his head. There's no way. Earth will eventually be swallowed by the underworld. However, we can delay it until Earth gives birth to a true god. For example, this time, Donghai City and this region of the underworld are merging. If it's feasible, we also have a way to reverse the merger and swallow this region back into Earth. Reverse the process and swallow the underworld's territory back into Earth? Yi Tian was stunned. Yes. Li Haoyang said, according to the higher-ups, there's roughly half a month left before the Donghai City region and the Underworld Realm region come into contact, with no world barriers between them, forming a single place. You can think of it as an incredibly vast secret realm. This place will also become a battlefield where humanity will clash with the alien races of the underground world, a clash of world wills. If we eliminate all the alien races and prevent them from returning, our side's fortune will surge, strengthening Earth's world will, and we may be able to swallow this region. Who are our main opponents? It can't just be the Qilin tribe, right? Yi Tian asked again. Of course it's not the Scaled clan. What are they? They can't even defeat our Donghai City. Our main opponents are the Giant Elephant clan. Li Haoyang said. The Giant Elephant clan. This wasn't the first time Yi Tian had heard of this alien race. Jin Tianxuan of the Dragon Scale clan had been killed by the Elephant clan's Elephant Ming. Are the Giant Elephant clan very powerful? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang nodded. The Giant Elephant clan is very powerful. They are enormous in size, with human bodies and elephant heads, standing over 3 meters tall. Their defense and strength are both top-notch. Moreover, the Giant Elephant clan has many extreme Dao masters, and even some who surpass them. Their strength is roughly 1/3 of the entire Jiang province. Jiang province is the 6th strongest province in the entire Xia kingdom, yet it only possesses 1/3 of the Giant Elephant clan's combat strength. The might of the Giant Elephant clan is truly terrifying. Li Haoyang frowned and said, the Giant Elephant clan is the strongest overlord within a 10,000-mile radius. The Scaled clan is one of their subordinate alien tribes. The Giant Elephant clan will not allow this region to fall into the hands of our Donghai City, so they will definitely get involved. In fact, the Giant Elephant clan might even launch an attack on the Donghai fortress before the two realms merge. That's why so many Grandmasters and Supreme Grandmasters have recently flooded into the Donghai fortress. There are even stronger beings beyond the Supreme Grandmaster realm who have arrived, though we are unaware of them. Then should the ordinary people of Donghai City evacuate? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang replied, we don't know yet, but the decision will be made within the next 2 days. If evacuation is ordered, there must be a valid reason. Evacuating several million people from a city is no small matter. If the higher-ups decide to evacuate, they will likely disclose the situation in the underground world. Yi Tian agreed. Soon, 2 days passed. After several discussions among the high-ranking officials of Jiang province, it was ultimately decided to evacuate the several million residents of Donghai City, relocate them out of the city, and distribute them to other cities. If they didn't evacuate, once they were defeated, Donghai City would be dragged into the underground world, which would be dangerous. How would ordinary people survive in the underground world? A major battle would inevitably affect them, resulting in the deaths of many ordinary people. Therefore, evacuation was imperative. Upon the announcement of the evacuation, the entire city of Donghai was in shock. They couldn't understand why they had to evacuate when they were living peacefully in Donghai City. For a time, there was some unrest in Donghai City. Ultimately, the underground world was revealed. Chapter 95, The Fall of the Supreme Master, The Beginning of Fusion. Online. What? The Abyss World? That's terrifying. So the invasion of another world is real after all. That Sky Network game about a war between worlds wasn't just fiction. We're doomed. An invasion from another world? Are we all going to die? No wonder my neighbor's older brother's sister's grandson died after going to college. They said he was killed by a demon god. He must have died in the underground world. Let us get out of here. Donghai City is too dangerous. Without any prompting from above, the millions of people in Donghai City were all thinking about leaving as soon as possible. In just a few days, nearly all of Donghai City's population had evacuated, leaving behind only master-level practitioners, often those with innate abilities at the master level or above. They couldn't leave. Who would defend Donghai Fortress otherwise? Donghai City is completely deserted. Yi Tian walked down the street. Once bustling with activity, it was now deserted, with only a few master-level or grandmaster-level psychics passing by. With the residents of Donghai City evacuated, the Donghai Fortress had no one to worry about. At worst, they could abandon Donghai City. Moreover, following the official orders from the Xia Kingdom government, all major corporations, organizations, and grandmasters and great-grandmasters in Jiang province have been forcibly deployed to the East Sea Fortress. No one can remain untouched. Without uniting the entire strength of Jiang province, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand against the Giant Elephant clan. Additionally, other provinces have dispatched their strongest warriors to provide support. Donghai Fortress. Yi Tian clearly sensed that the space in this area was warping and changing. He estimated that within 7 or 8 days, this section of the two realms would merge together. Spatial changes. Yi Tian activated his enlightenment technique to silently study the phenomenon. This naturally occurring spatial change was even more profound than the spatial mysteries contained within a spatial fissure. Though it could only be sustained for a few days before stabilizing completely, with his intuition, even a few days would be enough to greatly enhance his spatial intent. If he was lucky, he might even have a chance to comprehend the spatial intent up to the 8th sequence. Contemplate. 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 He no longer cared about the trivial matters of the outside world. His mind was focused solely on cultivation. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Yi Tian finished his cultivation and arrived at the walls of the Eastern Sea Fortress. Then, he witnessed an astonishing sight. In the distance, a group of giant elephant clan members were riding giant elephant beasts toward them. These giant elephant beasts had been cultivated by the giant elephant clan, each standing dozens of meters tall, resembling primordial beasts from the age of chaos. The giant elephant clan has indeed invaded. Yi Tian thought to himself. As mentor Li Haoyang had mentioned earlier, the giant elephant clan might not wait for the two realms to merge in this region and instead launch an attack prematurely. It seemed that was indeed the case. At that moment, the Eastern Sea Fortress began to stir. In mid-air, one after another, arrays were activated, gradually coalescing into the shape of a battleship cannon. Energy gathered and concentrated within the battleship cannon. In an instant, a beam of light sliced through the sky, crashing into the ranks of the giant elephant clan. However, the giant elephant clan's elite also acted, with a terrifying giant elephant clan warrior unleashing an innate divine ability, causing his body to grow many times larger, transforming into a giant elephant clan giant standing 100 meters tall. Then, the giant elephant clan warrior struck out with a single palm, colliding with the beam of light from the warship cannon. With a thunderous explosion, space itself cracked, yet the giant elephant clan remained unharmed. How terrifying! That innate divine ability is somewhat similar to the legendary forming the heavens and earth. Yi Tian muttered. Immediately afterward, 13 powerful figures burst out from the Donghai Fortress, each surpassing the extreme Dao Master realm. Some extreme Dao Grandmasters also emerged, leaving the East Sea Fortress to intercept the giant elephant clan. As for the Grandmasters, they stayed put in the East Sea Fortress, as they were not qualified to participate in such a high-level battle. A single aftereffect could obliterate them. Boom! The battle erupted, blinding light radiating in all directions, illuminating the surrounding void and making it impossible to discern what was happening there. From time to time, severely wounded Supreme Martial Arts Masters returned, fleeing the battle. Everyone was on edge, fearing that these extreme Dao Masters or even those beyond their ranks might be defeated. If that happened, the East Sea Fortress would surely fall. These beings surpassing the extreme Dao Master realm are like miniature nuclear bombs. Yi Tian thought to himself. Unfortunately, this world had no nuclear bombs. Its path of development was different from his previous life, and perhaps even the rules were different. Soon after, the battle ended. One after another, the extreme Dao Masters and those who surpassed them returned to the East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian counted and found that 2 extreme Dao Masters had fallen. However, they did not encounter any beings above the Supreme Martial Arts Master realm, though each of them was injured. In such a short time, 2 Supreme Martial Arts Masters have died. Yi Tian found it hard to believe. Those were 2 Supreme Martial Arts Masters. However, for the Xia Kingdom, the loss of 2 extreme Dao Masters might not be significant. Even if all of them were to die, as long as it could buy Earth more time, it would be worth it. If Earth were truly swallowed by the Abyss World in short order, the casualties would not be limited to 2 extreme Dao Masters. Countless lives would be lost, including even those above the rank of extreme Dao Master. That would be the true disaster. The giant elephant clan is retreating. Yi Tian noticed. This group of giant elephant clan members was certainly not their full force. They had only sent a small vanguard to probe the situation. Never mind, it's none of my business. I'll just focus on cultivating my spatial intent. Yi Tian continued his silent contemplation. The spatial intent gradually improved, eventually reaching the 9th sequence, tenfold perfection. Another day passed. Boom! Yi Tian's 9th tier spatial intent underwent a transformation, advancing to the 8th tier, with his strength slightly enhanced. Soon, Li Haoyang, the mentor, found Yi Tian. Yi Tian, by tomorrow, the fusion between the two realms will be partially complete. Those extreme Dao Masters and those above them must withdraw. Li Haoyang said. Withdraw? Why? Are we giving up? Yi Tian asked instinctively. No. Li Haoyang shook his head. It's because once this area of the two realms merges, extreme Dao Masters won't be able to stay here and will be expelled. If they're forcibly expelled, they might be flung into spatial turbulence. That's why they need to evacuate in advance. So, does that mean only Grandmasters can remain here? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Li Haoyang nodded. Yi Tian sighed in relief. If his opponents were merely grandmasters, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, even if he encountered a demonic grandmaster like those of the giant elephant clan, he could escape even if he couldn't defeat them. However, if he encountered an extreme Dao grandmaster, especially a demonic one, they could instantly kill him, rendering his teleportation and spatial movement techniques useless. Time passed hour by hour. The extreme Dao grandmasters and those even stronger than them had all withdrawn, and this area was about to merge with Donghai City, the Scaled Clan's imperial palace. This area was also being merged between the two realms. The Scaled Clan's extreme Dao grandmaster Jin Luan, who had been in seclusion, emerged. Elder Jin Luan, are you leaving? Jin Bal asked. Yes. Jin Luan sighed helplessly. With the fusion of the two realms, I can no longer stay here. Originally, I intended to break through to the human sovereign realm, but I underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to that realm and overestimated myself. I will take a group of clan members with me and leave the rest to you. Elder Jin Luan, can I not leave? Jin Bal asked in panic. He didn't want to stay here. Once the great battle began, this place wouldn't be safe either. No. Jin Luan said coldly, the giant elephant clan sacrificed 2 supreme masters for this place. What are you, just a grand master? Moreover, a large number of giant elephant clan grand masters will soon arrive here. Do you think the giant elephant clan will allow you to escape? Except for those below the master rank, I cannot take any other clan members with me. Yes. Jin Bal bowed his head and said nothing more. Soon, the next day arrived. The two regions of the two realms began to merge. Chapter 96, Spatial Jump. Boom! The world barrier between Donghai City and the underground world dissipated, and Donghai City gradually vanished from the eyes of those outside the city, leaving behind only endless mist. This was the spatial mist generated by the fusion of the two realms. Once entered, one would be swept into the spatial turbulence. Donghai Fortress. What was once a spatial passageway now lay in ruins, revealing Donghai City in its place. Dense modern buildings now stood here, signifying the initial stages of the fusion between the two realms. At that moment, Yi Tian's gaze fixed on the ever-changing space above, continuously activating his Dao comprehension technique, using his terrifying comprehension to decipher the spatial intent. Distort. Shatter. Tear. Yi Tian watched the spatial changes caused by the fusion of the two realms. The changes were now happening too quickly, revealing everything, and he had captured these changes, silently comprehending their profound mysteries. His spatial intent was also rapidly improving. For him, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, this spatial transformation did not last long before it stabilized completely. Once stabilized, it was no longer possible to discern the subtle changes in space. The spatial intent of the 8th sequence has reached the 36% realm. That's quite impressive. Yi Tian smiled. Unfortunately, the opportunity for the fusion of the two realms is extremely rare, and it was only a fleeting moment. Even if one knew where such an opportunity existed, it would be too late to rush there. The Hall of Battle Merits. Yi Tian arrived here and found that the Xia Kingdom's official authorities had put forth numerous invaluable rewards for exchange, but they required an enormous amount of battle merits. For example, special physique techniques, longevity treasures, S-rank treasures, rare artifacts, various elixirs, and life-saving items all could be exchanged. The Xia Kingdom's official authorities are essentially urging the great masters here to risk their lives. Yi Tian thought to himself. But without sufficient rewards, who would be willing to risk their lives? Unfortunately, there are no divine techniques. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, it was understandable that the Xia Kingdom authorities wouldn't reveal divine techniques. After all, there were no divine-level innate abilities on Earth, so revealing divine techniques would be meaningless. Moreover, there are no divine-level materials either. However, there are over a dozen top-tier special physique techniques, and even more ordinary ones. To exchange these special physique techniques, he would have to kill at least a few Grandmaster-level alien beings. Scaled Tribe, Imperial City. A group of giant elephant clan members arrived here. The Scaled Clan chieftain, Jin Bal, immediately came to greet the group of giant elephant clan grandmasters. Upon seeing the large number of giant elephant clan grandmasters and masters, his mood improved slightly. At least, the elephant clan had deployed a significant amount of combat power, and they still had a chance to win. If they lost, the Scaled Clan's foundation would be destroyed, and he would die. Prince Xiang Yu. Jin Bal approached a giant elephant clan grandmaster with golden eyes and spoke respectfully. Xiang Yu, a peak grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, had cultivated a top-tier special physique and possessed innate divine abilities. His personal combat strength was unmatched, and his background was extremely profound. He came from one of the top families of the giant elephant clan, with a father who was an extreme Dao grandmaster and a grandfather who was a human king realm powerhouse surpassing even extreme Dao grandmasters. The family of Xiang Yu alone had more than one human sovereign level powerhouse, and there were even those who had surpassed the human sovereign realm. Compared to Xiang Yu, Jin Bal was nothing more than an ant. Xiangyu spoke indifferently. Jin Bal, this imperial city will henceforth serve as our giant elephant clan's strategic base. All members of the scaled clan must obey our orders. Do you understand? Yes. Jin Bal replied. A dozen patrolling scaled clan masters and one scaled clan grandmaster. Yi Tian encountered them while moving through space. Without a word, he revealed himself and instantly killed them, then seized their identity tokens and fled swiftly. This time, he had come out of the East Sea Fortress with the sole purpose of killing enough foreign tribesmen to earn battle merits and exchange them for a special physique technique. Teleportation technique. Spatial travel. This allowed him to slaughter the alien races at an astonishing speed, coming and going without a trace. Swish. He used teleportation to leave the area and quickly located another group of scaled tribe members, easily eliminating them. Currently, the giant elephant clan and humans have not yet engaged in a formal decisive battle. All conflicts are still on a small scale. This gave him an opportunity. If all the alien tribes were to gather together, he wouldn't dare to act. This time, Yi Tian had just teleported a kilometer away and arrived right in front of a giant elephant clan grandmaster. This was a mid-level alien arts grandmaster. Human grandmaster. The giant elephant clan grandmaster revealed an excited expression, wielding a large staff and swinging it toward him. Great Five Elements Wheel. Divine Technique, Golden Scales Technique. Dragon True Body, Dark Eternal Body, Yin Yang Immortal Body. One after another, special physical constitutions were activated, forming layer upon layer of special physical constitution light. It could be said that Yi Tian instantly pushed his defenses to their absolute limit. Boom! The Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan's strike hit Yi Tian's body, sending him flying backward. This strike did not break through his defenses. What terrifying defense! The Great Master of the Giant Elephant Clan was stunned. Yi Tian was also amazed by the attack power of the Giant Elephant Clan's Grandmaster. The strength of the Giant Elephant Clan was far superior to that of the Scaled Fish Clan. He had also fought against a Scaled Fish Clan Grandmaster before, and their strength paled in comparison to that of the Giant Elephant Clan. No wonder the Giant Elephant Clan is so powerful, their racial advantage is too great. Paralyzing Technique. Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique. The Giant Elephant Clan Grandmaster's body was frozen in place. With the enhancement of Yi Tian's 8th sequence spatial intent power, the immobilization technique was no joke, capable of freezing this great master of the Giant Elephant Clan for a full second. Puff! A sword beam sliced through the air, and the Giant Elephant Clan Grandmaster fell. Yi Tian retrieved the opponent's storage ring and identity token before departing. Shortly after Yi Tian departed, several other Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan arrived. What a sharp sword chi! He killed Xiang Long with a single strike. He must be a peak Grandmaster of humanity. A Giant Elephant Clan Grandmaster judged, pursue him. We can't let him escape. However, they couldn't find Yi Tian anymore. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Yi Tian continued to hunt down Scaled Clan and Giant Elephant Clan Masters and Grandmasters across various regions, attracting the pursuit of numerous Giant Elephant Clan peak Grandmasters. However, he effortlessly evaded them using spatial movement. On this day, Yi Tian returned to the East Sea Fortress to settle his battle merits and exchange them for a special physique technique. Hello, your battle merits for this exchange amount to 1.22 million. The staff at the Battle Merit Hall were also startled. One person had exchanged 1.22 million battle merits. How many Grandmasters and Masters must he have killed? I want to exchange for the S-rank spatial technique Spatial Leap. I also want to exchange these 5 special physique techniques. Soon. The S-rank spatial technique Spatial Jump and the 5 special physique techniques were all redeemed. Spatial Leap is different from spatial walking and teleportation. It requires setting a spatial coordinate at a location in advance, but the distance cannot be too far. At the peak of mastery, spatial jump can be performed within a range of approximately 10,000 meters. If one has grasped the essence of spatial intent, this distance can be significantly increased. Spatial jump is the only S-rank spatial technique capable of traversing deeper spatial layers, and it can also be used for rescue missions. For example, he could mark a spatial coordinate on Li Haoyang's body. If Li Haoyang were in danger, he could instantly teleport to his side. Additionally, artifacts that can seal off space and prevent teleportation techniques from being used may not necessarily be able to restrain spatial jumps. Spatial layers are divided into superficial, deeper, deep, and core layers. Techniques and artifacts capable of sealing off spatial traversal in deeper layers are extremely rare. Of course, the cultivation difficulty of spatial teleportation is significantly greater than that of spatial walking, but for Yi Tian, none of this is a problem. Chapter 97, The Primordial Dragon Elephant Body. Upon returning, Yi Tian did not rush to cultivate spatial teleportation or the few special physique techniques he had learned. Instead, he began organizing his recent gains. He had killed numerous masters and grandmasters, but hadn't had time to sort through the treasures stored in the storage rings. But those grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan must be worth a fortune. One item after another was taken out of the storage rings and sorted one by one. Spirit stones were placed together, materials were grouped together, strange techniques and inherited secret arts were separated, heavenly treasures were set aside, and miscellaneous items of unknown origin were placed in a separate pile. After about half an hour, the items were all categorized. He then inspected each item one by one before putting them away. While organizing the special techniques and secret techniques of unique physical constitutions, he discovered a unique secret technique of a special physical constitution recorded on a special metal plate. Primordial elephant body. This was the special physical constitution's secret technique. The ancient elephant body was extremely powerful, requiring the 7th tier earth elemental realm, 70% of the 8th tier metal elemental realm, and 70% of the 8th tier water elemental realm to cultivate it. The rank of the primordial elephant body is no lower than that of the dragon true body. However, what truly caught Yi Tian's attention was the inscription on the plate. When combined with a dragon-type special physique, the ancient elephant physique can fuse into the ancient dragon elephant physique. Yi Tian was greatly astonished, as the records also detailed the fusion method for the primordial dragon elephant physique. According to the records, special physiques are divided into ordinary special physiques, powerful special physiques, top-tier special physiques, and sacred physiques. Among these, the dragon true body and the ancient elephant body both belong to the peak special physique category. If one could cultivate to the peak special physique, they would already be exceptionally talented. As for cultivating a holy body, it is something that can only be attained by chance. Many holy bodies are innate, not cultivated through training. Therefore, the primordial dragon elephant body is truly formidable. Of course, even if one cultivates the dragon true body or the primordial elephant body, it is not immediately possible to fuse them into the primordial dragon elephant body. A medium is required. Dragon blood and ancient elephant blood are the two mediators required to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body and refine it into its final form. Dragon blood and ancient elephant blood, I don't have either of them. Yi Tian frowned. Of course, one could seek out the blood of the primordial dragon elephant, but the underworld realm had only ever produced a single primordial dragon elephant, which had long since perished in the vast expanse of time. Finding its blood was now an impossibility. First, cultivate the primordial elephant body. Once I obtain the ancient elephant's blood and the dragon's blood, I can then cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian murmured. However, to cultivate the primordial elephant body, one must master earth attribute abilities to the 7th sequence, which he currently cannot achieve. However, among his war spoils, there happened to be a mid-grade earth attribute artifact. Studying this artifact would aid in quickly grasping the 8th sequence of earth attribute intent. With his intuition, it wouldn't take too long for him to reach the 7th sequence of earth attribute intent. 2 days later, Yi Tian had mastered spatial teleportation and cultivated it to perfection. He then went to seek out his mentor, Li Haoyang. At that moment, Li Haoyang was recovering from injuries sustained in a battle against a high-ranking master of the giant elephant clan, whom he had been unable to defeat and had been wounded by. Yi Tian, you're here. Li Haoyang said with a slightly pale expression. Master, are you okay? Yi Tian asked with concern. I'm fine. Li Haoyang smiled. I'll use my water-based healing technique to heal myself. It should only take a few hours to recover. By the way, what did you need to see me about? I've mastered spatial teleportation. I'll give you a spatial coordinate. If you ever find yourself in danger, contact me immediately, and I can teleport over to save you. Yi Tian said. Spatial jump? That's the top-tier S-rank spatial technique. You actually exchanged it for it? Li Haoyang was greatly surprised. Immediately, he agreed to let Yi Tian leave a spatial coordinate mark on his body. Only those with a very close relationship would dare to allow someone to leave a spatial coordinate mark on their body. Li Haoyang naturally didn't fear Yi Tian harming him, and he wouldn't betray Yi Tian either. Yi Tian used his spatial energy to condense a mark and placed it on Li Haoyang's arm. Then, Yi Tian went to find Qin Susu, who was also at the East Sea Fortress. However, her cultivation was too low, and she hadn't left the fortress yet. But once a major battle erupted, she would have to go out to fight. Therefore, he gave her a spatial coordinate mark as a precaution. After that, Yi Tian continued his daily cultivation, occasionally going out to kill a few scaled clan and giant elephant clan members. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. At this point, the conflict between humans and the giant elephant clan had escalated, and both sides were preparing for a large-scale war. This was because the clash between the Earth World Will and the Earth Cavern World Will was nearing a critical moment. Under normal circumstances, the Earth World Will could not be a match for the Earth Cavern World Will. Humans must slaughter large numbers of giant elephant clan and scaled clan members to completely occupy this region, enhance their fortune, and bolster the Earth World Will. Therefore, even if the giant elephant tribe did not move, humanity had to launch a full-scale attack. The Earth Elemental Realm has finally reached the 7th sequence. I can now begin cultivating the primordial elephant body. Yi Tian couldn't wait to begin cultivating the primordial elephant body. Thanks to meeting the cultivation requirements and the enhanced insight gained from his use of the enlightenment technique, he mastered the primordial elephant body with ease. Boom! With the primordial elephant body mastered, his physical prowess surged significantly. Now, he only needed to gather dragon blood and ancient elephant blood to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. Drip, drip. The battle ring sent a message. The time has finally come to launch a full-scale war against the giant elephant clan. Yi Tian had known this day would come, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Province also knew that he possessed spatial abilities, having mastered spatial teleportation and spatial movement, so he was given a task. Raid the Scaled Clan's Imperial City and destroy the Array's foundations. Once the full-scale war begins, the giant elephant clan from the Scaled Clan's Imperial City will definitely mobilize in large numbers and activate the array formations. At that critical moment, Yi Tian must use his spatial walking ability to infiltrate the Scaled Clan's Imperial City. Then, he could wreak havoc, destroying the array's foundations and significantly reducing the array's power. Of course, the higher-ups didn't have high expectations for him after causing the destruction, he could simply escape. But Yi Tian naturally didn't want to leave like that. Wouldn't he have to loot the Scaled Clan's treasure vault first? The Scaled Clan's Imperial City. The giant elephant clan's elephant sat on his throne, surrounded by a group of giant elephant clan grandmasters awaiting orders. Everyone, the humans are launching a large-scale invasion against us. These weak and insignificant foreign invaders dare to challenge our great elephant clan. We must exterminate them all this time. Xiang Yu said coldly. Yes. The numerous great masters of the elephant clan responded in unison. Immediately, Xiang Yu led a large number of elephant clan grandmasters, masters, and numerous scaled clan warriors forward. This time, they didn't say they were mobilizing their entire tribe, but it was close enough. Boom! 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 The Scaled Clan's Imperial City array opened wide, and the massive Elephant Clan and Scaled Clan forces departed in a grand procession. What they did not know was that a human was waiting in the spatial interlayer. Even if they had the means to peer into the spatial interstices, they wouldn't be idly using their treasures to constantly probe the space. Just as they were departing and the Imperial City's defensive array was about to close, Yi Tian directly teleported into it. This Imperial City's defensive array had been modified by the giant Elephant Clan and was no longer an ordinary array. If he hadn't entered this way, it would have been quite difficult to get in. No rush. I'll wait until the giant Elephant Clan has finished battling the humans before causing trouble. First, I'll go search for the Scaled Clan's treasure vault, Yi Tian thought to himself. Don't rush. After the giant Elephant Clan battles the humans, I'll come back to cause trouble. First, I'll go find the Scaled Clan's treasure vault. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 98, The Attack on the Scaled Tribe Chief. After a thorough search, Yi Tian finally located the treasure vault deep within the imperial palace of the Scaled Clan's royal city. What surprised Yi Tian was that the treasure vault was astonishingly unguarded by the Scaled tribe. Moreover, the array protecting the treasure vault was not particularly advanced, roughly on par with the array of the Scaled tribe's own treasure vault. Then I won't hesitate. Yi Tian used spatial teleportation to directly tear through the array barriers of the treasure vault and entered. But when he entered the treasure vault, he was completely stunned. No wonder there were no Scaled Clan guards, it's an empty treasure vault. Yi Tian was speechless. He had thought he could make a fortune, but it turned out he had overestimated himself. It must be the Scaled Clan who withdrew, taking the resources of this treasure vault with them. There might even be some resources hidden on the Scaled Clan chieftain Jinbal. Yi Tian thought to himself. At that moment, Jinbal was nothing but a walking treasure trove in his eyes. In fact, some of the treasures were indeed on Jinbal's person. He feared that the giant Elephant Clan might take them, so he had kept them on his person. A little more time passed. Yi Tian estimated that the giant elephant tribe must have engaged the humans in battle, so he prepared to act. At the base of an array formation in the Scaled Clan's imperial city, a Scaled Clan Grandmaster and a giant Elephant Clan Grandmaster were stationed here. Suddenly, a figure materialized, none other than Yi Tian, who had arrived here using spatial travel. Human! The two Grandmasters were about to attack, but were instantly slain by Yi Tian's sword. Junior Grandmasters were too weak in Yi Tian's eyes, they were no more than ants. Immediately, he unleashed the heaven-splitting sword technique, striking the foundation of the array with a single sword strike. Boom! The array's foundation cracked open. Then, Yi Tian unleashed a series of supernatural techniques, completely obliterating the area. Enemy attack! One after another, powerful warriors from the Scaled Clan and the giant Elephant Clan appeared. And soon, Yi Tian arrived at the second array foundation stone, slaughtered the Elephant Clan and Scaled Clan there, and once again destroyed the array foundation stone. Just as the giant Elephant Clan members realized someone had destroyed the array foundation stone, Yi Tian had already arrived at the third array foundation stone and destroyed it as well. With 3 array foundation stones destroyed, the protective array surrounding the Scaled Clan's imperial city closed. Unless the array foundation stones were repaired, it could not be reactivated. Let's go! Yi Tian fled immediately, unwilling to engage in combat with the great masters of the giant elephant clan here, as there might be one whose strength matched his own. Therefore, there was no need for him to take such a risk. What the hell? I'm just a junior grandmaster, and you 5 intermediate grandmasters are surrounding me to kill me? Do you think too highly of me? Li Haoyang was fleeing, looking utterly disheveled. He had merely used his innate divine ability, the water fire dragon, to instantly kill a junior grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, but it had turned out to be like stirring up a hornet's nest. Little did he know that the junior grandmaster he had killed was of a different rank and status. He was a noble of the giant elephant clan, and these 5 grandmasters were his bodyguards. A single lapse in judgment allowed Li Haoyang, the 6th-ranked disciple, to sneak around to the rear and kill their young master. This enraged them beyond measure, causing them to abandon their opponents and join forces to surround and kill Li Haoyang. Water Fire Dragon Slay. Li Haoyang once again unleashed this innate divine ability. However, these 5 great masters of the giant elephant clan were no ordinary foes. Standing in different positions, they activated a bloodline secret technique, forming a gigantic elephant's shadow that blocked his innate divine ability attack. Water Fire Dragon Slay was useless. Immediately afterward, a mighty roar of an ancient elephant echoed through the air. Li Haoyang felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He quickly cast a water-based healing technique on himself to recover his injuries, but it was too late. Suddenly, the attacks of the 5 giant elephant clan grandmasters struck again. No matter how powerful Li Haoyang's water fire dragon body was, it couldn't match their combined strike. With a thunderous crash, Li Haoyang was knocked flying, his body crashing through one giant tree after another. This is bad, I need to call for help. I hope Yi Tian is nearby. He immediately used his battle ring to call for help from Yi Tian. At this point, only Yi Tian could save him. As soon as he sent the message, the spatial coordinate mark on his arm began to glow. Seeing this, he knew he was safe. Yi Tian must have activated spatial teleportation to come to his aid. Yi Tian appeared before him. Mentor, you look a bit disheveled. Yi Tian teased. There's nothing I can do. These 5 intermediate-level grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, even when they team up, are enough to match a high-level grandmaster. I can't beat them. Li Haoyang said helplessly. Leave it to me. Yi Tian charged forward. Boom! 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 A series of S-rank techniques slammed into them, raising a sky-high cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the 5 intermediate-level grandmasters were already gasping for breath. Put! A sword beam sliced through the air, obliterating their bodies. The 5 intermediate-level grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, who had been beaten into fleeing like dogs by Li Haoyang, were now dead. Yi Tian, thank you. Li Haoyang hurriedly said. Master, do you know where the Scaled Clan's clan leader, Jinbal, is? Yi Tian asked. You want to kill Jinbal? That guy isn't weak. Li Haoyang exclaimed in surprise. Just trying. Yi Tian smiled. It seems to be in that direction. I remember when we fought, Jinbal was leading a group of Scaled Clan grandmasters and masters in battle against us. If he hasn't left yet, he should still be there. Li Haoyang pointed in the direction and said. Master, stay here and rest. I'll go. Yi Tian teleported away. Humans are too powerful. Jinbal dragged his injured body and fled. He had always looked down on humans, but now he knew he was wrong. Before, he had simply never encountered those extraordinary human grandmasters. Though human bodies were frail, they could compensate for their physical weaknesses through special physical constitutions. Moreover, humans indeed had a certain advantage in understanding the realm of intent. Most importantly, humans are skilled at learning. Earlier, he had encountered a human peak-level master of extraordinary arts who had cultivated a powerful special physique, and the opponent had also attained the 7th-tier fire attribute realm of intent. He had been injured by the opponent's S-rank innate divine ability. I'll find a place to hide and wait until the battle ends before coming out. Jinbal thought to himself. Just then, a voice echoed. Jinbal, you've given me quite a search. Upon hearing the voice, Jinbal's expression changed. Although the speaker was using the universal language of the underground world, the human accent was still discernible. A human. His expression grew serious as he prepared for battle. Whoosh! Yi Tian emerged from the spatial fissure and swung his sword at Jinbal. This strike contained the sword intent of the 7th sequence, fused with the power of numerous other realms, making its might reach an utterly terrifying level. Innate divine ability Shinlin armor. A set of golden armor, resembling countless overlapping scales, immediately appeared on Jinbal's body. This was his innate divine ability. However, even the Shenlin armor was shattered by Yi Tian's sword strike. Puff! Jinbal's skin was sliced open, but the injury did not reach his internal organs, and the wound was not severe. It's you, Yi Tian. Jinbal recognized Yi Tian after all. He had sent clan members to assassinate Yi Tian before, so he naturally recognized him. But he never expected Yi Tian to possess the spatial travel technique and be able to injure him. Chapter 99, The Slaying of Jean Ball. No wonder you're the clan leader of the Scaled Clan, your defensive power is truly formidable. Yi Tian muttered under his breath. Yi Tian, you're asking for death. Jean Ball roared. Bloodline technique 10,000 blood threads. A dense web of blood-red threads surged toward Yi Tian. However, these blood-red threads shattered upon impact with Yi Tian's body, unable to breach his defenses. Great Five Elements Wheel, transform the domain. Wood Realm technique. The entire area instantly transformed into a world of wood. The Wood Realm technique is primarily used to trap enemies and restrain them. Yi Tian was primarily concerned that Jean Ball might escape, which is why he unleashed this S-rank Wood attribute technique. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian charged toward Jean Ball again, teleporting directly to him. Jean Ball tried to dodge, but Yi Tian instantly cast the immobilization technique. Immobilization technique. The immobilization technique, enhanced by the 8th tier spatial intent, even managed to immobilize Jean Ball for an instant. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian gave it his all, activating over 20 special physical traits on his body, causing his physical strength to surge many times over. Heaven-splitting sword technique. The power of this sword strike was far greater than before. Puff! The sword light sliced through the air. Jean Ball managed to break free from the immobilization technique slightly, gaining a slight advantage in position. However, one of his arms was directly severed by the heaven-splitting sword technique. The sword intent of the 7th sequence, and a whole array of sword intentions. Jean Ball was stunned. He had been ambushed earlier and hadn't paid much attention to the subtleties of that sword strike, but now he could see it clearly. Damn it, is this even human? My strength is being suppressed and my speed is too slow. I must find a way to deal a heavy blow to Yi Tian. Jean Ball didn't even bother with his foundational issues anymore. He directly took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it in one go. Boom! His aura began to expand, and his body swelled, transforming him into a miniature giant. Immediately afterward, he activated a forbidden technique. Blood Blade. The blood flowing through his body, even drawing on the very essence of his bloodline, coalesced into a blood-red blade, which he swung with all his might toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian managed to dodge it, but he wanted to test the power of this strike to see if his current defenses could withstand it. Thus, he reached out with one hand to grab the blood blade. On his hand gathered the luminous aura formed by over 20 special physical constitutions. Crack! The blood-stained blade sliced through layer after layer of physical light, breaking through 13 layers before coming to a sudden halt. Jean Ball, your attack power isn't very strong. Yi Tian smiled and squeezed it with his hand. Crack! The blood blade was crushed. At that moment, Jean Ball was filled with terror. This was the forbidden technique, the blood blade, even more terrifying than ordinary S-rank innate divine abilities. Yet it couldn't even break through the aura of Yi Tian's physique. He could tell that Yi Tian had cultivated multiple special physical constitutions, but he couldn't determine exactly how many with just a glance. However, he was certain that his blood blade had sliced through over a dozen layers of special physique light, meaning Yi Tian had cultivated at least a dozen special physiques. This guy is crazy. How can his body withstand cultivating so many special physical constitutions? Jean Ball suspected that Yi Tian wasn't the weak human he appeared to be, but a dragon-like creature capable of transforming. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Forget it, I won't waste any more time here. Every moment wasted means fewer giant elephant tribe members killed, and that means fewer battle merits. Yi Tian launched a full-scale attack on Jean Ball. Boom! Spatial Blade. Sword technique of severing the heavens. Great Sun True Fire. One after another, various supernatural techniques and attack methods were unleashed against Jean Ball. In just a few seconds, Jean Ball's body was riddled with holes and collapsed to the ground. Thus, the clan leader of the Scaled Clan, Jean Ball, was dead. It seems that with my strength, dealing with a peak grandmaster like Jean Ball is relatively easy. However, Jean Ball isn't that powerful. Some demonic peak grandmasters could almost instantly kill him. My strength isn't that impressive yet. Yi Tian humbly remarked. Immediately, he took Jean Ball's storage ring and then used teleportation to leave. After that, Yi Tian entered the main battlefield to seek out a grandmaster of the giant elephant clan to kill. Yi Tian's speed was unimaginable. Combining spatial movement with teleportation, he could easily track down and kill one after another of the giant elephant clan grandmasters and Scaled Clan grandmasters, dispatching them with ease. Moreover, he targeted only the weaker grandmasters, killing them almost instantly with no effort at all. Prince Xiangyu, we're in trouble. A human skilled in spatial techniques is continuously slaughtering our grandmasters. A great master of the elephant clan said. A human skilled in spatial techniques? Xiangyu also knew how troublesome humans skilled in spatial techniques were. They were extremely difficult to kill. Even if they couldn't defeat him, he could easily escape. The crucial issue was that he currently had no treasures specifically designed to counter spatial abilities, nor could he leave the opponent behind. How many casualties? Xiang Yu asked. Over 20 Grand Masters have been killed. The Giant Elephant Clan Grand Master reported. Withdraw temporarily. Xiang Yu said helplessly. If too many Grand Masters were lost, he would also be punished. Yes. The Grand Master responded. Immediately, the order was transmitted. The Giant Elephant Clan began to retreat, while the Scaled Clan was left behind to hold off the humans. The human Grand Masters naturally did not want to let the Scaled Tribe and Giant Elephant Tribe retreat, so they continued to pursue and kill them relentlessly. Yi Tian was no exception, relentlessly pursuing the Giant Elephant Tribe, disregarding their cultivation levels, and killing them on sight. Suddenly, Yi Tian sensed a hint of danger as a long spear charged toward him. The power of this spear strike was nearly on par with that of an extreme Dao Grandmaster's attack. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported away and quickly entered the spatial interlayer. Before leaving, he caught a glimpse of the opponent's face. It was a Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan, adorned with high-grade rare treasures. Moreover, the spear itself was also a high-grade rare treasure. Over 10 miles away, Yi Tian appeared. Possessing 2 high-grade rare treasures is truly enviable. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength is a bit too great. I can't kill him for now. Yi Tian thought to himself. That guy just now was a human spatial talent with the cultivation of a Grandmaster. He actually possesses the means to kill a Grandmaster. He must be a prodigious genius among humans. Xiang Yu said. Though he hadn't engaged the opponent in formal combat, as long as he prevented the opponent from using spatial abilities, he could still kill him. Let's go back first. Xiang Yu departed. As time passed, Xiang Yu and a group of giant elephants retreated and returned to the Scaled Clan's imperial city. However, by this time, the humans had already reached the Scaled Clan's imperial city. Without the protective city walls, the Scaled Clan's imperial city had no means to stop the humans. Thus, Xiang Yu could only continue fleeing, escaping beyond the boundary between the two realms, planning to return in a few days. Meanwhile, the human forces slaughtered the entire Scaled Clan's imperial city. At this point, aside from the few who had managed to escape, the entire Scaled Clan's high-ranking officials were effectively wiped out. The East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned. This time, he had killed numerous Grand Masters and Masters, with battle merits too numerous to count. Additionally, he had obtained the storage rings of those foreign tribes, yielding a rich haul. Let's take a look at Jinbul's storage ring first. This guy's storage ring seems to contain quite a few treasures. We need to examine it carefully. Yi Tian opened Jinbul's storage ring with anticipation. Chapter 100, The Peacock Holy Body. The storage ring contained numerous treasures, with dozens of S-rank materials alone enough to have thrilled him in the past. But now, he had grown accustomed to it and remained calm. Yi Tian sorted through the items one by one and soon discovered a crystal bottle that appeared quite precious. The bottle was engraved with array patterns, preventing the aura of its contents from escaping. Red substance, is it blood? Yi Tian was curious and immediately destroyed the array patterns, opening the crystal bottle. Instantly, a pungent, blood-like odor filled the air. What is this? Yi Tian sensed a colossal surge of vital energy, which even drew his dragon's true form toward it. Dragon's true blood. Yi Tian was astonished. Jean Ball had actually been hiding a single drop of dragon's true blood. Indeed, it was a single drop of dragon true blood. However, a single drop of dragon true blood was quite large in human eyes, resembling a small ball. How to describe dragon true blood? It's incredibly precious, but in reality, it's not that precious. It definitely can't compare to high-grade rare treasures, but it's extremely rare. How powerful the dragon was, he didn't know, but it was certainly far beyond the realm of an extreme Dao master. Obtaining dragon's true blood must have been incredibly difficult. Moreover, a dragon can certainly sense its own true blood. To collect dragon's true blood, it must be from a fallen dragon, otherwise, it would definitely attract the dragon's revenge. A dragon is also a dragon. My primordial dragon elephant body still lacks dragon blood and ancient elephant blood. Dragon blood is undoubtedly the perfect match, and it's also incredibly suitable for the dragon's true form. It's the most ideal dragon blood. Yi Tian was overjoyed. As long as he could obtain another drop of ancient elephant blood, he could complete the primordial dragon elephant body. I wonder if I can obtain ancient elephant blood from the storage rings of these giant elephant clan grandmasters? However, after opening all the storage rings, he found no ancient elephant blood. I wonder if the Xia kingdom has any ancient elephant blood? Yi Tian went to the Hall of War Merits to inquire, but the answer was no. Then, Yi Tian calculated the battle merits he had obtained, totaling 6,800,000 battle merits. Are there any special physical constitution techniques like the 5 elements holy body? Yi Tian was just asking out of curiosity. Surprisingly, there was. Master Yi, there is indeed a special physique technique akin to the 5 elements holy body, and there is only one such technique. It was not originally included in the exchange list, but Jiang Province has opened its database, and you may apply for the exchange. The decision to approve the exchange will be made by Jiang Province, the staff member said. Let's apply then. Yi Tian said. Alright, we're processing your application. The staff member replied. Earth, Jiang Province. Inside a skyscraper. Several middle-aged men in armor were drinking tea here. Suddenly, they received a message from below. I never thought anyone would want to exchange the holy body secret technique, one man said with a smile. The holy body? Can humans even cultivate that? I recall over 20 years ago, a fool tried to cultivate the holy body. The forces behind him paid a huge price to forcibly enhance his physical abilities. But when he finally achieved it, his life force couldn't withstand the power of the holy body, and he exploded on the spot. Who wants to exchange for the holy body? Yi Tian from Donghai City. Yi Tian? The genius who won first place in the Divine Art Master competition? Yes, the most prodigious genius of Donghai University. This time, he earned a large number of battle merits in Donghai Fortress. This guy is truly prodigious, possessing multiple innate abilities, and even an S-rank spatial ability, having mastered spatial walking and spatial jumping. Having more innate abilities means more time spent cultivating, but it doesn't guarantee reaching higher realms in the future. However, at lower cultivation levels, they do have an advantage. But once they reach higher realms, most people will abandon some of their innate abilities. This Yi Tian would be better off specializing in spatial cultivation. That's his choice, we shouldn't meddle. Yi Tian wants to apply for a 5 elements type holy body. Should we agree? Inform him of the difficulty and dangers of cultivating a saintly body, and set the price extremely high. If he can afford it, let him exchange it. Set the price at 10 million battle merits. Cultivating that 5 elements holy body also requires Peacock's true blood, and there seems to be a drop in the treasure vault. If he wants to exchange it, set the price at 10 million battle merits as well. Thus, these few influential figures settled the matter. In truth, they didn't care whether Yi Tian lived or died. If he died, it wouldn't be a loss for them. If Yi Tian somehow managed to cultivate a sacred body, that would be a good thing for humanity. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian was still waiting. Suddenly, a staff member informed him. Master Yi, the higher-ups have responded. You can exchange for that 5 elements type divine physique, but it requires an extremely high combat merit. The staff member also found the required battle merits excessive and hesitated to say it outright. How much combat merit? Yi Tian asked. The staff member displayed the exchange list. Peacock Holy Body, 10 million battle merits. Peacock True Blood, 10 million battle merits. This price is way too unreasonable. Yi Tian frowned. The staff member continued, Master Yi, please note that the Peacock Holy Body has extremely high requirements for life energy. If your body cannot withstand it, you will explode and die instantly. This was a warning message relayed from above, she was merely repeating it. I know. He had stacked so many special physical traits, he naturally knew this. Moreover, his life level was still continuously improving. Now that his wood elemental realm power had increased, the effects of his eternal life technique would also enhance with each use. However, he estimated that with his current life tier, he could only cultivate 1 sacred physique. Unless he elevated his life tier to the limit of the intermediate life tier, he wouldn't be able to cultivate 2 or more sacred physiques. I only have over 6 million battle merits now, which isn't enough to exchange for the Peacock Holy Body. But this is a 5 elements type holy body, and its value is estimated to be even higher than that of the primordial dragon elephant body. If I don't exchange it now, that would be 2. Plus, this is the only chance to exchange it. Once this opportunity is gone, there won't be another chance to exchange it. Yi Tian knew he had to kill some giant elephant clan members to accumulate enough battle merits. Next time we fight, I must kill more high-ranking giant elephant clan grandmasters. Yi Tian thought to himself. The Earth Cave World. Giant Elephant Clan. Xiang Yu returned. He was immediately reprimanded by the higher-ups of the giant elephant clan. After all, the losses this time were significant, and Xiang Yu had to take some responsibility. In a grand hall, Xiang Yu looked at his grandfather, Xiang He, a powerful figure at the human king realm, and hurriedly said, Grandfather, we underestimated the humans. This time, the humans had a spatial type talent with an S-rank spatial technique. We lost many grandmasters and were forced to retreat. If the clan gives me a spatial artifact that can seal off space, I can definitely kill that human. Alright, I can try to arrange it. But if you fail again this time, you'll have to go to the blood prison to face your punishment. Xiang He said. Yes. Xiang Yu replied. Yes. Chapter 101, Are you a descendant of the true god? 2 days later. Xiang Yu entered with a large number of giant elephant clan grandmasters and masters, their numbers even greater than before. At that moment, Xiang Yu was accompanied by 2 peak grandmasters with overwhelmingly powerful auras. They stood alongside Xiang Yu, seemingly holding a status no lower than his own. Xiang Yu, the clan has sent us to accompany you and assist you in killing that human spatial talent. One of the elephant clan grandmasters said. Xiang Haiyan, once we enter, you must obey my orders. Xiang Yu commanded. Alright, we will follow your orders, but if you give us reckless commands, don't blame us for acting on our own, another Grandmaster, Xiananha, said. Let's go inside. Numerous members of the giant elephant clan entered the region where the two realms were merging through another temporarily constructed spatial passage. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian had already received word that the giant elephant clan had returned here once more, clearly unwilling to abandon this place. The even more challenging decisive battle was about to begin. The timing is perfect. My cultivation has just broken through to the advanced realm of the Master of Strange Arts, further enhancing my strength. Additionally, I took the opportunity to cultivate several ordinary special physiques to the initial stage of mastery. The combined effects have significantly improved my physical prowess, making me far stronger than just a few days ago. Yi Tian thought to himself. Shortly after, he followed the main force of the East Sea Fortress to intercept the giant elephant clan's army, but he continued to act alone, carrying out his assassination mission. His target was to eliminate as many giant elephant clan grandmasters as possible to alleviate the pressure on the other human grandmasters. Of course, he would be cautious, as the giant elephant clan certainly wouldn't have come unprepared and must have countermeasures specifically targeting him. However, with his current defensive capabilities, even if his spatial techniques were restricted, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Boom! The humans soon engaged the giant elephant clan's army, and the battlefield inevitably split apart. And Yi Tian's opportunity arrived. A giant elephant clan grandmaster was killing a peak-level spatial technique master when suddenly a figure appeared, a sword light sliced through the air, and the giant elephant clan grandmaster was killed. The one who struck was none other than Yi Tian. After slaying the great master of the giant elephant clan, Yi Tian casually took his storage ring and identity token before swiftly departing. As time passed, one after another, elephant clan masters and grandmasters fell under his blade. Just as he was about to attack the next great master of the giant elephant clan, a sudden force spread through the spatial layers. The space trembled, and he was directly expelled from the spatial layer. He attempted to use teleportation and spatial movement, but both were ineffective. The space in this area had been sealed off, and teleportation and spatial movement could not break through the barrier. Whoosh! Two grandmasters appeared here, intercepting Yi Tian. One of them, a grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, held a star disc-like mid-grade treasure in his hand. This mid-grade rare treasure was no ordinary item, it was a spatial artifact, whose value rivaled that of a high-grade rare treasure. A mid-grade spatial artifact. What a treasure! Yi Tian was immediately intrigued by such a mid-grade spatial artifact. If he could obtain it and use his Dao comprehension technique to study it, he could undoubtedly master the 7th sequence of spatial intent in a short time. Xiang Yu, that must be the human. He's a high-ranking master. Let's quickly kill him and then go to support Xiananha. The speaker was Xiang Haiyan, a grandmaster of the giant elephant clan. Don't underestimate him. This guy was able to swiftly kill one of our great masters. His strength is no joke. Xiang Yu said. No matter how powerful he is, how could he compare to us? Xiang Haiyan sneered coldly. Swish! He unleashed a bloodline technique, transforming into a beam of light and charging toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian was well aware that these two grandmasters were no ordinary peak-level grandmasters, they could easily kill ordinary peak-level grandmasters. Therefore, he had to give it his all. If he couldn't defeat them, he would use spatial teleportation to escape. Boom! Yi Tian activated a special physical trait, causing his body's strength to erupt, and a terrifying aura spread out. Body binding technique. Yi Tian waved his hand, instantly immobilizing Xiang Haiyan. The immobilization technique was extremely effective, even the most powerful grandmaster would be immobilized for an instant. As expected, Xiang Haiyan was immobilized for an instant, while Yi Tian immediately performed the ground-splitting golden light technique and then the heaven-splitting sword technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Haiyan recovered, but it was already too late to dodge. Xiang Yu tried to stop him, but it was too late, he could only let Xiang Haiyan take the blow head-on. A fiery red ancient elephant's shadow appeared on Xiang Haiyan's body, attempting to withstand the sword strike. However, the ancient elephant's illusory form shattered, and the sword light pierced through Xiang Haiyan's special physical defense, striking him directly and leaving a bloody wound. Xiang Haiyan, wounded, counterattacked. A red flame thread sliced toward Yi Tian, which was none other than an S-rank innate divine ability. Yi Tian was struck, and the light of his special physique was shattered layer by layer, all the way to the 23rd layer before it stopped. Moreover, once the special physique's light was broken, it would take some time to recover, and during that time, his defensive capabilities would be severely weakened. What a terrifying attack! This guy's fire elemental intent has reached the 7th sequence. Yi Tian was astonished. Even more astonished was Xiang Haiyan, who was a top-tier genius of the giant elephant clan. He had actually been injured by Yi Tian, and his S-rank innate divine ability, Lava Beam, which he had unleashed with all his strength, hadn't even penetrated Yi Tian's defenses. Attack together! We can't let him escape! Xiang Haiyan shouted. Xiangyu naturally understood and closed the distance in a single step, wielding his high-grade divine artifact spear, charging directly at Yi Tian. Xiangyu was even stronger than Xiang Haiyan, and with his high-grade divine artifact spear, even Yi Tian dared not confront him head-on. However, at that moment, he was being surrounded by two peak-level grandmasters of the Elephant Clan, making it impossible to completely evade their attacks. Immediately, he unleashed an S-rank mental technique to attack them. However, the rare treasures on their bodies had the effect of resisting mental attacks, so the mental attack was not very effective, only slowing their movements for an instant. Boom! Yi Tian unleashed one S-rank technique after another, but the damage was minimal. The main reason was that his cultivation level was too low. He was merely a grandmaster of advanced techniques. If he had reached the peak of the grandmaster of techniques realm, killing them would have been incredibly easy. Die! Xiangyu activated his innate divine ability, his body swelling to several times its original size, and lunged forward with a spear thrust. However, he was just being held back by Xiang Haiyan's attack and couldn't dodge the spear. Put! Yi Tian's Great 5 Elements will defense activated at full power, but it was still pierced, and the layers of special physical light on his body were also shattered. But at the last moment, a beam of light appeared on his body. Divine Technique Golden Scales Technique. Clang! Yi Tian was knocked back, but his defense remained intact. A defensive divine technique. Are you a descendant of the true god? Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan were stunned. Chapter 102, The Great Despair Technique, Draining the Enemy's Lifespan. In the underworld, only those with divine-level bloodline talents could cast divine techniques, or use special forbidden techniques, but the cost was too high. Clearly, Yi Tian appeared to have paid no price, meaning he must inherently possess divine-level innate abilities. Whether it's divine-level bloodline talent or divine-level innate abilities, his ancestors must have given birth to a true god. Are there true gods on Earth? There shouldn't be any. Xiangyu and the others were deeply puzzled. They had researched Earth's strength and knew that while its overall power was undoubtedly superior to that of the giant elephant clan, many races were keeping a close eye on Earth, and they were only facing one human nation, the Xia Kingdom. And the Xia Kingdom definitely doesn't have a true god. If there were one, the giant elephant clan might not know, but the entity behind them certainly would. It must be that they used some kind of treasure to enhance their innate abilities to the level of a god. Xiangyu speculated. The moment he thought of the possibility that Yi Tian might still possess such a treasure, greed flashed in his eyes. Kill! They attacked Yi Tian fiercely, determined to kill him. Boom! 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 Yi Tian was fighting alone against Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan, and the pressure was immense. However, his energy was being depleted at an alarming rate. His low cultivation level was his weakness in terms of endurance. He likely couldn't match Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan. Should I escape using spatial teleportation? Yi Tian thought to himself. Immediately, he tried it, and the space rippled slightly, but he failed to escape via spatial jump. No, it wasn't that he couldn't escape via spatial jump, it just required time. But Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan kept attacking him, leaving him no time to prepare. The spatial ripples had indeed startled Xiangyu. You should have used spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation can indeed break through the spatial lock of the. But you must at least have mastered the spatial intent to the 7th sequence to escape easily. Otherwise, you would need at least 10 seconds to have a chance of breaking the lock. Our giant elephant clan has already anticipated this. You cannot escape. Of course, if you possess spatial divine arts or innate spatial abilities, you could escape. Unfortunately, you don't. Xiangyu sneered. At that moment, the two great masters of the giant elephant clan believed they had the upper hand. I don't want to use that move. Yi Tian sighed. What move? Xiangyu furrowed his brows slightly. Though he didn't quite believe Yi Tian had any more tricks up his sleeve, he still adopted a cautious posture. At that moment, Yi Tian unleashed a mutated technique, sending a beam of light that instantly engulfed Xiangyu's body. In an instant, Xiangyu's expression changed. He felt that the injuries he had sustained from his battle with Yi Tian had healed, though he had lost a bit of his lifespan in cultivation. After all, Yi Tian had only maintained this mutated technique for a brief moment and couldn't sustain it for long, so he couldn't drain too much of Xiangyu's lifespan or cultivation. Realizing this, Xiangyu calmed down. It seems to have worked. That's good enough. Yi Tian smiled inwardly. He had used the Great Hope technique, or rather, the version he had created during his recent research. The newly created technique had severe side effects, and back then, he had drained the life force of the members of the Demon God Society. At the time, he had been startled by this mutated technique himself. To him, this wasn't the Great Hope technique, it was the Great Despair technique. He had once considered using this mutated technique to kill someone, and now he could give it a try. Of course. These two great masters of the giant elephant clan certainly wouldn't cooperate with him and let him maintain this mutated technique indefinitely, but he could cast it repeatedly. If one attempt failed, he'd try again. He didn't believe he couldn't exhaust the lifespans of these two scaled clan grandmasters. Swish! 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 Yi Tian repeatedly cast the Great Despair technique. But with each use, he must pay a price. For instance, at this moment, he could feel his lifespan draining away, and the rate of loss was not slow. However, he still had the Eternal Life technique, so the loss of his lifespan could be fully restored, and he wasn't the least bit concerned. At first, Xiang Yu wasn't worried about his lifespan either. But as time went on, his expression changed. Not only was his lifespan rapidly decreasing, but his cultivation level was also declining. Even as he desperately resisted this devastating technique, stabilizing his cultivation to prevent it from being drained by this mutated art, he could not stop his lifespan from continuing to diminish. He could control his cultivation from dissipating, but if he could also control his lifespan from diminishing, that would mean immortality. No one could control the loss of lifespan, and he couldn't either. After all, regardless of the form of life, lifespan gradually diminishes over time, with each day bringing a loss of life. This is an unbreakable rule. Therefore, no matter how powerful one is, they can only extend their lifespan, they cannot stop it from draining away. The Great Despair technique is, in essence, merely accelerating the rate at which lifespan is lost. 10 years. 20 years. 50 years. 100 years. Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan were heartbroken over the loss of their own lifespans, but they couldn't back down now. If they did, the losses would be too great. Moreover, Yi Tian would never let them leave. Once the anti-flight disc was removed, did they really think they could escape from the hands of a spatial-type psychic? Human, you're mad. Your lifespan is also draining away. Constantly using this mutated technique is a huge burden on him. Are you really willing to die with us? Xiang Yu roared. Rest assured, you'll die first. Yi Tian said coldly. Kill him. Only by killing him quickly can we stop his mutated technique. Xiang Yu and the others began to burn their bloodlines to attack Yi Tian. Boom! Yi Tian fought desperately, repeatedly casting his divine technique, the Golden Scales technique, while the Great Five Elements were reformed multiple times. 1 hour. 2 hours. Unbeknownst to them, they had been fighting fiercely for over 3 hours. By this point, the two great masters of the Giant Elephant clan were already on the brink of death, while Yi Tian's various innate abilities were nearly depleted, leaving him relying solely on his physical strength to fight. Fortunately, these two Giant Elephant clan grandmasters had little offensive power left, otherwise he would have been unable to hold them off. Heaven-splitting sword technique. Yi Tian unleashed this sword technique one last time, without any supernatural abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess and the power of his intent. With a loud thud, Xiang Haiyan was pierced through the heart in a single strike and fell to the ground, dead. He was powerless to resist. Why? Xiang Yu despaired. Escaping was now pointless. He burned everything, all his cultivation and life force, to unleash the Elephant clan's forbidden technique, the life offering. Whoosh! Xiang Yu's body transformed into a streak of light, holding a high-grade treasure spear that emitted its final brilliance as he charged toward Yi Tian. This move put Yi Tian in danger, forcing him to activate various special physical traits and the 5 elements will, even channeling all his mental energy into a defensive barrier to mitigate the attack. Bang! Yi Tian was knocked flying, and one of his rare treasure armor pieces was completely destroyed. Moreover, his strength was completely depleted, and he collapsed against a large tree. I've stopped him. I've won. Yi Tian breathed heavily, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to recover. Once he had regained a little strength, he took out a spirit stone from his storage ring to restore his supernatural abilities. As for Xiang Yu, who was not far away, he paid him no mind. The latter had already died when he delivered his final blow. Several minutes later, he had recovered slightly and walked over to retrieve their storage rings, weapons, and treasures, as well as their identity tokens, before leaving the area. Chapter 103, Exchanging the Peacock Holy Body. Yi Tian's combat strength was very low at this point. If he were to encounter another top-tier Giant Elephant clan grandmaster, he would definitely be no match for them. Therefore, he immediately took advantage of the slight recovery of his earth attribute, dived underground, and created a small space where he began to quietly restore his strength. Shortly thereafter, a Giant Elephant clan grandmaster did indeed arrive. Upon seeing the deaths of Prince Xiang Yu and Prince Xiang Haiyan, he immediately fell into panic. However, even so, the Giant Elephant clan did not retreat. After all, they were all tied up in the battle and couldn't simply withdraw at will. Moreover, only 2 princes had fallen, but overall, they were not at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Xiang Anha and several other peak grandmasters were still alive. Though their combat power might not match that of Xiang Yu, it wasn't much weaker either. Time slowly passed. Yi Tian's injuries gradually began to heal, and his supernatural abilities also recovered somewhat under the effects of various rare treasures. However, to fully recover, it would take at least a day. We can continue killing those Giant Elephant clan members. I need to kill as many peak grandmasters of the Giant Elephant clan as possible to quickly accumulate a large amount of battle merits. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Yi Tian used spatial travel to depart from there. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yi Tian sensed a peak grandmaster of the giant elephant clan who was already severely injured. He appeared instantly, immobilized the opponent with a binding technique, and struck with a single sword strike. Put! The peak-level grandmaster of the giant elephant clan fell. He then took the opponent's storage ring and identity token and quickly departed, continuing his search for the giant elephant clan. In such a war, grandmasters were worthless, and their lives were always in danger. Even though Yi Tian swiftly killed the great master of the giant elephant clan, human great masters were also falling one after another, and not just one. As time slowly passed, the giant elephant clan's grandmasters suffered increasing losses, and the human side naturally gained the upper hand. Gradually, the giant elephant clan began to collapse. At a certain location on the main battlefield, the elephant clan's peak grandmaster, Xiang Anha, was single-handedly facing two top-tier peak grandmasters and holding a slight advantage. However, other human grandmasters soon arrived to reinforce him. At that moment, he realized that the giant elephant clan was in an absolute disadvantage, and this battle was lost. Thinking about the punishment he would face upon returning, he felt utterly despairing. Damn Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan, two useless fools. They claimed they could definitely defeat the enemy, telling me to hold off these human peak-level grandmasters so they wouldn't interfere with their battle. Instead, they died themselves. Xiang Anha cursed under his breath. Soon, he fled in utter disarray, severely wounded, with his bloodline power nearly depleted. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the void, thrusting a sword toward him. He tried to dodge, but an immobilization technique struck him. His body was immobilized, and just as he tried to break free, the opponent's sword had already struck. Put! He dodged desperately, but one of his arms was severed. It's you! Xiang Anha recognized him. It was the human spatial ability user. He never expected that after killing Xiang Haiyan and Xiang Yu, the opponent would still come after him. Boom! Xiang Anha knew he couldn't escape. His speed couldn't match Yi Tian's teleportation and spatial movement techniques. Therefore, he had to fight desperately to kill Yi Tian. However, his strength was no match for Xiang Yu and the others, and his bloodline power was severely depleted. After dozens of exchanges, puff! A sword pierced his heart, and the sword intent and various spiritual energies erupted within his body, obliterating Xiang Anha. After killing Xiang Anha, Yi Tian looted the spoils of war and continued to attack other grandmasters and masters of the giant elephant clan. Gradually, except for a third of the giant elephant clan who managed to escape, the rest were all slain on this battlefield. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian finally returned. Instead of resting, he immediately went to exchange his battle merits. This time, he had killed not just one but multiple peak grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, earning far more battle merits than before. As expected, after settling his battle merits, Yi Tian's total battle merits were revealed. Battle merits, 18,690,000. With so many battle merits, he was almost able to gather enough to obtain the Peacock Holy Body in Peacock True Blood. Let's exchange for the Peacock Holy Body technique first, Yi Tian decided. Soon, the request to exchange for the Peacock Holy Body secret technique was submitted. Just 2 hours later, the Peacock Holy Body secret technique was delivered to the East Sea Fortress. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tian took out the Peacock Holy Body secret technique inheritance sphere and departed. Upon returning, he immediately accepted the Peacock Holy Body secret technique. Boom! An overwhelming amount of knowledge flooded into his soul, quickly memorizing the entire Peacock Holy Body secret technique. The Peacock Holy Body seems even more powerful than the primordial dragon elephant body, Yi Tian murmured. The cultivation requirements for the Peacock Holy Body were also incredibly stringent, demanding that the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth be elevated to the 7th sequence before one could utilize the Peacock's true blood to cultivate the Peacock Holy Body. No wonder it's a sacred body. The cultivation requirements are utterly absurd, Yi Tian thought to himself. As for the Peacock's true blood, he couldn't exchange it now, but the giant elephant clan might not give up. If another wave of attacks came, he could gather enough battle merits to exchange for the Peacock's true blood. Wait, perhaps I can trade with other grandmasters for battle merits. I'll offer double the resources in exchange. They'll definitely agree, Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, he went to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. Master, I need to acquire over 1 million battle merits. I'm willing to pay double the price. Could you introduce me to someone? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang frowned and said, these battle merits cannot be transferred. If you want to trade them, you must act quickly before the other party settles their battle merits and purchase the identity tokens they have obtained. I'll ask a few old friends, but we need to act fast, otherwise, it'll be too late. Thank you, mentor, Yi Tian said gratefully. After that, Li Haoyang contacted several old friends who were grandmasters, explained the situation, and these grandmasters agreed readily to trade, but they demanded a sufficient number of treasures. However, Yi Tian's gains this time were enormous. He had killed too many grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, and even a few treasures would be enough to tempt them. After that, Yi Tian traded with one grandmaster after another, even managing to obtain some identity tokens from a peak-level grandmaster, finally gathering enough battle merits. War Merit Hall. Yi Tian arrived again, settled his battle merits, and directly exchanged them for Peacock True Blood. Soon, the Peacock True Blood was delivered to Yi Tian, but his battle merits were completely depleted. With the Peacock Holy Body Secret Technique and Peacock True Blood in hand, I only need to master the 5 elements realm to the 7th sequence to meet the cultivation requirements. Yi Tian thought to himself. In the short term, he definitely couldn't cultivate. He would wait until after this war ended before attempting cultivation. Immediately after, he began organizing the storage rings of the great masters of the Giant Elephant clan, with particular focus on those belonging to Xiang Yu and other peak-level great masters. While sorting through Xiang Yu's storage ring, he suddenly discovered something valuable. Could this be the blood of the ancient elephant? Yi Tian was overjoyed. What incredible luck! Chapter 104, Cultivating the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body. After thorough testing, Yi Tian confirmed that this was indeed the blood of the ancient elephant. Dragon's true blood, ancient elephant's blood. With both types of blood gathered, Yi Tian could now begin cultivating the primordial dragon elephant body. Let us begin cultivating the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian decided. Then, he immediately entered seclusion to cultivate, swallowing the dragon's true blood and the ancient elephant's blood directly into his abdomen. He refined them according to the records of the primordial dragon elephant body and began cultivating the primordial dragon elephant body. He had already mastered the dragon true body and the ancient elephant body. Mastering the ancient dragon elephant body was merely a matter of time. Time passed second by second. After approximately 3.5 hours, the true blood of the dragon and the ancient elephant blood had completely fused into the 2 supreme special physiques, causing the dragon true body and the ancient elephant body to begin merging and transforming, on the verge of becoming the ancient dragon elephant body. Another half hour passed. Boom! The 2 special physiques began to transform and fuse. In the depths of the void, a primordial dragon elephant seemed to materialize from the void, roaring through space. The Eastern Sea Fortress. Many Grand Masters heard the roar of the ancient dragon elephant, but did not know what it was. They remained vigilant for a moment before dismissing it, assuming it was the giant elephant clan attempting to do something in this battlefield area. Such matters were beyond their jurisdiction. They would leave it to those above. Therefore, they paid it no further attention. What they never could have imagined was that this was actually caused by the sacred body phenomenon resulting from Yi Tian's cultivation of a sacred body technique. Some time passed. Yi Tian finished his cultivation. I've finally mastered the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, his physical prowess was vastly superior to before, with every cell seeming to contain terrifying power. He was now like a young ancient dragon elephant, his strength so immense it was almost unimaginable. However, he could sense that his current life stage could only accommodate one type of divine body. If he were to attempt another, it would be impossible. I must continue to elevate my life level. Yi Tian thought to himself. He planned to wait until his life level reached a certain point before cultivating the Peacock Holy Body. Day after day passed, and the clash between the Earth World's will and the Earth Cave World's will in this fusion zone was nearing its end. The people of Xia Kingdom believed that the giant elephant clan had given up, as no members of the clan had entered the area for several days. Meanwhile, humans had taken control of this region, causing the Earth World's fortune to surge. With the World Will's fortune boost, there was a certain chance they could seize this region and integrate it into Earth's Donghai City. The giant elephant clan. At that moment, the elephant clan's king-level elephant, Xiang Yi, was in a very bad mood. His grandson, Xiang Yu, had been killed by humans. Of course, death was inevitable, but he had many other grandchildren. However, Xiang Yu's failure had led to him being reprimanded by other king-level members of the tribe, and even those who had surpassed the king level, which had destabilized his position within the tribe. Soon, news arrived. Xiang Long has returned. Xiang Long was a once-in-a-century genius of the giant elephant clan, who had been absent from the clan for years, battling against numerous prodigies in the deeper realms of the Earth's core. He had reached the peak of the Great Master realm, yet his combat prowess rivaled that of an extreme Dao Master. Shanlong had the feat of single-handedly shattering a top-tier grandmaster, with defense, speed, and strength that were utterly terrifying. He also mastered 5 innate divine abilities and had comprehended 3 of the 7th-tier realms. Xiang Yu and his peers pale in comparison to Xiang Long in terms of strength. Humans may have prodigies as talented as Xiang Yu, but it is unlikely that they would be deployed to the East Sea Fortress. Moreover, human factions are scattered and disorganized, making it impossible to arbitrarily mobilize geniuses from other factions. Talents from outside Donghai City can choose not to come, and even Jiang Province cannot force them to do so. Send another batch of Grand Masters in. Have Xiang Long execute the decapitation plan, eliminate the top few Grand Masters there, and slaughter the remaining human Grand Masters and Masters to bolster the will of the underground world in devouring that battlefield. The high-ranking members of the giant elephant clan issued this order. Soon, Shanglong led a group of Grand Masters into the battlefield. Of course, Shanglong was hidden among them, blending in as an ordinary peak Grandmaster, completely unremarkable. East Sea Fortress. The giant elephant clan still hasn't given up. They've come again. This is undoubtedly their last chance. All the Grand Masters of the East Sea Fortress mobilized and headed toward the giant elephant clan. Yi Tian naturally followed suit, as he wanted to earn more battle merits to exchange for other treasures. Soon, humans and the giant elephant clan clashed, engaging in fierce combat. In terms of numbers, the human Grand Masters outnumbered the giant elephant clan significantly, so the human Grand Masters remained unfazed. Among the human Grand Masters, one of the top-tier Grand Masters was Qin Wuhan, a top-tier Grand Master from the Qin family of Jianhai City. At that moment, Qin Wuhan had severely wounded a peak Grandmaster of the giant elephant clan with just a few moves and was about to use a divine ability to finish him off when another Grandmaster of the giant elephant clan arrived. He didn't think much of it and was only focused on killing the opponent. But suddenly, the giant elephant Grandmaster erupted with a terrifying aura. He was Xianglong. Innate divine ability Celestial Dragon Bind. In an instant, Qin Wuhan was surrounded by countless tiny illusory dragons, completely encircling him. Break free! Qin Wuhan raged, attempting to break free from the bonds, but to no avail. Immediately afterward, Shanglong wielded a high-grade divine artifact staff, striking with a single blow. The staff was enveloped in golden light, clearly another technique enhanced by a divine talent. Break! The staff struck directly, shattering Qin Wuhan's body into pieces. A human peak-level Grandmaster fell in battle. Immediately afterward, Shanglong demonstrated near-invincible power, effortlessly obliterating a Grandmaster with a single strike. Trouble! Retreat quickly! One after another, human Grandmasters fled in panic. In the distance, Yi Tian was slaughtering other giant elephant clan Grandmasters when he received distress calls from human Grandmasters and immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported to the scene and blocked the elephant dragon. You all go deal with the other giant elephant clan Grandmasters. I'll handle him, Yi Tian said. The other Grandmasters didn't have time to thank him and fled immediately. Teleportation? You're the spatial-typed psychic who killed those useless trash from the Xiangyu clan, aren't you? Xianglong said coldly. The next moment, a spherical orb appeared between his eyebrows, releasing a unique spatial fluctuation that sealed off the entire area. Clearly, he had countermeasures against spatial ability users. Immediately afterward, Xianglong moved his body, charging forward as if teleporting. This wasn't teleportation, it was his immense physical strength shattering the air, causing his movement speed to become so fast it appeared like teleportation. Yi Tian couldn't dodge in time and had to take the full brunt of the attack. Boom! The great five elements wheel on his body was shattered, and the of dozens of special physical constitutions were also blown apart. Even the divine technique, Golden Scales technique, was nearly broken. The immense impact force still sent Yi Tian flying backward dozens of meters. You've stacked over 20 special physiques, and you're a spatial type innate talent with divine techniques. You're truly a prodigy. If you break through to the Grandmaster realm, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. But for now, you're going to die. The elephant dragon's body swelled to an immense size as it unleashed another innate divine ability Dragon Elephant Heaven and Earth. Its 10-meter-tall body made it resemble a miniature ancient dragon elephant, and the high-grade divine artifact staff in its hands also transformed, delivering a devastating blow. The strike was as earth-shattering as a thunderclap. Yi Tian immediately activated the ancient dragon elephant body. Without this divine physique, he would have been unable to block the strike. Boom! Yi Tian's body was enveloped by the illusory form of a primordial dragon elephant, emanating the primordial aura of the ancient world. Every movement was filled with the power of the primordial dragon elephant. Heaven slicing sword technique, slash. The sword intent and various other spiritual energies merged together, striking out with a single blow. Boom! The two attacks collided, and the ancient artifact in Yi Tian's hand cracked, but he managed to block the dragon elephant's attack. Ancient dragon elephant form. The elephant dragon was stunned. Yi Tian had actually mastered this sacred physique. Chapter 105, Return to Donghai City, preparing to sell treasures. The divine body. Even in the depths of the underworld, he had seen dragons like this. Such a physique could only be cultivated by the prodigies of the underworld, each hailing from the top-tier alien races' existences he could only look up to. Who would have thought that a mere human with a naturally weak physique could also cultivate the holy body? You must not be spared. Shanglong launched a furious attack on Yi Tian, determined to slay him. Killing one Yi Tian is more valuable than killing 100 peak-level Grand Masters. However, although Yi Tian's strength was inferior to Shanglong's, his holy body, combined with divine techniques and various other defensive arts, made his defensive capabilities terrifying. Even Shanglong couldn't kill him in a short amount of time. Moreover, Yi Tian once again unleashed the Great Despair technique, aiming to drain the elephant dragon's lifespan in cultivation. However, a green piece of wood appeared on the elephant dragon's body, hovering above his head, and it weakened the effect of the Great Despair technique to an extremely weak level. Even if he used it for a day and night, he wouldn't be able to drain a single year of the elephant dragon's lifespan. This is a divine-grade material. Yi Tian recognized it. What a valuable item. If he could obtain this piece of green wood, he could elevate the potential of his wood attribute innate ability to god tier. Unfortunately, the elephant dragon was too powerful. Even if he gave it his all, he couldn't shake the opponent. Unless he could break through to the Grandmaster realm, but that was impossible in the short term. Yi Tian kept holding the elephant dragon in check while the human Grandmasters relied on their numbers to surround and kill the elephant tribe's Grandmasters. Gradually, the great masters of the giant elephant clan were being killed off, their numbers dwindling. An hour had passed. Many human Grandmasters stood at a distance, casting various supportive supernatural techniques to assist Yi Tian. Enhancement-type techniques were layered on Yi Tian, while binding-type techniques were applied to the elephant dragon. Additionally, some Grandmasters were using techniques to restore Yi Tian's supernatural abilities, keeping him at peak condition at all times. Gradually, Yi Tian held an absolute advantage, while the elephant dragon was at a complete disadvantage. Seeing that the giant elephant tribe could not turn the tide, he had no choice but to retreat. Whoosh! A talisman appeared on the elephant dragon's body, and his entire form instantly traversed dozens of miles, vanishing without a trace. Even Yi Tian couldn't catch up. Kill the other giant elephant clan Grandmasters. Yi Tian shouted. Soon, the great masters of the giant elephant clan were slain one after another, with only a few managing to escape. After this battle, the giant elephant clan suffered immense losses. East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned to rest and awaited the outcome of the merger between the two realms. Even now, the Earth world dared not claim with certainty that it could completely devour the Scaled clan's territory. Another day passed. The space in this region was in constant turmoil, marking the final moments of the fusion. Yi Tian seized the opportunity to use the Taoist art of enlightenment to silently contemplate the spatial intent. Gradually, his spatial intent grew rapidly. Boom! Intense tremors shook the ground, causing the entire area to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. After about half an hour, the tremors subsided. At that moment, everyone discovered that the Donghai fortress had suddenly appeared on Earth, and Donghai City had once again re-established contact with the outside world. It was clear. Donghai City and the territory of the Scaled tribe had become part of Earth, effectively expanding the Earth's territory. Jiang Province. In a grand hall, several influential figures were discussing matters related to Donghai City. The territory where Donghai City and the Scaled tribe's lands have merged has appeared on Earth. It seems the Earth worlds will has prevailed. The underworld simply doesn't care about the Scaled clan's territory. It's like losing a strand of hair. Who would notice? We, the Earth world, have nearly exhausted all our efforts in this struggle, while the underworld's will was merely a fleeting manifestation. This victory is merely a coincidence, and it won't resolve Earth's predicament in the long run. At least we've bought Earth 10 more years. That's enough. Recent reports from other nations indicate that 4 cities have been swallowed into the underworld. Those nations have lost numerous Grand Masters. We won't concern ourselves with other nations for now. Let's focus on managing our own Xia Kingdom. I hope our Xia Kingdom can produce a true god, but it's so difficult. Who knows the situation of those great beings above? Perhaps there are already some who could ascend to true god at any moment, but the time has not yet come. East Sea City. Yi Tian walked down the street. Many people had returned home, each to their own households, as if it wouldn't be long before the city returned to its former prosperity. However, many still refused to stay in Donghai City, fearing that such an event might occur again. However, many gifted individuals with special abilities were flocking to Donghai City. After all, the city had gained a vast new territory, and it was rich in resources, a true treasure trove. Venturing into the underground world was still dangerous, but here, the risks were significantly reduced. Additionally, Jiang Province must relocate the Donghai fortress to the underground world and reinforce it. Because after that, they will no longer face the Scaled tribe, but the even more terrifying giant elephant tribe. Yi Tian, however, wasn't concerned about this matter. He exchanged the military merits he had earned for some resources and special physical constitution techniques. This time, Yi Tian's gains were simply unimaginable: 3 high-grade rare treasures, over 20 medium-grade rare treasures, and over 300 low-grade rare treasures. The staggering quantity left him speechless. For ordinary masters, even a single low-grade rare treasure would require them to fight tooth and nail, yet he had so many. With so many rare treasures and other valuables, I must sell them. The East Sea Pavilion is too weak, they certainly can't handle this. Yi Tian decided to seek out a larger organization for the transaction. Jianghai City. Xingshan Pavilion. This shop is under the Starry Sky Group, which is one of the top 10 groups in Xia Nation, with influence spanning dozens of provinces across the country. The East Sea Pavilion is merely one of the top 10 companies in Jiang Province. Compared to Donghai Pavilion, the Xingchen Group is the true behemoth of the corporate world. Only the Xingchen Group could possibly absorb the vast resources and treasures he had obtained. When Yi Tian arrived at the Xingchen Pavilion, a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path appeared. Master Yi, hello. I am Yang Qing, the highest-ranking official of the Jiang Province branch of the Xingchen Pavilion. Yang Qing introduced himself. An Extreme Dao Master. Yi Tian was greatly surprised. An Extreme Dao Master had come to greet him, and he had only just entered the Starry Sky Pavilion when the other party arrived. Clearly, the Star Pavilion had done its intelligence work to the utmost, knowing that he had killed many Grand Masters in the underworld and was a wealthy and influential client. Master Yang, hello. Yi Tian said politely. Master Yi, the Star Pavilion has branches in every city across Xia Kingdom and possesses immense wealth. If you are interested in a transaction, we will offer you the most favorable terms. If you're interested, we can discuss further in the VIP room upstairs. Yang Qing said. Alright. Yi Tian nodded and followed Yang Qing upstairs. Chapter 106, Trading Divine Grade Materials and Divine Techniques. Star Pavilion, VIP room. Yi Tian and Yang Qing sat down. A beautiful female attendant of the master level walked in and poured tea for Yi Tian. Using a master-level master of mystical arts as a server. Yi Tian was surprised. Master-level practitioners were already considered top-tier experts in small cities, as such cities didn't even have any grandmasters. It wasn't that grandmasters hadn't been born there, they simply left for larger cities and didn't stay in small towns. Therefore, the status of a master of supernatural arts is still quite high in small cities. Yet such a person was working as a waitress at the Star Pavilion. That was the true measure of the Star Pavilion's power. Master Yang, I have many items from the underground world, including several rare treasures and heavenly materials. How does the Starry Pavilion plan to acquire them? Yi Tian asked. Yang Qing smiled faintly. It won't be Earth currency. That money has little value. We will acquire them using Earth's currency, Spirit Stones. Spirit Stones have great utility. Master Yi should be well aware of that. I don't need Spirit Stones. Yi Tian shook his head. He had a large quantity of Spirit Stones, all obtained from the storage rings of various masters and grandmasters, and their combined number was substantial. Then what does Master Yi desire? Yang Qing asked. Does the Star Pavilion have the Holy Body Secret Technique? Yi Tian asked. The Holy Body Secret Technique? Yang Qing exclaimed. Master Yi, we heard that you have already cultivated one Holy Body Technique. Do you really need to cultivate another one? Isn't that too dangerous? Master Yang, that's my problem. I just want to know if you have any other Holy Body Secret Techniques? Yi Tian asked again. Yang Qing remained silent for a moment before saying, humans on Earth did indeed obtain quite a few Holy Body Secret Techniques from the underground world, most of which were obtained from ruins. The Starry Sky Group also obtained Holy Body Secret Techniques, but all humans who cultivated them have died, so the higher-ups have restricted the trade of Holy Body Secret Techniques. I cannot make that decision, nor can I agree to such a transaction. Just as Yi Tian was about to give up, Yang Qing added, if Master Yi truly desires the sacred body techniques, there is still a way. I know of the location of one such technique, and it involves spatial manipulation. A sacred body technique involving space. Yi Tian was filled with interest. Where is that holy body secret technique? Yi Tian asked urgently. The underworld realm. Yang Qing said, if it weren't in the underworld realm, there's no way I could get it for you. In fact, the location of that sacred body technique is known to many factions. It's not a secret. I can tell you for free that sacred body technique is in a small world within the underworld realm, and that small world was actually formed from the remains of a great being who fell in the underworld realm. The sacred body technique is engraved on a stone tablet within that small world. If one is high enough, they can comprehend that sacred body technique. However, even in the underworld realm, it seems that no other races have managed to master that sacred body technique. Yang Qing then explained the exact location of that small world and how to get there, detailing the route clearly. Thank you, Master Yang. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. He would go there, but not now. He needed to at least reach the peak of a true before making another trip. Yang Qing was so courteous and even revealed the location of the sacred body technique, hoping that Yi Tian would trade more items at the Star Pavilion. Moreover, he highly valued Yi Tian's potential, which was limitless, so naturally he wanted to cultivate a good relationship with him. Master Yang, does the Star Pavilion have any divine grade materials? Yi Tian asked. Divine grade materials? Of course we have them. Yang Qing nodded slightly. For ordinary people, even if they are extreme pathmasters, the Starry Sky Pavilion would never sell divine grade materials. But there are instructions from above for Master Yi. We are willing to part with divine grade materials. Yi Tian was quite surprised. The Starry Sky Group's resources were truly formidable. They could even freely trade divine-grade materials, indicating that they must have a significant quantity. Subsequently, Etion attempted to trade for divine-grade materials of every attribute. However, even the Star Pavilion did not have divine-tier materials of the mental or spatial attributes. Nevertheless, divine-grade materials of other attributes were available. Whoosh! Etion brought out one low-grade treasure after another, the sheer number of which left Yang Qing speechless. This was enough to kill countless grandmasters, and he now had a clear understanding of its value. In addition to these low-grade rare treasures, Etion also produced numerous heavenly treasures and various resources that were of little use to him. After a lengthy discussion, both parties reached a consensus on the transaction. Etion exchanged these resources with the Star Pavilion for 16 divine-grade materials and 11 divine technique inheritances. Master Yi, it will take another 2 hours before these items can be delivered, Yang Qing said. All right. Etion nodded. 2 hours later, the items were all delivered, and after receiving them, Etion left the Starry Sky Pavilion. Shortly after Etion departed, a woman appeared beside Yang Qing. Yang Qing treated the woman with utmost respect. Lord Han Bing, why does Etion need so many divine-grade materials and divine techniques? What does he plan to do? Could he possibly be able to cultivate these divine techniques? The Ice Queen was a human king-level powerhouse, whose real name was Han Yin, one of the directors of the Star Group. Yang Qing, Etion requesting so many divine techniques and divine-grade materials may not be for himself, it could be for the alien race behind him. Could Etion be connected to the foreign race? Yang Qing was surprised. What's so strange about that? Han Yin smiled. The Earth world will eventually merge with the underworld. Many factions have already secretly collaborated with the alien races of the underworld. Of course, as long as those alien races behave amicably toward humanity, there's no issue. As long as they're not like the evil god sect, the higher-ups can tolerate them. In fact, the higher-ups might even collaborate with the alien races. Otherwise, the pressure on humanity wouldn't be so light these days. After all, for many alien races, Earth will eventually merge into the Earth cave world and become part of the alien races. In their eyes, humanity is just another alien race, no different from the others. That's true. Yang Cheng nodded. The alien races in the underground world aren't all the same species. They don't consider themselves part of the same species. Humans are no different from them, they're just humanoid alien races. In fact, most alien races coexist relatively harmoniously. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Engaging in trade and secretly collaborating with humans is quite normal. Except for the demon god cult, which is entirely dedicated to annihilating humanity. Such a group naturally cannot be tolerated. Remember, no matter who is behind Etion, we must not offend him. He has already grown strong, and it won't be long before he becomes a grandmaster. At his rate of growth, he could even become an extreme Dao grandmaster in just a few years. By then, his strength might even rival mine. Han Yin said. Lord Han Bing, I understand. Yang Cheng replied. Whoosh! Han Yin's figure dissipated and left the area. Back in Donghai City, Etion was unaware that he had been misunderstood by the Star Group. He had no connections or collaborations with any foreign races. However, his growth was too rapid, and his talent was too extraordinary. It was only natural for them to have such thoughts. Upon his return, Etion began to utilize these divine-grade materials to upgrade his innate abilities, enhancing their potential to divine-grade levels. Once that was achieved, he could begin cultivating those divine techniques. Chapter 107, The Second Holy Body, Power Surges. Days passed one after another. Etion first used S-rank materials to elevate the potential of his S-rank innate abilities to the S-rank limit, then touched these divine rank materials to elevate the potential of each of his innate abilities to the divine rank level. Gradually, Etion's potential in wood attributed innate abilities, fire attributed innate abilities, and earth attributed innate abilities all reached the divine tier. With these divine grade innate abilities, Etion began cultivating the corresponding divine techniques. Gradually, Etion mastered each of these divine techniques. Data panel. With a thought, the data panel appeared. Host, Etion. Realm, Advanced Divine Arc Master. Innate abilities, Darkness type Divine Tier 0 100 Mental type S Tier 1 100 Water type Divine Tier 1 100 Fire type Divine Tier 1 100 Wood type Divine Tier 1 100 Metal Divine Tier 0 100 Earth Divine Tier 0 100 Space S Tier 1 100 Wind Divine Tier 0 100 Light Divine Tier 0 100 Ice Divine Tier 0 100. Special techniques, S-rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique Mastered S-rank Wood Realm Technique Mastered S-rank Great Sun True Fire Mastered S-rank Wind Feather Technique Mastered S-rank Great Earth Escape Technique Mastered S-rank Water Substitution Technique Mastered. Mutant Special Techniques, S-rank Great Hope Technique Mastered S-rank Great 5 Elements Will Mastered B rank Dark Fire Mastered B rank Limb Regeneration Technique Mastered. Divine Arts, Golden Scales Technique Mastery Divine Healing Technique Beginner Sun's Golden Flame Beginner Ice Realm Beginner Wind God Technique Beginner Meteorite Descending Technique Beginner Aurora Technique Beginner Intentions: 7 sequence metal elemental intent 2 point realm 8 sequence fire elemental intent 10 point realm 8 sequence wood elemental intent 7 point realm 7 sequence earth elemental intent 1 point realm 7 sequence water elemental intent 1 point realm 7 sequence darkness intent 1 point realm 8 sequence light elemental intent 7 point realm 7 sequence sword intent 2 point realm 8 sequence spatial intent 8 6th realm 8 sequence wind elemental realm 3/5. Special Constitution: Primordial Dragon Elephant Body Beginner Dark Immortal Body Minor Achievement Yin Yang Eternal Body Beginner. Now that I've mastered so many divine techniques, once I cultivate them all to perfection, my strength will skyrocket. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, the power of these divine techniques is quite impressive. For example, the divine healing technique, which belongs to the water-type divine techniques, possesses an incredibly terrifying healing and recovery effect, and can even regenerate severed limbs, quickly heal wounds, and restore injuries. If one could maintain the divine healing technique continuously, it would be akin to immortality. Of course, maintaining the divine healing technique continuously is impossible. No divine technique can be sustained indefinitely. The sun's golden flame divine technique is almost an advanced version of the true sun's true fire, possessing terrifying heat that can incinerate anything. The ice realm divine technique, on the other hand, can freeze everything in its vicinity, encasing everything around it in ice. It is a devastating area of effect divine technique, but it consumes a significant amount of energy. The wind divine technique is a flight-type divine technique, granting him terrifying flight speed and making it usable in combat. Meteorite summoning technique. The aurora technique, on the other hand, concentrates infinite light into a single point, possessing a terrifying piercing effect. When combined, these divine arts possess unimaginable power. However, divine arts consume a great deal of energy and cannot be sustained for prolonged battles. Especially since his cultivation level is only that of a high-ranked divine technique master, he cannot cast divine techniques multiple times. He must elevate his cultivation to that of a grandmaster to sustain combat for longer periods. It's better to have a big name. If it weren't for my fame this time, showcasing my extraordinary combat prowess and gaining the attention of many powerful figures, the Star Group wouldn't have gone out of their way to please me and trade me divine-grade materials and divine techniques. Yi Tian thought to himself. Therefore, there are times when it is unnecessary to be modest. Of course. Now that his reputation is widespread, he is also more vulnerable to assassination. But now, even if an extreme Dao Grandmaster were to assassinate him, he could still survive. First, let me elevate all the realms of intent I've comprehended to the 7th tier realm. Yi Tian took out the Space Sealing Disc, a mid-grade spatial artifact. Holding the Space Sealing Disc while contemplating spatial intent would yield better results. Day after day passed in this manner. Yi Tian's spatial intent gradually reached the 8th sequence, 1st tier realm, then the 2nd tier realm. On this day, Yi Tian's spatial realm reached the 7th sequence. Afterward, Yi Tian began to comprehend the wood attribute intent. Coincidentally, he possessed a mid-grade wood attribute spatial artifact, which could perfectly assist in comprehending the wood attribute intent, yielding quite remarkable results. Gradually, his wood attribute spatial intent also reached the 7th sequence. It could be said that with divine tier innate talent potential, comprehending these realms was too easy, and one could easily reach the 7th tier realm. After more than a month. Except for the mental type realm, all his other realms had reached the 7th tier level. I can now cultivate the peacock holy body, but my life tier is still lacking, Yi Tian thought to himself. Therefore, in the days that followed, he continuously activated the elixir of immortality. Under the enhancement of the 7th tier wood attributed intent realm, the eternal life technique was quite effective. Additionally, he had numerous S-grade materials to restore his innate talent potential, allowing him to continuously activate the technique and quickly replenish his innate abilities. 2 more months passed in this manner. At this point, Yi Tian clearly felt that his life level had reached the limit of the intermediate life level. Taking one more step forward would mean becoming a high-level life form. Advanced life forms are a bit challenging, but I should be able to cultivate the peacock holy body now, Yi Tian said. If he were to fail in his cultivation, he still had the divine healing technique, so he wouldn't perish. Begin cultivating the peacock holy body. Yi Tian activated the 5th order intent of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and began circulating them according to the cultivation method of the peacock holy body, while simultaneously swallowing the peacock true blood. Boom! The energy of the peacock's true blood erupted, sweeping throughout his entire body. Time passed. Yi Tian's body began to undergo a transformation, even a metamorphosis. After an unknown amount of time, the cry of a peacock echoed through the void. A massive peacock-like silhouette appeared on his body, emanating an overwhelming aura that quickly dissipated, drawing little attention. The peacock holy body has been perfected, and I haven't been injured. Indeed, the limit of an intermediate life form can accommodate 2 holy bodies, Yi Tian thought to himself. However, to stack the 3rd sacred body, one must first elevate their life form to the advanced stage. That could only be achieved by gradually eroding the boundary between intermediate and advanced life forms using the elixir of immortality. If the 7th tier would attribute intent realm was insufficient, he would continue to cultivate the 7th tier intent realm until it reached perfection. He refused to believe that he couldn't break through the bottleneck. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Yi Tian not only elevated his cultivation to the peak of the peak tier Artmaster realm but also perfected all his divine arts. It could be said that he was now capable of entering the Grand Master realm at any moment. However, he still wanted to elevate his life form to the advanced life form level, cultivate the 3rd sacred body, and then challenge the Grand Master of Divine Arts realm. I must set out for that small world within the Earth's core realm and obtain that holy body technique involving space. Yi Tian made his decision. Chapter 108, The Dragon Clan Girl. The small world Yang Qing mentioned was located in a place called Huangling Mountain within the Earth Cave world. Yi Tian arrived at the Demon City and traveled to the underworld through the Demon City Fortress. Huangling Mountain is the closest location to the Demon City Fortress. If one were to go from the East Sea Fortress, the journey would pass through many territories controlled by top-tier alien races, which would undoubtedly be a suicide mission. The Demon City Fortress. Yi Tian arrived here and saw many powerful beings. Here, even Grand Masters are not considered strong. There are numerous extreme Pathmasters, and even several human sovereign-level experts stationed here. No wonder it's one of the 3 major strongholds of the Xia Kingdom. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The 3 major strongholds of Xia Kingdom are the Capital Stronghold, the Demon Capital Stronghold, and the Kunlun Stronghold. These 3 strongholds face the top-tier alien races, and these alien races are all top-tier races with poor relations, so it is essential to station a large number of powerful warriors there. Many graduates from Donghai University come here after graduation. Take the Demon Capital Fortress, for example. Many of its Grand Masters and even Supreme Martial Arts Masters are alumni of Donghai University. Under normal circumstances, they would not return to Donghai University unless it summoned them back to assist. If I were to graduate from Donghai University, I would probably come to one of these 3 major fortresses as well. Yi Tian thought to himself. The Demon Capital Fortress must guard against the Horned Demon Tribe, a race of aliens that are few in number but incredibly powerful. Yi Tian wanted to go to that small world but had to avoid the Horned Demon Tribe. Fortunately, that small world was not within the Horned Demon Tribe's territory. It was an unclaimed, barren region with no one occupying it. Additionally, all the resources within that small world had been plundered, leaving nothing of value except for a sacred body technique. Therefore, the Horned Demon Tribe has not sealed off that small world. Otherwise, Yang Chang wouldn't have revealed its location. After escaping from the demon capital, Yi Tian had obtained a newly purchased map marking the exact location of that small world. Be careful. Let's use Earth Escape technique to travel there. Of course. He had also inquired in advance and confirmed that there were no other races living underground in this area. Otherwise, using the Earth Escape technique to travel would be dangerous. Yi Tian continuously used Earth Escape to travel, encountering no trouble along the way. Even if the Horned Demon Tribe were powerful, they wouldn't venture outside their own territory to investigate underground conditions. Therefore, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. Sure enough, he arrived safely at the desolate Spirit Mountain. Upon arriving, he emerged from the ground, as it was difficult to navigate underground and impossible to locate the entrance to the small world. On the surface, Yi Tian sensed the surroundings. The spiritual energy here is rather thin. Yi Tian muttered to himself. In fact, a terrifying battle had once erupted here, destroying the very foundations of this area. The spiritual veins had dissipated, leaving little celestial spiritual energy behind, turning it into a barren wasteland. Soon, Yi Tian located the entrance to the small world, situated deep within the canyon. The entrance was a distorted space, yet it remained stable and posed no danger to anyone. By touching it and passing through the entrance of the twisted space, one could enter that small world. Yi Tian passed through it directly, arriving in the small world. This small world was vast but in ruins. The sky was filled with cracks, the ground was shattered, and the entire small world exuded an aura of impending destruction. It is said that this small world was formed from the demise of a powerful being from another race. The demise of the powerful being means the destruction of the small world is inevitable. Yi Tian didn't dwell on it much and headed straight for the center of the small world. The stone tablet inscribed with the secret techniques of the holy body was carved into the stone tablet at the center of the small world. Wind God Technique. Yi Tian activated this divine technique, his speed so fast that it couldn't compare to teleportation or spatial travel. However, in this shattered small world, he dared not use teleportation, as it was too dangerous. Soon, he arrived at a ruined stone mountain in the center of the small world. There stood an ancient stone stele, which remained intact, as if the destruction of the small world had no effect on it. This stone stele was connected to the entire small world, and it was impossible to remove it unless one could take the entire small world with it, something clearly impossible to achieve. At that moment, Yi Tian's gaze focused on a striking figure standing before the stone tablet. Someone's here. Yi Tian's expression changed, growing solemn. However, the figure was not human but an alien. Even if it was an alien, Yi Tian wasn't worried. In this small world, only Grand Masters were permitted to enter. Supreme Grand Masters could not enter, as they would be instantly killed by the world's rules. This alien was at most a Grandmaster, and more likely a peak Grandmaster like him. Whoosh! Yi Tian flew over and landed on the other side of the stone tablet. At that moment, he finally got a clear look at the other's appearance. It was a girl who looked very cute, but she was not a human girl, she was an alien girl. She was wearing a black dress, with a pair of horns growing from her head. The horns were also black, resembling deer antlers, but they were not real antlers. Could they be dragon horns? Yi Tian was secretly startled. If they were dragon horns, then this girl's identity would be truly astonishing. The Dragon Clan. The underworld realm does have a dragon clan, and they are one of the most elite alien races. Dragon clan members are born as masters, and by adulthood, they rival even the most powerful masters. This refers to the weakest among them. In reality, many pure-blooded Dragon Clan members can easily match the strength of an extreme Dao master with just a little cultivation. Most adult pure-blooded Dragon Clan members are Human King Realm experts, and some even surpass the Human King Realm. Moreover, the Dragon Clan can easily transform into various forms, and even change into humans without being easily recognized. Yi Tian stared at the girl, and the girl also looked at Yi Tian. Hello? The girl seemed very innocent and greeted Yi Tian. Hello? Yi Tian replied briefly. My name is Long Ying. Are you here to study the Void Realm body as well? Long Ying asked. The Void Realm body. Yi Tian only knew that there was a sacred body technique related to space here, but he didn't know its name. Now, he knew. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Long Ying sighed and said, the Void Realm body is too difficult to obtain. I've been studying it for several months and still haven't figured it out. Are you a dragon? Yi Tian asked curiously. Yes. Long Ying seemed completely without guard, nodding slightly. Which race are you from? The human race. Yi Tian replied casually. Those of other races who truly knew the human race could recognize them. Clearly, Long Ying was unfamiliar with the human race, which is why she asked. There was no harm in answering. The human race? Long Ying had never heard of them and assumed they were some minor race from the underworld. After chatting for a while, Yi Tian prepared to study the stone tablet. The art of enlightenment. Boom! His insight surged, and he began to comprehend the stone tablet with terrifying speed. Chapter 109, Forging a High-Level Life Form. The Void Realm body was preserved in a special manner on this ancient stone tablet, and only those with high comprehension could grasp its essence. At this moment, Yi Tian was contemplating the profound mysteries inscribed on the steel. These mysteries seemed to be a combination of spatial, earth, wind, water, and fire elemental realms, forming a miniature world in perpetual circulation. If one cannot comprehend this cycle of profound meanings, they cannot grasp its essence and thus cannot obtain the inheritance of the Void Realm body. Long Ying was unable to comprehend it, which is why he had been lingering here for several months. Indeed, it is incredibly profound and complex. Without the assistance of the Dao comprehending technique, I wouldn't even have a sliver of hope to comprehend it. Yi Tian thought to himself. Time slowly passed as he continued to ponder the mysteries of the realm cycle. Soon, the effects of the enlightenment technique faded. Immediately, he continued to cast the Taoist insight technique while also restoring the potential of his innate abilities. Day after day passed in this manner. On the sixth day, the stone tablet emitted a stream of light, which merged into Yi Tian's body. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Ying was utterly shocked. He has attained enlightenment. Long Ying was utterly shocked. She had always believed that the Dragon Clan's innate wisdom was among the best in the underworld, so how could someone from a lesser race possibly surpass her in that regard? Now, she was proven wrong. To comprehend the Void Realm body in less than 6 days, that's incredible. Long Ying was also deeply shocked. Are humans really this powerful? Or is it just Yi Tian who is special? Yi Tian was currently receiving the inheritance of the Void Realm body, a sacred physique technique. Soon after, he received the entire inheritance and finally truly obtained the Void Realm body secret technique. What a powerful sacred body technique! Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Once mastered, the Void Realm body might lag significantly behind the primordial dragon elephant body and the peacock holy body in terms of physical prowess and strength, but its spatial abilities would be greatly enhanced. For example, once he mastered the Void Realm body, he could enter deep spatial realms where even mid-grade spatial treasures like the Banishing Disc couldn't affect him in the slightest. He could even freely enter many array formations at will. Moreover, the Void Realm body could form a Void Realm within the body. In critical moments, one could enter the Void Realm with their physical body while leaving only a faint shadow behind, thereby evading enemy attacks. Of course, the Void Realm ability consumes a great deal of energy and cannot be sustained for long periods. However, it can be used to evade fatal attacks in critical moments. Additionally, the Void Realm body can amplify any spatial techniques. Therefore, the Void Realm body is truly terrifying. Once my life form reaches the advanced life form stage, I will cultivate the Void Realm body. Yi Tian thought to himself. Yi Tian, have you obtained the Void Realm body? Longing asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Tian admitted. You're so amazing. Longing looked at him with admiration. I'm ready to leave. Yi Tian took his leave. Longing, however, showed signs of reluctance. You're the first friend I've made outside the Dragon Clan. Will you come visit me in the future? I can't go to the Dragon Clan. Yi Tian's words were a clear refusal. After all, why would he go to the Dragon Clan for no reason? What if humans and the Dragon Clan are enemies? But Longing couldn't discern the meaning behind his words. Instead, she took out a token. This is a token made from a scale I shed. It contains my essence. If you ever come to the Dragon Clan to find me, you can bring it with you. No Dragon Clan member will bother you. Dragon Scale. Yi Tian was stunned. This thing is worth a fortune, and if you encounter the Dragon Clan, this might even save your life. He seemed to have no reason to refuse, so he accepted it. Alright, I'll come find you to play when I have time. Great. Longing seemed very happy. Immediately after, Longing added, I'm also preparing to leave. After meditating for several months, I still can't grasp it. It seems I'm truly unsuited for cultivating the Void Realm body. In truth, she had already planned to leave. After meeting Yi Tian just 6 days ago and gaining the Void Realm body by comprehending its mysteries, she was even less inclined to continue her cultivation. Alright, let's go out together. Yi Tian and Longing walked out of this small world together. The exit. A man and a dragon emerged. Shortly after, Yi Tian bid farewell to Longing and headed toward the direction of the Demon City. Just as Yi Tian had departed, a middle-aged woman like Dragon Clan warrior appeared beside Longing. Little princess, it's time for us to return. The middle-aged woman said. Aunt Shui, what kind of race are the humans? Longing asked curiously. The human race? Shui replied, the human race is not a race from this world, they come from beyond the Earth realm. However, it won't be long before the world where the human race resides merges into the Earth realm. Just like our dragon race? Longing exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Snow Ant nodded slightly. Millions of years ago, our dragon realm also collided with the Earth realm and eventually merged into it, becoming one of the top races in the Earth realm. Unfortunately, the human race is different from us. They are too weak, they don't even have a single true god. Are the human race really that weak? But Yi Tian is so powerful. Longing said. Shui paused for a moment before smiling and saying that human indeed has great talent, having cultivated the primordial dragon elephant body and the peacock holy body. However, without becoming a true god, he cannot change the human race's fate. Maybe Yi Tian can become a true god. Longing countered. A true god? It's not that easy. Shui shook her head and said no more. Even if one is exceptionally talented in the early stages, it doesn't guarantee they'll become a true god in the future. The difficulty of becoming a true god is unimaginable. Moreover, even if one desires to become a true god, the time required is extremely lengthy, and some true gods seem unwilling to grant the human race such an extended period. On the road, Yi Tian was teleporting back, unaware that he had been seen through by a powerful Dragon Clan member who had even discerned his primordial dragon elephant body and peacock holy body. If he had known, he would have been utterly shocked. Soon, he returned to the Demon City fortress, but he did not linger there. Instead, he returned to Donghai City. Upon his return, he focused on cultivating the wood elemental realm, striving to elevate it to a very high level. He repeatedly cast the eternal life technique to break through the constraints of his life form and advance to a higher life form. Thus, day after day passed. A month later, the 7th tier wood attribute intent had reached 70%. This was the result of Yi Tian's relentless cultivation and comprehension, aided by his divine tier would attribute innate talent potential. If he still had only an S tier would attribute innate talent, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the 7th sequence of the wood attribute realm to 70% in such a short time. He had also been practicing the elixir of immortality for a month and felt that his bottleneck was about to be broken through. On this day, Yi Tian once again activated the eternal life technique. Crack! The life level bottleneck in the depths of his being shattered, and his life form began to transform, evolving from an intermediate life form into an advanced life form. Boom! The spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth surged in, but its concentration seemed insufficient. If he didn't absorb enough spiritual energy, it would affect his foundational cultivation and result in an incomplete advanced life form. With no other choice, he directly extracted his own spirit stones, swallowing them one by one, which became nourishment for the advanced life form. 100. 1000. After refining over 5,000 spirit stones, the advanced life form was finally perfected.